Super Devouring System Chapter 3473 to Chapter 3556. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Demon Dwellers Rebellion. You also know how to feel awkward? Brat, you're quite capable. The entire Demon Dwellers have been fooled by you. Even today, most of the Demon Dwellers in the 8 tribes and the Demon Emperor planet still don't believe that the genius Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe is actually Prince Xian of the human clan. Seeing Yi Xian stop, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong rolled his eyes and walked over in large strides. Even this old man still hasn't figured out how you did it. However, forget about the Demon Emperor and the others, this old man took care of you back then. You should at least have an explanation for this matter, right? You keep running away. Aren't you afraid that you'll feel uneasy? If I tell you that I came to the first universe by accident, and everything that happened after that was because I had no choice but to survive, would you believe me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He could hear the questioning in Mo Qigong's words, but he didn't take it to heart. Mo Qigong was right. Back then on the Demon Emperor planet, Mo Qigong had helped him a lot. Yi Xian could ignore the others, but he had to explain it to Mo Qigong face to face. Otherwise, after a long time, it would affect his state of mind. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? You're just unbelievably lucky. Otherwise, with your cultivation at that time, no matter how solid your foundation was and how bold you were, how could you dare to come to the first universe alone and behave so atrociously? What surprised Yi Xian was that Mo Qigong actually believed him without the slightest hesitation. He must have thought about this matter a long time ago, so he continued, but then again, even if you were forced to do so, you still lied to this old man in the end. You feel guilty about this matter, so you have to repent, compensate, and stop. Black lines appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. He could tell that this old fellow didn't care about those things at all. He was wholeheartedly thinking about how to knock on his bamboo pole. This kind of thing had always been done by Yi Xian to other people, but today it was the other way around. He was being taken advantage of by someone else, which really made him speechless. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian spread out his hands like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Apologizing is fine, but as for extortion, I'll give you nothing, but I'll give you my life. F***ck, you cheapskate. Let's not talk about what happened a long time ago. Just this time in the second universe, how many benefits did you get? Most of the top-notch forces in the 3 major planes have been scammed by you, yet you're so stingy. You're infuriating me. Mo Qigong was very dissatisfied. He jumped up and scolded Yi Xian, but in a moment of carelessness, he let it slip. What? You? Yi Xian's face was full of shock. He cried out involuntarily, old thing, could it be that you also have a dog's nose? You even know about this? Not only that, this imperial uncle knows even more. Hee, the invincible war god who's still messing around in the 3rd universe of the human race should also be your doppelganger, right? He has nothing to do with the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Xianxia. That old thing was really screwed over by you. Seeing Yi Xian so surprised, Mo Qigong's face showed a smug expression. He looked at Yi Xian up and down and said in a mocking tone, my brother, you're amazing. The 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age are all you. If this matter were to spread, the 3 major planes would be completely blown up. This is unprecedented news. For unparalleled evildoers of the present age? Yi Xian frowned. He had only heard of the 2 unparalleled evildoers of the human race, the invincible war god and young masterling who, and they were both him. However, he really didn't know what the 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age were. The 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age was a theory that was put forward after young Master Netherworld appeared. In addition to the 2 unparalleled evildoers of the human race, Prince Xian and young Master Netherworld were also included. Mo Qigong immediately explained, previously, this imperial uncle had suspected that young masterling who was Prince Xian because your small fortress more or less had some traces of the original Wild Star ship. However, this alone wasn't enough for me to be sure. However, after the theory of the 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age appeared, this old man put the 4 of them together and immediately found something fishy. First of all, their style of doing things was extremely similar. Secondly, these 4 people had never appeared at the same time. When one of them appeared here, there would definitely not be any news or clues of another person appearing at the same time in other star fields or even in the universe. Of course, this was with the exception of the invincible war god, who had already been proven to be a doppelganger. In addition to some other small clues, this imperial uncle was basically able to confirm this matter. However, just now, it was still just a final test. In the end, you were careless and gave yourself away. F***ck, you old man, Yi Xian gloomily cursed, but his face had already turned gloomy. Mo Qigong's words had reminded him and made him suddenly understand. He had always thought that he had been very careful, but now it seemed that he had indeed left some clues. If Mo Qigong could come to this conclusion with the intention of carefully thinking about it, others could also do the same. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of alarm and became extremely vigilant. Seeing that his face was full of worry, Mo Qigong obviously misunderstood and rolled his eyes again. Brat, don't tell me you don't even trust this old man? If this old man wanted to sell you out, why would this old man say this in front of you? However, seeing Yi Xian smile bitterly again, Mo Qigong changed the topic and changed his tone in the blink of an eye. However, this old man now has something that can be used against you. Coupled with the previous deception, this old man doesn't need your explanation. Just help me do one thing. Hee, that Sha Bao Feng guy must have been killed by you using some mysterious method, right? Based on your style, if you didn't have a plan, you wouldn't have wasted your efforts. If this old man didn't guess wrong, you most likely have set your eyes on the Tianji clan. This time, you're planning to go there and wreak havoc? You are right. The races of the second universe and the humans of the third universe have all been harmed by you. Only the demons of the first universe have been harmed. The real overlords of the first universe, the Celestials' legacy race, haven't had a taste of your scourge yet. It's time for them to wander around. Moreover, you can even use the mental power of the demons, so the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan shouldn't be too difficult for you. So. Speaking up to this point, Mo Qigong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. So this imperial uncle believes that the time for the bitter slaves of the demon race to make a comeback should be here. Counting the time, since the first demon emperor, the entire demon race has been enslaved by the Tianji clan for tens of thousands of years. It is time for all of this to end, huh? You want to rebel? The entire demon race? Past grudges, at least you have some self-awareness. To Yi Xian's surprise, Mo Qigong actually threw out such a sentence in response to his rejection. He rolled his eyes and said, as the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan has enslaved countless races in the first universe. Back then, even the human race was defeated by DE. If their hegemony could be overthrown so easily, how could they have stood tall in the first universe for tens of thousands of years? Even our demon race, although we have thoughts of rebellion, with our current strength, we don't even dare to reveal such thoughts. Otherwise, we will be exterminated. The opportunity for the slaves to turn this situation around is only to ask for your help in rescuing the generations of imperial uncles who are being held hostage in the Tianji clan's headquarters. As long as this matter is successful, my devil cultivator race will no longer have anything to fear, and everything that follows can be immediately activated. Of course, in the short term, it can only be done in secret, and even the news that the royal uncles have returned to the devil cultivator star domain cannot be leaked out. But for the Tianji clan, the power to overthrow their hegemony has finally begun to sprout. In time, it will grow stronger. When that time comes, we can openly cause trouble. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Xian, that's right, what did you mean by rescue? The Void Soldier Ladle. Yi Xian nodded and did not hide anything. You know that Prince Xian has an 8-star king ladle. In fact, the entire soldier ladle race is related to me. But now, the entire black hole of life is empty. Tens of millions of soldiers have disappeared, leaving behind only a few 100,000 soldiers. Besides the Tianji clan, is there any other power in the first universe that can do this? The entire soldier ladle race? Tens of millions? Mo Qigong jumped in fright. Have you lost your mind, kid? He cried out. How big of a commotion is this? After all, there are only a dozen or so devil emperor uncles who are still alive. It is still possible to quietly rescue them, but you have tens of millions of soldiers. That's right. I'm talking about saving them in the dark. After all, there are only a dozen or so devil emperor uncles who are still alive. F***ck. Such a huge commotion would definitely alert the entire Tianji city. If they wanted to bring them out, they would have to declare war. That's not right. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll just have to take one step at a time. In any case, I'm confident that I can successfully infiltrate Tianji city. As for the Bingdiao tribe, I won't give up. As for the past generations of imperial uncles of your demonic tribe, as long as there's a chance, I'll do my best. Yi Xian had a serious expression on his face and immediately expressed his stance. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly asked, "Right, how much do you know about Wenxing?" Previously, I thought he was only in the Grotto Heaven realm, the 10th Grand Realm, but now it seems that if he was also in the Void Realm, the 12th Grand Realm, like you, then the accident in the Black Mosquito Star Zone would not have killed him on the spot. I have a feeling that something is not right about this. How could that old fellow die so easily? You guessed right, he did hide his cultivation. Not only me, but even the Demon King knows about this. We even know that he is a double agent of both the Thousand Luo Federation and the Tianji tribe. Hearing Yi Xian mention Wenxing, Mo Qigong immediately sneered, "Oh right, there's another guy, commander of the Demon King Guards, Chanas. The imperial family already knows about that guy's background. Let's talk about all this after we return to the Demon King planet. And about the Void Soldier Ladle race, I haven't been in the demon race during this time, so I don't know much about it. But if it was really the Tianji tribe that did it, the Demon King will definitely know the details. We can ask him and he'll know." "You want to go to the Demon King planet?" Yi Xian frowned, obviously a little repulsed by this. The Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong didn't mind what happened before, but it didn't mean that the Demon King Mo Wen Tian was the same. Although Yi Xian was no longer the same as before, the Demon King planet was his territory after all. As the imperial family of a race, Yi Xian didn't believe that the true strength of the Demon King's bloodline was only what they showed on the surface. It was impossible that they didn't have a Star Lord level old monster that surpassed the mighty figures of heaven and earth. In this way, if the Demon King Mo Wen Tian really had evil intentions towards him, Yi Xian's life would not be in danger when he went to the Demon King planet, but at least he would be restrained. It was very likely that he would be forced to show some methods that he didn't want to reveal. "Don't worry, brat. Although the Demon King isn't as open-minded as I am, he can still see the big picture. You are now a rare commodity worth hoarding. I've never heard of anyone who could sneak into the Tianji clan's main camp. If it weren't for the fact that you successfully deceived all the demons before, even I wouldn't believe that you have a way to show the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan." Seeing Yi Xian hesitate, Mo Qigong smiled and said, "Under such circumstances, even if the Demon King is still wary of you, he will definitely convince himself to let go of the past, seeing that the dozens of generations of imperial uncles still need you to rescue them. Besides, although you lied to us before, you didn't cause too much damage and impact to the demon race in general. Instead, you contributed quite a lot. At least, the divine sense crystals you brought out of the Holy Land, especially the 8-eyed silver crystal, are very significant to the entire demon royal family. In addition, if this matter succeeds, our demon race will no longer have to be afraid. Although it's not the time to openly rebel against the Tianji clan, some secret preparations must be fully carried out. In the future, cooperation with the Third Universe's human race and even the Wan Luo Federation is inevitable. However, we don't have any reliable and trustworthy people there. Moreover, your identity is not ordinary. You are a prince of the immortal royal family. With your methods, you will most likely be the one to seize the throne of the empire in the future. Under such circumstances, you will naturally become the best partner of our demon race. Since we are partners, it's natural for us to express our sincerity. Therefore, you must go to the Demon King planet this time. The demon royal family and you have some important matters to discuss in secret." At the end, Mo Qigong patted his chest and said, "Although I know that you have nothing to fear, even if our demon royal family mobilizes our true strength, which is the Star Lord realm old monsters that surpass the universe realm, you will still be able to escape unscathed. After all, it's not like this hasn't happened before. An emperor was tormented by you enough. Even now, he is roaring and madly looking for you. However, this old man still has to pat his chest and guarantee that the demon royal family has no intention of scheming against you. If what I said is false, this old man is willing to bear the calamity of the demon heart torment and be destroyed in body and soul. Since he'd already said it to this extent, and what he said was indeed reasonable. If Xian were to continue hesitating, it wouldn't be justifiable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Super Big Bomb. Indeed, we can't let too many people know about this. What this old man means is that apart from you, me, and the Demon King, we can only let no more than 3 people know about this. Following Xian's finger, Emochi Gong glanced at the alloy bead in the distance and nodded. As for them, since the Devil battleship is almost completely destroyed, the ship's surveillance system is completely paralyzed. They don't know anything about our meeting, and no one has extended their spiritual power to investigate. This old man has been secretly watching, so I can be sure of this. Didn't you say that you had absolute confidence in sneaking into the Tianji clan's headquarters? At this point, Emochi Gong grinned. If that's the case, then let this old man see what you're capable of. If even this old man can't find fault with you, then you'll have no problem hiding it from them. Xian shook his head with a wry smile, then waved his hand to set up a concealment barrier before disappearing. In fact, he was also looking forward to the new ability of the Devouring system. If not for Emochi Gong's sudden appearance, he might have already tried it out in a hidden corner of the void. After a short while, the concealment barrier was removed by Xian with a wave of his hand, and his figure reappeared in the void. In terms of appearance, Xian had already transformed into Sha Baofeng's appearance. In terms of the essence of his body, he used the new ability of the Devouring system in his body to use the mechanical wisdom core that was condensed from Devouring Sha Baofeng. He now had the same electronic consciousness as Sha Baofeng. Of course, this electronic consciousness was formless and intangible, just like the human race's spiritual power and the demon race's spiritual power. Only mechanical lifeforms like the Tianji clan could sense it. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, Xian summoned the Starfield Fortress in his body again. He directly used the Devouring system to input all the performance data of the Devil Battleship Fortress stored in the system's database into the World Insect Life Center of the Starfield Fortress, which was also the AI control center of the fortress. At the same time, Baofeng's electronic consciousness was also imprinted into it, making it the ultimate authority. Previously, this life fortress only had 2 ultimate authorities. One was Xian's spiritual imprint, and the other was his consciousness imprint. Now, there was an additional electronic consciousness imprint. In this case, even if Xian was in the headquarters of the Tianji race and couldn't use his psychic energy or spiritual sense, Sha Baofeng could still control Life Fortress with his electronic consciousness. Although this electronic consciousness previously belonged to Sha Baofeng, it now belonged to the Devouring system in Xian's body. After Xian activated this new system ability, a crystal appeared in his body. It was the mechanical intelligence core that he had condensed when he devoured Sha Baofeng. However, it was not located in his sea of consciousness. Instead, it was located in his right chest, corresponding to his heart on the left side of his chest. Immediately after, he used his electronic consciousness to order changes to Life Fortress. The target of the changes was the Devil Battle Trumpet, completely changing it from the inside out. All of this was done in front of the Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong. When Life Fortress began to change, and its appearance gradually developed into the Devil Battle Trumpet's original appearance, even with Emochi Gong's experience as an Imperial Uncle of the Demon Kin race, he couldn't help but slowly open his mouth. With a dazed expression, he muttered to himself, "Heavens, this is too miraculous. This? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this old man definitely wouldn't have dared to believe it. Stinking brat, how did you do it?" Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he cried out involuntarily, and the expression on his face became even more shocked. "Life Fortress? This is the legendary Life Fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. It's the wild dragon trumpet that you took away from Demon Guard Yi's Star Dock. It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's grown to this extent, becoming a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters? That's right, it's the Wild Dragon Trumpet, but now I've changed its name to Wild Star Trumpet. I didn't expect you to see through it." Didn't you find it familiar before, so you were suspicious of me? Yi Xian bitterly smiled and shook his head. I was too careless. I thought that after changing its name and increasing its size so much, it wouldn't be a problem if it only had a slight shadow of its original appearance. I didn't expect you to see through it. Mo Qigong suddenly understood and subconsciously nodded. No wonder it could transform into a mechanical devil insect like Sha Baofeng's devil battle trumpet. You should know that this is one of the ultimate abilities of the Tianji race. Since it's a life fortress, it's not strange that it can do this. Previously, it also devoured Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. Now, Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness has been temporarily transferred into my body, so I can use Sha Baofeng's identity to return to the Tianji race's base camp. No one will notice anything strange because this electronic consciousness originally belonged to Sha Baofeng. Like the mental power of the demons, it can't be faked. Taking advantage of these words, Yi Xian directly blamed everything that the devouring system did on the life fortress, which was a reasonable explanation. Then, he pointed at the alloy ball in the distance again. As for that, I'll use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to invade it. Although it's damaged a lot and its functions are basically paralyzed, it's still possible to build a short-distance transmission array. All the demons in the Devil Battle Trumpet will be collectively transferred to the Wild Star Trumpet without them noticing. Then, you and I can return to the Demonic Emperor planet. From then on, the Wild Star Trumpet will be the Devil Battle Trumpet, and I will be Sha Baofeng. At this point, Yi Xian grinned. As for the Devil Battle Trumpet's remaining body, after all, the kinetic energy cabin, the space oscillator, and the antimatter light energy generator are still there. With a little modification, it can be turned into a giant alloy bomb. Once it explodes, the kinetic energy cabin, antimatter light energy generator, and space oscillator will all work at the same time. It should be quite powerful. F***CK. Brat, you're not planning to let it explode in the Tianji race's base camp, are you? Even if you don't die, you'll still lose some skin. Mo Qigong shuddered. He had finally witnessed Yi Xian's ability to cause trouble. It was completely at his fingertips. How could he use the Devil Battle Trumpet's damaged body like this? It had to be known that this was originally a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The shipboard kinetic energy cabin, space oscillator, and antimatter light energy generator were all very expensive to build. It was acceptable to use them to build a small fortress, but if they were only used to build a one-time-use super-large bomb, that would be too wasteful. No one in history had ever done that before. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Back to the Demon Emperor Star. Everything was done quickly. The thousands of Devil Cultivator experts within the damaged alloy ball were all silently transferred to the Starfield Life stronghold by the temporary teleportation formation that Yi Xian had activated within the alloy ball. During this process, all of their senses were sealed by the formation, so they didn't notice anything unusual. As for the alloy ball, Yi Xian took it into his body and threw it to the devouring system for modification. Yi Xian had a lot of resources in his hands, so he let the devouring system use them. In short, he only had one request: the more powerful the alloy bomb after modification, the better. Then, Yi Xian entered the life fortress, which had been transformed into the demon battle ship, with Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and rushed to the Demon Emperor Star at full speed. Since the Holy Sun trial, Yi Xian had not come to the Demon Emperor Star again. This was the second time he came to this star. Thinking of the scene when he came here for the first time, Yi Xian sighed. In less than a year, too many changes had happened. He was not referring to the Demon Emperor Star, but Yi Xian himself. At that time, his cultivation was too weak. Now, he was an expert of the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, the 10th level. Moreover, he had so many trump cards that even he could not describe them clearly. The gap between before and after was like the gap between heaven and earth. Now, not only was his cultivation high, but he also had abundant trump cards. This time, he came to the Demon Emperor Star with an important identity. He was Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Tianji clan, and a confidant of Patriarch De. For the Demon Emperor Star, he was equivalent to an imperial envoy visiting and inspecting. Therefore, the Demon Emperor Star had a very high standard of reception. After the demon battleship arrived at the Demon Emperor Star, it docked in the star dock outside the atmosphere of the star. Then, all the demon dwellers left. Yi Xian, accompanied by Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong, was the last one to walk out of the cabin door. He waved his hand and took the demon battleship into his body. Yi Xian had seen the several demon dwellers' royal family on behalf of the demon emperor last time, but he was not familiar with them. However, there was one figure that surprised him. Among those who came to greet him was the commander of the demon guards of the demon emperor city, Xianxia. This fellow was in charge of guarding the demon imperial city, so he didn't need to come to greet the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. It had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia, Uncle Emochi Gong explained, "Xianxia's Baofeng. This guy was trying to get close to Baofeng. The Baofeng Baofeng. Baofeng Baofeng. Baofeng Bao. When Baofeng came from Baofeng from Tianji Yunofeng's Baofeng was. Although Emochi Gong didn't continue speaking, Yi Xian instantly understood. From the looks of it, this fellow still hadn't given up. He eagerly wanted to climb up, hoping to gain the favor of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Yi was. Was for him was. Was. Despite his disdain, he didn't pay any attention to him. Under Emochi Gong's lead, he entered the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet and headed straight for the inner city of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, no one knew Yi Xian's true identity except for Emochi Gong. Even the Devil King Mo Wentian thought that he was the real Sha Baofeng of the Tianji clan. Therefore, for the rest of the banquet, Mo Wentian was very respectful in front of Yi Xian. Although he was the Demon Emperor, the Demon tribe was only a servant tribe of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. They had long been enslaved. Strictly speaking, every member of the Heaven's Legacy tribe who came here could call themselves the Master. Of course, no one from the Heaven's Legacy race would actually do such a thing. At the very least, Sha Baofeng would not do such a thing. Therefore, the banquet was quite harmonious. On the surface, the atmosphere was quite good. Subsequently, Sha Baofeng sent a star message to the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate clan through the star network of the Demon Emperor Star, giving a brief report on the battle that had taken place in the Heavenly War Star area. The reply he received was that he should return to the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy tribe as soon as possible. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted, so he decided to leave tomorrow. However, there was something else he needed to do tonight, which was to have a secret talk with the Devil King Mo Wentian. Yi Xian needed to know more about the changes in the black hole of life. For hours later, Yi Xian was led by Emochi Gong to a small side hall in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star area. There were no Demon Imperial guards inside or outside the small side hall. The guards here were some young members of the Demon Imperial family. It must be an important place related to the Demon Imperial family. Then, the two entered a secret room. There were already two figures waiting inside. They were the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the other Imperial uncle of the Demon Imperial family. Emochi Gong had revealed Yi Xian's true identity to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian before bringing him here. Therefore, when he saw Yi Xian again, the light in his eyes was completely different from before. There was a strong sense of strangeness in his eyes. "Lord Demon Emperor, we meet again." Yi Xian clasped his hands. Before the Imperial uncle could say anything, he continued, "I didn't deliberately hide the matter of the Black Mosquito Planet's Saint Child. I was forced by the situation. I was forced to come to the Demon Imperial Planet step by step. I forced myself to enter the Holy Land." "It's really you?" Demon Emperor Mo Wentian seemed to have some doubts at first. Now that he saw Yi Xian admit his identity, he was surprised. In the end, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. I didn't expect that there would be such a rare talent in the human race. Not only does he have the mental power of the Demon Imperial family, he even has the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. It's amazing. Alright, it's good to talk things out. It's not the first time we've met. We're all familiar with each other. Let's sit down and talk." On the side, Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong mediated. He invited Yi Xian and the other two to sit down. Then, he led the conversation to the main topic. He took the initiative to help Yi Xian ask about the personal details of the incident with the black hole of life. The Demon Emperor did know about this matter. He immediately explained it to Yi Xian. The latter quickly figured out the details of the situation. In fact, the demon imperial family was also involved in the incident with the black hole of life. Of course, it was under the orders of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan that they sent a fleet to assist. Not long after Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng left the First Universe, a fleet of the Tianji clan that was originally patrolling outside the Demon Imperial Star area received orders from the headquarters. They turned around and came to the Demon Imperial Star area. Their goal was very clear. They went straight to the black hole of life. They sent a fleet to cooperate with the operation on the Demon Imperial planet and attacked the black hole of life together. In the end, after killing hundreds of thousands of Void soldiers, the two 8-star King Ladles were captured. Then, the entire Ladle soldier race fell into the hands of the Tianji clan. They were taken away by the powerful fleet of the Tianji clan and left the Demon Imperial Star area in a hurry. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Visit by Chana's Void Marrow Crystal? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed even tighter. It seemed that the Tianji clan had figured out the ins and outs of the Void Soldier Ladle clan. Even Yi Xian used to call these ladles the Void-swallowing beasts. In the Devil domain, the original name of the Black Hole of Life was the Void-swallowing Black Hole. Now, even the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had changed his name and called the Void Soldier Ladle clan the Void Soldier Ladle. Obviously, he had learned all this from the Tianji clan. Besides, the latter even knew about the existence of the Void Marrow Crystal. This made Yi Xian very uneasy, because every Void Soldier Ladle clan corresponded to a Void Marrow Crystal. This time, the fleet of the Tianji clan entered the Black Hole of Life and did not get the Void Marrow Crystal that had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. If Di was angry, the entire Soldier Ladle clan would be in danger. The reason why the fleet of the Tianji clan that invaded the Black Hole of Life took the entire Soldier Ladle clan away was obviously to track down the whereabouts of the Void Marrow Crystal. If there was no result, all the Void Soldier Ladle clan would be killed by Di in anger. This made Yi Xian even more determined to leave tomorrow. He felt that he did not have much time left. If he delayed any longer, the Soldier Ladle clan would be in danger. After that, Yi Xian asked the Devil Emperor and others some other questions that puzzled him, such as the origin of the wretched Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Unfortunately, even the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian did not know anything about this, which made Yi Xian very disappointed. However, Yi Xian had learned everything about the Weeping Soul Blood Horn through the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian. He knew that this thing was related to the first Devil Emperor. He had taken it out of the Desolation ancient cage, set up a formation altar, and placed it in the underground Weeping Soul cave on the Black Mountain Star. This solved one of the doubts in his heart. As for why old Devil Wenxing had captured the Weeping Soul beasts, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian did not know either. However, he suspected that it had something to do with the Tianji clan. This was because Wenxing's true identity was a double agent for both the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy clan. That old man was very mysterious and had secret connections with both the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy clan. However, even the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian didn't know which side he was on. However, there was one thing that he was extremely sure of, and that was that old ghost Wenxing had not died. He should have gone to the Heaven's Legacy race's main camp. So you're saying that on this trip to the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters, there's an extremely high chance of encountering old ghost Wenxing? Yi Xian once again frowned. Even now, he still had some apprehension towards old ghost Wenxing. This old man was truly too mysterious. Last time, he had actually faked his death and then went to the main camp of the Heavenly Fate race. He had even abandoned his position as the chief high priest of the Demonkin race. The purpose of this action was truly worth pondering. His scheme was definitely not a small matter. Yi Xian smelled a very thick scent of conspiracy. In fact, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others also felt the same. Hearing Yi Xian mention old ghost Wenxing, the expressions of the three became serious. After exchanging glances, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian suddenly said, regarding Wenxing, young friend, if you encounter him in the Heaven's Legacy race this time, you should do your best to be on guard. That old man is not simple. Although he is a demonkin and has risen step by step from the saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe to the chief high priest of the demonkin race, and then came to the demon imperial city and stayed right under my nose, even now, I am unable to determine whether he is a member of the Myriad Luo Federation or a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, since he didn't go to the Myriad Luo Federation after faking his death, he went to the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race instead. We can deduce that he is on the side of the Heaven's Legacy race after all. This time, he faked his death. His ultimate goal is most likely to be the Myriad Luo Federation or the human race. As for his specific plan, no one except the Heaven's Legacy race knows about it. This time, when you go to the Heaven's Legacy race as Baofeng Sha, you may have the opportunity to learn about this. Be careful, but you must first make sure that old ghost Wen Xing doesn't see through your identity. That old guy is too shrewd. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything more. Then, he left the side hall and returned to the hotel in the inner city of the Demon Imperial City. To his surprise, not long after he returned, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Xianxia, came to visit him. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't refuse and let Xianxia into the hotel. Lord Sha, I have very important information to report to you. It has something to do with the foundation of the Demon Imperial family, the Demon Imperial secret realm in the Forbidden Valley. As soon as he entered the hotel, Xianxia approached Yi Xian with a bashful smile. As he spoke, he took out a small space box and handed it to Yi Xian. He said mysteriously, "Take a look." Hearing that it had something to do with the desolate ancient cage, Yi Xian was immediately interested. He subconsciously took the small space box. After opening it, he was speechless. Inside the small space box were the multi-pupil sense crystals. There were about 100 of them. Most of them belonged to the 6 or 7 pupils. Among them, there were 2 8-pupil silver crystals. They were part of what Yi Xian had swindled when he was on the Black Mosquito Star. Puzzled, Yi Xian frowned and looked at Xianxia. This is only a very, very small portion. The Devil Emperor and the several imperial uncles have even more. Not to mention the 6 pupils and the 7 pupils, just the 8 pupils alone have dozens of them. All of them were obtained from the Devil Emperor's secret realm. Seeing that Yi Xian was very interested, Xianxia was overjoyed. He continued flatteringly, "I got these not long ago. They are all good stuff. I'll give them to you as a gift. And the situation I want to report is related to these multi-pupil sense crystals. As you know, the Demon Imperial family has always been very nervous about the Demon Imperial secret realm. They specially sent 2 royal uncles to guard it all year round. Although any demon can enter, in fact, other than the Imperial family and some important officials in the court, only the priests, commanders, and holy sons of the 8 major tribes can enter. Even I have only entered once. I didn't have time to explore a large area before the time limit was up. I was forced to teleport out. Like all the other people who entered over the years, although they did gain something, it wasn't shocking. It's better than nothing. But that place is obviously not ordinary. Lord, you should know that Prince Xian of the human race's eternal dynasty entered the secret realm as the trial holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In the end, he brought out a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. There were dozens of 8-pupil silver crystals alone. The rest were even more. And this was what he handed in. It's easy to imagine how many more he kept. I suspect that there are more resources in that secret realm. Prince Xian was just lucky and happened to explore one of them. This is a big secret. The Demon Imperial family kept it a secret and never mentioned it to the higher-ups. I think they have ulterior motives and are disloyal. Lord, when you go back, you should report this to the higher-ups. We have to be careful. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios head of the 10 Perilous Lands, are you willing to return to Tianji City with me? Yi Xian sighed to himself. He quickly regained his composure and asked Xianxia. Leaving this guy in the Demon Imperial City would be a hidden danger. He was too much of a good-for-nothing. He only wanted to hug the thighs of the Heaven's Legacy race. If he was allowed to stay, he would definitely secretly report back to the Demon Imperial City like he did today. Taking him away would be equivalent to removing a malignant tumor. Hearing Yi Xian's question, Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, he was overjoyed and nodded. This was the reason why he had purposely tried to curry favor with Yi Xian. How could he not be willing? Alright, then follow me on the journey tomorrow. Inform Mo and Tian about this yourself. Then, hand over the tasks at hand. Just say that it's my idea. Yixian nodded and did not say anything else. He kept the small space box containing the dozens of multi-eyed sense crystals and turned to walk into the inner room. Thank you for your advice, Lord Xia. Behind him, Xianxia was so excited that he was about to cry. His voice was filled with gratitude. Lord, you have given me a new lease on life. When I reach Xianxia City, I will definitely serve you with all my heart. Don't worry, when you reach Xianxia City, you will definitely have the chance to serve me with all your heart. Yixian's voice came from afar. When Xianxia heard this, the excitement on his face suddenly froze. He was stunned on the spot, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. In the long star journey from the Demon Imperial Star Zone to the central region of the First Universe, although there were many natural wormholes that could be used to jump through wormholes, some of the more important wormholes had higher strategic value. The entrances were guarded by the Tianji clan's main fleet all year round. Even if one were to jump through these wormholes, it would still take a month to reach the destination. On the way, one would even have to pass through the root of all evil. The root of all evil was a danger zone. Moreover, it was a danger zone at the level of a middle plane in the First Universe. In the First Universe, it was known as the #1 danger zone under the starry sky. The black hole of life and the starry sky thunder tomb that Yixian had previously explored could only be regarded as a large star field level danger zone. The root of all evil was a level higher than them, so its degree of danger could be seen from this alone. The source of all evil was not in the Demonkin star field or its surroundings. It was extremely far from here, located near the central domain of the First Universe. It was only 6 or 7 days away from the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heaven's Legacy City. From the Demonkin star region to the Tianji City, even with a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, traveling day and night at full speed, and jumping through wormholes along the way, it would still take more than half a month to arrive. This time, on the way to the Tianji City, Yixian just so happened to pass by the root of all evil. However, he had no intention of exploring it, even though he would have to go there sooner or later. Back when he first obtained the Saint, in order to find the Devouring origin, Yixian had secretly lurked around the Demonkin star field and searched for the signal of the Demonkin star field's starry sky network. Then, he had immediately issued an order to connect to his personal communication system. He had directly used this network to log into the Heaven's Legacy race's main network, which was one level higher, and started a conditional search. At that time, the search condition he had given was precisely the Devouring origin. Considering that the name might be different here, Yixian had even described the characteristics of the Devouring origin in detail. Although the Devouring system knew about this, it would not take the initiative to use it as a search condition and issue an order to its auxiliary communication system. After the order was issued, the communication system immediately executed and hacked into the Demonkin star field's starry sky network. About 10 minutes later, Yixian had already received the search results from the Heaven's Legacy race's main network. The suspected origin of the Devouring origin really did exist in the First Universe. It was the root of all evil. However, the situation at that time did not allow Yixian to explore it at all. After that, he was brought back to the Third Universe by Naples. Since he had returned this time, he had to explore the root of all evil. After the last system exchange, he had very little Devouring origin crystals left. In the future, if he took a fancy to a certain treasure in the system exchange shop and needed to exchange for it, he would not have the ability to do so. However, this matter could only be carried out after the trip to the Tianji City. Otherwise, if it was delayed for too long, Yixian was worried that the Void Soldier Ladle race would be in danger. Demon battleship, in the command cabin on the top floor. Unlike other small fortresses, the command cabin on Demon battleship was currently empty. There was almost no one in sight except for Yixian and Xianxia. The Heaven's Legacy race's battleships were basically only manned by the ship's master himself, as well as some intelligent robots who acted as attendants or mechanical maintenance workers. Unlike the human race or other races, a battleship required many people to divide up the work in order for it to operate smoothly. The Heaven's Legacy race had electronic consciousness that could be extended. They could operate the battleship as they pleased. A single person was equivalent to an entire battleship operating team. This was the unique advantage of their race. However, Demon battleship was not Xia Baofeng's personal ship, so it was impossible for intelligent robots to be in the battleship. This time only Yixian and Chanas were on this trip. Therefore, all the work that should have been done by the attendants fell on Chana's head. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was not made of flesh and blood, since they tried their best to pursue the appearance of humans, they naturally would not miss out on the various pleasures that humans could enjoy, such as food and drink. Among the Heaven's Legacy race, some of the more highly evolved clansmen would make various modifications to their bodies. They had artificial digestive systems similar to humans, and even had taste buds. Therefore, these high-level Heaven's Legacy race clansmen could even taste fine wine and delicacies like humans. Of course, they did not need the energy after the food disappeared. It was merely a desire for good food. After leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had been busy with Yixian's daily life. He took on multiple roles and almost never had a break. This was because before leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Yixian had restocked the Demon Battleship's food storage cabin with a large amount of top-grade ingredients. After all, he was helping the Demon Imperial family this time. It would be a waste not to take them. In the end, it was Chanas who had to cook all kinds of top-grade delicacies for Yixian every day. Furthermore, it was not just 3 meals a day. Now, Yixian's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. He needed a large amount of energy to replenish. No matter how much he ate, he would not feel full. It was possible for him to eat 17 or 18 meals a day. In less than a month, Chanas had lost a lot of weight. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes all day long. He had a severe lack of sleep. Because he had no time to sleep, he was basically busy cooking delicacies for Yixian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Raider Ding. Congratulations to the host. Dangerous star field discovered. Appraisal result, dangerous star field. Danger source, unknown. Danger factor, SSS. Do you wish to explore immediately? Hint, if the exploration is successful, there is a certain chance of upgrading the system title. System current title, Level 4, Interstellar Pathfinder. System next title, Level 4, Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider, this title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability will be added, randomly activated. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 1 to 2. Ding. System explanation complete. Do you wish to explore immediately? As the system notification in his mind ended, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he appeared to be deeply worried. The reason he was worried was not because of the system's appraisal result, nor was it because of the SSS level danger factor. After all, this was the source of all evil, a planar-level space danger zone. In the first universe, it was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. Yixian had long been mentally prepared for its degree of danger. In fact, before they even arrived at this place, Yixian had already vaguely guessed that once they got close, it was extremely likely that the system's subsidiary title quest would be activated. After all, of the previous 4 titles, other than the first title that the system had given them, the other 3 titles were all conditionally triggered by encountering such a dangerous place in space. They were the Black Hole of Life, the Star Thunder Tomb, and the Unknown Transmission Array in the Third Universe's Death Spiral. This time, on his way to the Tianji city, the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would have to pass through the most dangerous star field under the stars of the First Universe. The probability of triggering the system's supplementary title was more than 80%. This was Yixian's previous guess, and now it had been confirmed. The reason why he was so worried now was because he was hesitating whether to accept the system's exploration mission this time. If he accepted, the benefits naturally went without saying. First of all, the number of interstellar coordinates he could imprint on any universe plane would increase from the previous 1 to 2. In other words, once this exploration was successful, he would have 2 choices when he launched his interstellar coordinate exploration in every universe plane. This was very significant. However, this was obviously not the main point. The main point was a new system ability that was randomly activated. In order to activate any ability of the Devouring system, the prerequisites had to be met. Before this, Yi Xian did not even know what the prerequisites were for activating certain abilities of the system. For example, when Yi Xian obtained the fragment of the superbrain, he received a notification from the system telling him that the conditions to activate the system had been fulfilled. Before this, Yi Xian didn't even know that the devouring system in his body had gained such an awesome supplementary ability after entering the starry sky. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for the system to activate a new ability. Yi Xian's current system abilities, other than the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was bound to his system title, there were only the fusion system and the personal interstellar communication system. He didn't know anything about the other systems and abilities, let alone the conditions to activate them. Therefore, the system's exploration mission this time was too tempting for Yi Xian. He simply could not reject a new ability of the system. If he rejected it, he would most likely miss the opportunity. Even if he returned to the source of all evil, he might not be able to activate the system's title mission again. In the previous 3 times, Yi Xian had accepted the mission on the spot. He had never rejected it temporarily and tried again the next time. According to his estimation, there should be a prerequisites for the activation of the system's title mission. It might not work the second time. In other words, if Yi Xian rejected the system's title exploration mission this time, he would most likely miss the opportunity. Who knew when the next opportunity would appear? This made him feel conflicted and hesitant, because the crisis of the Void Soldier ladle race could not be delayed. Sir Sha, a fleet has appeared over there. It seems to be another Sir from the Tianji race. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, Chana suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant holographic 3D screen of the Devil battleship's top-level command cabin. Sure enough, he saw a fleet appear in the void of space to his right. The scale of this fleet was not bad. There were a total of 6 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 2 large fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters. From the shape of the ships, these 8 fortresses were clearly from the Tianji race and not the other slave races of the first universe like the Demonkin race. Yi Xian's brows furrowed even tighter because the direction of the other party's advance was very clear. They were heading straight for the source of all evil. They wanted to enter it. This was known as the most dangerous place under the starry skies of the first universe. Basically, no one would be so reckless as to charge into this place for no reason. And yet, this fleet from the Tianji race had done just that. This reminded Yi Xian of the black hole of life. Although the black hole of life was not considered a planar danger zone in the first universe, it was only 1 level away. At the very least, it could be considered a large star field level danger zone. However, the Tianji race fleet still invaded on a large scale and eventually captured the entire Void Soldier ladle race. Was everything that was happening before his eyes related to this? The Tianji race fleet would never enter this kind of danger zone for no reason. They clearly had a purpose for going there. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped. Almost as if he had a stroke of luck, he subconsciously replied to the devouring system in his body. He had decided to accept the system's title exploration mission. He didn't know what was going on inside the origin of all evil, but there was one thing that Yi Xian was sure of. That was, with the entry of the Heavenly Fate clan fleet in the distant void, everything inside the origin of all evil would definitely be destroyed to a certain extent. In this situation, if Yi Xian refused this title exploration mission, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to activate the same mission the next time he came. He did not want to miss this opportunity. At the same time, he was very interested in the mission of this Tianji race fleet that was about to enter the origin of all evil. After everything was settled, Yi Xian received a confirmation from the system that he had accepted the title exploration mission. After the system notification sounded again, he immediately ordered the Devil battleship to change course and enter the origin of all evil. Heavenly Secret Crown Prince Thish, 2 ear-piercing sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From one of the 200,000-meter-long space fortresses in front of the Heavenly Legacy clan fleet, 2 energy pillars with a diameter of 1,000 meters shot out from the Star Destroyer cannon, heading straight for the small stronghold that Yi Xian was in. The main cannons of this 100,000-meter diameter fortress were antimatter death ray cannons with diameters of 20 to 30,000 meters, and they were also equipped with quite a few thousand-meter diameter conventional star-obliterating cannons. The enemy had not activated their main cannons, only their secondary cannons. It was clear that they did not really want to destroy the Devil battleship, only drive it away. This was because these secondary cannons could be easily avoided even if they were only 50,000 meters in diameter. The conventional 1,000-meter diameter star-obliterating cannons had limited speed. Yi Xian immediately sent out his electronic consciousness, controlling the Devil battleship to dodge, instantly traversing several dozen li and easily avoiding these 2,000-meter diameter conventional star-obliterating cannons. But Yi Xian's expression darkened. Too arrogant, was this enemy treating him like an expert from some other slave race? But even so, a normal upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be so domineering. After all, even if it was an expert from a servant race, the fact that they could control a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters meant that their status in the race couldn't be low. How could they allow someone to casually expel them? But this enemy had completely ignored all this. Just who was the commander of this fleet? Just as he was about to explode with rage, the holographic screen on the top floor of the Devil battleship suddenly flashed, and then an image appeared. The enemy had taken the initiative to connect to the Devil battleship's internal network. Yi Xian sneered and let go of his authority. He just happened to want to see who this enemy was. Soon, the holographic screen changed, and an image appeared. It was none other than the image of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship. A young man in his early 20s, with rosy lips and white teeth, was sitting on a long soft sofa with half of his body nestled in it. A beauty was pillowed on his thighs, and there were a few people squeezed behind and to his right. They were all carefully massaging him or letting him play with them. It was unknown if these beauties were intelligent robots, humans, or demons. This could not be seen through the 3D holographic screen. However, the arrogant-looking young man sitting on the sofa was definitely a genuine member of the Tianji clan. Furthermore, he seemed to have quite a high status because he recognized Yi Xian at a glance when the call connected. Even so, his figure remained nestled in the long, soft sofa, showing no intention of moving at all. The expression on his face was still languid, and there was even a hint of disdain. "Oh, this young master was wondering who it was," he said sarcastically. After all this time, it turned out that he was just a sand loser? What was going on? Look at how dark your face is. Could it be that you've been beaten by this young master like a dog? Are you still not convinced? Swish. 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 Before he finished speaking, the 100,000-meter tall fortress opened fire again, and 3 energy beams from the star-obliterating cannons with a diameter of 1,000 meters blasted over. At the same time, the arrogant young man's arrogant laughter was heard again. Ha ha ha. Sand loser, your dodging posture is pretty good. Give this young master 2 more. By the way, what's the name of this move? Yellow dog wagging its tail or tortoise flipping its shell? Ha ha ha. F***ck, this was not just arrogance, it was arrogance and disdain. Yi Xian was about to explode. For the past half a year, he was the one who bullied others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, even though he recognized the identity of the arrogant young man in front of him with a single glance and knew that he had the strength and qualifications to treat Sha Baofeng like this, Yi Xian was still so angry that he wanted to flare up on the spot. However, before he could react, the arrogant young man on the other side had already started mocking him again. This time, the provocation in his tone was less, but there was a strong sense of disdain. Sigh, this is too boring. A loser will always be a loser. You've been bullied by this young master like a dog, but you can still hold it in and not make a sound. You're such a coward, there's no fun in bullying you. Get the hell out of here. This young master has a mission and the source of all evil. If you dare to disturb me again, this young master will kill you on the spot. Even the patriarch won't hold you responsible. Humph. Trash. The last cold snort was heard. The other party had already cut off the communication. The holographic 3-dimensional screen on the top floor of the Devil battleship flickered and instantly lost the image of the other party. Wahahaha, I'm so pissed off. Kill him, I must kill him. Yi Xian exploded on the spot and flew into a rage. He once again activated the demon battle horn to avoid the bombardment of the 3-star obliteration cannon's energy beams. He roared like thunder and immediately wanted to retaliate. At this sight, Chanas was scared out of his wits. He had been watching from the side, not daring to make a sound. After all, these were two upper echelons of the Heaven's legacy race. To him, they were both gods. When gods fought, a little brat like him could only cower on the side. But now, the little immortal was about to kill the great immortal, and he was still in the little immortal's warship. Something was definitely going to happen. Either the little immortal was killed, and he was buried with the great immortal. Or the great immortal was killed or injured. When the great immortal was blamed, he would also be in trouble. No matter what, he could not let this happen. He had to keep the peace. Otherwise, he would not end up well. Either way, he was going to die. At this thought, Chanaz immediately rushed toward Yixian. His face was pale, and he was obviously scared out of his wits. He hugged Yixian's arm and tried to persuade him. Sir Shah, impulsiveness is the devil. We must not be impulsive. That is the crown prince of the Tianji race. You know his temperament. He is used to being arrogant and domineering. Let's bear with it and it will be over. Otherwise, something big is definitely going to happen. The so-called crown prince of the Tianji race was naturally referring to the young patriarch of the Tianji race. That was the arrogant young man just now. His name was Di Xiaofeng. The Tianji race was not made of flesh and blood. They did not have the ability to reproduce. Therefore, this crown prince, young patriarch, and the patriarch of the Tianji race, De, were not related by blood. However, because he was more talented and evolved at a higher level, he had awakened his self-awareness at about the same time as Sha Baofeng. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Genesis realm, which was the 13th great realm, far surpassing Sha Baofeng's 12th great realm, the late stage of the void realm. Therefore, he was highly favored by the patriarch of the Tianji race, De. A few years ago, he had announced to the entire race that he would be made the young patriarch and given the name Di Xiaofeng. Yixian knew all of this. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios kill him. Bulge * T Crown Prince. Not only did Chenasi's reminder not calm Yixian down, it made his expression even more ferocious. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He was appointed as the young clan leader by the clan leader De. To put it bluntly, it's just that he has amazing talent and is favored by the clan leader. If we can take him down, the clan leader will appoint another young clan leader. This is allowed in the Tianji clan. It would be fine if he didn't provoke me, but he asked for it today. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chenasi was completely dumbfounded when he heard these words. His face turned even paler, and his lips trembled. He looked at Yixian in a daze and asked, Shah. Lord Shah, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. What else can I mean? Didn't you see how arrogant that guy was just now? Yixian sneered again and gritted his teeth. I don't mean anything else, just 2 words, kill him. Plop. Chenasi's face turned green when he heard the words kill him. He fell to the ground and stared blankly. He was in complete despair. If the gods wanted to fight, he didn't have the ability to stop them at all. He was definitely going to be implicated today. What kind of sin did he commit? Rumble. Rumble. At this time, there was a sudden sound of energy roaring in the void in front of them. Yixian's gaze was attracted to the holographic 3-dimensional image screen. The scene that entered his eyes was the scene of the 8 interstellar fortresses of various sizes moving at full power toward the dark source of all evil star region. In the blink of an eye, the 8 interstellar fortresses of various sizes disappeared and entered the source of all evil star region. Yixian didn't hesitate and immediately sent an affirmative reply to accept the tidal exploration mission to the Devouring system in his body. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Tidal exploration mission has been successfully initiated. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the system title. System's current title, Level 4, Interstellar Pathfinder. System's next title, Level 4, Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider, this title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Trailblazer, a brand new system ability will be added and activated randomly. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from 1 to 2. System quest completion requirements: find the source of all evil, devour and refine it. Punishment for failing the exploration mission: system title will be downgraded by 1 level. F***CK. Failure of the exploration mission would also automatically lower the system's subsidiary title by 1 level. Wouldn't that mean that he would directly fall back to a level 3 Starry Sky Explorer? If that was the case, then Xian would lose the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates that he had just obtained. Realizing this, Xian's face instantly darkened. There was no way out. This time, the system's title quest had to be completed. The conditions for completing this quest seemed to be very simple. There was only one sentence: find the source of all evil, devour it, and refine it. It sounded simple, but in fact, it wasn't. Xian thought for a moment and realized that it was definitely not a simple task. The source of all evil mentioned here definitely didn't refer to the entire star field. If that was the case, Xian could just turn around and leave. This was a huge star field. How could he refine it with his current ability? Even a Star-Lord old monster who surpassed the universe state wouldn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, the source of all evil that the system was referring to should be the true core of this star field. It would not be easy to find the core of such a huge star field. Moreover, the system also required Xian to devour and refine the target after he found it. Refining it wouldn't be too difficult. As long as the target was successfully devoured by the devouring system, refining it would only be a matter of time. Even if you find the core of this star field, the source of all evil, do you have the ability to devour it? This was a planar level star field in the first universe. It was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. How could it be simple? As these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, his mood couldn't help but become heavy. However, it was too late to say anything now. There was no way out. He had already accepted the quest, so Xian's only choice was to charge forward. Moreover, not long ago, young Emperor Xiaofeng had led 8 large and small star fortresses into the star field. Even without this quest, Xian would have definitely followed them in. He couldn't swallow this anger. He had to settle the score with that guy. Although the other party was the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, and this place wasn't far from the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, it would only take 7 to 8 days of flight. However, the star field was a planar level star field. After entering this star field, all the signals sent out by the star field supercomputer couldn't be transmitted. Under such circumstances, even if Xian and young Emperor Xiaofeng had a falling out, as long as the other party didn't escape, this matter wouldn't be exposed. Thinking of this, Xian's face became ferocious again. He sneered and muttered to himself, so what if you're the young patriarch of the Tianji clan? This time, you're the one who's courting death. You took the initiative to provoke me. After provoking me, you actually dared to barge into such a dangerous place in the starry sky. Even the starry sky network signal can't be transmitted. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After he finished speaking, Xian directly ignored Xianxia's expression of despair. With a thought, he activated his electronic consciousness. In an instant, the kinetic energy cabin of the demon battle cry rumbled loudly, turning into a black ray of light that pierced into the source of all evil star domain not far away. Whoosh! As the demon battleship entered the star field, the light source dimmed. Although the visibility was still there, it was dimmed by more than half. At the same time, a very ear-piercing sound burst out. A huge void fissure appeared in front of the devil battleship, and it was still moving. The huge void fissure was like a black saber that slashed towards the devil battleship. This scene was too dangerous. The void fissure was simply indestructible. If the demon battleship was hit by this void fissure, it would definitely be split in two. Even Life Fortress couldn't be used again in a short period of time after such a heavy blow. It would need a long time to recover. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Great Discovery Swish, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xian immediately extended his electronic consciousness and controlled the demon battle horn to move horizontally, narrowly avoiding this enormous void crack that was over 10,000 meters long. Before he could catch his breath, Chanas had already shrieked, "Right, there's another one coming from the right." Xian immediately turned around and happened to see a slightly smaller void crack coming from the right. Without thinking, he used his electronic consciousness to control the demon battleship to dodge again. However, as soon as he did that, Xianxia screamed in despair again, "Below, there's another one below. Oh my god, what the hell is this place?" Just like that, Xian extended his electronic consciousness and moved horizontally more than 10 times. Finally, the demon battleship stopped quietly in a part of the void, no longer needing to dodge the void cracks. At this moment, Xian and Xianxia finally found the time to look around. Their mouths were wide open as soon as they saw it, and their expressions gradually became sluggish. No wonder they had to dodge more than 10 times as soon as they entered. This was not a normal space at all. It was more like a big, ragged bag that was riddled with holes. The space was densely filled with countless space cracks of different sizes, and one or two would appear every once in a while. Moreover, those void cracks were obviously not fixed. They were moving slowly in some unknown pattern. Fortunately, they were not moving very fast, or this place would become a dangerous place in space where no one could step into. Even Star Lords who had surpassed the universe state would have a hard time coming here. At this moment, the demon battleship was hovering in the void. It seemed safe, but in fact, it was not. Whether it was moving forward, backward, up or down, it would soon encounter other void cracks of different sizes. Even if it stayed there without moving, it would not do, because the void cracks around it were moving slowly. The corner of the void where the demon battleship was at was safe at the moment, but as time passed, some void cracks would definitely move there. By then, if they did not dodge, they would only end up being cut in half. F***CK. No wonder it is called a planar level space danger zone. This is clearly a space turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this. It is full of void cracks that are moving slowly. This is simply a killing field on the level of a star field. Any existence or matter that enters it will be crushed if they are not careful. Looking at the scene before him, even Xian was terrified, and he cried out involuntarily. Beside him, Xianxia's face had turned green, and he kept urging, "Xia, Xia. Lord Xia, let's retreat. This is not a place for humans. If we are not careful, we will be doomed eternally. Indeed, it's not a place for people to stay." However, since this place is so dangerous, young Emperor Xiaofeng still rushed in with his fleet. This means that the benefits inside are definitely not small. At least, it's worth the risk. Xian, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. Although he sounded like he was replying to Xianxia's, he was actually muttering to himself, "That's strange. They only came in for a while. Why are they all gone?" A total of 8 large and small fortresses. In this environment, it's impossible for them to move at full speed. Why did they all disappear so quickly? Whoosh! As soon as Xian finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the void on the right, which attracted his attention. A gigantic blade mantis that was thousands of meters in size was leaping up. It nimbly passed through 2 void cracks and landed in a corner of the void further away. It lay dormant for about a few seconds, then it bounced up again and moved forward. This blade-praying mantis was clearly transformed from a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The fact that it could be reduced to such a small size showed how compact its internal machinery was. Even Xia Baofeng could not easily achieve such a level of mechanical fusion. With his mechanical fusion ability, if he fully integrated a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the most he could do was shrink the size of the mechanical battle bug to about 5,000 meters. So that's how it is. It seems that these guys came prepared. They must have explored this root of all evil star field many times before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to think of this method so quickly if it was their first time here. Xian was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood, and his eyes lit up. Obviously, the giant blade mantis he saw just now was one of the 6 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that followed young Emperor into the root of all evil star field. The moment the enemy fleet's 8 fortresses rushed into the root of all evil star field, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan operating the warships immediately activated their mechanical fusion ability and turned the 8 fortresses into 8 mechanical battle bugs of different sizes. Then, they spread out, using the extremely nimble and agile nature of the mechanical battle bugs and their super elastic jumping ability to avoid the void cracks while rapidly advancing forward. This discovery made Xian once again realize the extraordinariness of the root of all evil star field. This was because in the Tianji clan, not just any core upper echelon could have this mechanical fusion ability. Two conditions had to be met. First, they had to be the direct subordinates of clan leader De. Only then would they be able to use this most powerful secret technique of the Tianji clan. Second, they had to have a certain level of talent. Otherwise, even if they were the direct subordinates of clan leader De, they would not be able to use this secret technique if they were not talented enough. It could be said that any member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who had grasped the machine fusion secret art, even if they had only grasped part of it to varying degrees, would have an extraordinary status within the Heaven's Legacy race. And now, young Emperor was leading a fleet into the root of all evil star field. Including him, 8 fortresses of different sizes were all using this mechanical fusion method to advance into the depths of the star field. This meant that including young Emperor, the Tianji clan had mobilized 8 extremely talented direct subordinates of the clan leader this time. Xian had now completely taken over Sha Baofeng's memories. Based on his understanding of the Tianji clan, the so-called young clan leader, young Emperor, definitely did not have the ability to ask 7 other upper echelons who had the mechanical fusion ability to help him with this exploration. Therefore, if there were no surprises, their operation this time should be under the orders of clan leader De. In other words, the Tianji clan leader De needed the object in the depths of the star field. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. A sudden change. Xian did not know what the Tianji clan's leader, De, wanted to do. First, he made a move on the black hole of life to search for the void essence crystal. Now, he sent a powerful core high-level team of the Tianji clan into this star field, the source of all evil, to search for something in the depths of this star field. But since it was something that De wanted, he had to fight for it. The other party was the leader of the Tianji clan. How could something useful to him be ordinary? Moreover, the Tianji clan was the ultimate enemy that he needed to destroy. Ruining the other party's plans would only benefit Xian. What's more, this was the source of all evil star field. The thing that Emperor Xiaofeng was looking for was very likely the same thing that Xian's system exploration mission required. In this case, Xian had no other choice. Not only did he have to snatch it, but he also had to succeed. Otherwise, the price of failure would be too great, and Xian could not bear it at all. I'd like to see what you're looking for at the risk of entering the source of all evil star field on such a large scale. As he muttered to himself, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. This was because there were already 2 spatial rifts of varying sizes slowly approaching from the right side of the void. At most, they would arrive in front of the demon battle cry in a few minutes. At that time, they would probably have to dodge in this void that was filled with countless void cracks like before with a huge and bloated body. He immediately ordered the demon battleship to transform into the mechanical demon bug state. Kacha! 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 The next moment, a large number of crisp and dense kacha sounds suddenly came from inside and outside the body of the demon battleship. The kacha sounds continued for about a minute, then suddenly became louder. During this process, the entire demon battleship's interior and exterior changed. The changes inside the battleship could not be seen, but the changes on the exterior of the battleship were extremely clear. Even Chanaz, who was beside Xian, could see the entire process through the holographic screen. As the mechanical arms extended, the shape of demon battleship rapidly changed. In just 10 breaths of time, it had completely transformed. It no longer looked like a small fortress, but a giant mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp mouthpart of a mosquito, the sharp arms of a mantis, the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, and the scissor-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. At this moment, these 2 gigantic wings formed a complete circular energy shield, enveloping the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Demon battleship's original diameter was 50,000 meters, but now that they needed to operate in a star field filled with void rifts, the smaller the better. Therefore, under Xian's instructions, the countless micromolecules of the world bug's body began to operate. The entire battleship's interior and exterior didn't change at all. The 50,000-meter diameter battleship transformed into a mechanical battle bug that was only 1,000 meters in size. It was simply condensed to the extreme. Even the mechanical battle bug that Xian saw when the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon used the ultimate mechanical fusion technique was only 5,000 meters in size. From this point of view, the other party was clearly far inferior to Xian in terms of mechanical fusion ability. Of course, Xian didn't have this ability at all. Everything was done by the life fortress on its own. As a living space fortress, no matter how powerful the mechs were, they couldn't compare to the life fortress on its own. Heavens, a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress actually turned into a 1,000-meter-long mechanical battle bug in the blink of an eye. Is this the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate mechanical fusion technique? Lord Xia, you are truly too amazing. On the side, Xianxia, who had witnessed all of this with his own eyes, was already stunned. Only when the demon battleship's transformation was complete did he let out a cry of surprise, the ashen expression on his face clearly easing up. At the very least, after shrinking from a 50,000-meter diameter to a 1,000-meter body length, the chances of the mechanical battle bug being accidentally struck by a void fissure were infinitely lower. Since he no longer had to worry about his life, this old fellow was naturally able to relax. Following the demon battleship's transformation, its original 50,000-meter diameter had shrunk to a mere 1,000 meters. Thus, the space left for Xian and Xianxia naturally shrunk infinitely. Originally, the top floor of the demon battleship was an enormous space so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Because the interior used the space folding technique, all the key points and details regarding this technique were listed in the data vault of the Devouring system. Thus, the world bug spawn race was also able to use the space folding technique within the ship. But now, the space the two of them were in was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and this was the result of using the space folding technique. Otherwise, 100 meters in diameter would already be considered not bad. Commander Xianxia, sit tight. The other party has already gone far away. We need to catch up, the battle is about to begin. After the demon battleship completed its mechanical transformation, Xian immediately turned to Xianxia and gave the order to advance at full speed without hesitation. Whoosh! In the next instant, the mechanical demon bug suddenly leaped up, covering a distance of a kilometer in the blink of an eye. The entire process was in a meandering curve, like a shooting star that streaked across the void, avoiding at least 100 spatial rifts of various sizes. The entire process was so fast that even Xian couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The massive 50,000-meter diameter ship, after shrinking down to its current size of 1,000 meters, regardless of whether it was the mechanical demon bug's jumping ability or agility, they all increased by far too much. With this type of speed that could cross 1,000 li of void space in the blink of an eye, even though it was still far from being able to compare to the 50,000-meter diameter small Ford at full speed, in this type of vile environment, it was still extremely impressive. At the very least, the Tianji race mechanical blade mantis that Xian had seen previously still needed to hibernate for a few breaths of time after leaping over 100 li before it could perform a second leap. In comparison, the mechanical demon bug could cover 1,000 li in a single leap, continuously avoiding over 100 spatial rifts of various sizes without stopping. This was simply an ability on a completely different level. Heavens, this is too terrifying. Xia. Lord Xia, can we slow down a little? This is a turbulent void filled with countless spatial rifts of various sizes. Beside him, Xianxia had long been scared silly, his face once again turning green as he stuttered to look at Xian, his knees trembling slightly. A black worm. In the outer region of the root of all evil starfield, in the void near the buffer zone of the hinterland. Whoosh! 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out, followed by several huge figures bouncing up from different directions, nimbly avoiding the large and small void cracks in front of him. In the blink of an eye, they moved one after another, collectively pushing forward hundreds of miles. There were a total of 8 figures. They were the mechanical battle insects transformed from the 8 small and large fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race. Of the 8 figures, one was big while the other 7 were small. The big one was about 7,000 meters long. It was clearly a transformation from one of the 8 fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for the other 7 mechanical insects, they were all around 5,000 meters in diameter. Among them, 6 of them were transformed from 6 5,000-meter diameter small fortresses. As for the last one, it was transformed from young Emperor Xiaofeng's large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After a mechanical fusion, it was transformed from both of them. A large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters, after activating the mechanical fusion ability, could transform into a mechanical battle insect with a minimum diameter of 5,000 meters, which was the same as the other 6 small strongholds. Just from this point alone, one could see young Emperor Di's talent. They were all using the machinery fusion ability, but his understanding of this ability was clearly higher than the other 7. Young Emperor Di Xiaofeng was very proud of this. This was because in the entire Heaven's Legacy race, amongst the younger generation of patriarchs, he was the only one who could fuse with a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters and create a mechanical war insect that was around 5,000 meters long. If it was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, then young Emperor could even control the size of the transformed mechanical battle bug to around 2,500 meters. Whoosh! Right at this time, an incomparably sharp sound of air splitting sounded from behind. Immediately afterwards, there was a streak of extremely fast black radiance that was like a shooting star, cutting through the fan-shaped formation formed by the 8 mechanical battle bugs, piercing straight through, actually continuously avoiding 20 to 30 void cracks with a type of shocking nimbleness, stopping in the void several hundred li ahead in the blink of an eye. It was a mechanical battle bug, but its appearance was a little strange. He had never seen it before. More importantly, the body length of this mechanical battle bug was only about 1,000 meters. After young Emperor used mechanical fusion, he could also shrink the size of the mechanical battle bug to about 1,000 meters, but that required him to fuse with a 10,000 meter diameter fortress. However, in that case, its offensive and defensive performance would be greatly reduced. How could the kinetic energy of a 10,000 meter long fortress compare to a 50,000 meter long fortress or a 100,000 meter long fortress, if he really wanted to fuse with a 10,000 meter wide fortress? Although the resulting mechanical battle bug would only be around 1,000 meters long, it would be able to nimbly avoid the slow-moving void crevices in this dangerous area filled with void crevices. However, in that case, there would be various shortcomings in other aspects. Not to mention other things, just the jumping ability alone was far from satisfactory. If he were to encounter other dangers, he would most likely fall. Therefore, when young Emperor's group of 8 started this operation, the smallest fortress they chose to fuse with was a 50,000 meter diameter fortress. In order to ensure that when they encountered other dangers, their combat strength wouldn't be a disadvantage, they specially prepared 2 100,000 meter diameter fortresses. Among these 2 100,000 meter diameter fortresses, not to mention the one that was around 7,000 meters long, just the one that young Emperor fused with was no different from the other 6 fortresses in terms of appearance, with the same size of 5,000 meters, but in a real battle, it would definitely be able to fight 1 against 6, its jumping ability, offensive power, and defensive power were all far superior to the other 6 mechanical battle bugs of the same size. After all, their foundations were different. How could a 50,000 meter tall fortress fused with a 100,000 meter tall fortress fused with a 100,000 meter tall fortress be mentioned in the same breath? Precisely because of this, when they suddenly saw a strange mechanical battle bug that was only around 1,000 meters in size, young Emperor and the rest of the Tianji clan's upper echelons didn't think much of it at first. Their first thought was that some reckless fellow had created a huge fortress, or even a 5,000 meter diameter fortress, and after fusing with machines, fled to the root of all evil star field. And the latter was more likely. After all, even a supremely talented genius of the Heaven's Legacy race like Emperor Xiaofeng would only be able to create a mechanical insect that was 1,000 meters long after fusing with a 10,000 meter wide fortress. If it was any other Tianji clan's upper echelons, unless they were experts of the older generation, if the mechanical battle bug of the younger generation was only 1,000 meters in size, they would definitely choose to fuse with a 5,000 meter diameter fortress. That would be courting death. One had to know that this root of all evil star field didn't only have a large number of slowly moving void rifts. Void rifts only existed in the outer regions, and in front of them was the buffer zone between the outer regions and the inner regions. There were quite a number of powerful and terrifying creatures in this several million kilometer buffer zone. After breaking through the buffer zone, even more terrifying void beasts would appear. Be it the former or the latter, none of them were things that a 5,000-meter-wide fortress transformed from a 5,000-meter-wide mechanical battle bug could handle. Even a 10,000-meter diameter fortress wouldn't have any chance of surviving. As the young clan leader, he naturally had the obligation to warn this reckless fellow. After all, in the Tianji clan, those who could receive the mechanical battle bug fusion ability, regardless of whether they were experts of the older generation or members of the younger generation, had to be direct subordinates of the clan leader, DE. In other words, the other party was definitely one of their own. If he really died here, it would be a loss for young emperor. He had always considered himself as the future clan leader of the Tianji clan. Wouldn't the current clan leader's trusted subordinate be his future subordinate? Thinking of this, young emperor immediately wanted to warn DE. It was also at this moment that a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled the scene where the other party came from in the void behind him like a meteor. Also, when he passed through the center of the formation of his 8 mechanical battle bugs and arrived at the void several hundred li away in the blink of an eye, the nimble movements of dodging 20 to 30 void rifts could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Even young emperor himself couldn't do it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The pitch black, odd-shaped, and only 1,000 meters long mechanical battle insect made Emperor Xiaofeng feel uncomfortable. Because he suddenly thought of a possibility, even though in his opinion, it was simply like a fantasy and was completely impossible. But from the looks of it, there was at least an 80% chance that this was the truth. The dexterity displayed by this black mechanical bug could still be explained by experience, but its speed was only affected by the basic performance of the warship. In other words, the mechanical bug before them that was only 1,000 meters in size definitely wasn't a small fortress of 5,000 meters in diameter, but at the very least a small fortress of 50,000 meters in diameter. Among the younger generation of the Tianji clan, there was no such terrifying character. Even Emperor Xiaofeng, who was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation, after performing a mechanical fusion with a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the mechanical battle insect he transformed into was only around 2,500 meters long, which was much larger than the opponent. Only a few almighties of the older generation of the Tianji race would be able to fuse with small fortresses of 50,000 meters in diameter to produce mechanical insects that could reach 1,000 meters in size. But Emperor Xiaofeng was very familiar with those powerful figures and even knew what they were doing now. Most of them had been in seclusion for many years, and only 2 of them had been active in the past century. One of them had been sent by the clan leader, Emperor Yi, to explore an unknown universe plane. The other one was in the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city. It was impossible for him to appear here. In other words, this fellow who was suspected to have performed mechanical fusion with a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and finally managed to control the size of the mechanical combat insect to around 1,000 meters, was definitely not one of the powerful older generations of the clan that he knew of. In addition, the pitch-black color of the warship was exactly the same as the demonic fortress that Emperor Xiaofeng had encountered before entering the root of all evil star field. This made him subconsciously think about it. The guy who performed mechanical fusion with the 1,000-meter-long mechanical battle insect couldn't be Sha Baofeng, right? If it was really that trash, then this matter would truly pierce through the heavens. To young Emperor Yang Feng, this was like a bolt from the blue. If Sha Baofeng could perform mechanical fusion with a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the mechanical battle bug he produced could shrink to a size of 1,000 meters. How terrifying would his mechanical fusion ability be? This kind of breakthrough was simply unimaginable. Di Xiaofeng didn't even dare to think about it. Even with his full strength, he could only shrink to 2,500 meters at most. Previously, Sha Baofeng's limit was 10,000 meters. Now that he had suddenly reached such a height, how shocking was his breakthrough. This could even affect his position as the young patriarch. After all, Patriarch De only cared about talent. Although young emperor was the young patriarch in name, he had no blood relationship with Patriarch De. In the dictionary of the Tianji race, there was no such thing as blood relationship. Thus, the young clan head was simply someone who could stand and withdraw at will. It was for this reason that young Emperor Yang Feng had been working very hard. He had to ensure his growth speed. At the very least, he couldn't let his peers surpass him. Before this, he had indeed done it, and he had done it very well. He had single-handedly suppressed everyone else in the younger generation of the Tianji race. But today, a freak like Sha Baofeng had appeared out of nowhere. His comprehension of the machine fusion technique, which was the ultimate ability of the Tianji race, had increased exponentially. This was a fact that he could not accept. Impossible, I don't believe it. It can't be you, because he was too shocked. The mechanical battle bug that young Emperor had formed after he merged with the great stronghold actually began to subconsciously mutter to himself at this moment. It carried a trembling intent, as well as a hint of fear and madness. His voice wasn't soft, and it spread through the void. Whether it was Xian or the other 7 Tianji race higher-ups in the mechanical battle bugs, they all heard it clearly. In the next instant, a lazy voice came from several hundred miles away. It was Xian replying to young Emperor Feng's mutter, "Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your guess is completely correct. Isn't it this great uncle?" Hee, what do you mean by impossible? Just because you don't believe it, it won't happen? It truly makes one speechless. The grand young patriarch of the Celestials' legacy race doesn't even have the courage to accept reality. If this matter were to spread, who knows how many experts in the 3 universes would laugh their heads off. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Following Yi Xian's words, young Emperor Feng's guess was finally confirmed. This made him feel despair, and he was too unwilling. His emotions were instantly stirred up, and he completely went berserk. The mechanical battle bug's body began to emit frenzied roars. In the surroundings, the other 7 mechanical insects maintained their silence, because they were also shocked. As members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race who had also grasped the mechanical fusion ability, they naturally understood just how difficult it was to fuse with a small fortress of 50,000 meters in diameter and control the mechanical insects created by the fortress to a distance of 1,000 meters. Even among the older generation of the Tianji race, there were only 10 powerful existences who could do this, and all of them were existences comparable to the Star Lords of the Myriad Luo Federation who had surpassed the universe realm. But at that moment, a young descendant of the Heavenly Legacy clan, just like them, had such a terrifying understanding of the mechanical fusion ability. What a terrifying talent! He was comparable to the Star Lords who were beyond the Cosmos state. That alone was enough to shock all the members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Sha Baofeng, you are simply outrageous. How dare you call yourself young master in front of this young clan head? After a moment of anger, young Emperor Feng's heart was filled with a strong killing intent. The terrifying understanding of mechanical fusion displayed by Yi Xian really scared him. If he was allowed to return to the Tianji race's base camp, there was no doubt that young Emperor Feng's halo would be taken away as time passed. In the end, even his stable position as the young clan head would eventually change hands. From then on, he would not be able to rise again, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Tianji race. Rather than that, he might as well take the risk and kill Sha Baofeng, this genius of the Tianji race who had just appeared, in the cradle. After all, this was the root of all evil star field, and the interstellar network signal couldn't be transmitted. Even if he went overboard, Sha Baofeng wouldn't be able to ask for help. Moreover, Sha Baofeng was so arrogant just now that he had given young Emperor Feng a handle. Oh, Sha Baofeng, how dare you call yourself this young master in front of this young patriarch? As his killing intent stirred, young Emperor Xiaofeng's voice from within the 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle bug became incomparably sinister, emitting a dense cold intent. This is clearly looking down on and insulting Lord Clan Leader. This young master clan leader definitely cannot sit by and watch. Today, I will definitely kill you. At this point, a series of mechanical grinding noises suddenly came from the mechanical insect's body. It turned its head and gave an order to the other 7 mechanical insects on both sides of its body. Listen up, this guy is disrespectful to the clan leader. Now, as the young clan leader, I order all of you to immediately surround and annihilate Sha Baofeng. Regardless of life or death, kill him on the spot. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had transformed into suddenly shook and stood up like a human. Then, with a huge roar, a black beam of light with a diameter of 2,000 meters shot out from the bug's abdomen. It directly bombarded the mechanical bug in the void several hundred kilometers in front of them. The antimatter energy death light cannon required a certain amount of time to recharge, at least a minute or so. Now, as soon as young Emperor D finished speaking, the death light cannon's energy beam had already shot out, which meant that it had already started charging. If there were no surprises, it should have been when he had guessed. He was too shrewd, and his way of doing things was too ruthless. Just as he was suspicious of the identity of the black mechanical demon bug in front of him, he immediately started charging the death ray cannon. Realizing this, the other 7 mechanical battle bugs couldn't help but glance at young Master D. Clearly, they were all shocked and vigilant. Even so, the 7 mechanical battle insects still moved in the end, because young Emperor De had caught Yi Xian's disrespect towards Patriarch De. They couldn't ignore this point, otherwise, if it were to reach Patriarch De's ears, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them and they would fall into a passive situation. Moreover, there was no benefit to them if Sha Baofeng didn't die. They might as well take this opportunity to do young Master D a favor and get some benefits later. After all, young Master D had dealt with this matter too harshly. He actually wanted to kill a genius who had just appeared in the clan and hadn't had time to mature yet. In order to prevent this matter from being leaked, he had to pay a price to keep it a secret. At the thought of this, the 7 Tianji clan upper echelons who were fusing with the mecha immediately came to a decision. The 7 gigantic war bugs almost simultaneously shot out from different directions, heading for the black mecha bug several hundred li away in the void to encircle it. They hadn't had time to recharge the antimatter death ray beam and could only fly over and engage in close combat. But even so, in a 7 versus 1 situation, it was definitely enough to suppress Sha Baofeng. What's more, young Master Di Xiaofeng didn't just stand by and watch. He also joined in the battle. The moment the black antimatter death ray beam shot out from the mecha battle bug's underbelly, the 5,000-meter-long mecha battle bug already leapt out, charging towards the black mecha devil bug in the void ahead. 8 versus 1, this was clearly a prelude to killing Sha Baofeng. All of you? That's good, this great master won't have to waste time dealing with you all one by one. Today, this great master will fight 1 against 8, 1 against all of you. Seeing the 8 mechanical bugs rush over at the same time and surround him from behind in a fan shape, there was even a 2,000-meter diameter black antimatter death ray cannon energy beam shooting over at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi Xian was fearless, and a hearty laugh came from the body of the 1,000-meter-long black mechanical bug. He even said that he was going to fight 1 against 8, 1 against all of them. Immediately after, the spherical energy beam covering the entire body of the black mechanical bug suddenly split apart from its abdomen, giving up on defense and directly transforming into a pair of small light beams on the back of the mechanical bug, abruptly flapping, hum. A faint buzzing sound that sounded like the vibration of the void rang out, and the void where the black mechanical insect was seemed to ripple with circles of void ripples because of this. Then, the body of the black mechanical battle bug that was about 1,000 meters long shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it entered a state of extreme speed. It even made more than 10 slight adjustments along the way because there were more than 10 void rifts of different sizes blocking its path. However, after these dozen or so slight adjustments, the black mechanical devil bug that was like a cannonball, in less than a breath of time, already crossed several hundred li of space, directly appearing above the mechanical battle bug that young Emperor Xiaofeng transformed into after merging with his mount. Immediately after, without the slightest pause, the black mechanical demon bug's body once again stopped moving from extreme speed. The mechanical hammer behind it that was like a scorpion's tail, however, instantly shot down with a loud bang with a strange sound of clanking chains and the sound of mechanical movement, boom. Rumble, a huge boom sounded, and a large part of the back of the mechanical battle bug that was 5,000 meters long instantly caved in, close to the base of the main mantis arm on its right side. This directly affected the mantis arm's nimble movement, and it was originally moving toward the mechanical battle bug above, but at this moment, it suddenly paused midway. Then, young Emperor's miserable howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came out from the mechanical battle bug. "Awu, Sha Baofeng, how dare you hurt this young master?" Awu, after roaring angrily, young Emperor howled miserably again. There was no other reason other than that it was too painful, and he couldn't bear it at all. Although howling like this was still painful, it was at least a way to vent. If he forcefully held it in, he would probably go crazy. It was very possible that he would be directly forced out of this mechanical fusion state. Although the Tianji clan wasn't a life form of flesh and blood, they had always been imitating humans. This might be a psychological problem that caused many of the Tianji clan members to think of ways to modify themselves even for the taste buds that humans use to taste delicious food. Needless to say, it was needless to say for physical pain, touch, and so on. Moreover, young Emperor was now fusing his electronic consciousness that represented the source of his existence with his mount, turning into a 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle bug. It was equivalent to a human cultivator fusing his primordial spirit with a battle weapon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You read the one I beat up. Awu, Sha Baofeng, how dare you injure this young master? Under the immense pain, Emperor Xiaofeng screamed crazily. He was on the verge of going mad with rage. In the next instant, the other 7 mechanical bugs on either side of him suddenly paused and turned around to surround him. Unfortunately, although their movements were fast, the size of the black mechanical demon bug that Yi Xian's life stronghold had transformed into was simply too small. It was only around 1,000 meters long, several times smaller than them. However, its foundation wasn't weak at all. It was also a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters, which was only slightly weaker than Emperor Xiaofeng and the other Tianji race upper echelon's 100,000 meters large fort. This type of foundation was condensed into such a delicate body, directly making this black mechanical devil bug's jumping strength and spiritual sharpness terrifying to the extreme. To Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 mechanical bugs, Yi Xian's mechanical bug had terrifying jumping ability and agility. It was like the netherworld, and they couldn't even touch its shadow. Rumble. Boom. The 7 mechanical bugs swarmed over at the same time. On the surface, it looked like they were surrounding Emperor Xiaofeng's mechanical bug and Yi Xian's mechanical bug, but in reality, this kind of encirclement was meaningless. Just as the 7 mechanical bugs swung their mantis blades or spikes at the same time to attack the black mechanical demon bug, a black arrow light suddenly flashed. The mechanical demon bug that was so nimble that it was almost abnormal had already shot out from between the 2 huge mantis blades, decisively breaking out of the encirclement. At the same time, the 7 mechanical bugs immediately changed their moves. Unfortunately, one of them couldn't control its spikes and directly smashed the head of the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had fused with. A huge boom was instantly heard. This blow was so fierce that it directly smashed into the back of the head of the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had fused with, creating a large patch of sparks. As a result, in the next moment, a miserable howl that was even more mournful than a pig being slaughtered rang out once again without any suspense. It resounded throughout the vast expanse of space, bringing with it an echo that did not disappear for a long time. Awu, facing all of this, the other 7 mechanical bugs surrounding young Emperor were instantly dumbfounded. Their huge bodies were directly petrified in the void. They were all young geniuses who had grasped the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion technique, so they naturally knew what it meant for the mechanical bugs to be attacked after the fusion. Although the hammer had hit the mechanical battle bug's head, it was no different from hitting young Emperor's head. That large amount of dazzling electric sparks was clearly equivalent to the large amount of blood that splashed out from the back of young Emperor Feng's head. From this, it could be seen how painful and miserable this blow was. The 7 fellows all shuddered. The grand young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was directly smashed in the head, causing a rain of blood to splash out. This matter was simply too horrifying. It was hard to imagine the grievance young Master Emperor was feeling right now. The key point was that one of his own people had accidentally smashed him. This matter, he probably wouldn't be sad even if he was ked by a dog. Why young patriarch, I didn't do it on purpose. That brat's speed is too fast. The fellow who had swung the heavy hammer was already scared silly. At this moment, a stuttering voice came from the mechanical battle bug he had transformed into. He hurriedly explained to young Emperor Feng. Without waiting for the howling young Emperor Feng to reply, Yi Xian's sarcastic voice came from the void not far away. You brat, what's there to explain? If you beat him up, then beat him up. You dared to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? The grand young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race is howling like this after taking a few hits. Those who don't know would think that you're killing a pig. Not to mention you, even this uncle is angry after hearing this. I want to give him a few more hits. This kind of coward, the one I beat up is him. Brother, what's your name? You really made everyone happy this time. Later, we'll cooperate and find a chance to give him a few more hits. PFFF. Upon hearing these words, the young Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon member who had just been explaining was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he couldn't vomit blood because he was in the middle of fusing with the fortress and taking the form of a massive mechanical war bug, he could clearly hear the sound of blood gushing out from within the mechanical war bug's body. Immediately after, this fellow's flustered and exasperated curses came out, F***CK. Why you, surnamed Shaw, can you not speak nonsense? What do you mean by making everyone happy? What do you mean by killing a pig? Who's angry? I was clearly careless just now and didn't stop for a moment. Yes, you didn't stop. It doesn't matter if that cowardly young patriarch behind you believes it or not. In any case, this uncle believes it. Yi Xian once again ridiculed, holding back his laughter. Big brother, we'll do this again in a moment. Remember, no matter who it is, we'll bite them to death. In any case, you didn't stop. It's the same for the other brothers. Everyone has a time when they didn't stop. We'll use this excuse 100 times. Don't worry about it being the same. What the F***CK? After being blocked by Yi Xian like this, that fellow was even more furious. After mumbling for a long time, he finally started cursing and scolding, completely on the verge of going berserk. Idiot, why are you still saying this to him? Surround him and kill him for this young patriarch. Without waiting for that fellow who was almost driven crazy by Yi Xian to finish speaking, young emperor, who had finally stopped howling, started scolding sternly. At the same time, his body suddenly bounced up, and the gigantic mantis blade on his left that was still extremely agile was raised up high, wanting to press down like Mount Tai and split the mechanical devil bug in half from the top. Coincidentally, at this moment, the fellow who threw the spiked heavy hammer and smashed it on young emperor's mechanical devil bug's head just so happened to swing the spiked heavy hammer at the tail of his battle bug. This fellow had originally woken up after hearing young emperor scolding. He thought that the best explanation was to atone for his mistake by using his actions to prove himself. As such, he wanted to swing the spiked heavy hammer at the tail of his battle bug to heavily injure the black mechanical devil bug that Yi Xian was on. He roared out as if he was explaining himself, "Young patriarch, watch me use my actions to prove myself, pung pung." Rumble, woo. Before he finished speaking, a huge trembling sound was heard, followed by a series of explosions and electric sparks that burned people's eyes. This fellow swung the spiked heavy hammer from the tail of his battle bug. In the process of swinging it, he actually accidentally hit the back of young emperor's mechanical devil bug's head, causing it to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Translator, trans and editor, trans and poison in the mouth. Well done. Brother, you've proven yourself once again with your actions. On the other side, young Emperor Feng's mournful howls were still ringing out. Including the one who had done this, the other 7 mechanical bugs were all petrified. On the other side, Yi Xian's voice of schadenfreude, which was obviously filled with laughter, once again sounded out from afar. However, we can't be too honest. Brother, remember, no matter what, we still have to bite the bullet this time. No matter when and where, there's only one explanation. It wasn't intentional, so we don't want to cause trouble, do you know? I really didn't do it on purpose. Yi Xian had just finished speaking when from within the body of the mech bug that had dealt the fatal blow, a clearly sullen voice sounded. However, this time, he stopped abruptly after a short explanation. He must have felt that he was in the wrong. Not only that, it seemed that he had been cooperating with that damned Sha Baofeng all this while. This was simply a case of yellow mud falling into one's crotch. Even if it wasn't *T, it would be hard to explain. With this thought in mind, this young member of the Heaven's Legacy race was so angry that he was about to go mad. A frenzied roar came from that mechanical insect. Aya! Sha Baofeng, you son of a bitch! Your mouth is poisonous. Ah, F***CK. Brother, that's not very kind of you. Without waiting for him to finish his furious roar, Yi Xian's teasing words came again. Didn't I teach you that all you have to do is insist that it wasn't intentional? How stupid are you to push the blame onto me? That's not reliable at all. Even if my mouth is really poisonous, is your brain full of sh*t? What did I tell you to do? You really did smash when I told you to. Are you retarded? In other words, he was clearly implying that the tragic guy had indeed smashed it on purpose. Although he had done so because of Yi Xian's words, it was still intentional. I don't want to live anymore. Sha Baofeng, I'm going to kill you. This time, the opponent was completely enraged. With a thunderous roar, the giant hammer on the back of the mech bug began to swing again. Coward young clan leader, be careful. This brat is preparing to play dirty again. Don't let him hit you a third time, or else you'll suffer a concussion. Also, the brat who did this, your brother is not honest. Slandering me like this, aren't you afraid that the next hammer will hit the back of your head? Humph, you deserve it if you really get hit. You're such a jerk. Just as the mechanical battle insect swung its gigantic bone-piercing hammer and bounced towards the space where the mechanical demon insect was, Yi Xian's mocking words were once again heard. However, this time, they were directed at young Emperor Feng, who was still howling miserably. In the end, he even ridiculed the guy who had done this twice. What made people speechless was that young emperor had already gone mad from being hit 3 times in a row. Of which, the last 2 were done by his own comrade in less than a minute. Or perhaps it was because the last 2 hits had hit his head, which really shook his electronic consciousness to the point where it was equivalent to a concussion. At this moment, when he suddenly heard Yi Xian's mocking words, he immediately stopped howling miserably and loudly warned, "Chu He, brat, if you dare to do that again, this young clan leader will destroy you, or else I'm not human." In other words, he more or less believed Yi Xian's mocking words. He began to suspect that the young Tianji clan leader called Chu He was secretly taking revenge on him. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Even Yi Xian didn't think that it would have this kind of effect. He was just casually mocking them, but he didn't think that it would actually succeed in creating a crack in the other party's camp. Among the other 7 mechanical battle bugs, the 6 that had nothing to do with this matter suddenly trembled. They were clearly affected by young emperor's words. At the very least, they became more cautious. As for the mechanical battle bug that had injured young emperor twice, its reaction was clearly even more intense. Its body had just jumped up, and the huge bone-spiked alloy hammer connected to its tail was also waving at full strength. It was prepared to jump up and get close to Yi Xian. Then, it would immediately use all its strength to heavily injure the other party. At this moment, as young Emperor Feng's obviously suspicious warning entered his ears, this guy's mind shook violently. His jumping figure suddenly stopped in the void, completely panicking. Unfortunately, even though its body came to a sudden stop in midair, the huge bone-spiked alloy hammer behind the mechanical battle bug's tail was still rapidly spinning. This type of spinning had a powerful centrifugal force, so it wouldn't stop even if the mechanical battle bug's huge body suddenly stopped. As a result, that rapidly spinning huge bone-spiked hammer, under the centrifugal force of the spinning motion, as well as another type of force that originated from the mechanical battle bug's body, fiercely smashed into the back of the mechanical battle bug's head. Hong long long. Chi la la, wu. This attack was originally launched with hatred, and its power was pushed to the limit. At such a close distance, it fiercely smashed into the back of that guy's head, immediately releasing a huge explosion sound. Immediately after, a wave of electric sparks that were even more eye-burning than the one that hit young Emperor Li's head appeared. In the end, a mournful howl that was almost the same as young Emperor Li's, resounded through the entire void. This guy actually really fell for Yi Xian's last words. As if he was cursed, he really swung this huge bone-spiked hammer at the back of his head. This scene was too strange. In the distant void, young Emperor Li's miserable howl suddenly stopped. The huge mechanical battle bug's body was suspended in midair, instantly stunned by the lightning. As for the other 6 mechanical battle bugs, their bodies trembled once again. After no less than a few breaths, one of the mechanical battle bugs mumbled to itself like it was in a dream, he really hit him? This kid's mouth is really poisonous. In fact, this kind of result was something that even Yi Xian didn't expect. At this moment, in this small black mechanical battle bug's central domain, Yi Xian, who was originally looking at the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him, had his eyes wide open. His gaze was blank, and his mouth was slightly open. Clearly, he was also quite shocked. As for the commander of the demon royal guards behind him, the expression on his face was even more exaggerated. In the end, he subconsciously turned to look at Yixian's slightly open mouth. He suddenly remembered what Yixian said to him before, that when they arrived at Tianji City, there would definitely be a chance for him to sacrifice his life. Behead one first rumble. Chi la la, awu, Chu He's attack was filled with hatred, and his strength was pushed to the limit. At such a close distance, it smashed into the back of his own head. In an instant, there was a huge explosion, followed by an electric spark that burned people's eyes. A mournful howl resounded through the void. After his body suddenly stopped, he temporarily lost control and fell down from the void. Seeing this scene, a light flashed through Yixian's eyes. He immediately gave the order to the life stronghold to snipe. At this moment, the other 7 mecha battle machines, including young Emperor Xiaofeng, were still in a daze. This was the perfect opportunity to kill one of their opponents first. Xiao. Without waiting for Chu He's mournful howl to end, the small black mecha battle machine had already leaped, its entire body turning into a black stream of light, streaking across the void with a whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was above Chu He's figure. Xiao. Chi la la. In the next instant, the mecha battle machine made its move. It didn't use the scorpion tail hammer behind it, nor did it use the 4 death ray cannons that had been shrunk countless times. Instead, it directly waved the pair of energy beams on its back, chopping down at the neck of the mecha battle machine that Chu He had transformed into by fusing with his mount. There was originally a large amount of electric sparks flickering there, and at this moment, after being chopped by the mecha battle machine's energy beam, the sparks instantly blazed. In less than half a breath, the mecha battle machine's head was directly chopped off by the energy beam. At this point, Chu He's mournful howl came to an abrupt end. Rumble. Kacha kacha, the body of the mecha battle machine that had lost its head suddenly let out a huge rumbling sound, and a large amount of mechanical grinding sounds rang out, densely packed and deafening. In the blink of an eye, the body of the mecha battle machine, which was originally only about 5,000 meters long, turned into a large oddly shaped irregular sphere with a diameter of 30 to 40,000 meters. Meanwhile, the head of that mechanical battle bug that was only several hundred meters long didn't change at all. This was because the main body of Chu He's electronic consciousness was within the head of the mechanical battle insect. Due to Yixian activating the mechanical battle insect, he chopped off the head of the mechanical battle insect with a single slash, causing the mechanical battle insect's body to lose control of Chu He's electronic consciousness. It should be known that this mecha battle bug was originally a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After activating the mecha fusion ability, under normal circumstances, its size would not change too much. Even if it transformed into a mecha battle bug, it would still be 50,000 meters in size. Under such circumstances, even if its head was chopped off, its body would not change too much. It would only lose control. However, under the extremely condensed state, a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters would shrink down to only 5,000 meters due to the suppression of Chu He's mechanical fusion ability. Under such circumstances, if the suppression of the electronic consciousness was still present, the mecha battle bug's body could be controlled effectively. However, once the head was chopped off, the body would lose the suppression of Chu He's electronic consciousness. The originally condensed internal machinery would instantly collapse, and it would collapse in a chaotic manner. In the end, it would become a mecha battle bug that was neither a mecha battle bug nor a mecha battle bug. It could be considered completely destroyed. Right at this moment, in Yixian's mind, a familiar system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Chu He, mechanical life form, evolution level, medium. Do you want to devour it immediately? This was clearly because cutting off the head of the mecha battle bug had turned Chu He into a toothless tiger, heavily injured and waiting to die. It could be easily devoured. Otherwise, young Emperor and the others were also intelligent life forms that could be devoured, but the system didn't give the corresponding notification. Of course, Yixian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now, although this mecha battle bug's body was already in a mess, it had grown to a diameter of 30,000 to 40,000 meters. With Yi Xian's current size of around 1,000 meters, he couldn't devour it at all. However, this mecha battle bug's brain was still in a condensed state due to its electronic consciousness. It was only 200 meters long, so even if it was a 1,000-meter-long mecha battle bug, it could still be swallowed. Yi Xian immediately took action. A series of mechanical grinding sounds rang out from within the mecha battle bug's body. The 4 cannon barrels on its lower abdomen moved horizontally, revealing a giant mouth that was 200 meters long. It opened its mouth angrily and directly swallowed the mecha battle bug's head. Following that, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to devour and refine Chu He's electronic consciousness. All of this had been done once before, so it was a walk in the park for him. Furthermore, Chu He was still in a state of dizziness from being smashed on the head. His electronic consciousness did not have any resistance at all, so the refining process was extremely smooth. During this process, the mecha battle bug didn't attack again, but it didn't leave either. It kept bouncing around in the void, dodging the encirclement of the other 7 mecha battle bugs. After a short minute, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Chu He's electronic consciousness was finally completely absorbed and refined. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully devouring an intelligent life form. Obtained a mecha intelligence core. The so-called mecha intelligence core looked like an ordinary crystal on the surface, but in reality, this crystal was the crystallization of an intelligent life form's intelligence core. The Tianji race evolved from intelligent robots that developed their own consciousness. Their bodies weren't made of flesh and blood, nor were they born naturally. Instead, they evolved step by step after they were born. The real core was actually a series of electronic consciousnesses that were similar to data, like the primordial spirit and divine consciousness of humans or the mental strength of demons. This mecha intelligence core was the condensation of such electronic consciousnesses. It was equivalent to the demon core in the demon's brain or the human's soul. Yi Xian only had one mecha intelligence core, which belonged to Sha Baofeng. Now, he had another mecha intelligence core crystal, which belonged to Chu He. In other words, he was equivalent to controlling the primordial spirits of 2 human cultivators. If necessary, he could change his identity at any time, from Sha Baofeng to Chu He. This was because the electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji race were all unique. They were similar to the genetic sequences of flesh and blood life forms like humans, but the key genetic strands were different. To him, this was of great significance. After all, he was going to the headquarters of the Tianji race, the Tianji city. If he only had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, he would be restricted in many matters and wouldn't be able to move freely. However, if he had a few more high-level electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji race, the situation would be completely different. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The second head. However, Chu He's death was witnessed by 7 other higher-ups of the Tianji race, including Emperor Xiaofeng. If Yi Xian wanted to use Chu He's electronic consciousness, he had to shut the 7 of them up. This was the source of all Evil Star region, so they couldn't send any information out. Yi Xian had plenty of chances to kill them one by one. When the time came, he wouldn't just obtain Chu He's electronic consciousness, but the other 7 as well. There was even the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng among them. With his identity, his authority in Tianji city was unimaginable. If Yi Xian could obtain his electronic consciousness, it would be extremely convenient for him to enter Tianji city. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. In his eyes, all the 8 higher-ups of the Tianji race in this fleet, including Emperor Xiaofeng, had become prey. Yi Xian was completely confident that he could kill them all. Then, let's start with the second prey. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes swept across the holographic electronic screen in front of him, looking for the second target. Behind him, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had yet to recover from the shock of Chu He's death, trembled violently again. His face turned green as he stammered, Sha. Lord Sha, you're not thinking of killing them all, are you? Oh my god, Emperor Xiaofeng is the young patriarch of the Tianji race. This is the rhythm of breaking the heavens. If others find out, you're really done for. What? Are you planning to tell on me? Yi Xian glared at Chanas. The latter was so scared that his neck shrank back. With a bitter expression on his face, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was now in the same boat as Yixian. If he really told on him, he would probably be done for along with Yixian in the end. Since he was already on the pirate ship, he could only follow him to the end. Seeing Chanas shaking his head and smiling bitterly with a dejected expression, Yixian found it funny but didn't pay him any more attention. His eyes turned back to the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him. At the same time, in the surrounding void, the other 7 mechanical battle bugs led by Emperor Xiaofeng finally recovered from the shock of Chuhi's death. They leaped up and charged at the mechanical battle bugs again, roaring crazily, resounding in this part of the void. Baofeng, you actually killed Chuhi. Do you know how serious this is? The Tianji race's rules of the Demon Royal Guards allows us to compete, but not kill. You've violated the rules. In addition, you were disrespectful to the clan leader and humiliated the young clan leader many times. Now, we suspect that you are planning to betray the clan. Baofeng, 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 Baofeng. That's right. There's no need for the clan leader to do anything. The 6 of us can assist the young clan leader in enforcing the clan's rules and kill you here. Boom studios boom, boom studios boom. As the roars rang out, the surrounding void rumbled violently. 3 or 4 of the mecha bugs even directly activated the ship's antimatter energy death ray cannons. 3 or 4 gigantic black antimatter energy light beams with a diameter of 2,000 meters shot out, intending to kill the mecha bugs on the spot. What a joke. You speak as if you didn't attack me before. Yixian sneered. His words were full of disdain and sarcasm, but even so, didn't I still kill one of your battle bugs? Since you don't know what's good for you, then the next one will be the second one. Today, all of you will die here. I'm not in a hurry. Line up and I'll take care of you one by one. Xiao, as soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical battle bug suddenly jumped up. Its small body that was only 1,000 meters long was as agile as a butterfly. It passed through the 3 or 4 antimatter energy light beams and turned into a black stream of flowing arrow that tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, it was above another mechanical battle bug. Xiao, Qi La, 2 rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical devil bug's 2 arms instantly struck the mechanical battle bug's body, splitting open 2 cracks. For a moment, on the back of the mechanical battle bug, a burst of dazzling electric sparks immediately flickered. Just like that, 200-meter-long gashes appeared on its huge body. It looked incomparably ferocious. There were even familiar mournful cries that resounded through the void. At the same time, the other 6 mechanical battle bugs, including Emperor Xiaofeng, turned around and once again surrounded Yixian. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. No matter which one of the mechanical battle bugs Yixian chose as the target, the other 6 mechanical battle bugs would be able to immediately come to their aid. They definitely wouldn't give Yixian the chance to kill them in one fell swoop. The mechanical battle bug didn't continue to fight. Yixian's hearty laughter rang out from its body. With a jump, it turned into a black stream of flowing arrow that rapidly shot into the distance. It easily passed through the 6 mechanical battle bugs' blockade and rushed out of the encirclement. Facing all of this, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others' flustered and exasperated roars rang out once again. Accompanied by the mournful cries of the mechanical battle bug that had 2 large gashes on its back by Yixian, this large area of void was disturbed. Too passive. This brat's body is only 1,000 meters long. He's abnormally agile, and it just so happens that he's transformed from a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. His kinetic energy isn't inferior to ours in the slightest, but his speed and agility far surpasses ours. It's simply too stifling. The key is that there are too many restrictions in the surrounding environment. There are large and small void cracks everywhere, and they are moving slowly. Our bodies are too big, so we have to be careful of these void cracks while we fight, but they are more agile. Under this situation, our advantage is infinitely weakened. We can't keep going like this, we really might be defeated by him. We have to use our full strength and kill this brat as soon as possible. Xiao. Qi, La. Without waiting for those fellows' angry roars to fall, the mechanical demon bug turned into a black stream of flowing arrow again. Ling Xiao broke through the blockade and arrived behind the injured mechanical battle bug again. The giant scorpion hammer at its back quickly swung out and smashed into the death light cannon at the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. The latter was shocked and wanted to retreat. It was also at this time that the pair of energy lights on the mechanical demon bug's back suddenly trembled. Jizhan was only 1,000 meters long, but it suddenly grew, reaching 2,000–3,000 meters in the blink of an eye. One of the lights suddenly became straight, turning into a giant half-transparent energy blade. Taking advantage of the other side dodging the scorpion hammer, it slashed down at its neck. Just as the second head was swallowed by the mechanical demon bug, a familiar system notification sounded in Xianxia's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Hong 2, mechanical life form, evolution level, medium. Do you want to devour it immediately?" This was the third time he had been devoured and refined. Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he turned into a black arrow and quickly fled, avoiding the attacks of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other mechanical demons. Rumble. Kacha, kacha. Almost at the same time, the body of the mechanical demon bug that had lost its head suddenly let out a loud roar. A large number of mechanical grinding sounds were heard, densely packed and deafening. In the blink of an eye, the body of the mechanical demon bug, which was originally only about 5,000 meters long, turned into a large oddly shaped irregular sphere with a diameter of 30 to 40,000 meters. Because this process was too sudden, and because Emperor Xiaofeng and the other mechanical demons rushed over in anger, the sudden expansion of the headless body of the mechanical demon bug almost injured one of the mechanical demons. In the end, the mechanical demon bug just barely dodged. At this time, the mechanical demon bug was already far away, and in Xian's mind, the system notification that the refinement had been completed sounded again, ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured an intelligent life form. You have obtained a mechanical intelligence core." After some investigation, Xian found that there were 2 fist-sized semi-transparent crystals in his body. They were the mechanical intelligence cores of Chu He and Hong Tuesday. At this time, they had been refined by the devouring system, including the memory data of these 2 fellows, all stored in the database of the devouring system. Xian could look at them at any time. As for the high-level identities of the Tianji clan that he could use, there were 3 of them, Sha Baofeng, Chu He, and Hong Tu. However, this was far from enough. Xian's goal was to kill the other 6 mechanical battle insects, including Emperor Xiaofeng, one by one. At that time, with the addition of Sha Baofeng's mechanical intelligence core, he would have 9 high-ranking members of the Heavenly Fate clan that he could change at any time. With this level of authority, one would be able to move about unimpeded within Tianji City. Any operation could be completed quietly. There were still 6 prey left, and the task was difficult. Xian was not happy about this, but became vigilant because he realized a problem. After Chu He and Hong Tu were killed one after another, the other 6 fellows were very likely to feel fear, and might even try to escape. Thoughts? As long as one of them managed to escape from the root of all Evil Star region, everything that Xian had done would be exposed in an instant. He would never be able to return to Tianji City again. He would be walking right into a trap. This was something that Xian would never allow to happen. Otherwise, all that he had done would be for naught. At this time, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others were crying out in anger again. Just as Xian expected, although the 6 of them were angry, they were more shocked and shocked. Xian had killed 2 mecha battle bugs in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Not only was he not injured at all, but he had also killed 2 mecha battle bugs. Moreover, he had done it with incomparable ease. Such a battle record and bloody reality made Emperor Xiaofeng and the others finally wake up. Their minds that had been clouded by anger had completely returned to normal. Damn it, Hong Tu also died in battle. Things don't seem to be right. It has already gotten out of our control. If this continues, we will definitely be killed one by the other. Did you notice? Every time he killed an opponent, the head of the mecha battle bug, where the electronic consciousness was, would be swallowed into the stomach of Sha Baofeng and the black demon bug that he had transformed into. What is he trying to do? There must be a reason. Otherwise, that Sha guy would not do such a boring thing. Could it be that his ultimate goal is the electronic consciousness in the heads of the 2 mecha battle bugs? It should be about right. This might be closely related to the sudden increase in his understanding of the mecha fusion ability. This guy has mastered some kind of forbidden technique that can devour the electronic consciousness of his own race and peek into the memories of our electronic life forms, including our various understandings. Yes, that must be it. This is an earth-shattering secret of great importance. Young clan leader, I suggest that we immediately end this exploration mission and evacuate at the same time. We must ensure that one of us can escape from the source of all evil and report this matter to the clan. Otherwise, Sha Baofeng will definitely become a malignant tumor. This kind of thing that can devour the electronic consciousness of his own race and turn it into his own is simply unheard of. This is simply too frightening and a great threat to our Tianji race. Evacuate immediately. This young patriarch orders that this exploration mission is temporarily cancelled due to the sudden change in circumstances. Everyone, cover me and help me evacuate. As these cries of alarm rang out, the 6 mechanical bugs all stopped their attacks, retreating instead of advancing, retreating back the way they came. They had already entered the depths of the outer region of the source of all evil, and in front of them was the buffer zone between the outer region and the inner region. Now that they were suddenly retreating, this gave Xianxia a huge headache. No matter what, he could not allow these 6 fellows to escape, otherwise, there would be huge trouble. 6 mecha battle bugs, 1 in the front and 5 at the back. Young Emperor was at the front, and he could not possibly stay behind to cover the rear. He ordered the other 5 mecha battle bugs to cover him while he used extreme speed to escape towards the edge of the source of all evil. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. The mechanical demon insect also moved at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a black arrow that streaked through the air. It didn't pay any attention to the 5 battle insects that were in charge of covering the rear. It tightly locked onto young Emperor Feng, who was running in the air in front of it, and quickly chased after him. At this moment, the advantage of the mecha battle bugs was vividly displayed. Of the 6 mecha battle bugs, 4 of them were transformed from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. In terms of kinetic energy, they were completely inferior to the Starfield fortress. Although the outer appearance of the starfield was only 50,000 meters, in reality, it was Yi Xian who limited its growth at that time, which was why it was controlled to such an extent. If it wasn't for that restriction order, even if the starfield couldn't grow to the size of a 100,000-meter stronghold, it would at least be 70 to 80,000 meters long. As for the portion of the mecha battle bugs that could have been used to increase the size of the starfield fortress, they were all used to strengthen the interior of the fortress. The kinetic energy of SW Starfield Life Fortress wasn't much weaker than a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to begin with. Even in the safety of the void, when it unleashed its maximum speed, it could still compete with these 6 mechanical bugs, 4 of them even being left behind by it. And now, in this abominable environment filled with void cracks like the root of all evil, the mechanical demon bugs had the advantage of nimble bodies. The 6 mechanical battle bugs, however, were simply unable to move at full speed due to their massive bodies. In the occasional burst of speed, they even met head-on. When they encountered void cracks, they had to slow down and avoid them. Under this situation, the advantage of the mechanical demon insect was not just a little bit. In just a few breaths, it had turned into a black arrow and passed by the 5 mechanical battle insects that were in charge of protecting it. Then, a few breaths passed, and even Emperor Xiaofeng, who had been running for his life in front, was left behind by Yi Xian. In the next instant, the mechanical demon bug's figure suddenly paused and stopped in the void. Then, it turned around. The 4 antimatter energy death ray cannon barrels with a diameter of 100 meters all turned at the same time and aimed at the approaching young Emperor Xiaofeng and the mechanical demon bug that he had transformed into. Battle insect. Xiao. Xiao, an ear-piercing sound rang out. 4 black energy beams of antimatter death ray cannon shot out from the 4 barrels, all aimed at the mechanical battle insect that Emperor Xiaofeng had transformed into. The 4 antimatter death ray cannons of the Starfield Life Fortress were all 20,000 meters in diameter. At this moment, in the battle insect form under extreme condensation, the caliber of these 4 antimatter death ray cannons was also compressed to the extreme, only about 100 meters. The result of the diameter being compressed to the extreme was that the density of the death ray cannon's energy beam was greatly increased. Even though the ratio of the energy beam to the diameter was not proportional, its power was greatly increased, and its speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, these 4 black death ray energy beams were already in front of him. At the same time, Emperor Xiaofeng's scream of fear suddenly sounded. Ah, goddamn, how can it be so fast? There are actually 4 barrels. Since when can the shipboard death ray cannons fire in unison? This is exactly the same as young Master Ling Hu's Star Sky Black technology. The Tianji clan of the First Universe had also received news of the shocking battle that had taken place in the heavenly battle star field of the Third Universe. Although they didn't know the details, they had a general grasp of the situation. At the very least, the shocking news of young Master Ling Hu having 4 20,000-meter death ray cannons was still within their grasp. After all, this was too subversive and did not conform to the current warship manufacturing technology. To put it bluntly, it was simply unscientific. The mechanical demon bug had shown 4 long tubes, but because it didn't fire the death ray cannon energy beam, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others didn't realize that the 4 tubes were actually 4 tubes of antimatter energy light cannon. Only now did young Emperor Xiaofeng come to his senses. Immediately after, an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have thought of something because of this, and let out a horrified scream. No, this is not right. In the news that came, young Master Ling Hu's mechanical demon bug also seemed to have 4 soft pipes like this. Heavens, this is not true. You. Sha Baofeng, you're actually colluding with the humans? You're in cahoots with young Master Ling Hu. It had to be said that this guy's mind was very flexible. He had realized the problem and almost guessed the truth after the mechanical demon bug had fired the antimatter death ray cannons. This one sentence was earth-shattering. Whether it was the Tianji clan higher-ups in the mechanical demon bug responsible for covering the rear, or the demon royal guard commander Chana's next to Yixian, they were all stunned. The latter even turned to look at Yixian at this moment with a face full of shock. He trembled. Don't tell me you're thinking the same thing? You're a moron. Yixian didn't pay attention to this guy at all. He rolled his eyes and muttered, if this uncle was related to young Master Ling Hu, I would have dealt with them all already. Why would I wait until now? That guy has the Star Sky Black technology that even the Tianji clan doesn't have. Too fascinating. Sigh, it's a pity we have no fate to meet. Ah. In other words, if he had the chance to get acquainted with young Master Ling Hu, he really wanted to collude with him and betray the Tianji clan. Realizing this, Chanas was so anxious that he wanted to cry on the spot. He had really boarded a pirate ship. Was he blind? Why did he choose to curry favor with this guy? Thinking about how he and the other party were grasshoppers on the same rope, Chanas instantly felt like he was in a mess. His whole body felt unwell again. Whoosh! Rumble! A woo, the sound of boiling oil splashing water rang out. The huge explosion was accompanied by a large amount of sparks, followed by Di Xiaofeng's crazy howl. Out of the 4 antimatter death ray cannons, he had only dodged 3 of them. This was still very dangerous as he had almost touched a void crack not too far away. As for the last one that he hadn't dodged, it had pierced through the mechanical battle bug's tail. The characteristic of the antimatter energy beam was that it was indestructible. Everything that came into contact with it would be melted away. A large hole appeared on the mechanical battle bug's tail. Although it was only a meter in diameter, it had pierced through without any suspense. That kind of pain was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng's miserable howl was extremely mournful, far more so than before. This guy was truly frightened by the bombardment. Not only did his figure abruptly stop, he didn't even dare to move forward and quickly retreated. The 5 mechanical battle bugs that were originally behind him were also the same. The mechanical battle bugs were extremely fast and nimble. In this kind of environment, they could catch up to them at any time. At that time, the 4 antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams would be able to seal off all paths of retreat. Not all of them would hit, but it was guaranteed that 1 or 2 energy beams would hit the target. It was still possible. If this kind of situation happened several times in a row, they would clearly be killed on the spot. Instead of that, it would be better to retreat to the buffer zone of the root of all evil domain. After entering the buffer zone, although the environment there would be more dangerous, and some powerful star beasts would appear, this kind of danger would be the same for Sha Baofeng. Perhaps he would have an opportunity to take advantage of those star beasts. Kill them. The root of all evil star field was incomparably vast. It was divided into the core region, the outer region, and the buffer zone between these two regions. The outer region only had countless void rifts of various sizes. And in the buffer zone, apart from the void rifts, there were also some extremely powerful space beasts that were extremely rare in the outer universe. As for the inner region, these space beasts were even more powerful, and there were also some unknown dangers, the three regions, each more dangerous than the other, but at this moment, with Emperor Xiaofeng in the lead, the 6 Tianji clan mechanical battle bugs chose to retreat to the middle region. In the outer region, they were restricted by the void rifts, but the small and nimble mechanical battle bugs didn't care at all, and could use all of their strength to deal with them. After entering the buffer zone, the danger they faced increased. Apart from the void rifts, there were also various astral beasts. However, the same was true for the mechanical demon bug. Under the suppression of the astral beasts, it couldn't fully focus on the battle against Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. At that time, the 6 of them would wait for an opportunity to make use of those space beasts to kill the mechanical battle bugs in one fell swoop. At least, compared to staying outside in the outer region where they couldn't do anything to the enemy at all, their chances were much higher. Regarding this point, Yi Xian was also well aware. Although he wasn't afraid and didn't take it to heart, Yi Xian could basically guess that the danger in the buffer zone ahead was definitely not something the outer region could compare to. And now, there were still 6 opponents. No matter what, before all of them entered, he had to think of a way to kill 1 or 2. That way, he would enter later with less pressure. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the life fortress of the wild star field, locking onto that 7,000-meter battle bug. Because it was the largest, its movements were extremely clumsy, and because it had to be constantly vigilant of the slow-moving void rifts, it was the best target to hunt. Xiao! 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 Different sonic booms sounded. The mechanical bug suddenly leapt up, its body turning into an undulating black arrow. With extreme speed and nimbleness, it avoided several dozen spatial cracks of varying sizes, arriving in front of this mechanical bug in the blink of an eye. At the same time, 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of meters arrived, locking onto 4 different parts of the mechanical battle bug's body. Combined with the void fissures around its body, it directly cut off any possibility of it escaping in any direction. The latter immediately noticed the situation. Realizing that it was in a dead end and that it was impossible for it to dodge, the war bug's body suddenly let out a crazy scream, full of fear. Baofeng Sha, what are you doing? Didn't they agree that whoever retreated would die? I haven't retreated at all. I'm clearly moving forward. You don't keep your word. Chi la la, awu, before he could finish his words, that strange sound like boiling oil splashing water already sounded, followed by an extremely mournful howl. Of the 4 energy beams, apart from 2 that were used to coordinate with the void fissures around its body to lock onto its body, preventing it from escaping in any direction, the other 2 energy beams that were aimed at its body all hit the target. Without any suspense, 2-meter diameter holes were left on this mechanical battle bug's body. One was on its back, the other was on its right shoulder. The black holes were extremely frightening. At the same time, the mechanical battle bug that had already arrived in front of it after a quick jump extended its pair of translucent energy wings that originally covered its entire body. One of them quickly straightened and extended, turning into a several 100-meter-long energy light blade. Aiming at this mechanical battle bug's neck, it viciously chopped down. Hiss! Crackle! After a clear tearing sound, accompanied by a large amount of electric sparks, its neck was directly cut off. The mechanical battle bug's huge head rolled off its body, and its body also instantly exploded. A 70 to 80,000 meters in diameter, but the surface was jagged as if it had been gnawed by a dog, and there was simply no trace of it at all. It was impossible to tell that it was a huge iron and steel object that lay across the void. Within this 70 to 80,000 meter range, there were many void fissures of varying sizes. At this moment, this huge alloy object suddenly appeared, and was immediately cut into dozens of alloy lumps of different sizes by these void fissures. The entire void fissures was damaged to the point where it couldn't be damaged anymore, completely destroyed. Only the head of the mechanical battle bug that was about 300 meters away was undamaged, and it was currently rolling down towards the void. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The mechanical battle bug jumped at full speed, avoiding some of the void fissures, and caught up to it. Immediately after, the lower part of its abdomen wriggled again, and the originally 200-meter wide mouth opened a little wider, barely swallowing the rolling mechanical head in one gulp. Congratulations, host, you have discovered a life form that can be devoured. Equal to heaven, mechanical life form, evolution level, medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Just as the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind, in 5 different directions, the frenzied roars of young emperor and the other 4 Tianji race higher-ups could be heard one after another. Ah, Sha Baofeng, you will definitely die this time. Once the patriarch finds out that you killed 3 people of the same race, he will definitely torture you for tens of thousands of years. Just you wait, we won't stop here. If you have the ability, follow us in. This buffer zone will be your burial ground. Don't run, you must follow us in. Otherwise, we will circle around and leave the buffer zone to enter the outer regions. Then, we will open the source of all evil and report everything you have done to the race. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Come, you little bastard, you have no way out. Either you kill the 5 of us, or you can wash your neck and wait for death. Although their roars were filled with hatred and fury, the 5 of them did not dare to stay in the outer area for even a second. Their figures did not stop for even a moment as they charged directly into the buffer zone of the root of all evil region ahead of them with monstrous resentment. Yi Xian didn't chase after them, and instead stayed where he was. At the same time, he gave the system an order to immediately absorb and refine at full speed. A minute later, the second system notification sounded, ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured a mechanical AI lifeform. You have obtained a mechanical AI core. Today, Yi Xian had a total of 4 mechanical intelligence cores. These 4 mechanical intelligence cores represented the lives of 4 Tianji race upper echelons. They were Sha Baofeng, Qi Tian, Chu He, and Hong Tu. Among them, Qi Tian, Chu He, and Hong Tu had just been killed by Yi Xian in the outer star domain of the root of all evil. After the electronic consciousness of these 3 fellows was refined by the devouring system within Yi Xian's body and condensed into a mechanical intelligence core, their mounts all collapsed and shattered into pieces. At this moment, they were still floating in the air around the outer region of the star system. 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 1 large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Although they had all been destroyed and could no longer be used, the components and internal space oscillators, kinetic energy cabins, and antimatter light energy generators were still there. These things were very difficult to obtain. Normally, Yi Xian wouldn't even be interested in them. With his personality, if he wanted to snatch something, he would snatch a fortress or fortress that was still in good condition. It wasn't like he couldn't obtain them. These broken things couldn't pique his interest at all. However, he had already prepared a giant antimatter void bomb and was still in the process of repairing it. He needed these important and powerful components and kinetic energy cabins. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't just let go of the remains of these 3 fortresses. He had to keep them in his undying world and hand them over to the devouring system to strengthen the antimatter void bomb's power. Since this was a big gift prepared for the Tianji race's Tianji city, it was naturally better for it to be as powerful as possible. Furthermore, these 3 fortresses were the mounts of the 3 Tianji race upper echelons after all. There were still some treasures and cultivation resources inside. It was a bit too wasteful to just leave them here. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately stepped out of the mechanical demon bug's abdomen after Emperor Xiaofeng and the other remaining 5 mechanical battle bugs entered the buffer zone of the root of all evil. He appeared in the outer void. If this scene was seen by Emperor Xiaofeng and the other Tianji race upper echelons, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets and they would immediately guess Yi Xian's true identity. This was because the Tianji race's mechanical fusion ability couldn't allow them to appear independently with the mechanical battle bug. Once they appeared, the mechanical battle bug's form would immediately disappear and they would return to their original fortress or fortress form. Yi Xian being able to do this could only mean one thing: he wasn't using the Tianji race's mechanical fusion ability at all. This made it clear that he wasn't a member of the Tianji race. He was the young masterling who had the same ability, or even the Star Black Technology race's young masterling who. Unfortunately, young Emperor Xiaofeng and the rest of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelons couldn't see this scene. They had all retreated into the buffer zone and were isolated from this outer star field. Although the Demon Royal Guard commander Chana saw it clearly, he wasn't a member of the Heaven's Legacy race and couldn't understand the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to get any information from it. Yi Xian allowed the mechanical battle bug to stay in a temporarily safe spot in the outer void. Then, his figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the remains of the 3 strongholds. First, he entered the stronghold and began searching, keeping all the treasures and resources into his undying world. Then, he waved his hand and kept the useless remains of the stronghold, along with the kinetic energy cabin, void oscillator, antimatter light energy generator and other equipment, into his body. He threw them to the Devouring system. He used them to increase the power of the giant antimatter void bomb. After searching all 3 strongholds, Yi Xian obtained quite a lot of treasures, rare minerals, and cultivation resources. Even for the current him, it could be said to be extremely impressive. After all, these 3 fellows were the upper echelons of Tianji race. Moreover, they were existences that could carry out the search together with young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng. Furthermore, they were the direct subordinates of Patriarch Di. Their wealth was naturally not ordinary. When the remains of the 3 strongholds were all stored into his body and handed over to the Devouring system, the time for a meal had already passed. Yi Xian looked around and confirmed that there was nothing left in the outer void. Even if Tianji race sent a fleet to investigate, they definitely wouldn't be able to find anything. After not finding any clues, he nodded and turned around to enter the body of the mechanical battle bug hovering in the outer void. In the time it took to eat a meal, it was already enough for Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 mechanical battle bugs to advance into a rather distant starfield. However, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to immediately chase after them. During the battle just now, the Devouring system in his body had absorbed and refined 3 times in a row, condensing a mechanical intelligence core that represented the existence of the upper echelons of Tianji race. Each time, a portion of the energy would be fed back to Yi Xian, greatly benefiting his physical body. During this process, he was also being nourished. However, because he was in battle, Yi Xian had been suppressing it. Now that he had some free time, he naturally needed to first digest this harvest before continuing the battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be unable to suppress the bottleneck during the battle and be forced to break through, which would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian. The situation and rhythm of the battle were constantly changing. If there was even the slightest mistake, the opponent would be able to seize an opening and become a threat to Yi Xian. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of chopping firewood. It was the same for driving out the outside and pushing out the inside first. If he wanted to continue the battle, chase into the buffer zone of the source of all evil, and kill young Emperor Di and the other core members of the Tianji race one by one, Yi Xian had to first digest the harvest of the previous battle and break through. After all, those were the mechanical intelligence cores of the 3 powerful core members of the Tianji race, which contained their unique electronic consciousness. This was also a type of energy that was beneficial to Yi Xian's physical body, just like the mental power of the demon person's spiritual source core. Even though the mechanical intelligence cores were all controlled by the Devouring system, even if only a small portion of the electronic consciousness was absorbed by Yi Xian's body, it was still possible for Yi Xian's body, which had been nourished, to break through 1 or 2 small levels in terms of the strength of his blood and qi. This was indeed the case. After returning to the internal space of the mechanical demon bug, Yi Xian opened up a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. In less than 2 hours, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body has leveled up. Current realm, Grotto Heaven realm level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the physical body's realm. Current realm, Grotto Heaven realm level 9 perfection. The 10th realm of the Grotto Heaven realm was finally at level 9 perfection. After that, Yi Xian only needed to break through 1 more small level to enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm. When Yi Xian walked out of the secret room after more than 2 hours, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, was anxiously pacing around in the mechanical demon bug's abdomen cabin. Although this void area was temporarily safe, that was more than 2 hours ago. Right now, the slowly moving void around them. The void rifts were about to close in. If Xian still didn't come out, he could only think of a way to walk out of the mechanical demon bug's abdomen cabin. In fact, if it wasn't for this outer star field of the source of all evil, once he went out, even with his cultivation base, he would face danger after a long time. This was because in this kind of place, whether it was the spiritual sense of a human cultivator or the spiritual power of a demon cultivator, they couldn't extend too far and couldn't effectively predict in advance. The nearby void rifts were not as effective as electronic frequency signals without life fluctuations. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. The current Sha Baofeng was completely a big lunatic in his eyes, a big demon who was not afraid of anything. Chanas had long regretted boarding his pirate ship. Sha. Lord Sha, can we leave now? The deeper area of the source of all evil is said to be more dangerous. Let's not go in. Seeing Xian come out of the secret room, Chanas was immediately overjoyed. He rolled and crawled in front of Xian, begging him to leave. Are you stupid? Aren't you courting death if you leave now? If any one of those 5 guys go out, the 2 of us will die. Xian rolled his eyes. In the end, he patted his chest and said, I've never liked to implicate others. So, not to mention myself, even if it's for you, I must kill all 5 of them. Ugh. It's not like that. Xian's words made it seem as if the reason he chased after Emperor Xiaofeng's group of 5 was all for Chanas. The latter felt so wrong that he was on the verge of tears. His face drooped, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Xian immediately ignored him and urged the mechanical demon bug to fly toward the buffer zone of the source of all evil. As soon as he rushed into this area, the light dimmed again. Even with Xian's current level of cultivation, he could only see a radius of 1,000 li at most. The spiritual sense of cultivators, the mental energy of the demon kin, and the electronic consciousness of the Heaven's Legacy race were all restricted in this place. They were basically only visible to the naked eye, so they were of little help. Fortunately, the battleship's electronic frequency did not carry any signs of life. Although it was still limited here, it was not as great as the limitations of divine sense and other forms of energy. The mechanical bug's electronic frequency could roughly detect everything within a radius of 5,000 li, 5 times that of Xian's naked eye. It was enough to keep the mechanical demon bug moving at high speed. However, it was impossible to find traces of young Emperor and the others in a short period of time. However, Xian was not in a hurry. Since the other party had entered this place and was right in front of them, there was basically no way to escape. Previously, they had said that they would take a detour and leave the buffer zone from other directions. It was not feasible. In this buffer zone, void rifts still existed. Moreover, compared to the outer area of the root of all evil, it was more dangerous. On one hand, the visibility here was much worse. The battleship's electronic frequency could only cover a radius of 5,000 li, while the naked eye could only see a radius of 1,000 li. It was more difficult to predict in advance and avoid void rifts in time. In addition, the void rifts in this area were more concentrated. Although the movement speed was still very fast, compared to the outer area, it was obviously much faster. According to Xian's estimations, with the 5,000-meter-long body of the mechanical battle insect that Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had transformed into and its nimble performance, they wouldn't even be able to move at full speed in such an environment. Xian could basically guess the reason why they retreated into this area. They wanted to destroy Xian's carefree and unhurried nature in the outer area, so that Xian would more or less face some danger. Then, they could use this danger to make a move on Xian. But now, it seemed that these 5 fellows had clearly lifted a rock to smash their own feet. The mechanical bug under Xian's feet was indeed unable to move as freely in this area as it did in the outer area, but the restrictions were definitely not as severe as they had imagined. On the contrary, they themselves were already unable to move at full speed. Once Xian found their traces, the most result would be to become Xian's target. After confirming this situation, Xian wasn't in a hurry. Although those 5 fellows had entered first and were more than 2 hours in advance, they probably wouldn't be able to go too far in this kind of environment. They would probably be able to catch up to them soon. Just like that, the mechanical bug maintained a uniform speed and advanced forward. At first, it did not encounter any other dangers, but after about 4 to 6 hours, it had basically entered the depths of the buffer zone. A new source of danger that belonged to this area finally arrived. Rustle, 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 rustle. Lord Shah. Following a large number of strange noises that sounded like silkworms eating, Xian did not have time to carefully investigate what had appeared in the surroundings. Chanas, who was behind him, had already scurried in front of him. His face was filled with incomparable nervousness as he nervously looked around. It was a complete display of fear of this little girl. Xian was so angry that he almost kicked him out. This old fellow was simply a little paranoid. Now, he had only heard the sound, and it was only this kind of weak rustling sound that was not scary at all, and he had already made the atmosphere so terrifying. He really did not know what would happen if he really encountered something terrifying. What kind of reaction would he have? Scram to the side, this great master is about to be scared out of his wits by you. The key is that we have not even figured out what has appeared. Xian was so angry that he directly scolded. Chanas, who was beside him, also seemed to feel that he had gone a little overboard. His face turned red, and he gave Xian an embarrassed smile. This time, he behaved himself and quickly retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. And these strange rustling sounds were clearly still thousands of miles away. Xian used his naked eyes to look through the small observation windows around the abdomen to discover nothing at all. The surrounding was still an extremely dim and tattered space of the universe. Helpless, he could only issue a command to the mechanical bug to use the electronic frequency of the Starfield Life Fortress to probe, and then the results of the probe would be displayed on the holographic three-dimensional screen in the abdomen. Insects, densely packed insects, they were boundless, with no end in sight. At the very least, the electronic frequency detected by the mechanical insects showed that, other than the sparse inner circle, there were insects everywhere in the outer circle. Although there weren't so many that the entire void was filled to the point where there was no space for battleships to enter, the density was truly astonishing. Xian could see from the holographic screen in front of him that there weren't many large empty spaces in the area where the insects were distributed. These insects were of different sizes. The small ones were hundreds of meters long, while the large ones were thousands of meters long. They were about the same size as the mechanical insects that young Emperor Xiaofeng and the other Tianji race higher-ups had merged with their flying fortresses and shrunk. Moreover, they were all beetles with hard shells, not soft-bodied reptiles. All of the insects were black, and their shells were covered with an oily luster. One look and one could tell that they were extremely hard. Their limbs and bodies were covered with sharp barbs and blades. They belonged to a type of beetle that was definitely very powerful in terms of combat prowess. In terms of aura, most of the black beetles were below the 8th realm, black hole realm, but a small number were above it. Xian even saw a few black beetles at the 12th realm, void realm, on the holographic screen. Judging from their cultivation, they were even stronger than Xian. This was the world of the insect race. Any human expert who came here, even if it was a universe realm expert at the 15th realm, had to be careful. This was because this was only the edge of the buffer zone. If they entered the inner circle, or even the depths of the entire source of all evil star field, there would definitely be even more terrifying black beetles. It was not necessarily impossible for a universe realm insect king or insect empress to appear. Fortunately, these black beetles didn't seem to be very violent and didn't seem to be very aggressive. They should be a type of insect race that was more inert. Otherwise, any living creature that entered this source of all evil would be the beginning of a nightmare. On the holographic screen, all the insects basically didn't move. Even if they moved, they would only wander around in a small area nearby. The dense and strange sound that made one's scalp tighten was the sound of their limbs crawling in the void and touching some space dust. Sound, there was no sound of eating or grinding of teeth, which meant that they did not have high requirements for food, which happened to fit the characteristics of this kind of lazy beetle. After confirming this, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Under such circumstances, as long as they were careful and did not disturb the black beetles, it was entirely possible to pass through the territory occupied by the black beetles. No wonder they didn't see Emperor Xiaofeng and the others return. They must have passed through the corner of the Zerg territory shown on the holographic three-dimensional screen and rushed forward. It was definitely not their first time here, so they had some understanding of this place. Otherwise, they would have turned tail and fled long ago when they suddenly saw such a large group of terrifying universe bugs. When Yixian analyzed everything that he saw on the holographic screen, Chana's, who was behind him, basically had his own judgment. The originally green expression on his face eased a lot. Clearly, he had realized that this Zerg race was not as scary as they looked. Any lazy creature was like this. As long as they were not provoked, there would not be too much danger. Sha. Sir Sha, in this vast sea of bugs, it won't be so easy for us to find those few iron bugs. Maybe a female bug took a fancy to them and left them in the nest to be a guard. That's also possible. Seeing Yixian staring at the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him and frowning without saying anything, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chana's, seemed to feel that another opportunity had come. He moved closer and encouraged again, so, in my opinion, let's retreat first. Those 5 guys definitely won't be able to come out. If we also encounter a female bug with bad eyesight, it will be troublesome. It was truly difficult for him to think of such an excuse. Yixian rolled his eyes when he heard this. He wasn't interested in replying to him at all. After pondering for a moment, he immediately gave the order to the mechanical demon insect to continue forward. Whoosh! After receiving the order, the mechanical demon bug's body suddenly bounced, and in the blink of an eye, it was nearly 100 miles away, quickly moving into the depths of the buffer zone, at the same time, in the void thousands of miles ahead. This was already the depths of the buffer zone, and the surroundings were densely packed with bugs. There were basically not many gaps, but the 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle bug could still move forward. It was as if it was slowly moving in a crisscrossing winding path. In terms of speed, it was basically no longer possible. There was no need to think about it. It couldn't be fast even if it wanted to, unless it was the mechanical demon bug under Yixian. It was only about 1,000 meters in size, so it could more or less guarantee a certain speed. After all, the black beetles in the surrounding void were all more than 1,000 meters in size. With the agility of the mechanical demon bug, even if it was a winding path, it could quickly pass through it. At this moment, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 5 higher-ups of the Tianji clan and the 5 mechanical battle bugs transformed from their respective fortresses were slowly moving forward in this void. Yixian's guess was correct. This wasn't the first time they had come to this source of all evil star field. They had already entered and explored it 3 times, and this was their 4th time entering. The purpose of the first 3 times was to conduct a preliminary exploration, and at the same time, collect some samples to bring back to the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, and hand them over to the immortal rank superbrain in Tianji City for evaluation and analysis. In the end, the samples they brought out for the 3rd time finally had a definite evaluation result. Thus, they began their 4th exploration. This time, there were even more people coming in, a total of 8 higher-ups of the Tianji clan. Their purpose wasn't just to collect samples, but to take away the core hinterland with them. It was an important resource within the Tianji clan. In the first 3 explorations, the areas that the higher-ups of the Tianji clan had explored included not only the periphery of the star field and the buffer zone of the central region, but even the core hinterland of the source of all evil star field. They had basically explored more than 30 to 40% of the area. Therefore, although Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 appeared to be very cautious, in fact, they were all very confident. In the previous 3 explorations, they had smoothly crossed this central region buffer zone. Although there were many black beetles here, as long as they didn't provoke them, they wouldn't attack. At present, they only needed to advance over 20,000 kilometers to leave the central region and enter the depths of the source of all evil. After entering that place, although the black beetles were more powerful, and some other rare ferocious starry sky beasts would appear, their numbers would be much fewer. Basically, the black beetles won. The void that was originally extremely quiet, with only a few faint rustling sounds, suddenly emitted a strange buzzing sound that continued without end. It was similar to the feeling after the space oscillator was activated. Slight ripples appeared in the void, causing people's scalps to tighten inexplicably, and a kind of feeling to arise in the bottom of their hearts. A bad feeling. The 5 mechanical bugs that were originally slowly moving forward immediately stopped and vigilantly looked around, but in the end, they discovered that the source of this strange buzzing sound was actually right in front of them, and it didn't seem to be near, as if it wasn't in the buffer zone of the central region, but deeper. The core region of the root of all evil. They had never encountered such a situation in the previous 3 times they entered this star region to explore. Basically, the 3 regions of the root of all evil seemed to have a clear dividing line, the difference between them very obvious. In the outer region, there were countless void rifts of various sizes, but not a single black beetle. And in the central region's buffer zone, void rifts and black beetles coexisted, and there were especially many black beetles in this region, all of them existences below the 13th Great Realm Genesis realm. In the innermost region, the number of black beetles sharply decreased, but as long as one appeared, they would all be existences above the 13th Great Realm Genesis realm. Moreover, there would also be other types of space beasts, all of them above the Genesis realm. These powerful black beetles and space beasts would never come to the central region's buffer zone. But this time, there was a strange buzzing sound transmitted from the central region's core region to the central region's buffer zone. This matter was full of evil, causing Emperor Xiaofeng and the others to shiver inwardly, not daring to continue for a while. But now that they had already entered so deep, they only needed to advance a little more than 20,000 li to enter the core region of the root of all evil star region. At that time, they wouldn't be too far away from their target location. If they were to retreat now, they wouldn't be willing at all. Moreover, this was a new situation that hadn't appeared in the previous 3 times. If they didn't figure it out, what would they do if they encountered it again next time? Moreover, there was still a tiger blocking their path, they had no way to retreat at all. Under such circumstances, the 5 mechanical bugs immediately started communicating through electronic frequency and quickly came to a unanimous decision. In any case, he had to first explore the source of this strange buzzing sound. If it was a false alarm, he would move forward again. If it really represented great danger, then he would look at the situation and make a decision. However, this buzzing sound was clearly coming from the depths of the root of all evil. It was at least 20,000 kilometers away, and the electronic frequency of a single mechanical battle bug could only detect a radius of 5,000 kilometers in such an environment. It was far from enough. The only way was for the 5 mechanical bugs to adjust the electronic waves they emitted to the same frequency band, forming a resonance, and then extend it out in a directional direction. This way, they could basically guarantee that they could detect the general situation in the directional area 30 to 40,000 kilometers away. This was the only way to deal with it. There was no other choice, so there was no need to hesitate. After Emperor Xiaofeng gave the order, the 5 mechanical bugs immediately activated the electronic frequency system on the ship. They adjusted to the same frequency band and successfully formed a resonance. They tied together and extended forward. Out. As this powerful and invisible electronic frequency smoothly extended forward, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Heaven's Legacy race felt their hearts rise to their throats. They had not encountered such a strange situation in the previous 5 times. This time, they were in an unbearable situation, but it happened. This did not seem to be a good omen, giving them a slightly ominous feeling. But although they were worried, they weren't too worried. After all, the source of the buzzing sound was still 20,000 kilometers away. If the result of the detection was great danger, they could just immediately retreat. At the same time, in the depths of the root of all evil more than 20,000 kilometers away. After entering this area, the number of void rifts had decreased by more than half, and the densely packed black beetles had practically disappeared. Although the depths of the root of all evil were darker, it was also much quieter and colder. It was just that occasionally, 1 or 2 strange auras would pass by, but they were clearly extremely powerful. They were at least at the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, and even the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, wasn't rare. At this moment, in a void about 4 to 5,000 miles ahead, there was a continuous but not very noisy buzzing sound coming from it. Along with the buzzing sound, a very powerful aura was vaguely mixed in it. Such an aura was definitely beyond the reach of the 15th Great Realm of the Universe Realm. It belonged to a Star Lord who had surpassed the Universe Realm. There was no telling if it was because it was worried that its aura would disturb something, but as the buzzing sound gradually faded away, the unique aura of a Star Lord became weaker and weaker. It was completely undetectable before it reached the edge of the depths of the root of all evil. This corner of the root of all evil used to have a lot of powerful auras active in the depths of the root of all evil. But at this moment, Because of the buzzing sound mixed with the aura of a Star Lord, the powerful auras that were usually active were mostly gone. They didn't dare to show up again, partly because they were scared of the Star Lord who had caused the buzzing sound. Also, because they had lived in this place for a long time, they knew all the details of the weird buzzing sound that would only happen once every 100 years. The buzzing sound was exactly the signal of the Black Beetle Queen's mating. The Queen of the Black Beetles was a Star Lord who had surpassed the universe realm. It was around 10,000 meters tall, but it was as lazy as all the other black beetles. Even when it came to mating, it only happened once every 100 years. Perhaps it was because it only happened once every 100 years that the Black Beetle Queen's requirements for the number of male black beetles would naturally be higher every time she went into heat. Moreover, the degree of torment was also quite tragic. Basically, not many of the male insects that were summoned by it survived. They were tormented to death. As time passed, the number of high-grade male black beetles in the depths of the root of all evil dwindled. Left with no other choice, the Black Beetle Mother Empress transmitted the mating frequency of the male black beetles to the buffer zone outside. However, the evolution of the black beetles in that area was relatively low. When they felt the aura of the Queen Mother, they were so scared that they froze on the spot. Almost none of them reacted. They didn't move at all, let alone respond with a biological frequency. This made the Black Armor Mother Empress very angry. Right now, it was in heat and was extremely restless. This signal was sent out by Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 pairs of mechanical bugs. Either this was the will of the heavens, or the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chana's was the terrifying existence with poison on his mouth. He actually hit the nail on the head. In short, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 core higher-ups of the Tianji race were really in big trouble this time. They had been targeted by a Star Lord level Black Armored Mother Empress whose cultivation had surpassed the universe realm. It just so happened that the 5 of them were in the form of mechanical bugs. Even if they met the Black Armored Mother Empress face to face, they wouldn't die immediately. Meanwhile, those 5 unlucky fellows were currently in a state of complete mechanical fusion with their respective mounts. Everything that happened to the mechanical bugs would be turned into feelings and consciousnesses, picked up by their electronic consciousnesses. To put it simply, it was empathizing with him. This was definitely the rhythm of someone dying. Even if they weren't humans but robots, they would still die from anger after being done to by a terrifying giant black beetle. Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 were completely unaware of all this. Although the Black Armored Mother Empress had already captured the signal sent out by the 5 of them, it was still a Star Lord level old monster whose cultivation had surpassed the universe realm. It had no problem at all blinding their senses. It was a piece of cake. In fact, what the Black Armored Mother Empress was doing wasn't as simple as blinding their senses. Right now, it was in its estrus period and couldn't wait any longer. It could be said to be thirsty. After locking onto the signal sent out by Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4, the Black Armored Mother Empress immediately sent out a clone and rushed towards the source of the signal. It was going to pick up tonight's bridegroom Xianxia and properly dote on him. In all these years, there were indeed very few who could respond so strongly to its signal. Meeting one today made the Black Armored Mother Empress feel very comforted. Its clone was actually also a black beetle, but it was in the form of energy, condensed from the unique biological frequency of the Black Armored Bug race. This energy clone of the Black Armored Mother Empress wasn't small, it was at least 5,000 meters tall, which was much smaller than its original body. It was also much weaker, only at the universe state. For the Black Armored Mother Empress whose original body was a Star Lord, a universe state energy clone might not be a big deal, but it was fatal for Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4. If it was outside, the 5 mechanical armors might not fear a single universe realm energy black beetle. At the very least, they might have a chance. After all, young Emperor and the others were all existences in the 12th realm, the Void realm. They had fully merged with their mounts to become these terrifying mechanical battle insects. After that, even the universe state would have a headache when it came to fighting 5 against 1. However, the Black Armored Mother Empress and the other 4 wouldn't dare resist in the face of a universe state insect king in such a situation. Their head. If he did not resist, he would at most be taken away by the other party. However, if he resisted, he would definitely die on the spot. Even if they were taken away, they would still be in great danger, but they would at least be able to live a little longer and think of a solution. Therefore, when the energy black beetle broke through the sea of insects and appeared in front of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other four, the 5 mechanical bugs were dumbfounded. They trembled slightly and didn't dare to make a sound, let alone turn around and run away or resist. What? The energy black beetle glanced at the 5 mechanical bugs with its huge eyes. It was a little surprised at first, but soon, 2 beams of red light shot out of its eyes, as if it was quite satisfied with the prey. Not only was it a new species, but there were also 5 of them. Judging from their bodies, they seemed to be tough enough. That would be enough to satisfy them. With that in mind, the energy black beetle immediately let out a shriek. A formless biological wave radiated outwards. A large number of black beetles in the surrounding void were originally trembling under the natural pressure of the black beetle queen, but at this moment, they changed their lazy nature and all of them began to crawl in the void. They gradually squeezed together, forcefully pushing Emperor Xiaofeng and the rest of the 5 heads. The mechanical bugs piled up above the sea of insects. Then, the sea of black beetles gradually began to wriggle like waves in the ocean, pushing the 5 mechanical bugs forward involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, they were already over 100 li away, above the sea of insects. Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 core members of the Heaven's Legacy race were already scared out of their wits. The 5 mechanical bugs were squeezed together, their bodies clearly trembling. At the same time, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 were secretly communicating with each other through the signals of the bugs. Young clan leader, what is going on? Where did such a large universe black beetle come from? It actually moved the entire sea of insects to send us into the depths of the source of all evil. Could it be that it wants to hide us in its nest and pawn us as food? What the f***ck? This bunch of brainless fellows, I feel like we need to remind them that our materials can't be digested. Even if they chew and swallow, they will have diarrhea. That's wrong, this matter is very important. Old Six, since you brought it up, in my opinion, this glorious mission will be handed over to you, alright? Scram, why am I the only one who came up with the idea and implementation? Are all of you dead? Stop arguing, this matter isn't as complicated as you think. Can't you see that this universe realm black beetle is only an energy form? It's clearly a clone. In the end, it was Emperor Xiaofeng who interrupted the other 4 Heaven's Legacy race upper echelons who were on the verge of rebelling. Then, he seemed to have sunk into some sort of thought, muttering to himself, even its clone is a universe realm black beetle king. From the looks of it, its main body must be at least a star level. An existence of a Star Lord level old monster. It's said that the black beetle race's bloodline source is an existence called the black beetle queen bug. It's very clear that this energy black beetle was sent by that Star Lord level black beetle queen bug, but, what is its goal? Queen bug? Queen bug? And that buzzing sound just now. As he muttered to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through young Emperor's mind. At this moment, he thought of a possibility, and then he screamed miserably, "Ah! Damn it, I know what that strange buzzing sound is. That's clearly the biological frequency of the black beetle queen bug. This old monster is in heat, this is a mating signal." So, with a sonic boom, a black streak of light stopped in the middle of the void filled with cracks of various sizes. It was a mechanical demon bug that was about 1,000 meters long. It was the mechanical demon bug that the Starfield Life Fortress had transformed into. Yi Xian and the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas were in the middle of this mechanical demon bug. This dark void was located in the middle of the buffer zone of the root of all evil star region. It was only a little more than 2,000 li away from the location where Emperor Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Tianji clan had stopped and sent out a joint signal. Therefore, Yi Xian gave a new order to the mechanical demon bug to stop. This was because even with the naked eye, he could see that something was wrong with the void ahead. Ever since they entered this buffer zone, the surrounding void had always been densely packed with black beetles, practically as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even with the mechanical devil bug's delicate body that was only 1,000 meters long, it almost couldn't maintain its full speed, because there really weren't many gaps in the void that could accommodate its feet. However, at this moment, Yi Xian looked around and saw that there were only large cracks in the void. He couldn't see any black beetles at all. This was truly too strange. However, because he was in this buffer zone, his naked eye's visual range was only about 1,000 li. This area was clearly the same. After Yixian stopped, he thought for a moment before carefully controlling the mechanical demon bug to secretly extend the battleship's biological frequency. As the Starfield Life Fortress, its biological frequency was different from other battleships. It had a higher degree of autonomy and control. Therefore, if it was necessary, the extended biological frequency could achieve greater concealment. This was just Yixian's habitual cautiousness. However, he quickly discovered that this cautiousness had inadvertently saved him from a very big problem. This was because in the image captured by the biological frequency of the Starfield Life Fortress, he saw a shocking scene. In such an environment, the biological frequency of the Starfield Life Stronghold could only cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers. In the void about 4,000 kilometers in front of them, Yixian once again saw a large number of black beetles. They were densely packed, and the degree was even greater than before. They were packed into a sea of insects. However, what shocked him wasn't this sea of black beetles, but the existences that were rolling in the black waves formed by the sea of black beetles, 5 mechanical battle insects. These were clearly the 5 fellows from the young Emperor Peak. However, their encounters and current situation were truly speechless. Not only did Yixian open his mouth wide, but the Demon Royal Guard's commander, Xianxia, also had a dumbstruck expression on his face. The 5 mechanical bugs were currently struggling in the sea of black beetles, tossing and turning, shrieking, and making a scene. The scene was chaotic to the extreme, and it was even more tragic to the extreme. Young Emperor Feng's group of 5 were after all the core upper echelons of the Tianji race. Their cultivation base had already reached the late stage of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Furthermore, they had undergone a complete mechanical fusion with their respective fortresses, turning into 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle insects. This caused their overall combat strength to increase rapidly. Qixing was basically on par with the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. All 5 mechanical battle insects were like this. If not for Yixian's life fortress, he wouldn't have been able to fight against them without using some powerful abilities and techniques. Although the black beetles in this buffer zone were extremely powerful, they were basically only at the Black Hole Realm. The strongest was only at the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Hence, at this moment, when the 5 mechanical battle bugs were unleashed, the tip of the wave of the black bug sea was instantly filled with blood. Mantis knives and spiked hammers were swung around, and from time to time, one could see a black beetle being split open or blown apart. It was obvious that the 5 of them had been forced into a corner. At that moment, they were being carried by the sea of black beetles. As they were being dragged forward by the waves, they kept swinging their mantis sabers and spikes. They had even activated the antimatter death ray cannon. From time to time, a black antimatter energy beam could be seen shooting out from the 5 mechanical battle insects' abdomens. At this moment, a 2,000-meter wide hole would appear in the black beetle sea below. That was a sign that a large number of black beetles were instantly killed by the antimatter death ray cannons. It was as if a large portion of seawater had suddenly disappeared from the boundless black ocean. Unfortunately, this black sea was simply too vast. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and the waves were extremely turbulent. A mere 2,000-meter wide hole was completely meaningless. A single wave was enough to fill up the hole, continuing to carry the 5 mechanical battle insects rolling on top of the waves. They were rapidly moving forward into the unknown void in front of them. This scene made Yixian and Xianxia's hair stand on end. Those 5 fellows were clearly giving it their all. The antimatter death ray cannons that they fired from time to time was proof. They were clearly waiting for the antimatter death ray cannons to be fully charged before activating the death ray cannons. Then, it would be a cooldown. Once the cooldown was over, they would immediately fire a second shot. Even so, it didn't change anything. They were already moving further and further away from the terrifying Black Sea. Heavens, what did those 5 fellows do? How did they provoke such anger and resentment? Yixian's face was full of shock. He controlled the mechanical battle insects to carefully follow behind from afar while muttering to himself, "These black beetles are clearly inert creatures. As long as you don't provoke them, you won't be attacked even if you walk past them." But they, Sha. Sir Sha, this place is getting more and more strange. Let's go back. Behind them, Chana's voice sounded again. He raised his hand and pointed at the end of the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him. With a drooping face, he pleaded, "Look, this nest of bugs clearly has a leader. The aura of the one at the front. Oh my god, that's the 15th realm, Xianxia. Almighty. It must be a female that has taken a liking to these 5 big bugs. It doesn't seem too safe for us to follow behind them. What if the female bug takes a liking to us too? Wouldn't we be caught and brought to their nest? We won't have to do anything in the future. We'll just wait to be pampered by the female bug and help her give birth to little bugs all day long." Female bug? Yi Xian was stunned. His expression suddenly became strange. He ignored Chana's and immediately started searching in the database of the devouring system in his body. As for the search criteria, it was naturally the female bug of the black beetles. Soon, the relevant information was found and appeared in Yi Xian's mind. "I want to go back. Sha. Lord Sha, let me out. I won't go any further. It's too scary." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chana's, was so scared that his face turned green again. This time, he seemed to have made up his mind. He actually asked Yi Xian to let him leave the mechanical demon bug, but this guy refused to go any further. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian was speechless as well. He turned his head to look at Chana's and pointed at the path behind him. "Right now, we are in the buffer zone of the source of all evil. From here to the edge of the outer region, there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void. You still have to use your divine sense to explore the path. Yao, are you sure you can leave the root of all evil before you run out of energy?" Plop. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chana's was instantly stunned. He sat on the floor of the abdomen and stared blankly. In front of them, the turbulent black sea of insects was gradually moving further away. Yi Xian did not bother with Chana's anymore. He immediately urged the mechanical demon bug to increase its speed slightly. He maintained a distance of 10,000 miles behind and quickly caught up again. Not long after, they reached the end of the buffer zone of the root of all evil. In the void in front of them, there was a light and dark dividing line. This was the buffer zone of the root of all evil, and on the other side of the dividing line was an even darker world. That was the core hinterland of the root of all evil. The black sea of insects in front of them quickly crossed the dividing line and entered the core hinterland. The void 10,000 miles in front of them was instantly empty and looked deserted. Yi Xian increased his speed again and caught up. He crossed the dividing line without hesitation and finally entered the core hinterland of the root of all evil. However, the expected system notification did not appear. Usually, if the target of the system exploration mission was within a certain range, the system would immediately send out a notification if it could sense it. However, there was no notification now. It could only mean that the target was not in this corner of the galaxy. Yi Xian still had to look around. In front of him, the surging sea of black insects was still moving. After arriving here, the buzzing in the air grew louder, faintly bringing with it a sense of impatience, as if it could not wait any longer. This word flashed through the minds of Yi Xian and Chana's, causing them to subconsciously turn their heads and exchange glances. Then, they shuddered in unison. This queen insect is a star lord that's stronger than the universe grand cultivators? At the same time, Yi Xian possessed the divine sense of a human cultivator, the mental strength of a devil cultivator expert, and the electronic consciousness of a mechanical intelligent life form. His perception was extremely sharp, and before Chana's could catch anything from these buzzing sounds, he had already sensed a trace of the obscure aura of a star lord. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately urged the mechanical insect to fly in another direction. What a joke. This was a star lord in heat. That thing did not even let go of a mechanical insect with an alloy body. Whether it wanted to have a taste or was really thirsty to a certain extent, there was one thing that was certain. If Yi Xian stayed here, once he was discovered, he would definitely be discovered. If he stayed here, he would definitely suffer. Although the mechanical insect was much smaller in size, perhaps in the eyes of the Star Lord, it was the short and cute type. That would definitely be fatal. Anyway, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 4 had no way to survive this time. Even if they did not die to the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen, they would definitely be imprisoned and slowly played with. Escaping was a joke. Therefore, there was no need for Xian to keep an eye on them. Since they could not escape, then there was no need to worry about their lives. They were now the companions of the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen. Scheming against them was too dangerous and not worth it, seeing that Xian was no longer crazy this time and was staying away from the corner of the star field where the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen was. The Demon Guard Commander Chanas raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. His entire body seemed to have been drained, and he once again sat down on the floor of the abdomen cabin. Thinking back on their experience, everything was normal before they entered the source of all evil star field. However, after entering the star field, Lord Xia seemed to have been bewitched. He was a completely different person. This was simply a sin. It really is the source of all evil. If I can get out of this damned place alive, I will never come back again. Sitting alone on the floor of the abdomen cabin, Chanas mumbled to himself. This time, he was really scared out of his wits. A Star-Lord Black Beetle Queen that did not even let go of a mechanical battle bug was definitely a nightmarish existence. Very soon, the mechanical demon bug left the corner of the star field where the Black Beetle Queen was. Gradually, the buzzing sound of the Black Beetle Queen's courtship became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared in the end. However, everything did not calm down just like that. Previously, in the area where the buzzing sound was raging, apart from the Black Beetle Queen, there were no other types of star beasts in the void. They had probably all been scared away. If they were captured by a Star-Lord Black Beetle Queen and forced to do it, it would definitely be a terrifying thing even for star beasts. However, now that the buzzing sound of the Black Beetle Queen's courtship could no longer be heard, the figures of other types of star beasts gradually appeared in the void. At first, there was only one or two, but soon, as the mechanical demon bug went deeper, the number of star beasts in the void also increased. Judging from their auras, they were all above the 13th realm, the Genesis state. Xian did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the core hinterland of the root of all evil. He controlled the mechanical demon bug and carefully avoided these star beasts. He also activated a concealment array to conceal the mechanical demon bug's aura as much as possible so that he would not be exposed. Not long after, a 1,000-feet-long sub-blood dragon appeared in the void ahead. The aura around it had actually reached the 15th realm, the late-stage universe state. It was extremely powerful. Xian was almost drooling at the sight. He even muttered to himself, "TSK TSK TSK, a late-stage universe state sub-blood dragon. If I could get my hands on that dragon liver and braise it, how delicious would it be?" Huh? There's actually a universe state glazed fire phoenix in the distance? Whoosh, what is this place? Are there as many universe state experts as dogs? Or is this the back garden of some god raising all kinds of delicacies? Why are there all kinds of top-notch ingredients? I can barely move my feet from looking at them. Plop. Before he could finish speaking, the commander of the demon royal guards behind him fell to the ground once again. This fellow was scared out of his wits. He stared blankly at Xian with a face full of astonishment. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The source of all evil was a vast space zone. It would take more than a month to reach its end. Therefore, even though Xian was getting impatient, the system notification that he had been waiting for didn't appear. Along the way, they had seen too many ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes, but all of them had extremely powerful auras. At first, Xian would occasionally tease him, but in the end, even he was a little scared. He shut his mouth and carefully controlled the mechanical demon insect to slowly move forward. He didn't dare to say anything else. It was because the ferocious beasts they saw in the void were getting stronger and stronger as time went by. It wasn't surprising that there were so many of them. The truth was that Star Lords were everywhere. For example, at this moment, there was clearly a space ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to a Qilin in the distant void on the right side. However, it was completely green. Its body was not very big, only about 10,000 feet. It was one size smaller than an ordinary space ferocious beast. It was lying in the void, sleeping. However, he was clearly a Star Lord. Compared to the black-armored Mother Empress from before, it was much stronger. After traveling for a short distance, a humanoid mutated beast appeared in the void to his left. It was 10,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered with mouths. It didn't mean that it had many heads, as it only had one head. Those mouths were directly clones on its limbs and torso. It was also swallowing and eating non-stop. As for its food, it was mostly small ferocious beasts in the Genesis state, including the black beetle. This many-mouthed beast was definitely extremely ferocious, because there were no other ferocious beasts in the surroundings of the void where it was hibernating. The only ferocious beasts that were present were the ones being chewed and swallowed by the countless mouths all over its body. Xian even saw an ancient devil ape, which seemed to have a strong bloodline from the primordial era. It was close to atavism. That ancient devil ape had 3 heads and 6 arms, it even had 3 torsos. It was thousands of meters tall and was close to the peak of the Star-Lord state. It was even stronger than the many-mouthed beast and the black shell mother. This was not the most important thing. What was even more frightening was that the 3 bodies of the ancient ape demons were completely different. One of them was a body of flesh and blood, completely black. Its fur flickered with faint radiance, looking incomparably tough. The second was the body of the skeleton. Its entire body was grayish gold, and it emitted a metallic texture, giving off an incomparably cold feeling. The third was an illusory body of black fog. Its aura was ethereal, as if it did not exist at all. It was completely a black fog. Only its 2 eyes shot out 2 terrifying blazing red lights. The ancient ape demon was the most powerful creature Xian had seen since he entered the star domain, the source of all evil. It could even be said that it was the most powerful creature Xian had ever seen. Of course, the primordial paragons he had seen in the images of the primordial divine abilities such as the heaven-falling bow did not count, including the headless infant corpse. He did not dare to approach such a creature at all. While he was still thousands of miles away, he hurriedly controlled the mechanical demon bug to change direction and flee far away. The mechanical demon bug's frequency signal could only detect a distance of about 3,000 miles in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, while Xian's consciousness could only detect a distance of 700 to 800 miles. The reason why he could still sense the aura of the primordial demon ape from thousands of miles away, including the many-mouthed beast and the other existences, was because these existences were simply too powerful. Even the obscure void at the core of the root of all evil couldn't conceal or obstruct their auras. If it were not so, the mechanical demon bug would not even have a chance to struggle in the face of such a creature. It would most likely end up tragically on the spot. Gradually, after changing directions, as the mechanical demon bugs moved further and further away, the ancient ape demons with the terrifying aura finally disappeared from sight. However, on the left and right sides of the void in front of them, other ferocious space beasts appeared. Indeed, there were as many Star Lords as there were dogs. Xianxia was already scared out of his wits. Even Xian's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and he did not speak for a long time. This star zone, the source of all evil, was too weird. Whether it was the periphery, the buffer zone of the central domain, or the current core, they were all full of space cracks of various sizes. It was as if this vast star zone was simply a ragged bag that had been cut countless times with knives. However, it did not collapse. After entering this place, as long as one was not touched by those void cracks, one would be fine. That was not the problem. The key was the ferocious space beasts in this star field. The black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain were still acceptable. After all, even in the normal universe, such a zone was not boring. It was occupied by a certain species, and a large number of creatures of that species lived there. However, this core hinterland was too strange and did not conform to common sense. If it was only a large number of space beasts of the same species, it would not be a big deal. However, in this core hinterland, although the density of space beasts was not very high, there were various kinds of space beasts. Xian had seen at least hundreds of different space beasts in just 1.5 days' time. Moreover, their strength was above the 13th realm, the Genesis realm, and there were many grand cultivators and star lords. It was said that 2 tigers could not live on one mountain. In the context of the universe, this sentence was also applicable. It was basically impossible to find a situation like this core hinterland of the origin of all evil in all 3 dimensions of the universe. A large number of ferocious beasts of different species and races lived there. It was simply a miracle. A miracle that was full of thick and strange aura. In such a dangerous environment, it was simply too difficult to complete the system title exploration mission. It should be known that the time limit of the system title exploration mission was only 1 month. Now, 2 days had passed. Although Yi Xian had entered the core hinterland of the origin of all evil star field, he had not found any other clues. He did not even know what the objective of the mission, which was the so-called origin of all evil, was. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Calculating the time, a full 5 days had passed for this system title exploration mission. There were only 25 days left, but Yi Xian still had not found anything. Once the time limit was up, if there was still no result, the system would automatically judge that the exploration mission had failed. He could not help but feel a little anxious. It was also at this time that in the dark void ahead, a scene that was not quite the same as before finally appeared. When it came into view, Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth wide, his face filled with shock. The reason why everything in the void ahead was only slightly different from what Yi Xian had seen along the way, but not completely different, was because there was also a large number of ferocious star beasts in the void ahead. This was the same as what he had seen along the way. The only difference was that these ferocious star beasts were all dead, their bodies were so huge that they had manifested their bloodline true bodies. They were lying in the dark void ahead, and most of them were incomplete. Yi Xian even saw an ancient demon ape. Its aura was even more powerful than the one he had seen along the way. Its bloodline true body was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, but it was lying in the void at this moment. Among the 3 different ape bodies, the black body of flesh and blood had lost its head. More than half of its body was incomplete, but golden ape blood still flowed from it. It exuded a strong ancient aura. Among the other 2 bodies, the skeletal body was almost completely shattered. Only the head still hung on the shoulder. As for the black mist-like illusory body, it had already dissipated. In addition, there was a silver dragon in the distance. Only the back half of its body was left. The front half, including the dragon head, was all gone. Further away, there was even a huge true phoenix. Although it had also fallen, its body was still steaming with phoenix flames. It also exuded a strong ancient aura. There were too many incomplete corpses like this. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Star Lord level. Yi Xian didn't dare and couldn't get close. He tried to approach a many-armed monster. Just as he was about 10,000 miles away from it, the mechanical demon bug's huge body began to tremble. Even the world bug started to evolve. The countless micromolecules in its body resisted and didn't want to get close. Yi Xian had an epiphany. If he got too close, the mechanical demon bug would disintegrate, and he and Chanas, who were hiding in its abdomen, might be seriously injured or even killed. These creatures were too powerful. No one knew how long they had fallen here, but the aura emitted from their incomplete bodies was so strong that even Yi Xian could only wander 10,000 miles away. If he got any closer, he would encounter misfortune. What shocked Yi Xian the most was that the remains of these powerful creatures all emitted a strong ancient aura. When he got here, even the void was filled with the same aura as that of the weird cage in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet. The only difference was that the cage in the void was from the ancient times. It was suspected that a corner of the void of the ancient times was cut off and turned into a cage. As for this place, it belonged to the current world. However, countless years ago, someone tore through the void and placed the remains of a large number of powerful beings from the primordial era here. The dense primordial aura emitted by these remains gave Yi Xian an illusion. He almost thought that he had run into another cage like the one in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet. Who is it? How could they be so generous? They are no weaker than the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet. These incomplete bodies are extremely powerful. They are from the ancient times. Although they are not the supreme beings of the ancient times like the golden divine dragon, and they are even weaker than the supreme beings of the ancient times like the void ladle master and the bloodthirsty lion. But they are creatures from the ancient times after all. Did they also fall in that great battle? They were thrown here. What is their purpose? And which camp did they belong to? Besides, those supreme beings of the universe and even the old monsters of the Star Lord level, including the black armored queen. Are they all descendants of these ancient creatures? Is it because of this reason that a large number of powerful ferocious beasts of different races have gathered in the outer regions and are unwilling to leave because the remains of their bloodline ancestor are in the depths of the origin of all evil? These words were like sleep talk. As Yixian murmured, they burst out from his mouth and reached the ears of Chanas, the commander of the demon emperor guards behind him. Finally, Chanas couldn't bear the shock in his heart. He rolled his eyes and passed out directly. Yixian's heart sank to the bottom. He was more and more unsure about the tidal exploration task this time. Although the core of the origin of all evils was not like the desolation cage connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which was a corner of the mysterious void from the desolation era, after all, there were so many remains of creatures from the desolation era. Anything related to the desolation era couldn't be simple. There were only 25 days left. Yixian was not confident at all, but he still didn't give up. After recovering from the shock, Yixian took a deep breath to adjust his state of mind. He forced himself to calm down and then urged the mechanical bug to move forward again. Of course, on the way, he stayed thousands of miles away from the ancient creature's remains, which were emitting powerful auras. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of misfortune. His cultivation was too weak. Even though Yixian was in the universe realm, the 15th realm, he wouldn't let go of those ancient creatures' remains easily. Each of them was precious flesh and bones. Some of them even had golden blood flowing in them. Those things were the real medicines of flesh and blood. If they were put into the Shinnon cauldron to be boiled and refined, the pills refined would definitely be extraordinary. They might even be able to revive the dead. Unfortunately, he had to give up now. Fortunately, no one dared to explore this void. Even if they did, they would be scared out of their wits when they reached the periphery of the core hinterland and saw the powerful beings of Universe Realm and Star Lord Realm everywhere. In fact, this was indeed the case. Even Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had stopped at that area 3 times before. They hadn't reached the depths of the core hinterland. They didn't dare to move forward at all. At this moment, Yixian could only brace himself and keep moving forward. This was because the tidal exploration task couldn't be failed. Otherwise, the price would be too high. After another 3 days, 8 days had passed. Finally, there was a different scene in the void ahead. For an entire 3 days, Yixian didn't know how many terrifying corpses of ancient creatures Yixian had seen along the way. Both he and Chanas were numb to it. At this moment, a corner of silvery white light suddenly appeared in front of him in this pitch-black void. In this pitch-black void, there was a strong divine aura. The gigantic cauldron that radiated a divine, milky white radiance was like a gigantic star. Furthermore, it was slowly rotating, indicating that it possessed some sort of special power. And this power was still present. The power of the sacred cauldron was still operating. The outer walls of the cauldron were engraved with countless cryptic runes. Yixian did not recognize a single one of them. He stared at any of the runes for a long time and felt his eyes swell with pain. Even his primordial spirit was somewhat unstable. Apart from this, there were also countless chains on the body of the giant cauldron. One end of the chains was connected to the cauldron, seemingly entering the interior of the cauldron. The other end of the chains was deep into the cracks of the void in the distance. There were countless chains like this, but their functions were clearly different. On each chain, there was a bit of light flowing slowly, but the direction of the light was flowing was different. Some of the radiance on the chains extended into the depths of the void and flowed into the cauldron. It seemed to be transporting something into the cauldron. And some of the radiance on the chains flowed from the end of the cauldron to the depths of the void in the distance. It seemed that something was being transported out of the cauldron through these chains. If this was really the case, then this gigantic cauldron that was like a star was clearly a transfer station. Some things were being transported in from the cracks of the void. After being transformed by the cauldron, they would then be transported out through the chains. No one knew what was being transported into the cauldron, and no one knew where it came from. And even more so, no one knew what was being transported out of the cauldron, and where it was ultimately being transported to. Just as Yixian was shocked by all this and did not know what to do, the cauldron in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble. Boom. A huge rumbling sound rang out. Of the countless chains connected to the cauldron, dozens of them suddenly lit up. The radiance flowing on the chains instantly grew brighter. Yixian noticed that these chains were all of that kind of radiance. It was the kind that flowed from the cracks of the void into the cauldron. In other words, these dozens of chains that suddenly lit up should be transporting something into the cauldron. Each chain was segmented, not a pipe. But Yixian clearly felt that something was flowing along the chains, transforming into radiance, and being transported into the cauldron. This situation lasted for about a minute. The dozens of chains that suddenly lit up suddenly returned to normal. The speed of the cauldron also spun faster, but it was still very slow. After all, the size of the cauldron was there. What was strange was that no matter how the cauldron spun, the countless chains did not move. They were suspended in the void of the void, majestically and silently, with only a dim radiance that flowing radiance. Soon, the starlight cauldron suddenly cracked and shook violently. A milky white light gushed out from the top of the cauldron, as if something was about to rush out from inside. This kind of scene was very similar to the strange phenomena that occurred before the birth of some rare treasures. Both had the light of treasure soaring into the sky. Oh my God, a great creation! This is definitely a great creation. Behind Yixian, the commander of the demon royal guards, Xianxia, who had woken up at some point, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "The radiance of treasures is definitely a sign of the birth of a supreme treasure. Sha Sha. Lord Sha, we are rich this time." Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a golden radiance rushed out from the huge cauldron. It seemed to be quite coincidental. It was actually coming toward the void where the mechanical demon bug was. Therefore, on the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of Yixian and Xianxia, it seemed that the golden radiance was growing bigger. The golden radiance that shot out from the cauldron in a parabola was getting bigger and bigger. A strong sense of crisis suddenly struck Yixian's heart. He did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered the mechanical demon bug to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mechanical demon bug jumped with all its might, but this time, it retreated hundreds of miles in an instant. Then, it jumped a second time. Just like that, in just a few breaths, after jumping several times, it had already retreated more than 2,000 miles in the void. The golden radiance that was coming from the front finally landed. It hung in the void 10,000 miles away and did not move anymore. In the next moment, Yixian and Xianxia saw the true appearance of the golden radiance. It was actually a corpse, it was a single-horned golden crow. It was 10,000 feet long, but only half of its body was visible. Its flesh and internal organs were all pale gold. The surface of its body was covered with black feathers. There were specks of golden light on its black feathers. Its entire body was enveloped by the golden flames that surged out of its body. However, these golden flames were not pure. There were gray spots. Its aura also surpassed the level of a Star Lord. The mechanical demon bug could only look from 10,000 miles away. Once it got close, its alloy body would collapse. Oh my God! Xianxia, who was still full of excitement a moment ago, fell to the ground again when he saw the appearance of the so-called precious treasure. He let out a scream, rolled his eyes, and fainted again. Yixian also opened his mouth wide. This scene was so strange that even he was a little shocked. Following that, a thought flashed through Yixian's mind. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He turned his head to look at the remains of the other desolate ancient creatures that were lying in the air. He cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that all the chains that are flowing from the end of the void crack to the direction of the cauldron are transporting the remains of these primordial creatures into the cauldron? Then, where did these chains come from? Is it similar to the mysterious void where the true body of the void giant tortoise is in the sea of abyss turtles? And this one-legged golden crow with impure bloodline and the remains of the primordial creatures in the void around are all defective products that were spat out by the giant cauldron? Even the remains of this type of existence are not qualified, not accepted, thrown away like trash. Then, how powerful would the remains that could be left behind in the enormous furnace be? Are they the remains of the primordial masters or the supreme beings of the primordial times? If everything is true, then what does this giant cauldron get in the end when it refines the remains of the primordial creatures that are qualified? What is the destination of these final products through another type of chain? The truth was simply horrifying. What kind of existence could actually create such a refining system? Even the void giant tortoise, which was a supreme being of the primordial times, could have been used as raw materials. Perhaps when it was finally destroyed by the demonic blade on its back in that mysterious void, its body was also destroyed. Yi Xian's conjecture was too shocking and terrifying. Although Yi Xian didn't want to believe or accept it, he knew that this was the truth. The one who made all this was most likely the commander of the enemy camp, the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way that was suspected to represent the will of the Heavenly Way in Untainted Land. The ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet was his work. This void refining grand array, which was more complicated and purposeful, was also his handiwork. In the unparalleled war in Untainted Land, the camp of the Headless Baby was obviously defeated. Therefore, the loser had no right or spare energy to take care of the post-war arrangements. Only the victorious side had the ability and leisure to make all these arrangements. Yi Xian had been wondering why there were so many powerful primordial masters in Untainted Land, including the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way, but he hadn't seen any of them in this era. Now, it seemed that none of them had fallen. They were all dormant. Maybe it was because they were seriously injured, or maybe it was because of some other scheme. For example, Yi Xian already had a slight understanding of the void refinement formation in front of him. He even had an astonishing guess of the materials refined within the enormous cauldron. However, Yi Xian still had no idea about its ultimate purpose. No matter how imaginative he was, he couldn't figure out the scheme of the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way. In the unparalleled war in Untainted Land, it was obvious that many powerful creatures of the Untainted Land were seriously injured and dormant. For example, the giant tortoise of the void was one of them. In the mysterious unknown plane where it was dormant, there were more creatures of the Untainted Land. The Green Eye of the Heavenly Way was so horrible that it was actually consuming their vitality. Once they fell, it would use their remains to refine them in this huge furnace. What was it extracting? Where would the refined substance be transported to along another kind of chain of light? What kind of existences would benefit from it in the end? All of this entangled in Yi Xian's mind, turning into one huge question after another that circled endlessly. For a moment, he actually forgot about the quest for the system's title. All of his thoughts were focused on the terrifying secret of the primordial era in front of him. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning endlessly as he pondered over everything before him, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in front of his chest. Then, a vicious howl filled with monstrous resentment suddenly rang out. The headless corpse, which had been in a dormant state all this time, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly woke up. Yi Xian was shocked, and then his expression turned solemn. Everything in front of him was the same as the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor Star. They were all suspected to be the work of the commander of the enemy camp, the Heavenly Green Eye. It was the archenemy of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, there must be some kind of secret plot here. It was some kind of arrangement made by the enemy after the great battle that had lasted from the remote antiquity to the present. If the headless infant corpse didn't know about it, it would be fine. But now that it knew and saw it with its own eyes, how could it not be angry? What's that sound? The vicious howl of the headless infant corpse was too shocking. Not only was Yi Xian startled, but even the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Xianxia, who had just fainted, was also awakened. He crawled up with a face full of horror. He asked while looking around, because he felt that he had just vaguely heard something. The terrifying howl did not seem to come from outside the ship, but from inside the mechanical worm's abdomen. It was also at this moment that a blood-red light rushed out from Yi Xian's chest and turned into a headless infant corpse that was about a foot in size in the blink of an eye. It floated in front of Yi Xian. The infant corpse's neck was headless, and its head was in its arms. Its eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened at this moment, and its eyes were filled with green lines. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they happened to meet the gaze of Xianxia, who had just crawled up. Oh my God, such a scene was too terrifying. A baby that was no more than a foot in size was actually hugging its own head and staring at him ferociously with its eyes wide open. No one would be able to stand it. Xianxia screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he quickly passed out again. Yi Xian did not even look at him. His eyes were already fixed on the headless infant corpse that was floating in front of him. His chest rose and fell, and he looked very excited. It's out, it's finally out. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind. Of course, there were countless questions behind this sentence. However, at this moment, Xian did not know where to start. Ever since he met the headless infant corpse, the latter had been with Xian, turning into a corpse lamp tattoo that was attached to Xian's left chest. It had even helped Xian escape many times. However, in reality, Xian had very few chances to meet the headless infant corpse. Even when they fought the Heaven's Green Eye clone in the desolate ancient cage together, Xian had immediately lost consciousness after shooting a heaven-falling bow ability. There was simply no time to meet the headless infant corpse. The headless infant corpse communicated face to face. During the time that it was attached to his body, no matter how Xian called out to it, the headless infant corpse did not respond. This made Xian very speechless, and even angry. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that the headless infant corpse had finally come out, Xian even felt that this was too surreal, so it was natural for him to be so agitated. What's going on? Why did you choose me? Why did you attach yourself to me in the form of a corpse lamp tattoo? Also, I saw the void giant tortoise's true form. It's in an unknown universe, and there are many similar primordial creatures there. There's a huge black demonic blade on the void giant tortoise's back. It's always been there. During that battle, I saw it many times in the inheritance images. Didn't the void giant tortoise not participate in the battle? Why was it injured? Do you have a way to save it? Screech. Before Xian could finish his questions like a machine gun, the headless infant corpse floating in front of Xian let out another screech. This time, it was even angrier than before. It was clearly because it heard Xian mention the void giant tortoise. However, in the end, it was because the void giant tortoise itself that made it angry. After all, the giant tortoise did not appear on the battlefield back then. Or was it because the void giant tortoise was injured and on the verge of death that made it angry? Xian had no way to tell. By the time Xian reacted, the headless corpse had once again transformed into a corpse lamp tattoo. At the same time, it was on his left chest, causing him to be completely stunned on the spot. His entire person was in a bad state. After a long time, Xian roared furiously. It was too infuriating. It was not easy to catch this guy out for once. While he was shocked, he finally asked a part of the doubts in his heart. But it was good. It just hissed again and threw a look at him to let him slowly understand it. Then, it went back inside. Not only did Xian's doubts not get answered, but he also had another one. For example, why did the headless infant corpse react so strongly when he mentioned the void giant turtle? Was it because of the void giant tortoise itself that it suddenly became angry? Or was it because it was heavily injured and on the verge of death? This was a completely different concept. If it was the former, then it meant that the reason why the void turtle didn't appear in that battle all those years ago was because it had two hearts. In that case, even if Xian would still follow the instructions of the nether turtle ancestor to think of a way to save it, his goal would be different. However, not only did the headless infant corpse not answer, it didn't even give him half a hint. This was driving him crazy. After roaring for a while, there was still no reaction from his chest. Just as Xian was about to dejectedly give up, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest suddenly heated up again. Immediately after, a voice appeared in Xian's mind. It was distant, but there was a childish tenderness to it. Go, enter the netherworld furnace. I will protect you. Take as much as you can. When you have to retreat, I will warn you. Netherworld furnace? Protect me, take as much as you can. Recalling the contents of these two sentences, Xian was stunned at first, but then his heart began to pound wildly. The headless infant corpse's meaning was very clear. It wanted him to enter the huge furnace in front of him and fish for good fortune. Take as much as he could. Originally, Xian couldn't even get close to the waste in the surrounding void that the furnace didn't care about, let alone enter this so-called netherworld furnace. But since the infant corpse had given such an explanation, it must be fine. In addition, when it was time to retreat, it would warn Xian. What was there to worry about? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even an idiot would know that the cauldron in front of them was extremely terrifying. Not even cosmic lords could get close to it, let alone enter it. The corpses of primordial creatures beyond the cosmic lord level littered the void around them were proof of that. However, Yi Xian was very confident in the headless infant corpse's abilities. Although this void refinement array was set up by the heavenly Tao Green Eye that was suspected to be the avatar of the primordial heavenly Tao, the headless infant corpse was an existence that could fight against it head-on. That fellow was not here now. Even if the headless infant corpse was not in good condition, it should still be fine if it protected him and walked in. What was the problem? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately tempted. Now that Chanas had fainted, it saved him some trouble. Immediately, he stepped out of the mechanical demon bug's abdomen and appeared in the void outside. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept the mechanical demon bug into the undying world in his body. Of course, he kept it in with everything sealed, in case Chanas woke up and saw something that he shouldn't see. After doing all this, Yi Xian felt his chest heat up again. A faint green, blood-red light shot out and spread. Finally, it enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, as if there was a layer of blood-red film on the surface of his body. The strange thing was that Yi Xian couldn't sense this blood-red film at all. It clearly existed and could be seen, but Yi Xian couldn't touch it at all. When he raised his hand to touch it, he could only touch his own body and the transformed clothes. The headless infant corpse's means were indeed extraordinary. Obviously, the protective means it was talking about was this blood-red film. Such an inconspicuous film could protect Yi Xian as he entered that so-called netherworld furnace, where even Star Lords couldn't get close. This was really inconceivable, but Yi Xian firmly believed it. However, this gave him a very strange feeling. Although he was extremely confident in the methods of the headless infant corpse, out of habit, Yi Xian was still very careful at first. He slowly approached and quickly entered within 10,000 kilometers of the remains of a Star Lord-level desolate ancient creature in the surrounding space. As expected, the feeling of his body being torn apart didn't appear. This layer of blood-red film was indeed miraculous. It directly isolated the pressure that originally existed. Yi Xian's heart thumped. He glanced at this ancient creature that, even though it had fallen for an unknown number of years, still exuded a pressure that far exceeded that of a Star Lord-level creature. Some of the wounds on its body still had some golden blood flowing. Yi Xian wanted to collect it. He could use the Shenong cauldron to refine great medicines. Just as he was about to approach, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest burned again, revealing a hint of urging. It seemed to be somewhat impatient. It was unknown whether the headless infant corpse felt that Yi Xian was too slow or that he was picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. He didn't want the good things in the sacred netherworld furnace in front of him, but he actually picked up these wastes. No matter which one it was, Yi Xian could only give up on his original plan. He shook his head and bitterly smiled as his figure quickly flashed forward, completely ignoring the blood and flesh of some of the terrifying creatures he saw along the way. After a short while, he arrived in front of the enormous star furnace that the headless infant corpse called the netherworld furnace. Fong. As they got closer, the star-like furnace seemed even larger. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look. Just as he glanced at it, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest burned once again. The meaning was the same, urging him on again. You don't have to be in such a hurry to reincarnate, right? I have to see clearly where to enter from. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and then leaped up to the top of the giant star furnace. What he saw was a milky white mist, like an atmosphere, shrouding the entrance above the giant star furnace. Although this thing was huge, it was in the shape of a cauldron. Therefore, the entrance should be above. In fact, the corpse of the one-legged golden crow was indeed spat out from the top of the cauldron. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped down and passed through the thick, liquid-like milky white mist. Soon, he arrived in the inner world of the giant star furnace. During this process, Yi Xian's whole body felt slightly cold. He felt that some matter, or rather energy, passed through the blood-green membrane of the headless infant corpse's body and came into contact with his skin. It entered his body through his pores, making him feel as if he was floating in the air. This milky white mist was as thick as a liquid, and its energy was very pure. It didn't have any attributes, and it was very beneficial to Yi Xian's body. It was a type of nourishment. All this time, he had used the gene cultivation fluid to break through the shackles of his body and tear apart the invisible chains in his body. This would leave behind some hidden injuries, but at this moment, with the nourishment of this milky white energy, Xian instantly felt his entire body become lively. Previously, on the path of evolution, the few hidden injuries that were left behind were quickly being healed. The giant star cauldron was very large, and the layer of milky white mist energy at the mouth of the cauldron was also very thick. In addition, the headless infant corpse was deliberately absorbed by the blood-green membrane, so as Xian's body fell, the blood-green membrane entered his body and entered through his 108,000 tiny pores into the milky white mist. The amount of mist was extremely large, and in just 10 breaths of time, the familiar sound of a system notification sounded in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's blood energy realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 1. Mystic Light Realm Level 1, he broke through just like that. Xian's face was filled with shock. He now had a clearer understanding of the miraculous effects of the milky white mist on his body. This is indeed good stuff. It would be a waste if I didn't take it. Anyway, the infant corpse said that I should take as many benefits as I can. When it's time to leave, it will naturally warn me. In his ecstasy, Xian muttered to himself. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a bottle-shaped spatial treasure from his undying world. It was similar to the bottle he had used to collect the water from the Een pond in the depths of the Een demon race's nest in the second universe. The space inside this bottle was very large, and it could hold a lot of liquid. As the bottle was taken out, the layer of blood-green membrane that covered Xian's hand quickly flowed and wrapped around the bottle as well. A thin layer covered the bottle. If he didn't do that, the small bottle wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would soon be crushed by the invisible pressure in the surrounding void. Xian immediately activated the power in his body and began to absorb the milky white spirit liquid in the air around him. All of this was synchronized with the absorption of his body. However, Xian's absorption speed was slower than the absorption speed of the small spatial bottle in his left hand was extremely fast. A small whirlpool had already appeared. Xian even felt the sensation of a liquid rapidly flowing. The direction that the milky white mist that was as thick as liquid was flowing towards was obviously the small spatial bottle in his left hand. It was poured into the bottle and stored away. In a short span of 10 breaths, the small spatial bottle in Xian's hand was already filled to the brim. This was because the milky white mist that was like the atmosphere of a planet was simply too vast. In addition, the absorption speed was very fast. In a span of 10 breaths, the bottle already had more than 10,000 cubic meters of milky white liquid. Xian had already tested the effects of this liquid. It was absolutely heaven-defying. In the future, on the path of physical evolution, he would be able to absorb and refine some of this liquid at regular intervals to heal the hidden injuries left behind on the path of physical evolution. However, Xian still didn't know the name of this milky white spirit liquid. Although the system had come into contact with it, it didn't give any appraisal results. Xian decided to temporarily call it Netherworld Furnace Lotion. With a flip of his hand, he stored the small spatial bottle filled with Netherworld Furnace Lotion into his body. Xian then took out a few more bottles. This time, he absorbed them all at the same time. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse seemed to agree with Xian's method and cooperated fully. Just as he took out these few small spatial bottles, a vortex appeared at the mouth of each bottle. A large amount of milky white liquid from the Netherworld Furnace Lotion was currently flowing into it. This proved one thing, that this Netherworld Furnace Lotion was indeed a good thing. Otherwise, why would the headless infant corpse be so cooperative? The speed was very fast. When Xian's figure passed through this incomparably thick layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion, the few spatial bottles in his hand were all filled up. The process of absorbing the Netherworld Furnace Lotion from the countless pores on his body had also completely stopped. On one hand, it was because he had already passed through this layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion. On the other hand, it was because this layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion had become extremely thin and no longer had the feeling of being as thick as a liquid. After all, no matter how thick and wide the floating liquid layer was, it couldn't withstand Xian's frenzied absorption. He had already filled several small spatial bottles. Each small spatial bottle could hold 10,000 cubic meters of liquid. This was equivalent to tens of thousands of cubic meters of Netherworld Furnace Lotion. He didn't know that if such a thing appeared in the outside world, even some of the mighty figures of the universe would fight tooth and nail for it, even if it was just a few dozen drops. It was because this thing could not only heal the hidden injuries of the physical body, but also injuries of the great Tao, including the soul and the essence spirit. It could be said to be the heavenly creation treasure liquid. Its miraculous effect was only second to a few legendary treasured liquids such as the chaos divine liquid. However, Yi Xian had absorbed several cubic meters of it, which was simply shocking. However, this was only possible because of the headless infant corpse. Otherwise, even a terrifying existence beyond the Star-Lord state wouldn't have been able to do so. He couldn't even get close to this huge cauldron, let alone absorb the netherworld furnace lotion inside it. At this moment, as Yi Xian descended from the top of the cauldron and entered the star cauldron, the scene inside was finally reflected in his eyes. The scene was too shocking. It was far better than what he had seen outside the cauldron. Even though Yi Xian had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He floated in the air inside the cauldron and stared blankly at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. He couldn't control his trembling at all. No wonder the headless infant corpse called the cauldron a netherworld furnace. This place was indeed like infernal prison. Previously, when Yi Xian was in the void outside, he'd already had this feeling when he saw the remains of the desolate ancient creatures around him. But now, after entering the cauldron and seeing everything clearly, he suddenly felt that what he saw outside was really nothing. It was because it was too ordinary. Compared to that, everything inside this huge cauldron was truly shocking. This was the real infernal purgatory, and it was even better than that. At this moment, Yi Xian deeply understood the essence of the term netherworld furnace. The so-called netherworld furnace referred to the netherworld in front and the furnace behind. Everything in front of him was more terrifying than the infernal prison. It was indeed worthy of the name netherworld. Rumble, kachak kachak. Both voices were very low, and they weren't very hurried. They seemed to be slow and sluggish. Originally, they shouldn't have had such a soul-stirring effect, but when they entered Yi Xian's ears, they clearly caused his body to tremble even more violently. The rumbling was the sound of the furnace of flesh and blood turning inside the cauldron. The strange cracking noises were the sound of the flesh and blood of a large number of powerful primordial creatures being crushed by the cauldron, turning into minced meat and bones. It was a horrifying scene, truly horrifying. There were two areas inside the cauldron. In the center was a huge millstone with 2 levels and a hole in the middle. At this moment, the huge hole contained the remains of many primordial creatures, moving up and down as the millstone rotated in reverse. This was a true furnace of flesh and blood. Yi Xian even saw the remains of half of the golden divine dragon's body within the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood in this enormous hole. Of course, it wasn't the golden divine dragon that had left behind the inheritance for him. It should be a descendant of the clan that had yet to grow to the primordial sovereign. Even so, this divine golden dragon should be extremely powerful. Even though it had fallen countless years ago and only left behind half of its body, Yi Xian still felt an incomparably powerful pressure assaulting his face. It was far more powerful than those abandoned existences in the void outside the cauldron. In addition, Yi Xian also saw an ancient Xianxia. Its aura was also extremely powerful, close to that of a primordial supreme like the void ladle. Although it couldn't be the one that had inherited the Skyfall Bow's bloodline ability from Yi Xian, their bloodline must be extremely close. Even if it wasn't a direct descendant, it should be within 3 generations of direct bloodline. Apart from that, the remains of Bloodthirst Lion, Xianxia Rock, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Demonic Blood Dragon, and other creatures from the Primordial Era that were close to or slightly weaker than Supreme Primordial Era were everywhere. But without exception, all of them were incomplete. Moreover, they had been crushed into pieces of flesh and bones of different sizes by the huge furnace of flesh and blood. This wasn't the end. As the huge furnace of flesh and blood slowly rotated, the remains of primordial creatures in the center of the millstone were also crushed. Gradually, even Yi Xian couldn't recognize their original appearance. Whether it was the divine golden dragon, the Xianxia, the bloodlust lion, or the azure sky rock, all the remains of primordial creatures were crushed into mincemeat and mixed together. The flesh and bones that were emitting all kinds of auspicious light blended and mixed with each other. The sparkling precious blood of different colors mixed together. In the end, the blood and flesh could no longer be distinguished from each other. There was no longer any solid matter in the huge hole, and it turned into a semi-fluid substance. However, there was still endless auspicious light that rushed into the heavens. Some of them directly dissipated in the void. They were probably some of the past that were considered as impurities and couldn't be retained by the furnace of flesh and blood. There were also some that turned into strands of milky white mist that slowly rose into the air and merged into the thin atmosphere above the cauldron. The milky white mist was probably something like the origin of the innate Tao or Yuan Shin. It was broken into tiny molecules that could be traced back to the origin, and turned into pure energy that merged into the atmosphere above the furnace. As the energy accumulated, the density increased and finally turned into the dark furnace elixir. No wonder this nether furnace lotion possessed such miraculous effects. It was actually condensed from the essence energy left behind by crushing the remains of a large amount of formidable living beings that were close to or even had already attained the level of a primordial almighty figure. It was simply shocking and astounding. But obviously, the essence energy was not the real purpose of the furnace of flesh and blood to refine the remains of primordial creatures. It was only a byproduct that was produced during the process and could be used. The real dark furnace elixir was the transparent liquid that flowed out from the almost non-existent gap between the two layers of the millstone. If it were an ordinary millstone, what flowed out of the thin slit around the millstone would be the grains and grains. But for this furnace of flesh and blood, what flowed out of the thin slit was the true essence of the powerful primordial creatures at the center of the holes. These primordial creatures were of different species. Some of them were golden in color, and their blood was as bright as the sun, emitting dazzling golden light. Some of them were burning with blood-red flames, giving off endless killing intent and evil vibes. After their flesh and blood were crushed into mud, they were in an indescribably weird color, and their auras were extremely complicated and terrifying. But at this moment, as some impurities such as memories, karma, and so on turned into smoke and disappeared, and as some unnecessary innate energy was expelled, the liquid rose and condensed into liquid. In the end, the liquid that flowed out from a thin crack at the edge of the furnace of flesh and blood was incomparably transparent and colorless. It didn't even have the slightest aura of pressure. It was so pure that it was like the purest crystal in the world had turned into liquid. Yi Xian only took a few glances at it, and he felt his entire soul become much calmer. There wasn't a lot of this pure, crystal-like liquid. In the huge hole in the center of the furnace, a large amount of nine-colored mud was rolling, and there was also a lot of karma impurities and milky white mist that turned into smoke from time to time. But the transparent liquid that flowed out from the gap on the sides of the furnace dropped drop by drop. After a long time, a drop fell into the groove under the gap. This was the inner layer of the furnace. And on the outer layer, there was a circle of chains. These chains weren't the kind that transported the raw materials of flesh and blood into the furnace, but the kind that transported the raw materials to the end of the void crack in the distance. Because Yi Xian could clearly see that the inner end of these chains was connected to the groove in the inner layer of the furnace. From time to time, a drop of mysterious, transparent spirit liquid would drip onto the chains, and at this time, the chains would immediately shine brightly, and endless obscure runes would appear, spreading all the way into the distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization as if he'd been enlightened. The purpose of this furnace was to collect a large amount of flesh and blood of powerful primordial creatures, and to refine this transparent, crystal-like unknown liquid into the void cracks through these chains. And at the end of each different void crack, there was a race that was being nurtured, and in the future, they would blossom with extraordinary splendor and follow the eyes of the heavenly Tao to conquer the world again, or, at the end of the chains, there were supreme generals of the primordial era. They were heavily injured and needed these things to repair themselves. In short, the purpose of this furnace was to gradually restore and strengthen the strength of the heavenly Tao's camp. No wonder the headless infant corpse would act and let Yi Xian get as much as he could. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't allow the enemy's strategic resources to fall into his hands. He was prepared to make a sneaky move, so he had to take them all in one go. If possible, he even wanted to refine the core of this void refining formation, this giant furnace, just like how he had refined the farmer god cauldron in the heavenly battle star region. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian felt a sudden heat on the left side of his chest. The headless corpse was warning him. Obviously, this wasn't realistic. Either Yi Xian couldn't do it, or doing so would trigger unforeseen and severe consequences. The headless corpse wouldn't allow it. Yi Xian sighed. He could only take a step back and seek for resources. He had his eyes on the resources within the cauldron. After looking around, Xian locked onto his target. The flesh grindstone in the center was very large. Although the amount of transparent liquid that dripped out from the slits around the grindstone was very small, it took a long time for a single drop to appear. However, the thin line was long enough, so the amount was still quite considerable. Of course, it couldn't compare to the thin netherworld furnace lotion in the air. Xian immediately took out a small spatial bottle and began to work. He circled the giant furnace millstone and began to collect the transparent liquid. Dong! A drop of transparent liquid fell into the bottle, producing a very textured and pleasant sound. Xian moved and collected another drop of transparent liquid that was falling into the bottle. After circling the millstone once, he had collected a total of 700 to 800 drops of transparent liquid. At this time, the slits around the furnace had temporarily stopped dripping. However, the 9-colored flesh in the giant hole in the center was still churning. Clearly, it was brewing the next round of transparent liquid. Since he had no choice but to wait, Xian tried to extract a drop of transparent liquid from the jade bottle in his hand. He let it float in front of his eyes and carefully observed it. This drop of liquid was pure and transparent, like the highest grade of crystal. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there were mysterious runes, chains, and the like flashing within. This was very strange. It was clearly a transparent and pure object, but he could see the mysterious runes and chains within it. Xian almost suspected that he was hallucinating. It was also at this moment that a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of all evil. Grade, Starry Sky Treasure. Attribute, Laws of Nature Origin Natural Spiritual Liquid. Do you want to refine it now? What? Was this the root of all evil? As the system notification rang in his mind, Xian's body shook violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was too unexpected. This drop of liquid, which was many times purer than the best crystal, was actually the source of all evil. Such a beautiful and dreamlike object actually had such an extremely evil name. This caused people to daydream and lead to endless divergent thoughts. Moreover, such a small drop of liquid was actually a starry sky supreme treasure, which was simply unimaginable. However, when he thought about it again, it was actually an innate spirit liquid that was related to the source of laws. This made sense. Anything related to a starry sky magic weapon could never be too simple. And Xian had just absorbed hundreds of drops of this innate spirit liquid. In other words, he now had hundreds of drops of starry sky supreme treasure in his hands, which was simply frightening. Soon, Xian recovered from his shock and was overjoyed, because this time the tidal exploration task of the system could finally be completed. He immediately absorbed the drop of transparent liquid suspended in front of him into his body and directly handed it to the devouring system. He also gave the instruction to refine it immediately. To his surprise, as soon as the instruction to refine was given, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the source of all evil. The tidal exploration task of the system is completed. Current title, Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider, this title comes with a halo effect. On the original basis of the first 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability will be added, which will be activated randomly. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will be increased. The previous one will increase to 2. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to obtain a random system ability immediately? At this point, the tidal exploration task of the system was successfully completed. Xian's title of the Devouring system in his body had entered the 5th level, and he had become a powerful interstellar raider. At this moment, Xian's pressure was greatly reduced, and his mind was quickly focused on the matter of stealing the enemy's resources. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind for the 3rd time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 9 Black Hole Realm Full Circle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the physical body. Current cultivation level, level 2 Mystic Light Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the physical body. Current cultivation level, Level 3 Mystic Light Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Giant Dragon's Roar. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Demonic Dragon's Eye. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Dark and Dark Vision. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Demonic Soul Pupil. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the spiritual power ability Spiritual Reversal. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. As the series of system notifications sounded in his mind, Xian was completely stunned. The effect of this drop of the root of all evil was simply too incredible. Perhaps it was because this was the first time he had refined it to nourish his primordial spirit and physical body, so the effect was the most obvious. Not only did it allow Xian's physical body to make continuous breakthroughs, even his stagnant ancient Dongshu formula cultivation method level had improved. His cultivation level had also directly broken through from Black Hole Level 1 to Black Hole Level 9. Of course, this could also be because Xian's physical body had already far surpassed that of a Black Hole Realm cultivator. In short, Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a large margin in an instant. This was not the end of it. Not only did his cultivation method level and physical body level increase, but the various bloodline abilities and spiritual secret techniques that he had mastered had also improved to a certain extent. In terms of bloodline abilities, the demonic dragon bloodline ability related to the black gold dragon scales had all been upgraded from the initial level to the intermediate level. However, the fallen sky bow had not changed. This kind of ability did not have any level and would only change according to the strength of the user's cultivation level. A single drop of the origin of all evil had allowed Xian to obtain such a huge benefit. Not only had his cultivation base and physical body, but even the various bloodline abilities, mental strength secret techniques, and so on had all increased in level. All in all, his overall battle strength had skyrocketed compared to before. This made him realize the preciousness of this mysterious spirit liquid, the source of all evil, almost instantly. Even if the harvest this time was only because he refined it for the first time, and might not be able to achieve this effect in the future, the fact that it could only be encountered and not sought after still could not be erased. Overjoyed, Xian did not immediately activate the permission to randomly activate a new ability of the system that he had obtained from completing the system's exploration mission. Instead, he glanced at the mysterious millstone in the center of the huge furnace again. At this time, some faint transparent water stains had appeared in the cracks around the millstone again. Obviously, more drops of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil would drip down soon. Xian was pleasantly surprised. His figure flashed and he moved around the huge millstone. Every time he saw a drop of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil, he would immediately reach out and grab the small space bottle. Then he heard a soft sound, which was pleasing to the ear and soothing to the heart. This meant that there was now one more drop of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil in his hand. This time, perhaps because the 9-colored flesh and blood in the huge hole in the center of the millstone had decreased a lot, the transparent liquid that flowed out from the cracks around the millstone was obviously less than the previous round. Moreover, the speed of the liquid dripping down was much slower. After a while, Xian's harvest this time was only about half of the previous round's harvest. The total of the 2 rounds of spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil was only slightly more than 1,000 drops. From the looks of it, the 3rd round of spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil would be even less, unless the chains that were circling the inner wall of the furnace above to transport the flesh and blood into the furnace once again transported a new batch of remains of the desolate Eric creatures from the cracks in the void and threw them into the huge hole in the center of the millstone. This was to replenish the raw materials. Perhaps only then would the speed of the spiritual liquid drop increase again. However, Xian could not wait any longer. He could feel that the corpse lantern tattoo on the left side of his chest was starting to heat up. Although the headless corpse did not give off any warning signs, Xian knew that he did not have much time left in this cauldron. Who knew when the next batch of desolate Eric corpses would arrive? These were not fruits that could be plucked from the ground where they could have as many as they wanted. It was possible that they would only send a batch every 100 years or even 1,000 years. In short, the chains that were responsible for transporting raw materials were unreliable. The only way was to gain as much benefits as possible based on what they had. With that thought in mind, Xian turned his gaze towards the large number of chains that surrounded the grooves at the bottom of the millstone. His eyes suddenly lit up. Before the spiritual liquid was collected, there was already a round of spiritual liquid dripping into the grooves and being absorbed by these chains. However, at this moment, it should still be on the way and hasn't reached the end of the chains. The beneficiary gets it. Since that's the case, it means that there is still a chance for them to reverse the flow. This is something that this great master has his eyes on. How can I allow others to covet it? Even if you eat it, you'll have to spit it back out for me. With that thought in mind, Xian deliberately moved. His eyes glowed with a green light. Without hesitation, he went straight to the huge grooves and extended the small spatial bottle. He pointed it at one of the chains connected to the grooves and immediately activated the small spatial bottle in his hand. A suction force instantly surged out. The end of the chain lit up with runes and quickly spread into the distance. This was just an experiment. Xian did not know if it would be effective. He was a little nervous. After a short breath, a pleasant jingling sound entered his ears, followed by 2 more jingling sounds. Just like that, the 3 drops of the source of all evil's spiritual liquid that were still on the way were forcibly sucked back from the chains. Damn. It's really effective. I'm rich now. Xian raised his head and swept a glance. There were at least several hundred chains around the grooves. If he could snatch 2 or 3 drops from each chain, he would have more than 1,000 drops in total. This was absolutely exciting. Many a little makes a mickle. It was clear that he was going to make a fortune again. At the same time, at the end of the spatial rift that the chain was connected to, there was a mysterious place that was unfathomably far away from the source of all evil, separated by an unknown number of universes. A strange beast covered in blood-red scales suddenly turned over and let out a shrill roar. If Xian were here at this moment, he would definitely be frightened by this strange beast covered in blood-red scales. This was because the aura emanating from its body was clearly that of a supreme primordial on the same level as the golden divine dragon and the desolate Xianxia. This supreme primordial belonged to the camp of the Green Eye of the Heavens Way. It had been heavily injured in the battle all those years ago, causing its wheel of ways to crack. It had always been hiding in space to recover. During this period of time, it would be able to enjoy a few drops of the source of all evil condensed from the laws of stars within the bodies of countless powerful primordial beings through the netherworld furnace chains set up by the Green Eye of the Heavens Way. It had mostly recovered from its injuries. However, just earlier, the 3 drops of source of all evil that it was about to obtain had suddenly flowed in reverse and been forcefully pushed back. This made it almost go mad with rage. It almost wanted to follow the netherworld furnace chains that hung down from space above to see what exactly had happened. Unfortunately, its injuries were too heavy in the end. It was utterly unable to tear through space and directly descend to this plane. At this moment, it could only vent its anger and frustration with a deafening roar. Xian was completely unaware of all of this. After absorbing 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the first chain, Xian's spirit was greatly boosted. The second chain closest to him was only about 10 meters away, so Xian rushed over in 2 strides. Following the same pattern, he once again aimed the mouth of the small spatial bottle in his hand at the groove connected to the chain. The position. Afterwards, he activated the absorption ability of the spatial bottle. Afterwards, an extremely powerful suction force extended out from the opening of the spatial bottle due to the support from the headless corpse of the infant. The second chain immediately lit up as well. The runes flickered, and after a breath of time, a pleasant ding-dong sound rang out as a drop of all evil origin liquid fell into the bottle. Xian waited for another 2 breaths of time, but there was no other movement. As it seemed, only a single droplet of source of all evil had been allocated to the chain. This greatly displeased Xian. He muttered, "What a pauper. What a miser." The Blood Dragon clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. It was said that the clan was the bloodline descendant of the nine-headed blood dragon from the primordial era, and the bloodline ancestor of the nine-headed blood dragon was the legendary blood sea demon dragon from the primordial era. At this moment, in the deepest part of the blood-horned dragon clan's ancestral land, in the void, the color of blood was clearly visible for thousands of kilometers. A huge blood cloud was rolling and surging. The blood cloud was majestic and vast, and one could vaguely see a 10,000-meter-long nine-headed blood dragon swallowing the cloud and spitting out fog. Its aura was domineering. Although its aura was not as strong as primordial supremes like the golden divine dragon or the primordial Xianxia, it was not weaker than primordial supremes like the void ladle. However, this nine-headed blood dragon was obviously seriously injured. At this time only 3 of its 9 blood-colored heads were left, and its body was also full of wounds. In the void above its head, there was a section of a chain about 10 feet long that suddenly hung down. In the past, a drop of all evil origin liquid would drip from the end of this chain every year, but the nine-headed blood dragon would not use up all of it. There was only 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year, and the nine-headed blood flood dragon would only absorb 3/4 of the energy to repair itself. The remaining 1/4 would be injected into the giant blood-colored egg that was churning in the blood cloud center domain. That was its direct descendant. Once it was born, it would possess universe realm cultivation, and its future would be limitless. However, today was supposed to be the day that the drop of all evil origin liquid was supposed to drip. However, just a moment ago, when the drop of all evil origin liquid was about to drip, the nine-headed blood flood dragon had even smelled its fragrance. However, at that moment, everything changed. The all-evil origin liquid that was allocated to it suddenly shrunk back. Its aura was so faint that even it could not sense it. After waiting for a year, this was the result. The nine-headed blood dragon was furious, but its injuries were so severe that it could not tear through the void to search for the all-evil origin liquid. At this moment, it could only vent its anger by roaring like thunder. Outside the secret realm, all the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, including the clan leader, were prostrating on the ground, trembling. They did not know what had happened in the secret realm of the ancestral land to make the bloodline primordial ancestor so angry. However, no one dared to go in and ask a question at this moment. They would definitely be in great trouble. At the same time, in the netherworld cauldron deep in the origin of all evil star region of the first universe one, Xian had just collected the all-evil origin liquid from the third chain. Of course, he was barely satisfied with the result. There were at least 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid. It seems that the chains lead to different destinations, and the amount of all-evil origin elixir that can be distributed every time is also different. As he walked towards the 4th chain, Xian frowned and muttered to himself, from the looks of it, the chain with the most was split into 3 drops of origin liquid. I reckon that the amount of origin liquid that is more than that is extremely limited. Even if there is someone who can get 4 or 5 drops, it would still be extremely rare. If each chain gets an average of 2 drops, 1,000 or so is guaranteed. In that case, including the 1,000 or so drops I collected from the slits of the millstone, I have a total of 2,000 or so drops. That's passable. Even supreme existences of the primordial era would find it hard to obtain a single drop of the all-evil origin elixir condensed from the netherworld cauldron. However, the 2,000 drops he had obtained were actually just passable. If the divine golden dragon or the void tortoise that was in desperate need of all-evil origin liquid and had been heavily injured for countless years found out about this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. Xian began to get busy. He followed a direction and collected the all-evil origin liquid that had already dripped into the chains and was being transported to the end. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid would drip down from the slits of the huge millstone behind him. Xian did not let them go, nor did he allow them to drip back into the chains. He would usually turn around and rush over to collect the drops of all-evil origin liquid. Then, he would continue to deal with the runic chains that surrounded the grooves after entering the space bottle. The millstone was huge, and the grooves that surrounded the millstone were not small either. The hundreds of chains connected to the grooves were not too many, but they were not too few either. Fortunately, Xian only needed 1 or 2 breaths of time to collect each chain. Therefore, it only took a dozen minutes for Xian to collect more than half of the hundreds of chains. Only a little more than 100 remained. At this moment, the amount of all evil origin liquid stored in the space bottle in his hand had just passed the 2000 mark. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining 100 chains should be able to absorb more than 200 drops. Basically, it was more or less the same as Xianxia's initial estimate of 2000 drops. He only needed less than 10 minutes to end all of this. When he thought about how all the all-evil origin liquid dripping out of the slits and the ones that had already been dripped into the chains and were in the process of being transported, he was about to finish collecting all of them. Xian's gaze began to sweep towards the hole in the center of the huge millstone. It had been so long, but the chains that circled the inner walls of the cauldron had not delivered a second batch of raw materials. In other words, this matter was probably over for the time being. Perhaps there would only be one batch a year, 2 years, 10 years, or 100 years. After all, this netherworld cauldron had stood here for countless years. It was likely that 1 or 2 unqualified remains of primordial creatures would be spat out every time. Although there were quite a few of these inferior corpses in the surrounding void, no matter how many there were, they were only a few 100 million at most. According to this ratio, Xian quickly deduced that the raw materials for the flesh and blood of these ancient creatures would only arrive once every 1 or 2 years. This was basically the truth, since that was the case, after collecting all of the all-evil origin liquid in the chains and seizing all of the harvest of this flesh and blood primordial land for a year, Xian basically had nothing to gain from this place. Unless he waited another year, but that was obviously impossible. Unforeseen circumstances would occur, and the headless corpse protecting him might not be able to last that long. I'm really unwilling to accept this. The harvest is still too little. At this thought, Xian sighed. It just so happened that the 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid in the last chain had been forcibly collected. He immediately flipped his hand and sent the space bottle into the undying world in his body. Then, as he muttered to himself, he took out a new empty bottle from the undying world and leaped towards the giant hole in the center of the millstone. Although I've collected all the all-evil origin liquid, there are still some remnants of 9-colored flesh in this hole. These are all powerful primordial creatures. The atmosphere-like liquid above the cauldron was already extremely thin. This was something that had accumulated over countless years, but Xian had cleaned it all out in one go. As for the all-evil origin liquid in the enormous millstone below, Xian had finished a year's worth of it in one go. Even those that had already dripped onto the chains and were in the process of being transported were forcefully pulled back by him. Now, there was only a small amount of 9-colored meat paste left in the hole at the center of the millstone left in the enormous cauldron. Although it was a small amount, it was only compared to the total amount before. In reality, the cauldron was as large as a planet. 2/3 of its interior was taken up by the huge millstone. As a result, although the hole at the center of the millstone only took up 1/3 of the millstone's 10 diameters, its capacity was still very large. Even though there was only a thin layer of 9-colored meat paste left in the hole, it was still close to 10,000 cubic meters in size. Refining the all-evil origin liquid with this amount of 9-colored meat paste might not yield many drops, but it was still a considerable amount if the flesh was collected and used to refine medicine in the future. Xian took out a new spatial bottle and directly collected it. Very soon, several thousand cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste had been collected into the spatial bottle. However, Xian did not collect all of it. He stopped halfway through. After collecting the spatial bottle for the last time, Xian extended his head to look at the huge hole at the center of the millstone. There were still around 4,000 cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste left at the bottom. According to his estimates, he should be able to refine around 10 drops of all-evil origin liquid from these 4,000 cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste. The reason why he did not continue to collect them was because Xian had suddenly come up with a new idea. Xian planned to let the huge millstone refine these 10 drops of all-evil origin liquid before he underhandedly took action. The so-called underhandedness here did not refer to stealing the dozen drops of evil origin elixir. Instead, it referred to adding some ingredients to them, dripping them into the chains and delivering them to the people at the end of the chains. Of course, those who could enjoy the all-evil origin liquid were all extraordinary. They were either great primordial figures or supreme primordial figures who had been injured in the great battle all those years ago and were recovering, or they were the inheritors of an extremely powerful bloodline. Of course, they all had one thing in common, and that was they were all enemies. They were the subordinates of the camp commander, Heavenly Dao Qingyan. However, with their powerful bloodline, ordinary poisons would not be able to harm them. Since Yixian wanted to play dirty, then even if he couldn't poison a few of them to death on the spot, he would at least have to affect their recovery or leave a poisonous root in their bodies. Otherwise, this matter would be meaningless. Among all the poisons in his possession, only the undying and imperishable bead was capable of doing this. The so-called undying and imperishable bead was a primordial treasure. It was definitely the king of poisons, condensed from the boundless resentment and filth of those who had fallen in the great battle of the primordial era. It was definitely a supreme treasure for underhandedness. However, the poison of this bead was too terrifying. Once it was poisoned, it would spread across a large area. If it was not contained in time after it spread, it would probably cause an entire universe to fall. It was too destructive, so Yixian did not dare to use it at all. He was afraid that it would involve too much karma. However, it was different this time. They were enemies to begin with. Although Yixian did not participate in the great battle all those years ago, the headless corpse of the infant had always been with him in this life. Moreover, the bloodline abilities and secret techniques that he had grasped were all related to him. They all originated from the supreme primordial figures of his own faction. Therefore, Yixian had unknowingly been dragged into this matter. This was a move against an enemy faction, so it was only right and proper. There was no need for him to be afraid of being involved in unnecessary karma. However, although the undying and indestructible poison contained within the undying and imperishable bead was definitely effective against the supreme beings of the primordial era or the supreme beings of the primordial era at the end of the chains, this bead was extremely precious. Yixian only had 2 of them in his possession, and one of them was slightly flawed because it had been used in the Shinnon cauldron before. It was condensed into a bead after the farmer god cauldron had been reformed. The other was perfect and had never been used before. Just these 2 beads alone might be of great use in the future. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yixian did not intend to use them. They were too precious. Apart from the undying and imperishable bead, Yixian also had various other resources in his possession. Some of these resources were highly toxic, and could even be called strange poisons. Although they were rare, they paled in comparison to the undying and imperishable bead. Moreover, he had a certain amount of these things on hand. If he used some of them, he would not have to worry about running out. He acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately descended and arrived at the groove around the millstone. This huge millstone was originally used to refine. Even the karma and resentment of the powerful primordial beings within the 9-colored flesh paste could be removed, dispersing as green smoke. Therefore, the poison naturally could not be placed in the hole at the center. After being refined by the millstone, it would all disperse. That would be a waste of effort. Yixian directly arrived at the groove. After waiting for a while, he finally saw a drop of all evil origin elixir drip down and roll around in the groove. He no longer hesitated. He immediately took out large amounts of various poisonous powders and liquids and poured them all down. Unfortunately, the results left him speechless. All of the poisonous powders and liquids would immediately disperse as soon as they came into contact with the groove. They could not exist at all, let alone fuse with the drop of all evil origin elixir that was currently dripping towards one of the chains. It seemed that these things were ultimately not useful and could not be put to good use. Yixian was speechless. He could only put them all away, not daring to waste any more. He then took out the undying and imperishable bead. Of course, it was the one with a flaw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a primordial poison. Undying and imperishable bead contains the boundless resentment of those who perished in the primordial war. It gathers the resentment of the world and condenses it into a bead. Grade, primordial treasure. Quality, perfect, slightly flawed. Do you wish to use it immediately? As soon as the flawed undying and imperishable bead was taken out, a familiar system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. However, he did not use it immediately. After all, there were still other drops of all evil origin elixir that had yet to drip down. After a moment of hesitation, he simply put away the drop that had already dripped into a new bottle and waited by the groove. A short while later, a total of 18 drops of all evil origin elixir entered the spatial bottle. At this point, the 9-colored meat paste in the hole in the center of the millstone was also gone. Even the millstone's rotation gradually slowed down, returning to the state it was in before the raw materials were thrown in. It seemed that it was just as he had guessed. This void refining formation was activated in waves and was not eternally rotating. Otherwise, how could there be so many primordial creatures' flesh as raw materials? The next time would probably be at least a year later. After confirming this, Xianxia's heart calmed down. As far as he was concerned, everything here was done, except for one last thing. After shaking it a few times, Xianxia confirmed that the undying and imperishable bead had taken effect and fused with the 18 drops of all evil origin fluid. Now, they had all turned into all evil poison. As such, he stopped and carefully removed the cork of the small spatial bottle to take a look inside. As expected, the undying and imperishable bead had already disappeared. There was only a thin layer of liquid at the bottom of the bottle. What was strange was that there were exactly 18 drops, but the color was slightly different. However, the change was very faint, and one would not be able to see it without looking carefully. This meant that the undying and imperishable bead had indeed taken effect. Moreover, its poison had directly dissolved and affected the original 18 drops of all evil origin fluid, leaving no traces behind. This made it even more reliable. There would not be any impurities discovered and be discovered by those primordial experts or even primordial sovereigns at the end of the chains. Exhaling lightly, Xianxia immediately extracted all the all-evil poison from the bottle. However, he did not pour all of it out at once. He left behind a third of it, which was 6 drops. After all, this was not something that could be obtained easily. 18 drops of all evil origin fluid consumed an entire undying and imperishable bead. Although Xianxia still had an undying and imperishable bead, he would definitely not use it like this next time. Therefore, the 18 drops of all evil poison in his hand were extremely precious. Xianxia decided to leave behind 6 drops and store them in the small spatial bottle. After plugging the bottle, he flipped his hand and stored them away in his undying world. At this moment, there were a total of 12 drops of all evil poison floating in front of him. Originally, it could poison 12 heavily injured primordial experts or even primordial sovereigns, or important bloodline inheritances of opposing factions. However, considering that some of these fellows were stronger, 1 drop might not be enough. The effects might not be as good as expected. Therefore, Xianxia decided to start with 9 chains. 6 of them had a drop of all evil poison in them. As for the other 3, he had forcefully snatched back 3 to 4 drops of all evil origin fluid. To be able to obtain so many drops, it was clear that the other party's identity was not ordinary. Therefore, Xianxia had poisoned all 3 chains with 2 drops of all evil poison on each chain. When the first drop of all evil poison fell, Xianxia's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that the previous situation would occur again. That would truly be a waste of his efforts. Fortunately, there was no problem this time. The moment the first drop of all evil origin fluid dripped, the chain lit up. Countless cryptic runes flickered and gradually extended into the distance. This was a sign that the drop of all evil poison was being transported to its target in a way that he still did not understand. He was immediately relieved and grinned. Then, he dripped the other 11 drops of all evil origin liquid onto the other 5 chains he had chosen. And chains Xianxia. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Xianxia's left chest finally heated up again. This was the headless infant corpse's warning, reminding Xianxia that he should leave now. The headless infant corpse must have sensed everything Xianxia had done before, but it did not do anything. This meant that the infant corpse was very satisfied. It was probably very happy inside. It was rare to see the enemy's strategic resources being plundered so wantonly by its own spokesperson. At this moment, the headless infant corpse was also waiting for Xianxia to drip the 12 drops of all evil poison on the 6 chains before giving the warning. This meant 2 things. First, the headless infant corpse was very supportive of this matter, so it did not stop Xianxia when he was doing it. It was probably also very happy inside. Second, the headless infant corpse immediately warned Xian to leave as soon as he dripped the 12 drops of all evil poison on the 6 chains. This meant that once the poison reached the end of the chains, it would definitely trigger some unknown unforeseen event. There was no benefit in staying here. This place had become a place of trouble. If he stayed, he would attract the attention of certain people. With that in mind, Xian did not stay any longer. He instantly broke through the white atmosphere and reached the cauldron. He had originally planned to throw the super death ray bomb that he had prepared for the Heavenly Fate Race's base camp into the cauldron and detonate it. However, considering the level of the cauldron, which was probably an ultimate treasure of the primordial era, he eventually gave up. Of course, the more important reason was that he was worried that he would attract the attention of the Heavenly Fate Race. If that happened, Xian might not have enough time to leave. He had gained a lot this time, there was no need to take the risk again. After leaving the cauldron, Xian once again saw the remains of the primordial creatures in the void around the cauldron. The ones close to the cauldron were all terrifying beings whose aura surpassed the Star-Lord state. The remains of the primordial creatures at the Star-Lord state and the Cosmos state were further away. An idea flashed in Xian's head. Taking advantage of the fact that the protective membrane of the headless baby's body was still around, he dashed toward the remains of the powerful primordial creatures that were beyond the Star-Lord state. It wasn't easy for him to come here, and this time, he even obtained the help of the headless infant corpse. It activated a layer of blood-green membrane that enveloped Xian's body, allowing him to be unafraid of the auras of these powerful existences. If he didn't take some of them away, it would be a pity. However, Xian didn't dare to be too greedy. He only took a dozen remains of the powerful primordial creatures into the Shinnon cauldron inside his body. Every one of them was incomplete, but even so, they were still huge enough to be stored in the Shinnon cauldron. A dozen of them were as large as a dozen mountains. Normal spatial bottles couldn't hold them all, he had to store them directly in the Shinnon cauldron. After all, he would have to store them in the Shinnon cauldron, whether he would roast them or use them as raw materials to refine medicines. After collecting the flesh and blood of more than a dozen powerful ancient creatures, Xian originally planned to collect some more precious blood from the corpses of other powerful creatures. These precious blood were all extraordinary and had already fallen for countless years. However, some of the corpses were still shedding tears. Moreover, some of the corpses were still shedding tears. Every drop of blood was emitting a glow. It would definitely be a supreme treasure if it was used as a medicine. Although the dozen or so corpses that Xian had previously stored in the Shinnon cauldron also had this kind of treasured blood gushing out of them, they were of different species. If he could get as many as he could, it would be useful in the future. It was also at that moment that the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly became hotter than before. Xian was immediately alarmed. Then, before he could come back to his senses, about 10,000 miles behind him, the huge cauldron that was as huge as a star began to shake violently. Among them, there was clearly the sound of a large number of chains rattling. Even the layer of milky white mist above the cauldron began to churn as if it was being blown away by a hurricane. When Xian fought for the all-evil origin elixir, he had chosen the end of the spatial crack connected to by the first chain. It was a mysterious place that was unfathomably distant from the region of origin of all evil, separated by who knows how many universes. The exotic beast covered in blood-red scales was unable to tear through space and descend from another plane due to its severe injuries. At this moment, it could only vent its frustration and anger with its deafening roars, letting out shrill roars one after another. This strange beast covered in blood-red scales was terrified because the aura emanating from its body clearly belonged to a supreme being of the primordial era who was at the same level as the golden divine dragon and the primordial Xianxia. It had been severely injured in an unprecedented battle all those years ago, causing its wheel of the great Tao to crack, and it had always been hiding in this void to recover. Originally, its injuries had already mostly healed. However, just earlier, the 3 droplets of all-evil origin elixir that it was about to obtain suddenly flowed backwards, forcefully returning to its original position. Right now, as the blood-red unicorn roared thunderously, the chain above its head suddenly shone brightly again. Some complicated inscriptions flickered on it. This was clearly a sign that the all-evil origin elixir was about to fall. The blood-red unicorn stopped roaring furiously. It raised its head, and the fury in its eyes gradually subsided. Very soon, 2 droplets of all evil origin elixir fell from the end of the chain. Due to the darkness and space, the color of the 2 droplets of all evil origin elixir was slightly different from before. However, it did not notice this. It opened its mouth and immediately swallowed them. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. The blood-colored Qilan's body began to tumble in the air, its eyes emitting a dark light of resentment. A monstrous murderous aura surged into the sky, entering the chains that were suspended in the air above its head and flowing against the current. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Blood Wyrm clan in the second universe. At this moment, in the secret realm in the deepest part of the Blood Wyrm clan's ancestral land, the space in the distance was already red, and a huge blood cloud was still surging. They could vaguely see a 9-headed blood dragon roaring furiously. Although its aura was not as strong as the supreme beings of the primordial era such as the Golden Divine Dragon and the primordial Xianxia, it was no weaker than the almighty beings of the primordial era such as the Void Ladle. This 9-headed blood serpent was clearly heavily injured, and was completely recovering thanks to the nourishment of the all-evil origin liquid. In the past, a drop of all-evil origin liquid would drip from the end of the chain every year, but the 9-headed blood serpent would not be completely consumed. It would leave behind a quarter of it and infuse it into the huge blood-colored egg that was surging up and down in the blood cloud's central domain. That was its direct descendant. Once it was born, it would possess the cultivation of the universe realm, and its future would be limitless. Previously, it was supposed to be the day when the drop of all evil origin liquid would fall again. Just as the drop was about to fall, the 9-headed blood serpent could even smell its sweet scent. However, the precious drop of all evil origin liquid suddenly shrunk back, its aura fading away. The 9-headed blood serpent was furious, but because its injuries were too severe, it could not tear through the void and cross planes to search for it. At this moment, it could only vent its anger by roaring like thunder. It shocked all the members of the Blood Wyrm clan outside the secret realm, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They did not know what had happened in the secret realm of the ancestral grounds to make the bloodline primordial ancestor so angry. At this moment, the roaring in the secret realm suddenly stopped, because another drop of all evil origin liquid had dripped from the chain that was suspended in the void above the 9-headed blood serpent's head. Of course, this drop had been spiked. To be more precise, it was all evil poison. However, the 9-headed blood serpent did not know this. It thought that the previous incident was just a small accident, and that the drop of all evil origin liquid that belonged to it had finally come. It did not go back on its word, therefore, the 9-headed blood dragon suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in 3/4 of this drop of liquid. The remaining 1/4 dripped down and landed on the shell of the huge blood-colored egg that it was protecting. Then, it instantly sank into the egg. Roar! The next moment, the 9-headed blood dragon suddenly roared, and its body became unstable. One of the 3 remaining dragon heads instantly wilted and was on the verge of withering. Over the countless years, for the sake of its direct descendant, the giant blood-colored egg beneath it, it would always share 1/4 of the all-evil origin liquid it obtained each time. This directly caused the injuries it suffered back then to heal even more slowly. However, because of the terrifying poison in this drop of evil origin liquid, one of the 3 heads that had already recovered was about to wither again. This made the 9-headed blood serpent extremely furious, and it could not accept this at all. However, something that made it even angrier happened very quickly. Swish! Swish, swish! A faint sound came from the 9-headed blood serpent's stomach, causing its body to shake violently in shock. The crazy roaring in its mouth also stopped abruptly, and it lowered its head to look. Hair, blood-colored corpse hair, it grew densely from the huge blood-colored egg under it, turning it from a huge egg into a ball of hair in the blink of an eye. This was corpse hair. Its direct descendant had not yet been born and was still in the process of being nurtured, but it had already turned into a corpse in the egg, even if the aura of life had not disappeared, which meant that it could continue to nurture. Who knew what kind of monster would be born in the future? At the very least, it definitely could not be considered a pure 9-headed blood serpent anymore. This also meant that the bloodline inheritance that it had always cared about the most had finally been cut off today. This was because the more powerful a creature was, the more difficult it was for it to give birth to a descendant of its bloodline. This huge crimson egg that gave birth to its direct bloodline descendant was something the nine-headed blood Jiao dragon had given birth to when it was still very weak a long time before that unprecedented battle. Now, it was already a supreme existence of the primordial age. Even if it was severely injured and had yet to recover, and its combat strength was far from before, it was impossible for it to nurture another huge blood descendant egg. Roar! Roar! The nine-headed blood serpent could not accept all of this. The reason why it had persisted until now was because of its bloodline inheritance. However, everything had changed now. The nine-headed blood serpent was furious. After roaring for a while, an edict was sent out from the mystic realm where the blood serpent clan's bloodline ancestor resided. It turned into a blood-colored light and fell into the hands of the blood serpent clan's patriarch. In the next moment, the blood serpent clan's patriarch's body shook violently. Then, he roared toward the sky and revealed his bloodline true body, which was 100,000 feet tall. This was clearly a six-headed blood serpent with a highly atavistic bloodline. Blood Ancestors Edict, prepare for war. Unite the various races of the second universe and launch a joint attack on the first universe. Following the nine-headed blood dragon's order, the prelude to a full-scale planar war was about to begin. At this moment, Yi Xian would never have thought that the things he had done in the core of the root of all evil would cause such serious consequences in the end. It was like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. It was unintentional, but it caused a catastrophic tsunami on the other side of the ocean. The root of all evil, as its name suggested, had become the true source of this turmoil. However, this war was supposed to come sooner or later. It was only because of the nine-headed blood dragon's order that the blood dragon clan moved and pushed the process forward. Therefore, it was brought forward. The blood dragon clan was the strongest clan among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Among the top 10 clans, there were several clans that were strategic allies. Once the blood dragon clan moved, these clans would definitely not stand idly by. A planar war was about to begin. In fact, the impact of Yi Xian's 12 drops of evil venom was not limited to this. There were only 6 chains on which he had chosen to drip the all-evil origin liquid, and 2 of them had already activated. The nine-headed blood-flood dragon was so angry that it wanted to track down the true culprit who had cut off its bloodline inheritance that it had triggered a planar war in space that was about to begin. As for the blood-colored Qilin, it had just split off a strand of its divine beast primordial spirit and followed the chain down. In addition, 4 existences at the end of the chains were also affected. 2 of them chose to remain silent. Although they were roaring in their respective resting places, they did not do anything in the end. As for the other 2 terrifying existences, one was the supreme primordial demon crocodile from the primordial war. It was also arrogant and unruly. Like the scarlet unicorn, it chose to separate a strand of its demon crocodile primordial spirit and follow the chain down. The other one was also in the second universe. It was the ancestor of the Green Rock clan, which was ranked second among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. It was an azure rock. This azure sky rock was similar to the nine-headed blood Wyrm, and they were both born during the later period of the primordial era. In fact, when they were born, the incomparable battle of the primordial era had practically come to an end. However, they were still injured. Although they were powerful beings of the primordial era, they were severely injured in the end. As for the source of their bloodline, the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Peng, who were at the level of the Supreme Master of the primordial era, both died in that battle. Obviously, the Azure Sky Rock and the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon were the powerful forces of the same camp back then. Now that they were both ambushed at the same time, it was impossible for the 2 clans to let this matter go so easily. In the Second Universe's Federation, the top 3 races represented the entire Second Universe's Federation. Now, 2 of the top 3 races had already vowed to send troops to the First Universe. On the surface, they were waging war with the Celestials' legacy race, but they were secretly attacking the source of all evil and uncovering the true mastermind. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. However, this kind of monstrous planar war couldn't start immediately. Preparing for it required time. The chaos of the war hadn't appeared yet. However, in the depths of the core hinterland of the First Universe's source of all evil, the consequences of Yi Xian's actions were immediately apparent. Clang! Clang! The sound of the chains grew louder and louder, and there were even loud rumbling noises. The entire starlight cauldron started to shake. A monstrous aura of slaughter wreaked havoc in this area of the void. Evil thoughts filled the sky. Yi Xian had already activated his full speed and rushed toward the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't even dare to use the mechanical demon bug because it would be too big of a target. Yi Xian was worried that it would attract attention. Although he didn't know what was happening in the starlight cauldron behind him, he could roughly guess that the existences at the end of the 6 chains were enraged. The immortal and imperishable bead was no ordinary item. Even a supreme primordial would have to shed a layer of skin if he was suddenly ambushed. After all, it was originally condensed from the resentment and obsession of countless powerful primordial beings who had fallen in that incomparable battle. Moreover, even if the existences at the end of the 6 chains were truly almighty primordial beings or supreme primordial beings, they were far from what they were in the past and were in a state where they had yet to recover from their injuries. Judging from the current situation, some of those fellows must have suffered greatly because of Yi Xian's ambush. Otherwise, why would they be so enraged? In fact, although Yi Xian was frightened, he was still in a very good mood. After all, this kind of opportunity wouldn't come twice in this world. In fact, even in the primordial era, there were probably only 1 or 2 people who could ambush several almighty primordial beings and supreme primordial beings at the same time. Come on. Even thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that it was incomparably exciting. To be able to make the top existences of the enemy camp so miserable and unintentionally suffer such a huge loss, this kind of feeling was really too satisfying. However, even though it was satisfying, he still felt a sense of crisis. As he rushed towards the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yi Xian didn't have any greedy thoughts along the way. Even though he still saw too many powerful remains of primordial beings along the way, the layer of blood-green protection on the surface of his body was still there. The thin film still existed, but Yi Xian didn't make a move. Time was of the essence. As long as he stayed in this core hinterland, there was a chance that he would become the target of the anger of the almighty primordial beings and even the supreme primordial beings. Although Yi Xian had the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he didn't think that it would be effective in the face of terrifying existences above the almighty primordial beings. It was effective. The means of the headless infant corpse was indeed a powerful guarantee that made him feel more at ease, but in fact, before Yi Xian reached the edge of the core hinterland, the layer of blood-green film covering his body had completely disappeared, and the burning sensation on his left chest had also disappeared. This definitely didn't mean that the crisis had been resolved. On the contrary, it meant that the crisis had become more and more intense. The headless infant corpse definitely didn't want to expose itself, so it was completely dormant. Not to mention the outside world, even Yi Xian himself couldn't sense its existence. This made the hair on his back stand on end, and his speed instantly soared by a large margin. Whether it was the power of the cultivation method, the power of the physical body, the power of the divine sense, the spiritual power of the demon, or the power of the electronic consciousness, as long as it was a power that could be used in his body, Yi Xian activated all of them. To the extreme. His entire body instantly turned into an arrow light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and even the divine sense couldn't keep up with his speed. He streaked across the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Yi Xian slowed down as soon as he passed the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil and entered the buffer zone of the central region. He knew that a supreme being had descended from the cauldron. Even if it was only a consciousness, there was no chance for him to escape from the root of all evil. He had to leave the outer region of the star sector. If he maintained this extreme speed, he would be like a bright light in the dark night and would directly attract the attention of the other party. He did not think that the Supreme Being's consciousness would only search for the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Although that was the most important area, the Supreme Being would definitely not let go of the buffer zone of the central region and the outer region of the star sector. Even the cosmic void outside of the star sector of the root of all evil would be searched. At a time like this, the best thing to do was to lie low and conceal his aura as much as possible so that he could harmonize with his surroundings. At the very least, he would not stand out. Soon, Yi Xian came to a complete stop after leaving the buffer zone of the central region and the core hinterland of the root of all evil. He performed a perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique. However, he did not conceal his aura and body, as that would arouse suspicion. Instead, he transformed his body into an inconspicuous black beetle with average strength. At the same time, he tried his best to harmonize his aura with the void around him as if he had always been here and had not moved for a long time. In fact, all the black beetles in the void around him did the same. They were inert life forms to begin with. After doing all of this, Yi Xian's heart was still uneasy. However, he knew that he'd already done it perfectly. As for whether or not he could deceive the consciousness of the several supreme experts that had already descended into the cauldron, he could only resign himself to fate. Of course, he still had a certain amount of confidence because if he could not deceive it, he believed that he would not be in danger of dying. In a true life and death situation, the headless corpse would definitely not ignore it. Whoosh, boom. Roar. Screech, the chains rattled, and the giant cauldron rumbled. Accompanied by the roar of a unicorn and a demon crocodile, a large part of the void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil was shaking. Then, two huge figures, both tens of thousands of feet tall, rushed into the sky from the giant cauldron. The aura of the supreme beings from the primordial era swept across the world. Over the endless years, the remains of the primordial era creatures were spat out from the giant cauldron like garbage or waste and abandoned in the void. Their remains, at this moment, collapsed and turned into ashes. The supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile finally descended and rushed out of the giant cauldron. They were at the top of the star sector's core hinterland of the primordial supremes. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around them, everything was under their control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born, and stars were fallen. That wasn't a problem. However, the power would quickly weaken when they were 10,000 kilometers away. In the core hinterland of the root of all evil, the space around the giant cauldron, where the remains of the primordial era creatures were located, was millions of kilometers away. Therefore, even though the supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile still covered the vast void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil, their pressure was weakened when they reached the edge, where countless descendants of the powerful creatures were lurking and unwilling to leave. Their pressure was greatly weakened. Even so, all the powerful beings at the core of the root of all evil, be they Cosmos State, Star Lord, or beyond, chose to lay low instead of resisting when the two powerful consciousnesses were running rampant, as if they were looking for something. They wouldn't react too strongly even if the two consciousnesses brushed past them, they would at most wriggle uneasily. This allowed them to keep their lives, because the consciousnesses that swept past their bodies quickly left, not stopping, nor did they have the time to stop. They were currently searching for the most suspicious existences. When the Blood Kirin and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile's consciousness entered the cauldron and saw everything, they immediately knew what had happened. Obviously, someone had snuck in and stolen the cauldron's harvest this year. At the same time, they had poisoned the cauldron with unknown and mysterious poison before leaving, so they wouldn't be able to escape. They were lucky. Although they were infuriated and wanted to destroy the entire space zone, that was obviously impossible. There would be more evil origin fluid next year, but the unknown culprit would probably escape soon. At this time, the blood-colored Qilin and the 9 Demon Crocodile did not even care about unleashing a massacre to vent their anger. Their only thought at this moment was to take advantage of the fact that the other party might not have escaped far away to find the detestable mastermind behind this. However, while they didn't have time to kill, some beings were determined to get themselves killed. For example, the Black Beetle Queen. At that moment, the Black Beetle Mother Empress had just finished pleasuring all 5 of the mechanical bugs and was still unsatisfied. It originally wanted to take a breather before fighting another round with these 5 tough and durable fellows for 5 million rounds. It was also at this moment that the Crimson Unicorn's consciousness swept over with a disdainful attitude. It didn't hold back at all as it directly descended from above the Black Beetle Mother Empress's lair. Screech! This was a blatant provocation and contempt. The Black Beetle Mother Empress was immediately enraged. Its true form rose from its lair and appeared above the void, roaring ferociously. Although the Black Beetle was an inert life form, it was extremely irritable and even manic during its estrus period. In such a state, the Black Beetle Mother Empress's mind was only filled with that kind of thing, and all other senses were weakened to the extreme by its physiological desires, including its sense of danger. That was why it was so furious at this moment. After all, it had been living here for tens of millions of years. Ever since it had grown into a Star-Lord, its neighbors in the void, even those more powerful than it, would give it some face and not disturb it during its estrus period, which occurred once every 100 years. After all, everyone knew that the Black Beetle Mother Empress was basically crazy at this stage. Even though stronger than it wouldn't be interested in provoking it. It wasn't disgusting enough, but today, there was a fellow who didn't give it face. Just as it was about to start its second round and fight another 5 million rounds with the 5 tough and durable fellows, this fellow took the initiative to provoke it. How could it not be angry? Unfortunately, it only had time to let out a single roar before its entire body collapsed under the pressure of the Crimson Unicorn's terrifying consciousness, turning it into ashes. Roar. Screech, a unicorn's roar and a demon crocodile's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the wider void of the root of all evil's buffer zone. A scarlet unicorn and a 9-hell demon crocodile were both 10,000 feet tall. Although they were energy consciousnesses, their pressure was incomparably strong. As the void shook, countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain trembled. The one Xian had transformed into was the same. It nestled at the edge of a group of black beetles. On the surface, it didn't look strange, but at this moment, his heart was twitching. He really didn't expect to provoke 2 supreme masters this time. Although it was only a strand of their consciousness that had descended upon this star field, the source of all evil, they were clearly 2 primordial supremes. Yi Xian vaguely remembered that in the inherited image of the fallen sky bow and other bloodline abilities, he had seen the scarlet unicorn in the enemy camp in the scene of the great battle of the primordial era. At that time, it was fighting the golden dragon. As for the 9-hell demon crocodile, he didn't notice it. But judging from the momentum of the 2 primordial supremes' consciousnesses descending at the same time, the 9-hell demon crocodile was clearly not weaker than the scarlet unicorn. In other words, these 2 terrifying existences were evenly matched with the golden dragon. Even if it was just a consciousnesses descending from their seriously injured bodies, it was enough to frighten people. They could definitely destroy the entire star domain with just a thought. Just as Yi Xian was trembling, a powerful consciousness so terrifying that they almost made his mind collapse swept over his body. Fortunately, at this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on his chest burned slightly, so this consciousness didn't see anything and just swept over him. At this moment, Yi Xian realized how naive he was. If it wasn't for the headless infant corpse watching over him and helping him cover up at the crucial moment, he would have been pulled out just now. The so-called perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique might be more powerful in the future when Yi Xian became stronger, but with his current cultivation, it was simply a joke to try to deceive the consciousnesses of the primordial supremes. Roar. Screech, just as Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing, the crimson unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile roared again. They had just searched the core hinterland of the root of all evil to no avail and had left the cauldron out of anger. But they did not expect to find nothing in the buffer zone of the central region. That's right. Has that detestable mastermind really left? How could his speed be so fast? The crimson unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile roared, and their energy consciousness went far away. In an instant, they traversed millions of miles of the void from the buffer zone of the central region to the periphery of the root of all evil and began the same search. The central region was temporarily safe, but Yi Xian did not dare to move. Like the countless other black beetles, he was still trembling. As for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest, it had already returned to normal when the consciousness swept past it. Obviously, unless the consciousness swept past Yi Xian's body again, it would not make a move. In other words, Yi Xian's psychic secret technique was perfect. Although he could not avoid the close detection of the supreme primordial's consciousness, he could still cover it up in this environment. This made him feel slightly better about his collapsed confidence. Roar. Screech, although the periphery of the root of all evil was wider, in the face of the 2 supreme primordial's consciousnesses, in fact, after a sweep, it was thoroughly explored. The result was no doubt that there was still no discovery. Therefore, the crimson unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile's roars and screeches soon came from the periphery. This time, they were even more furious, and their voices had already spread to the buffer zone of the central region. Yi Xian felt a strong sense of rage from these 2 angry roars. This made him even more worried. These two guys did not hesitate to come in person with a wisp of their consciousnesses, and chased them all the way from the core hinterland of the root of all evil to the buffer zone of the central region. In the end, they even searched the wider periphery. This showed how strong their anger was in their hearts. But in the end, they found nothing. There was no doubt that under such circumstances, these two supreme primordials' consciousnesses would only be satisfied and give up after venting their anger. But even if they gave up, they would definitely go back the way they came. In this way, the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region would most likely be killed. There was nothing in the periphery, only endless void cracks. When these two guys turned around and returned to the Great Furnace, the first thing they encountered was the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region. In the face of such weak existences, they were even less than ants to them. They would be annihilated with a casual roar. At that time, the black beetle that Xianxia had transformed into was the only one left standing in the air. It was clearly a bright light in the dark night, and it was difficult not to be eye-catching even if it didn't want to. Realizing this, Xianxia was instantly dumbfounded. His heart was burning with anxiety, but he didn't dare to move at all. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to courting death. Before these two fellows could vent their anger, he would be exposed. At this time, in the periphery of the root of all evil, two similar roars came, but they were clearly far away, and seemed to be rushing towards the vast void of the first universe outside the root of all evil. Xianxia was startled, and his expression immediately became strange. These two fellows were obviously unwilling to give up. After searching the entire source of all evil star field to no avail, they actually chased out of this star field. They wanted to go to the vaster void of the first universe to have a look. Perhaps the mastermind behind the escape was in a nearby star field. Who knew? At this thought, Xianxia immediately prayed in his heart. At this time, he really hoped that a large fleet of the Tianji race would just happen to pass by outside the root of all evil. If that was really the case, when these two guys saw that there were no clues in the void of the first universe, and their last hope was destroyed, they would definitely vent their anger on the spot and directly destroy that fleet. In this way, when they returned, the probability of destroying this group of black beetles in the buffer zone, which were even less than ants, would basically be reduced to less than half. Of course, this kind of thing was generally not very likely. How could there be such a coincidence? Wanting a fleet, and one would come immediately, but in reality, things in this world were just so coincidental. Perhaps it was all fated. There were more than 100 fortresses in the fleet, however, not all of them were from the Heavenly Legacy clan. There were only a dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The rest of the fortresses were all summoned by the slave fleets of the nearby space zones. The target of the fleet was the source of all evil star field. As for the purpose, it was to enter this star field and assist the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, Di Xiaofeng, and the others. The Tian's Legacy race fleet led by Emperor Xiaofeng had been in the root of all evil star field for almost 10 days, but there was still no news. The Tian's Legacy race headquarters were worried about this matter, so they issued orders to the patrolling Tian's Legacy race fleet in the nearby star field. He ordered them to gather a fleet of slaves from the nearby star fields and enter the all-evil star field to investigate the situation. If necessary, they were to immediately come to the rescue and accept the command of the young Master D. At that moment, the fleet had just arrived. They hadn't even entered the periphery of the root of all evil when two terrifying beasts that were almost 10,000 meters long rushed out of the space zone. No, they were just the consciousness of two ferocious beasts. Even so, the terrifying pressure emitted by the other party was still not something that this fleet could withstand. The entire fleet of more than 100 fortresses were immediately bound and imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Ask for help. Ask for help from the Heavenly Legacy City immediately. Oh my god, they're far stronger than Star Lords. What's going on in there? Activate the emergency communication system. We have to send the information back. Whatever the cost, hurry. In the dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan that were leading the fleet, a dozen members of the Heavenly Legacy clan shrieked and took all kinds of countermeasures. In the face of two such powerful existences, they did not even think that they would have a chance to escape this calamity. Their only wish was to transmit this scene and everything that was about to happen to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, through the emergency communication system of the stronghold. Unfortunately, that was obviously impossible, because they weren't facing a supreme being beyond the Star Lord state, but two horrifying consciousnesses of the primordial lords. Boom! Boom! Chi-la-la, a huge explosion resounded in an instant, and the entire void in front of them was illuminated. More than 100 fortresses and fortresses of various sizes exploded at the same time, turning into huge fireballs. Electric sparks covered the sky and earth. In just an instant, the entire fleet was destroyed. Not a single person was left alive, and not a single message was sent out. Immediately afterward, two earth-shattering roars and a vicious howl rang out. Roar! Screech! As soon as the two consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile rushed out of the outskirts of the root of all evil star field, they immediately swept through the vast star field hundreds of thousands of miles away. Other than the fleet in front of them, there was not a single living thing. This made them dejected and enraged. In the end, they finally took action, completely annihilating this celestial legacy race fleet to vent the unquenchable fury in their chests. For the powerful fleet of the celestial legacy race, their mission was over before it even began. While roaring, the consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile hovered above the fleet, which had already turned into an ocean of flames. Then, they unwillingly turned around and returned to the root of all evil star field, crossing the outskirts and arriving at the buffer zone of the central domain again. In this instant, Xianxia's heart, which was already in his throat, tensed up once again. He didn't know what was happening in the void around the source of all evil. The buffer zone was too vast. Even if a huge fleet exploded in an instant, the commotion wouldn't be transmitted over. Only the most horrifying beings of the primordial era, such as the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, could cross the entire outskirts and arrive at the buffer zone of the central domain in the blink of an eye. After destroying an entire fleet of the celestial legacy race in fury, the surging fury in the hearts of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile seemed to have been somewhat appeased. At this moment, the consciousnesses of the two supreme beings of the primordial era didn't seem to have crossed the central domain as they did before. They weren't as irritable as they were in the buffer zone. After all, the facts couldn't be changed. Such powerful beings of the primordial era wouldn't be blinded by fury so easily. They didn't attack again. Not only were the countless black beetles in the vast space zone spared, but even the Cosmos State, Star Lords, and space beasts beyond the Star Lord level at the edge of the root of all evil's core were spared, too. There was a reason for their existence. Both the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were well aware of that. If it weren't for the existence of these star beasts, the reputation of the source of all evil would be greatly reduced. At that time, the number of masters from the various great forces entering this star field would obviously increase. This was not a good thing for the great furnace in the core hinterland that they had relied on for countless years. It was safe to say that the space beasts in the buffer zone and the edge of the central domain were actually allowed to exist. They were like watchdogs. Since they had already vented their fury outside of the root of all evil, there was no need to vent their anger on their watchdogs. Because of this, the Blood Qilin and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile instantly crossed the outer region and the buffer zone of the central region after returning to the source of all evil star region. After entering the core region, they directly returned to the cauldron in the deepest part of the region. In the end, it let out a few angry roars and roars unwillingly, and then it fell silent, and there was no more movement. After all, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were just two consciousnesses. They couldn't stay there for a long time. Besides, their real bodies were in a terrible condition. Since they had failed to find out who was behind all this, there was no point in staying there any longer. The deepest area of the core hinterland soon fell completely silent. Not only was the sound of the chains no longer audible, even the rumbling of the giant cauldron shaking gradually disappeared. The entire area was quiet. The source of the turmoil had changed. Therefore, it was over for the time being. As far as Yixian was concerned, he'd definitely escaped a great calamity this time. Yixian was finally able to deactivate the perfect mental shock technique, but the tattoo of the lantern on his left chest was still intact. He was relieved, as the crisis was truly over. The densely packed black beetles were still trembling in the void. For them, the arrival of two supreme ancients' consciousnesses was absolutely unprecedented. They might not be able to recover from the fear in their hearts in a short period of time. The same was true for the Cosmos State, Star Lords, and even the space beasts beyond the Star Lord State at the edge of the core of the origin of all evil. Yi Xian was hesitating. He was considering whether he should leave immediately or enter the core of the origin of all evil again. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits if he entered the core of the origin of all evil again. Although there were still a large number of corpses of ancient creatures that were extremely tempting to him in the depths of the core region, the headless corpse had once again fallen into silence. With Yi Xian's cultivation, he couldn't even get close to those corpses. The pressure was too terrifying, and there was a danger of his body splitting apart. Besides, he had already collected some of the remains in the Shenong cauldron. They were all of the best primordial creatures. Of course, that was for all the remains in the void. However, in general, the remains of the primordial creatures in the depths of the core of the source of all evil were already dispensable to the current Yi Xian. There was no need for him to take the risk and mess with this matter. However, there was still a reason why he had to enter the core of the origin of all evil again, which was the core leadership of the Heavenly Legacy clan, including Emperor Xiaofeng. The 5 of them had been captured by the horrifying Black Beetle Queen, and there was no chance for them to escape. Yi Xian had given up on them, because even if there was a chance to escape, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to do anything. He was completely helpless against a Star Lord. He didn't dare approach it. However, the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen had clearly perished. Yi Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he had clearly heard the Black Beetle Queen's furious roar. However, it fell silent after one roar. Then, all the black beetles in the central region's buffer zone started to tremble in fear, and there was even a kind of biological wave with a strong sense of sadness spreading out. It was clearly a sign that the Black Beetle Queen had perished. Since the old monster had taken the lead and been slapped to death, Yi Xian had to enter his lair to take a look. If the 5 fellows from Young Emperor Peak hadn't been tormented to death, Yi Xian could only send them off to the west and give them another stab. Otherwise, once Emperor Xiaofeng and the others were able to catch their breaths and return the sun, once they left the star region, the source of all evil, it would be truly troublesome for Yi Xian. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the mechanical bug that he had stored in his undying world. Yi Xian only realized that Chanas had woken up when he stepped into the mechanical bug's abdomen. However, since Yi Xian had completely sealed the mechanical bug and stored it in his undying world, not only was he unable to leave, but he couldn't even peek at the situation outside. He was extremely anxious. He was like an ant on a pot, pacing around in circles. Ayaya Sha. Lord Sha, you're finally back. What happened before? I couldn't even go out to take a look. I couldn't even see what was going on outside. I thought I was swallowed by the Black Beetle Queen. That scared me to death. Seeing Yi Xian step into the abdomen, Xianxia immediately went up to him. His face was filled with excitement from surviving a calamity. He pulled Yi Xian's arm and said, "Let's go. This place is too evil. We shouldn't have come in." Yi Xian knew that he was referring to the remains of the powerful ancient creatures that he saw in the depths of the core. Just like that, he was shocked to such an extent. If he were to personally witness everything that happened after that, Yi Xian really suspected that this fellow wouldn't be scared to death. However, he had stored the mechanical bug in his body because he didn't want Chanas to know too many secrets. Naturally, he wouldn't tell him everything this time. However, he couldn't hide anything from him, so Yi Xian could only tell him the truth. Something happened just now. The Black Beetle Queen was fighting with some Star Lord astral beasts. The scene was so terrifying that I had to leave the core area. Hearing this, the expression on Xianxi's face eased up. From Yi Xian's tone, it seemed that he was planning to leave. But who would have thought that the latter's words would take a roundabout turn, and his expression would change drastically in an instant. His heart was in his throat, but now the movement inside has stopped. I guess the battle is over. We can finally go in and see the situation. Finally, Yi Xian revealed what he had been looking forward to for a long time. Desperate, Chanas stopped trying to persuade him. He simply sat down with his arms crossed and started drawing circles on the ground. He had already made up his mind. As soon as he left the root of all evil star field, he would immediately find an excuse to leave. No matter what, he couldn't stay with this guy anymore. It was too dangerous. He was simply courting death. Xian ignored him. He immediately activated the mechanical bug and crossed the line into the core area of the root of all evil, heading straight for the Black Beetle Queen's nest. The Black Beetle Queen's nest was actually a huge planet with a hollow interior. Of course, this planet had long since died and no longer emitted heat. Occasionally, one could see some planets in the Death Star field, but they were all in the same situation. Their insides were hollowed out, and some powerful space beasts had built their nests. There were not many void rifts around the star nest's location. There were still void cracks in the core area, but they were much fewer than in the periphery. Also, they were all fixed in the void and wouldn't move slowly. At this time, inside the Black Beetle Queen's nest, 5 mechanical bugs were lying in a row on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move at all. The entire nest had only been inhabited by the Queen Black Beetle. Now that it had fallen, other than the 5 mechanical battle insects, there was no other Black Beetle to be seen. Although the Black Beetle Queen hadn't done much damage to the 5 mech bugs, at most some of their alloy limbs had been deformed. This was because the Black Beetle Queen's strength was too great. When it laid on their bodies, it was as if it was tossing a mountain. Even their alloy limbs couldn't take it and were crushed. It was bent a little. As the mechanical demon bug entered the Black Beetle Queen's star nest, a series of 5 system notifications rang out in Xian's mind. Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. Emperor Xiaofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level, medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. After experiencing such inhumane torture, these 5 fellows' electronic consciousnesses had actually weakened to such an extent. On the surface, the 5 mechanical battle bugs did not seem to have suffered any damage at all. However, the moment Xian appeared, the system had already determined that their condition was so weak that they could be devoured. Hence, they were devoured. This was naturally a good thing. Xian would not hold back at all. He immediately leaped forward, and the energy wings on the mechanical demon bug's back flapped. In an instant, all 5 mechanical battle bugs' heads were chopped off and rolled on the ground. It could not be helped. Their bodies were too big, and Xian could not devour them whole. He could only chop off their heads and then devour the rest of the mechanical demon bug's head. This was because after the Tianji race activated their mechanical fusion ability, the main body of their electronic consciousnesses was within the mechanical demon bug's head. Seeing this scene, Chanas, who was in the mechanical demon bug's abdomen, fell to the ground again. It was as if he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, and his face was pale with fright. This time, he had really poked the heavens. Sir Shah clearly did not even want to let go of the young patriarch of the Tianji race. Now, he had completely boarded the pirate ship. Once something happened, even if Sir Shah did not survive, he would not end up well either. At this thought, Chanas shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had completely given up. Xian did not care about all this. He directly restored the mechanical battle bug's size to 50,000 meters in diameter inside the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. Then, he swallowed all 5 heads in one gulp. After a round of refinement, the familiar system notification rang out in his mind again. This time, it was still 5 consecutive notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained 1 mechanical intelligence core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained mechanical intelligence core. As the 5 system notifications rang out, 5 more crystals appeared in Xian's body. In addition to the 3 crystals he had obtained previously and the one from Sha Baofeng, Xian now possessed a total of 9 mechanical intelligence cores. Each mechanical intelligence core represented the life of a Tianji clan member, just like the soul of a human cultivator. In other words, Xian now had 9 identities of the Heaven's Legacy race that he could use. This was because each mechanical intelligence core was unique and had different source codes, so the frequency of the electronic consciousness was different. To Xian, this was definitely a great convenience because in the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, every Tianji clan member had a different level of authority. Even the young clan leader, De, couldn't have full authority. clan leader De had his own considerations in this regard. Apart from himself, no one else could have full authority in Tianji City. That would be too dangerous. Yi Xian now had 9 Tianji clan core high-level electronic consciousnesses in his hands. When he entered Tianji City, he would be able to touch and control a portion of the different levels of authority in each area. It would be very convenient for him to do things. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately stored the remains of the 5 mechanical battle bugs into his body and handed them to the Devouring system to strengthen the power of the Super Death Light Bomb. Including the remains of the Devil battleship that he had obtained from Devouring Sha Baofeng, the materials for the Super Death Light Bomb now amounted to 9 fortresses of various sizes. 2 of them were even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter light energy generators, space oscillators, and other components were used, the bomb would be destroyed. Yi Xian didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the power of the Super Death Light Bomb would be when all the components and equipment were put together. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. The mechanical battle bug appeared at the edge of the root of all evil's core hinterland and then entered the central region's buffer zone. After completing the system title exploration mission this time, Yi Xian's system title had jumped to Interstellar Raider. He now had the ability to imprint the coordinates of 2 different locations in the universe at the same time. In the first universe, Yi Xian had already imprinted the coordinates of the Demonkin star field's black hole. He decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the root of all evil star field. This was because not only was this place very close to the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, it was only a few days' journey away. Furthermore, there was the existence of the heaven-defying refining system like the Great Furnace. Yi Xian was still thinking about coming here every other year to collect the fruits of the Great Furnace. However, it wasn't wise to leave the coordinates of this location in the core hinterland. If he jumped here, it was very likely that his aura would be locked onto by some powerful existence. Thus, he decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the first universe in the central region of the root of all evil's star field. This way, it would be safer. Not long after, he found a rather remote area in the central region's buffer zone. Not only were there very few void rifts in the surroundings, there weren't even many black beetles to be seen. When Yi Xian gave the system the order to begin imprinting the coordinates of the second universe, the system's notification sound quickly rang out in his mind, guiding Yi Xian through the steps of imprinting the coordinates step by step. A strand of primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was quickly refined into a special imprint by Yi Xian. Then, this primordial spirit imprint was shot out of his body in an extremely mysterious and complicated manner, connecting and merging with the void rift in front of him until it completely fused with it in the end. Although this was the 4th time, Yi Xian still couldn't get used to the pain of forcibly separating a tiny strand of his own primordial spirit. This was simply indescribable with words. After this strand of primordial spirit was separated, Yi Xian didn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. Instead, he forcefully endured the various discomforts of his injured primordial spirit and forced himself to focus. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal. In the end, Yi Xian paid close attention to the entire process, from connecting the void to matching the primordial spirit imprint and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, so much so that his entire person seemed to be on tenterhooks. After rushing out of the outskirts of the source of all evil star field, Yi Xian was immediately shocked by the scene in the distant void. The vast void was still burning with flames. The hundreds of fortresses were not small in scale. They were a huge fleet. After they were completely blown up, it would take a certain amount of time for the energy to burn. Damn. No wonder the 2 consciousnesses of the Supreme Ancients didn't start a massacre after returning. It turns out that there is already such a huge fleet outside acting as scapegoats. Seeing this spectacular scene in front of him, Yi Xian was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses and muttering to himself. Then, a warning sign appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately had the Wild Star Field Life Fortress deactivate the mechanical demon bug state and return to the demon battleship's appearance. Then, he activated the concealment array. Fa quickly left this troublesome place. According to his guess, this fleet should have been sent by the Heaven's Legacy race to reinforce Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, they had lost contact with Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, and the reinforcements had been completely annihilated. The vast void was illuminated by flames, so this matter must have alarmed the Heaven's Legacy race. Base camp. Perhaps the reinforcements sent by the Tianji race were already on the way and would arrive soon. The matter of the demon battleship and young emperor's encounter had not yet been leaked. If people saw the demon battleship appear in this star field, it might arouse the suspicion of some people. The best way to deal with this matter was to quickly retreat and pretend that they had never been to this star field. In this way, not only would Sha Baofeng's identity not be suspected, but the identities of young emperor and the others would also not be too troublesome in the future. After the reinforcements of the Tianji race entered the star field and searched for no results, the 8 of them would be listed as missing, not dead. At that time, if necessary, Yi Xian could completely transform into young emperor's appearance and find a reasonable excuse to return to life. After leaving the root of all evil star field, the Devil battleship continued to head for the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heaven's Legacy City. However, it did not choose the main route to the Heaven's Legacy City because that would lead to encountering the reinforcements of the Heaven's Legacy race, which would bring unnecessary trouble. Yi Xian deliberately deviated from the main Starry Sky route and let the demon battleship travel in a more remote part of the Starry Sky. Regarding this, the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas did not have any objections. He did not even say anything. The old man was still in shock. The reason he left the Demon Royal Star with Yi Xian was to come to Tianji City to get promoted and make a fortune, but now, it seemed that this trip to Tianji City had turned into a horror trip. Even young emperor's young emperor in front of him was killed by him. In short, no matter what Lord Sha did now, he could only follow. The two were already grasshoppers on the same rope. Chanas had a sullen feeling of being lured into a den of thieves for no reason, but there was nothing he could do. One day later, the demon battleship stopped in a remote part of the Starry Sky. There were only 5 days' journey ahead from the Tianji race's base camp. Yi Xian did not plan to continue forward, because he needed to at least digest the harvest this time. This digestion was not referring to the shocking harvest he obtained from the Great Furnace in the core hinterland of the Tianji race, but the mechanical intelligence cores of young emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. The dark furnace lotion, all evil origin liquid, the 9-colored meat paste, and the remains of the 12 powerful ancient creatures were all resources that could be used in the future. Their levels were too high, so they could only be used at critical moments, such as when breaking through realms and tearing apart some shackles of the human body. They could only be used to heal the body's hidden ailments and injuries. However, the mechanical intelligence cores of the 8 core members of the Tianji race had to be digested as soon as possible, because the Tianji race's headquarters was right in front of them. These 8 mechanical intelligence cores contained the memories of the 8 core members of the Tianji race, as well as their understanding of the mechanical fusion ability. For Yi Xian, these were the things that he needed the most and were the most important at the moment. He chose an inconspicuous and barren planet in this remote star field, and then had the demon battleship shrink in size and enter a huge fissure on the planet's surface. After taking a detour for a while, he hid in the depths of the earth. Chanas did not ask much about Yi Xian's strange actions. He was now completely disheartened. In any case, following this madman, he could encounter all kinds of strange things, so he would just muddle along. If there was a chance, he would clean himself up and leave him far away, never to return. If he provoked, the most important part of the 8 mechanical intelligence cores was the electronic consciousness of young emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. This part took up 2/3 of the crystal intelligence cores, and the other 1/3 was the electronic life memories of the 8 people. To put it bluntly, it was actually data and pieces of information, which could be said to be extremely long and complicated. What Yi Xian had to do now was to memorize all the data and information in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores, carefully browsing and even sorting them out. This would be useful for him when he entered the Tianji race's base camp, Tianji City. There would be great benefits for him. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. After all, these were all the life memories of the 8 life consciousnesses, and the amount of data and information was completely unimaginable. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the help of the Devouring system, which helped him sort out the data and then browse through them one by one. As a result, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had already gone through all of the data in his memory and engraved it in his heart. Moreover, all of this was stored in a separate database of data that the Devouring system had separated out. If there was a case where he forgot something, or if there was a particular matter that needed to be carefully investigated, Yi Xian could at any time search through this database of data and information. Apart from these life memories, what Yi Xian gained the most was the understanding of the various mechanical abilities of the Tianji race contained in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores. Basically, they were all electronic abilities, and Yi Xian studied them one by one. Then, he focused on Young Emperor and the other 7's understanding of the Tianji race's ultimate secret technique, which was the fusion ability of machines. The Starfield Life Fortress was truly formidable. As the only life fortress in the world, its abilities in many aspects even surpassed that of the Heaven's Legacy race. Otherwise, when young Master Ling Hu had brought the Starfield Life Fortress into the world, he wouldn't have been so shocked by the various large factions. He had the Yuan in his hands. The reason why Yi Xian was studying Emperor Xiaofeng and the rest of the Tianji clan's upper echelons was because he wanted to see what kind of creativity they had when it came to this ability. This would serve as a reference for SW Wildstar Fortress. The so-called inspiration was actually creative thinking and inspiration. Everyone was different. Yi Xian was now able to study the inspiration of the 8 Tianji clan's upper echelons. This was a rare opportunity. The Tianji clan was different from any other life form. They didn't have flesh, soul, or soul. They didn't even have spiritual energy. All they had was a strand of electronic consciousness. They couldn't even be considered a life form born from heaven and earth. They could only be born from intelligent robots. Once they gained self-awareness, they could be considered to have awakened and become members of the Tianji clan. As for intelligent robots, they weren't born naturally. They were created by themselves. Therefore, the Tianji clan couldn't be considered a life form of this world. It was also because of this that they could cultivate and absorb energy from the planet's core. They could also use various methods to strengthen their electronic consciousness. In addition, they could also use all kinds of rare minerals, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and other precious metals to build a body for themselves. Moreover, in the process of becoming stronger step by step, they would constantly, countless times, carry out new changes to this body. However, all of this could not change the most fundamental fact, and that was their foundation. The most fundamental source of their existence was ultimately just a stream of electronic data. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Tianji clan was, they could only rely on modern technology to manifest their strength. Or they could create a body for themselves. No matter how human-like this body was, it could only be a robot body that was infinitely close to a body of flesh and blood. Or it could be a battleship, a fortress, or something like that. In short, if they were only left with the string of data that represented their existence, then they would not be able to survive unless they were stored in an intelligent computer system. And wasn't the so-called intelligent computer system a kind of technological device? At the end of the day, this race was really pitiful. Their existence, without technological equipment, would become a joke. At the same time, the power they could use and control also required technological devices. Unlike human cultivators, they were unable to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate their cultivation techniques or temper their bodies to walk the path of body refinement. They weren't like other races in the universe who had so-called bloodlines and could obtain inheritances, secret arts, abilities, and power from their bloodlines. They couldn't even compare to the superbrain, which was a species between life and non-life. The Tianji clan had too many weaknesses. Therefore, their advantage was infinitely magnified in the only field they excelled in, which was the field of mechanical construction and control. This was because they couldn't study other fields. All their thoughts were focused on this field. It could be said that in this domain, there were countless races in the entire universe, but there was no race that could compare to them. They could be said to have a unique advantage. Therefore, even though Di Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Tianji clan were like Sha Baofeng and were direct subordinates of clan leader Di, they were only given a part of the true essence of the mechanical fusion ability. However, to Yi Xian, they had different levels of understanding and were only a part of it. However, the mechanical fusion ability was still an eye-opener for him. It could be said to be a real brainstorm. After carefully studying the insights and memories of young Emperor Di and the others on the level of mechanical fusion, Yi Xian was enlightened and his entire body was enlightened. He sent all the information to the central database of SW Starfield Life Fortress and gave the order to deduce it immediately. Everything unfolded silently. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally received a response. A familiar system notification sounded in his mind, telling him that the Life Fortress had undergone a qualitative transformation and its ability had greatly increased. It asked Yi Xian if he wanted to demonstrate it immediately. A qualitative transformation, a substantial increase in ability, just these two keywords were enough to make Yi Xian extremely excited. He couldn't wait and immediately gave a definite answer, wanting to see it immediately. Immediately, the Life Fortress, which had transformed into the demon battle ship, shook slightly. Yi Xian and Chanas both felt the ground under their feet begin to move. The originally vast top-floor command cabin and dome also changed, gradually shrinking. At the same time, they could no longer pass through the one-way transparent cabin. They could directly see the scene outside the ship with their naked eyes. They could only use the holographic 3D screen in the shrunken cabin to achieve this. In the holographic 3D screen, the entire shape of the demon battle ship could be seen clearly. Then, the transformation began. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha, a faint roar, accompanied by the continuous grinding sound of machinery, sounded at the same time. The demon battleship first transformed into the appearance of a mechanical demon bug, and then it transformed into the different forms of mechanical battle insects created by the fusion of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clansmen. In the end, it even combined the appearance of these 10 different battle insects and demon bugs, taking advantage of their advantages and transforming them into an extremely strange insect-like mechanical monster. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, including the giant skull that looked like a claw of the netherworld. Yi Xian had come into contact with all of this before, or the Life Fortress had transformed before. But this time, the Life Fortress's transformation speed was much, much faster. This was clearly due to Emperor Xiaofeng and the others' comprehension of mechanical fusion. But this was not the end. The so-called qualitative transformation clearly did not just mean that the Life Fortress's transformation speed had increased. Then, the style of the Life Fortress suddenly changed. The grinding sounds of machinery suddenly rang out, and the Life Fortress's external form suddenly turned into a 9-hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden divine dragon, and even a desolate ancient Xianxia with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the Devouring Systems database recorded this. Looking at the holographic 3D screen in front of them, Yi Xian and Chanas were both dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with astonishment. This was truly a stroke of genius. They had never thought that a small fortress could have so many transformations. Apart from the mechanical battle bug, it could also transform into the golden divine dragon, desolate ancient Xianxia, and other forms. It was practically every life form they had ever seen or heard of. It had demonstrated all the transformations of life forms just now. In the end, it had directly transformed into an alloy battle god that was more than 50,000 meters tall, holding a giant shield and a spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in its hands. This completely subverted the Tianji race's mechanical fusion ability. There was nothing impossible, only unexpected. It was no wonder that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had evaluated it as a life form that had undergone a qualitative transformation. Wasn't this a qualitative transformation? The significance of this transformation was tantamount to opening a door that had never existed before for the Life Fortress. It broadened the scope of its existence. It was no longer just a battleship. It could even be a battle beast, or a giant humanoid mecha. For example, right now, Yi Xian and Chanas were in the inner space of the alloy battle god's chest. All of the alloy battle god's movements were under Yi Xian's control. In a sense, wasn't it like Yi Xian wearing a giant humanoid mecha and charging onto the battlefield to fight? Was that so? In the vast universe, there was no such thing as a life form. Every life form had its own reason for existence, and also had its own strengths. For example, the Zerg race in the universe. Their powerful vitality and terrifying jumping ability when they exploded were their unique advantages. As for other species, the reason why they were in their current form and not other forms was also for their own reasons. Existence was reason. That was what it meant. In different environments and situations, you might need to strengthen differently. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had a life stronghold that could change its shape at will. When he needed it, he could do whatever he wanted. It was perfect to the extreme. However, compared to other life forms, such as the Zergs, Yi Xian was more inclined toward the final form of the alloy battle god that the life fortress had transformed into. He immediately ordered the life fortress to maintain its current form and not continue transforming. This was because Yi Xian wanted to properly study the alloy battle god's form. He was even vaguely looking forward to the moment when he could transform the life fortress into this form and control it to charge onto the battlefield to fight the enemy. This was just a random thought. At this moment, Yi Xian would never have imagined that this wish of his would actually come true. Of Ye's order. And under Yi of the life fortress. Yi Xian excitedly began to study all of the alloy battle god's combat techniques, as well as the various abilities represented by its internal structure. The alloy battle god's body was over 50,000 meters long. This was the current limit. If they wanted to make the alloy battle god even larger, they would need the micromolecules of the Zerg that made up the life fortress to multiply again. Of course, 50,000 meters was the upper limit. As for the decrease, it reached 500 meters, which was a bit smaller than the mechanical devil bug from before. This was also because the life fortress had just reached its lower limit after digesting the insights of Young Emperor and the other Tianji race higher-ups regarding the fusion of machines. Similarly, if it transformed into the mechanical devil bug form, it could also reach 500 meters. This was completely different from the previous limit of 1,000 meters. If Young Emperor was still here and saw this scene, who knew how shocked he would be? Although 500 meters was the lower limit of the body size, as a human, it was really too shocking. Think about it, among the standard warships of the various large and small countries in the territory of the Immortal Dynasty in the human technological camp, the smallest planetary warship was only 1,000 meters long. If it was compared to the alloy battle god vertically, it would only be twice the size of the alloy battle god. As for the upper limit of 50,000 meters, that was even more shocking. Everyone was used to the sight of a 50,000-meter-wide interstellar fortress hovering in the void of the universe. However, if there was a humanoid alloy war god standing next to this interstellar fortress that was as tall as it, or even slightly taller, everyone's eyes would definitely fall to the ground in shock. 50,000 meters, that was 50 kilometers. This kind of height made people speechless. With one large stride or leap, it was at least several hundred kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying, and this was just the basic performance. In addition, in terms of defense and attack, the alloy battle god also stunned Yi Xian. First of all, the energy shield of the Universal Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light beams behind the alloy battle god. Of course, this pair of light beams also had a shocking cutting ability. When combined, it could protect the body, and when split, it could cut through the sturdy hull of the Universal Fortress. In addition, this kind of defense system's energy shield could also appear in any area of the alloy battle god at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, in an instant, a partial defensive light shield would appear on the alloy battle god's head. The same energy shield could also appear on the chest, back, front, and even the forelimbs and other parts of the body. As for attack power, in addition to blocking attacks, the giant alloy battle god's left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down fiercely. The alloy spear in the right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a close-range weapon, and it could also be thrown like a spear. At that time, with the alloy battle god's powerful force pushing it forward, in addition to the inertial acceleration of the spear after it was shot out, it would definitely be a killing move. It could directly pierce through a universal fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy battle god's spear and shield. In fact, if Yi Xian needed it, the alloy battle god's shield and spear could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the battle god's shield could cancel out all attacks. The penetration and lethality of this form of the battle god's spear increased exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. In addition, the alloy battle god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. Including the shoulders and the back, everything was fine. After understanding everything about the alloy war god, Xian was even more satisfied. He could not put it down and immediately grinned. Even the two-handed shield and spear have two forms? The super alloy form and the antimatter light energy form. There's no need to try the former. Use the super alloy form in a regular battle. This can also confuse the enemy. The second antimatter light energy form is a trump card. At the critical moment, the form of the spear and shield can suddenly change. It will definitely have a miraculous effect. I just don't know how strong the penetration of the antimatter light energy form of the battle spear is. At this point, Xian licked his lips, and an eager expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at a huge abandoned planet in the distant void. Then, before Chanas could recover, Xian had already issued an order to the alloy war god. The next moment, the alloy war god's right hand suddenly shook, and the thick spear that was more than 100,000 meters long quickly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In its place was a battle spear of the same length but completely black. This battle spear was not a physical object, but a condensation of antimatter light energy. It could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be destroyed. The reason why the alloy war god could hold it unscathed was that its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator. It was made of a special material. Rumble. Whoosh, with a deafening roar, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, and its figure instantly shot up hundreds of kilometers into space. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and there was an ear-piercing sound. A black light pierced through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the huge abandoned planet in the distant void. With a roar and explosion, it pierced through without any suspense and finally disappeared into the void of the universe at the end of the line of sight. In space, gurgle gurgle, it was just a throw of the spear, but a hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the huge abandoned planet. Looking from this side of the void, one could see the void on the other side of the planet. This scene was too shocking. Xianxia was stunned. His mouth was wide open, but he didn't say anything. His throat kept moving as he swallowed his saliva. Even though Xian had already guessed that this might be the outcome, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. He was equally shocked. Heavens, Sha. Lord Sha, how did you do it? Was this really the devil battle horn? My goodness, you almost scared this old man to death. After staring blankly for a long time, Chanas finally came back to his senses. Looking at the huge abandoned star with a hole in it, he stammered, obviously still unable to break free from the great shock in his heart. Such a huge star, even if it's 100,000 meters in diameter, it's still not that big of a star. Even the battleship's death ray cannon from the empty fortress would definitely not be able to pierce a hole in it. This is simply illogical. Xian patted Chanas on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Don't worry, you'll get used to it slowly. The reason why he brought Chanas out of the Demon Emperor planet was partly because he didn't want to leave this hidden danger there. Secondly, he also considered that after entering the Xianxia city, he might need help in some aspects, so he brought one with him just in case. It was indeed hard on this old man along the way. However, this place was only a 5-day interstellar voyage away from the Xianxia city. Once they reached the Xianxia city, regardless of whether he was of use to Xian, he wouldn't bring him with him when he left. To him, this should be considered a release. As for whether there would be a situation where the matter would be exposed after they left, and whether Chanas would be implicated if it really happened, this was not a problem that Xian had to consider. Immediately, Xian issued another order to Life Fortress to deactivate the alloy war god form and return to the demon battle cruiser form. Then, he stepped on the interstellar main route to the Xianxia city and sped towards the Xianxia race's headquarters at full speed. Xianxia city, as the headquarters of the Xianxia race, the overlord of the first universe, naturally couldn't be an isolated city. In fact, it was a collective name for a cluster of buildings in the starry sky. Xianxia city was located in the central region of the first universe. The starry sky that its territory covered was extremely vast. In a broad sense, Tianji City was divided into the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region was made up of a large number of planets. These planets looked no different from the planets that the human race lived on. There were many cities on the surface of the planets, but they were all majestic steel cities. Living on these planets were either a large number of intelligent robots or some of the first universe's slave races. The Tianji race had a unique ability in the area of mechanical research and development. These planets that housed a large number of intelligent robots and slave races of the Tianji race were actually star-grade industrial manufacturing bodies. A large number of intelligent robots, battleships, and other mechanical equipment were built on these planets. There were tens of thousands of such industrial planets. These tens of thousands of industrial planets surrounded the inner region of Tianji City, forming the outer region of the industrial ring. As for the inner region, it was formed by more than 10,000 star fortresses that were built into fixed space fortresses scattered throughout the void. If the outer region was the industrial ring, then the inner region was the defensive ring. Right in the center of the inner defensive ring was a gigantic mechanical city the size of a continent. This was Tianji City. Normally, Tianji City looked like a flat continent made of the strongest cosmic alloy. It was vast, but it could be transformed. If necessary, this flat void alloy continent could be transformed into a super-cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. A sphere with a diameter of 1 million meters was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers, and the space inside was even more so because of the space folding technology. It was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. Even the human race didn't have many cities like this, and all of them were located inside the stars and couldn't be moved. In a sense, the headquarters of the Tianji race could appear anywhere, including the second and third universes. Compared to the largest majestic cities of the human race, Tianji City's greatest advantage was its ability to transform. It could be a floating alloy continent in the void, or it could be a terrifying cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. It could perform interstellar travel, perform wormhole jumps, defend, and attack. It was because of this that Tianji City had an unparalleled reputation in the three universes. 5 days later, the Demon Battle Cruiser arrived at Tianji City. Although Yi Xian had already seen the magnificence of Tianji City through the memories of Baofeng Sha, Young Emperor, and the others, at this moment, he was still deeply shocked when he saw the massive buildings formed by countless planets that were made into the strongest alloy star fortresses. The Demon Royal Guard commander was even more stunned. He had never been to Tianji City before and had only heard about it. Therefore, he was equally shocked by everything in front of him. The human race's population was much larger, but they were spread across countless star sectors and administrative planets in the third universe. Basically, it was impossible for a large number of administrative planets to cluster together in a small star sector. This was because whether it was the human race, the other races of the Federation in the second universe, or even the demon race and other slave races in the first universe, almost all of them were life forms. Life forms had requirements for the climate and environment of the planet they lived on. For example, an atmosphere was one of the most basic requirements. Without an atmosphere, it was impossible to block out all kinds of harmful cosmic rays. In the vast universe, although there were countless stars, which was how the term "scattered like the stars in the sky" came about, most of them were mineral stars and abandoned planets. Although there were many planets with atmospheres that were suitable for life forms to inhabit, they were basically scattered. This directly caused the human race and all the other races of the Federation in the second universe to be scattered. Of course, the current starry sky network was extremely developed. Even if they were separated by a star sector, there was no problem in terms of communication. However, Tianji City was different. In this small star sector, all the planets were used. There were more than 10,000 planets in the periphery and more than 10,000 planets in the inner circle. Among these 30,000 planets, the ones that had atmospheres and were suitable for life forms to live on were left for the slave races. The other planets that didn't have atmospheres and weren't suitable for life forms to live on all had cities. They were built into star-level industrial bases or defensive fortresses, and all the people moving around on them were intelligent robots. As far as Yi Xian could see, all of the stars in his line of sight were actually steel and majestic cities. Not a single one of them was bare and unused, and this was only the periphery of Heaven's secret city. Such a strange phenomenon could only be seen in the Tianji City star sector in all the three dimensions of the universe. As soon as the demon battle cruiser arrived at the edge of the star sector of Tianji City, a fleet of 10 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters immediately came to greet them. There were all kinds of fortresses and fortresses everywhere. After all, this was the headquarters of the Tianji race. The race's warship manufacturing center was also here. Warships and fortresses were sailing everywhere in the starry sky. Every planet's star docks were filled with fortresses and fortresses. Yi glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This number was simply terrifying. Once they were all sent to the star battlefield, a star sector would be destroyed in a second. Yi Xian immediately used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to connect with the command ship of this patrol fleet. Sha Baofeng was a core member of the Tianji race and a direct descendant of Patriarch De. Although his status wasn't as high as Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, he was definitely an important figure in Tianji City. There were many such patrol fleets in the entire star sector. Although each patrol fleet had 10 small fortresses, in fact, only the command ship had a real Tianji race member. The other 9 fortresses were filled with intelligent robots. There weren't many real Tianji race members. Up until now, it was said that there were only a few million of them. Some of them had to be sent out, while the rest in the headquarters had to be spread out to almost 30,000 star fortresses and industrial bases. Therefore, it was rare to see real Tianji race members gathered together. Basically, the Tianji race members who had missions would work with a bunch of intelligent robots without self-awareness. Of course, this was also a kind of tempering for them, because the Heaven's Legacy race was born from these sentient robots. The reason why the Heaven's Legacy race was able to create so many sentient robots and create so many sentient robots in so many different domains and regions was because they were led by a true real Tianji race member was leading them. In addition to carrying out their own work and completing missions, there was another purpose. They hoped that this kind of guidance would lead to the birth of more intelligent robots. As a core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng didn't dare to run rampant in the core region of the 3 major regions. At the very least, he could do it in this peripheral industrial area. However, on one hand, Yi Xian had returned. He wasn't in Sha Baofeng's exclusive fortress, but on the Devil battle ship. On the other hand, he saw that the atmosphere in this peripheral area was different from the scene he saw in the memories of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. There seemed to be a lot of fortresses, large and small, gathered at the edge of the peripheral area, as if you were planning to go to war. This was different from normal situations, and it was somewhat abnormal. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact the patrol fleet's command ship. While revealing his identity, he also asked for a few words of information. After confirming Yi Xian's identity, the other 9 small fortresses of the patrol fleet immediately retreated. Only the command ship with a Tianji race member in charge stayed behind to explain the reason for this gathering phenomenon to Yi Xian. The information he obtained shocked Yi Xian. They were actually preparing for war. This was thousands of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. As for the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships, there was a black mass of at least hundreds of thousands of them parked in the void further away. Such a scale of preparation was clearly the rhythm of a plane-level decisive battle. Yi Xian had never seen this before, so he was naturally shocked. He originally thought that the Tianji race was going to war with the human race of the Third Universe, or at least with the entire Wanluo Federation. However, the reality surprised Yi Xian. The Tianji race's preparation for war this time had nothing to do with the human race of the Third Universe. Even the Wanluo Federation didn't participate. It was completely a private action of the races of the Second Universe Federation. That's right, just a few days ago, led by the Blood Wyrm race, the Cyan Rock race, and several other powerful races that ranked in the top 10 of the Federation of the Second Universe, almost half of the races of the Second Universe Federation issued a joint statement at the same time, declaring that they would attack the First Universe at all costs. This time, more than half of the Federation races in the Second Universe had publicly declared that they would all participate in the war. Among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation, other races such as the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colorful Python race, the Greedy Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race had all declared their stance. Originally, the human race of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation thought that the 9 supreme beings of the top 10 races of the Second Universe were just joking. After all, this kind of war announcement was simply unreasonable and too strange. It was more like a prank. But soon, from the vast star field of the Second Universe, news of the various races preparing for war and gathering a large number of fleets at the edge of the wormhole that led to the First Universe plane came from the Second Universe. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation panicked and realized the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a sign that the races of the Second Universe Federation had lost control and no longer listened to the Federation's control. The headquarters of the Federation immediately made an official request, requesting the races of the First Universe Federation, especially the 9 leading races of the top 10 races except the Dark Turtle race, to give an explanation for this declaration of war. At the very least, an internal communication was necessary to explain a reason, right? However, in the face of the request from the headquarters of the Federation, the races of the Second Universe Federation were unprecedentedly tough. They directly declared that this was a large-scale war between the First and Second Universes and had nothing to do with the Myriad Luo Federation or the humans of the Third Universe. They hoped that they would not participate. Otherwise, it would affect the internal unity of the Federation. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the humans of the Third Universe realized that something big had happened. The races of the Second Universe Federation would definitely not start such a war for no reason. It should be known that for many years, the entire Myriad Luo Federation had only fought to a draw with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race. There were countless battles, big and small, and basically, there were victories and losses on both sides. The entire Myriad Luo Federation included the humans of the Third Universe and the races of the Second Universe. It could be said that the overall combat power of the human race in the Third Universe was slightly stronger than that of all the races in the Second Universe. Now, the various races of the Second Universe were clamoring to face the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, alone. Either they were crazy, or there was some hidden factor that forced them to fight. Because in such a war, the chances of the races of the Second Universe Federation winning was less than 20%, basically, it would result in a crushing defeat. Obviously, the former possibility was almost non-existent. It could be explained if one race had a brain malfunction, but the entire Second Universe Federation had a brain malfunction. That was definitely not scientific. In other words, the truth was already very clear. The various races of the Second Universe Federation had their own reasons and difficulties. But as for what their reasons and difficulties were, no one in the outside world knew except for themselves. After confirming that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were not joking, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the 2 camps of the human clan sent out a large number of scouts to the Second Universe and the First Universe. It was to find out the reason why the various races of the Second Universe Federation were determined to fight to the death. On the other hand, it was to prepare for a rainy day. In the First Universe, it was to spy on the Tianji race's reaction to this unexpected event and their various countermeasures. In any case, the various races of the Second Universe were part of the Myriad Luo Federation. Their combat power was equivalent to 40% of the total combat power of the entire Myriad Luo Federation. If the various races of the Second Universe Federation suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and suffered too great a loss, the strength of the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be greatly damaged. For the Federation and the 2 camps of the human clan in the Third Universe, this was not a good thing. It could even be a disaster. This was because the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, had been waiting for this opportunity to separate the various races of the Second Universe Federation from the human clan and defeat them one by one. This time, the various races of the Second Universe Federation were clearly offering up the opportunity that they had been dreaming of. How could the Tianji race not grasp this opportunity? There was no doubt that as long as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were defeated, the Tianji race would definitely go all out and target the 2 camps of the human clan in the Third Universe. In this way, the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be completely annihilated because of this battle. In the end, it was not impossible for the Tianji race to dominate the 3 universes. This matter was too important. Therefore, even if the Myriad Luo Federation was extremely dissatisfied, even if the 2 camps of the human clan were furious, they felt as if they were being shamelessly dragged into this mess by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. But for the sake of the overall situation, the human clan in the Third Universe was forced to helplessly prepare for war. After all, they were allies on the same front. The human clan and the headquarters of the Federation could not just watch as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were annihilated by the Tianji race. When it came to the critical moment that would decide the overall situation of the war, the armies of the two camps of the human clan would definitely enter the battlefield through the wormhole and helplessly participate in this war. They could only hope to maintain the balance of strength between the enemy and themselves. It could be said that the three universes had become hostile because of the sudden brainwashing of the various races of the Second Universe. An all-out war between the three universes had never been so close before. This was because both the various races of the Second Universe Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe had already started. They had begun to gather their forces near the wormhole of the universe. The overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, was the same. During the few days that Xianxia was rushing to Tianji City, all the races of the Federation in the First Universe, including the Demon Clan, had received the Tianji race's Level 1 battle preparation order. Countless slave races were preparing for war with all their might. However, for Xianxia, although this was not good news, it was not enough to make him burn with anxiety. After all, once this kind of planar universe war broke out, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. It was not something that could end in a day or two. Even the scales of the war, which camp would eventually tilt towards, could not be seen in a short period of time. If it was a full-scale war, it would take at least 100 years before there would be a sign of it. It could be said that it was really too early to be anxious about this. However, in fact, when Xianxia learned of this news, he was indeed anxious at the first moment. The reason was very simple. Patriarch De of the Tianji race had already said that the tens of millions of void soldiers captured from the black hole of life in the demon domain not long ago would be sent by the Tianji race in the first fleet camp on the battlefield. Moreover, the only mission of these void soldiers was very simple. In the face of the challenge from the Federation of the Second Universe, the Heavenly Legacy race, as the overlord of the First Universe, was the only opponent of the Myriad Net Federation for many years. Being able to deal with both the human race of the Third Universe and the superpowers of the Second Universe Federation of the human race of the Second Universe, they naturally couldn't keep a low profile. The Heavenly Legacy City didn't make any sort of declaration of war. It was meaningless. They simply began to prepare for war at the first moment, using their actions to prove everything. Without a doubt, in this kind of planar war, the Heavenly Legacy race would definitely be the core force of the First Universe, but they might not necessarily be the main force. This was because in the First Universe, there were still countless slave races, including the Demon race. The Heavenly Legacy race didn't have many clansmen. The true Heavenly Legacy race only numbered in the millions. It was impossible to place all of them on the front lines. The main force of this war, at least the vast majority of the war of attrition, still had to rely on the fleets of the many slave races of the First Universe. Of course, the AI robot squadron under the Heavenly Legacy race was also one of the main forces. The Heavenly Legacy race was mysterious. The forces dispatched from the Heavenly Legacy race's main camp to participate in the war, such as a massive fleet of tens of thousands of warships, might only have one true Heavenly Legacy race clansman. However, the terrifying combat strength of this fleet was real and couldn't be ignored. A single Heavenly Legacy race clansman with an electronic consciousness could control countless AI robots at the same time. Battleships, or even entire fleets, were all controlled by intelligent robots. That would be enough. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Legacy race, which only had a few million true clansmen, dominate the entire First Universe? In the First Universe, there were more than a few hundred slave races in the First Universe. There was once a joke that circulated in the three universes. At the time, the Heaven's Legacy race had yet to dominate the First Universe. There was a time when a massive fleet of several thousand warships, fortresses was sent to attack a race that refused to submit. In the end, the Heavenly Legacy race's fleet won, and this race became a slave race of the Heavenly Legacy race. In the end, the patriarch of this race raised his head and sighed. He said that the Heavenly Legacy race had mobilized thousands of warships and tens of billions of clansmen to attack a small race. How could they not sweep it away? this was clearly self-reproaching and lamenting the unfairness of the world. As a result, the several thousand fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race fleet opened all of their hatches. Countless sentient robots lined up and walked out, flooding the void. But there was only one true member of the Heaven's Legacy race. A single member of the Celestial Legacy race with an electronic consciousness was enough to lead an enormous fleet into battle. All orders would be transmitted to the entire fleet in the form of an electronic consciousness and received by all the sentient robots. Not only was the command instantaneous and comprehensive, but there was also no deviation in the execution of the command. This was because they were all intelligent robots and did not have their own consciousness. They only had the consciousness to carry out orders. This was much more efficient than humans and other races, who followed the example of their superiors and passed down orders one by one. This was why the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet was so frightening. Of course, this was only referring to regular battles, and it didn't include the battle between the Supreme Primordial Age and the Heaven's Fate clan's fleet that had occurred in the source of all evil. That was purely a special case. The two sides involved in this battle were simply not on the same level of strength. In short, for the Heaven's Legacy race, it was completely normal for an enormous fleet to only have one or two true members of the Heaven's Legacy race presiding over it. For example, this was the case this time. The vanguard fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was enormous. There were 1,000 fortresses of various sizes and 100 fortresses of various sizes. In addition, there were over 10,000 star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long and star-level warships that were 1,000 meters long. Such a massive vanguard fleet was completely controlled by sentient robots. Countless sentient robots were sent to the battlefield, but there were only two members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. These two positions were enthusiastically contested by the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. In their view, this was an excellent opportunity to perform a great service. Just that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had sent a fleet over, and they had even taken the initiative to invade. The battlefield was in the First Universe, their own territory. They were afraid. Also, this time, the Vanguard fleet was carrying the tens of millions of Void soldiers that had been captured not long ago. They would be deployed on the battlefield as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's strength. It was safe to say that the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet would definitely win the battle no matter how one looked at it. The various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were invading. He would be beaten to a pulp. If the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, were there, nobody would have been able to take away the command of the Vanguard fleet. The other upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race would have been able to compete for the position of deputy commander at best. However, the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, was missing. It was said that a major accident had taken place in the root of all evil. The entire fleet that was sent to reinforce Di Xiaofeng was annihilated. They didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. It was definitely because of a great disaster. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? There were already rumors in the Heaven's Legacy city, claiming that there was a terrifying being beyond the Star Lord state in the depths of the root of all evil, and that the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, had already perished and would never return. That was why the upper echelons of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race were all fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In their eyes, they were no longer fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, they were fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet in the future. They were fighting for the future of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now that Di Xiaofeng had perished, the clan chief would definitely choose a new person from the younger generation to replace him. If the commander who led the Vanguard fleet to the space battlefield performed well, he would undoubtedly have a better chance. Under such circumstances, even the senior members of the Heaven's Legacy race had secretly reached a consensus that they would no longer fight for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, leaving the opportunity to the younger generation. In the end, due to the fierce competition, everyone wanted to be the first to obtain the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet. The Heaven's Legacy race was in turmoil for a while. In order to prevent internal strife, the clan chief, D.E., stated that the position of commander and deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet would no longer be decided by the clan. Instead, the younger generation of the clan would be allowed to compete with each other and launch a fair competition. Yi Xian's eyes glittered when he heard the news. Since it was a fair competition, it couldn't be better. Although it was confirmed that the commander of the vanguard fleet would be chosen by the younger generation of the Tianji clan through a fair competition, there was still no conclusion as to how this competition would be held. Clan leader De had yet to make a final decision as to the rules of the competition. However, with the fleet about to depart, the rules of the competition would be announced very soon. If it was not today, it would be tomorrow. Yi Xian was already determined to win. He sneered to himself and did not ask any more questions. He immediately steered the demon battleship toward the core area of Tianji City. Along the way, they passed through the outer industrial zone and the inner defensive circle. Along the way, every star that Yi Xian saw in this vast star domain was forged into a majestic alloy city. There was almost no rocky land on the surface of the star. It was all cold alloy, as if the entire body of the star was made of metal. It was as if it was made of alloy. It was shocking. Soon, a continent appeared in front of him. A continent in the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, the three known universes were already vast and boundless. In these three universes, there weren't only stars in the universe. In some peculiar universes, there were indeed strange continents. However, there was only one continent in the three universes that was entirely made of alloy. This was the real Tianji City in a narrow sense, the core headquarters of the Tianji clan. Tianji City did not look big on the surface. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius, which was about 1,000,000 meters. However, it was divided into two layers. The outer layer was the surface of this alloy continent. The inner layer was the internal space, just like the underground area of the continent. Due to the use of space folding technology, the underground area of this alloy continent was even wider. That was an important place. Other than clan leader De and a few of his core subordinates, no one was allowed to enter. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only the young clan leader Di Xiaofeng had the authority to enter the core area of Tianji City. The other 8, including Sha Baofeng, were all direct subordinates of clan leader De. However, because they were not core members, they were all only allowed to enter. They had the right to enter and exit the outer layer of Tianji City. The Heaven's Legacy race was different from other races. They would not have a high population density because they had very few people to begin with. The entire Heaven's Legacy race only had a few million people. A large number of clansmen were sent out. Among the clansmen stationed in Tianji City, some had to lead patrol fleets to patrol this vast star region. In addition, the industrial perimeter and inner defensive perimeter all required 1 or 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race to stand guard. In addition, the inner area of the Tianji continent also needed some core higher-ups to guard some important places, as well as the higher-ups sent over by the first universe's slave races. Therefore, on the outer surface of the Tianji continent, it was basically deserted. However, there were still groups of intelligent super robots. Now and then a patrol team would pass by. Sha Baofeng had a villa on the outskirts of the Tianji continent. It was his private territory. Other higher-ups of the Tianji tribe were not allowed to enter. Only Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness could open it. After the Devil battleship arrived at the edge of the Tianji continent, it was no longer allowed to move forward. Yi Xian was aware of this. He immediately walked out of the Devil battleship with Chana's. He waved his hand and stored the Devil battleship into his undying world. Then, he landed and walked towards his villa. Although this was an alloy space city, because the Tianji tribe had always yearned for the life of the human race, even their own appearance was very similar to that of the human race. Therefore, the surface of the Tianji city's outer land looked very similar to the environment that the human race lived in. The ground, buildings, and vegetation. Everything was there. Of course, they were all simulated with the super memory alloy and the super biological alloy. Even an inconspicuous tree was shockingly tough. Even the star-obliterating cannons of a planetary warship might not be able to destroy it. Along the way to Sha Baofeng's villa, they did not encounter other higher-ups of the Heaven's Legacy race. Instead, they encountered many patrol teams of super battle AI robots. However, they were able to detect the electronic consciousness of the Heaven's Legacy race members. Therefore, they did not stop Yi Xian and mistook him for Sha Baofeng. The exterior and interior of the villa were the same as ordinary villas in the human world. However, it was made of top-grade alloy and was extremely sturdy. It could withstand the bombardment of Star Destroyer cannons. After all, this was the core of the Tianji city on the Tianji continent. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. He was the owner of this villa. Therefore, he easily entered the villa. After a round of searching, Yi Xian took all the rare minerals, materials, and cultivation resources that Sha Baofeng had left behind in the villa. It was a great harvest. Although it was not a lot, the things that Sha Baofeng had left behind in his base were all top-grade treasures. Yi Xian almost couldn't hold it in. He wanted to directly change his electronic consciousness and rob the villa of young Emperor Feng and the others. However, in the end, he held himself back and didn't make a move. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be exposed immediately. Young Emperor Feng and the other 8 upper echelons of the Heavenly Legacy clan were currently missing people. If they appeared outside of Heavenly Legacy City, it would be possible for them to find an excuse to avoid it. If they suddenly appeared in the core of Heavenly Legacy City like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion, unless Yi Xian already planned to do something. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this way. While he was looting Sha Baofeng's villa, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanaz, had been watching from the side. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. In his opinion, Yi Xian was not robbing Sha Baofeng's villa. Instead, he was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away. After all, if he committed a big crime, he would be exposed one day. Therefore, when Yi Xian finished looting everything in the villa and pretended not to care, he told Chanaz that he would be staying here for the time being and that he would give him the authority to freely enter and leave the villa. The old thing didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. There's no way. Wherever Lord Sha goes, this old man will go. If you want to leave me here as a scapegoat, that is absolutely impossible. Eh? Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and sized up Chanaz. He did not expect this old man to be so shrewd. Did he see through something? Without waiting for him to mutter, Chanaz, who was at the side, spoke again. Humph, you've just returned and you're already taking care of the women. This is clearly the rhythm of running away. Sir Sha, I didn't give you any trouble along the way. Didn't you say so? We are grasshoppers in the same boat, and now you want to put me down. I ascended a little unkind of you to leave me behind? Packing up your belongings? Yi Xian was stunned and then speechless. After all this time, this old man was actually thinking this way. He was really speechless. The information displayed on the holographic screen was the rules of the election for the commander and deputy commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet. It was very simple. All the higher-ups of the younger generation who were currently in Tianji City could participate. As for the content of the competition, it was a competition of mechanical fusion abilities. This also limited the final winner to only the direct subordinates of the clan leader, DE. This was because only DE's direct subordinates would be allowed to participate. This was the so-called ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race. This was clearly the rhythm of the selection of the new young patriarch. Perhaps this matter would not be announced publicly before confirming that young Emperor DE had met with misfortune. However, everyone knew that Patriarch DE definitely had this intention and had brought forward the selection of the new young patriarch. This was because to the Tianji race, one's talent could be seen from the degree of comprehension of mechanical fusion abilities. Young Emperor DE's talent in this ultimate secret technique far surpassed the other higher-ups of the younger generation of the Tianji race. However, to Yi Xian, this was good news. He did not care about the young patriarch of the Tianji race, but Yi Xian had to obtain the commander of the vanguard fleet. If it was a competition of other domains and electronic abilities, Yi Xian might not dare to boast. However, in terms of mechanical fusion abilities, in the entire Tianji race, other than Patriarch DE, who had created this ultimate ability, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone else. This included the few elders in the race. Although Yi Xian had never seen them before, he still had a certain understanding of their mechanical fusion abilities through the memories of young Emperor DE and the others. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet this time would be none other than Yi Xian. The problem of the Void Soldier Ladle race could be considered to have been solved. Yi Xian was now thinking about the rescue problem of the demon people's royal uncles. After the thousands of slave races in the first universe were conquered by the Tianji race, every race's patriarch or emperor had to send an elder they had the best relationship with to Tianji City as a hostage when they ascended the throne. Because of this, it was said that there was an independent area inside Tianji City called the Imperial Prison. Those who were imprisoned were all members of the royal family of each race. In order to get close to the Imperial Prison, one had to enter the Tianji continent. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Xian's hands, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng's electronic consciousness had this authority. However, Xiaofeng could not show himself now. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for Xian. Everything would be exposed before he could take over the entire soldier ladle race. This matter was clearly at a dead end. If young Emperor Di used his identity to rescue the past generations of demon emperors, then the rescue of the Bingdiao clan would encounter a change. If he didn't move and waited for the commander of the vanguard fleet to take over the entire soldier ladle clan, then Xian would immediately head to the front lines and wouldn't have the time to rescue the past generations of demon emperors. Looks like I can only wait until I return to Tianji City from the battlefield before I think of a way to save those old guys. After thinking for a while, Xian shook his head and sighed. This is clearly a long-term plan to hide behind the enemy. But the demon race is too strong. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to give up. Sigh, this matter. Sighing, Xian had no choice but to confirm the general direction of the follow-up action. First, he would get the commanders out of the vanguard fleet and take over the soldier ladle race. Then, he would return to Tianji City and rescue the demon race's royal uncles. At this time, the holographic 3D screen in the villa's living room flashed again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified face appeared on the 3D screen. Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up and bowed slightly. Patriarch. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sofa beside him. Xian turned around and saw the commander of the demon royal guards, Xianxia. He hurriedly got up from the ground and stood respectfully in front of the sofa. His body was trembling slightly. Greetings, Patriarch. To the thousands of slave races in the first universe, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De, was a god. He was a supreme existence. The entire first universe was his territory. In fact, there were only a few races in the first universe who had seen De in person. Even Xianxia had never thought that he would be able to see the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De, with his own eyes when he came to the Tianji city this time. Even if it was through a holographic 3D screen. Therefore, he was caught off guard and panicked. This was like the ordinary people in the dynasty suddenly seeing the arrival of the immortal emperor. It was inevitable. At this moment, Xian's heartstrings tightened. He was not particularly reassured about Xianxia. He was afraid that this old man would suddenly say something that he should not say. Originally, Xian was also thinking of ways to avoid this. However, De's appearance was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, this was only an image of De's doppelganger. There should not be too big of a problem. The core of the Tianji clan's existence was actually an electronic consciousness. Therefore, in the huge Tianji city, Patriarch De could transform into thousands of doppelgangers at any time. As long as there was an electronic device, he could appear at any time. Even if it was an intelligent robot patrolling in the starry sky, one moment it was normal, the next moment it might become the carrier of De's electronic consciousness. Xian had already known this through Sha Baofeng's memory. Therefore, in Tianji City, he was very careful. No matter what he said or did, he had to pay attention at all times. Perhaps there was an electronic eye somewhere that had transformed into De's eyes and was spying on him. This terrifying ability to transform into thousands of doppelgangers was similar to the human clan's cultivation camp. Perhaps a certain super-old monster also had this ability. At the very least, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Tian Xianxia, was quite accomplished in this aspect. However, in comparison, in such a majestic mechanical city like Tianji City, even if a super-old monster of the human clan who was proficient in this aspect came, he would definitely be suppressed by De. Here, he had a natural advantage. The doppelganger that appeared in front of him was not De's actual body. It was only an image of his doppelganger. Xian was actually very nervous. Although the image in front of him was only an image from the holographic screen, and this image wasn't De himself, but just an image of his clone, the identity of the other party was still there. The biggest boss of the first universe, with his current cultivation strength, if he were to continue, at that time, he was not even qualified to talk to the doppelganger image. How could he not be nervous? However, things were going more smoothly than he had expected. After all, this was Tianji City, and Yixian was now in Baofengsha's private villa. Except for Baofengsha's electronic consciousness, in the entire Tianji clan, only De and his doppelganger could come here at will. Even the super-old monsters in the clan did not have this authority. The fact that Yixian could come here was enough to explain the problem. Of course, this was also the result of De being too conceited about the existence of the Tianji clan. He did not expect that the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan could be devoured. After all, he was a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xingbo, and the devouring system was a posthumous work of Xingbo. It was understandable that it surpassed De's ideas in some aspects. With anxiety, Yixian reported in detail the details of the mechanical battle that had happened in the Heavenly War Star area that day. Of course, he reported from Baofengsha's point of view. All the memories and Baofengsha's own inferences and guesses were stored in Baofengsha's mechanical intelligence core. Yixian was just reading and narrating at the same time. Because he was directly reading Baofengsha's memory data, his narration habits, inferences, and guesses were completely consistent with Baofengsha's own style. Therefore, until he finished everything, it did not arouse the suspicion of De's doppelganger image on the holographic three-dimensional screen. Hesitation. In his opinion, Yixian in front of him was Baofengsha. All his habits and temperament were the same as usual. In short, Yixian passed this test smoothly. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De couldn't come to talk to him and ask questions every few days. De had countless trusted subordinates of the younger generation like Sha Baofeng. The reason why he had sent a doppelganger to question Yixian was because he had personally experienced the great battle with young Master Ling Hu and possessed first-hand information. Otherwise, when Yixian came to Tianji City this time, he might not have the chance to see De, even if it was just a holographic image of his doppelganger. In other words, after passing this hurdle, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yixian would not have too much trouble in Tianji City. He would need to carefully deal with them. Of course, the upcoming Machinery Grand Tournament was an exception. He had to fight for this. Otherwise, with Sha Baofeng's character, if he gave up for no reason, he would attract suspicious gazes. You should have heard the news of Xiaofeng's accident. This is an opportunity for all the trusted subordinates of the younger generation. After Yixian reported everything in detail, De's doppelganger did not make any comments. Obviously, he was also puzzled by the fact that young Master Ling Hu had also displayed the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. For the time being, it was difficult for him to discern the truth. At this moment, De's doppelganger continued, whether or not Xiaofeng has encountered an accident, this scale selection is of great significance to all of you. You fought young Master Ling Hu. That guy is indeed extraordinary. Even now, I can't figure out the key points. With the Star Sky Black technology in his hands, that battle must have inspired you a lot. Perform well. If something has really happened to Xiaofeng, you should know what this scale selection means. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. Yixian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head even more. Just as he was speaking, the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him flashed and went silent. At this point, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had been trembling on the side but had never been looked at by De's doppelganger, finally came back to his senses. With lingering fear, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had disappeared beside him. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and walked over to Yixian, Sha. Sir Sha, congratulations. Clan leader clearly has the intention of cultivating you. No wonder you. Ha, so you've already expected it. As soon as these words came out, Yixian was so scared that he immediately trembled. This guy was too reckless, saying such things in Tianji City. If De's doppelganger had not left but remained dormant, just these two sentences alone would have ruined everything. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Yixian's heart trembled slightly. he immediately shouted softly, interrupting Chana's words. At the same time, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had already gone silent. Chana's was stunned, and then his face turned completely pale. This guy was not a fool. Just now, because of the sudden turn of events, he was so happy that he forgot himself. At this moment, when he was reminded by Xianxia's soft shout, he was so shocked that his back was full of cold sweat. The machinery competition will begin tomorrow. Before that, I have to go and get my base fortress back. When I went to the Devil Emperor planet to carry out the mission, I asked the base fortress at the periphery of the industrial circle to improve its performance. After all, it is my personal vehicle. It will be more convenient for me to use it in the competition this time. Turning his head and glancing at Chana's, Xian directly walked out of the villa after he finished speaking. This was also why he was so meticulous. The machinery grand competition was no small matter. Baofengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With his personality, he would not abandon his own vehicle and use the demon battle horn that he brought from the demon race as a temporary means of transportation. However, if that was the case, then there would be a new problem in front of Xian. That was, although the Life Fortress star field could change its appearance at will, as long as Xian obtained the various performance data of Baofengsha's vehicle, he could directly change its appearance. However, the scale was very difficult to change. Baofengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, while the Life Fortress star field was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The difference was too big. If Xian really brought Baofengsha's vehicle into the competition, he would definitely lose. Although he had the electronic consciousness of the Tianji race and had done some research on the integration of machines, how could he compare with the real Life Fortress star field? If he wanted to win, he had to use the Life Fortress star field to change into Baofengsha's vehicle. A short while later, Xian and Chana's arrived at the outer industrial circle. They saw Sha Baofeng's ship, Baofeng, in the star dock of a huge industrial star. Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, so he entered this huge fortress without any hindrance. He immediately copied all the performance data of this huge fortress and entered it into the database of the Devouring system. Through the Devouring system, it was transmitted to the star dock. The Wild Fortress. However, even with these performance data, the Wild Star Dock could not directly transform into Baofeng's appearance. The size of the Wild Star Dock was a shortcoming. The Wild Star Dock had to increase its size from its current diameter of 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible to accomplish in a single night. However, Xian still had a Master Life Crystal. If he reluctantly used it, he could still accomplish this. Previously, when he won the system competition mission against Fairy Xianxia, the prize that Xian obtained from the exchange store was a Master Life Crystal. The reason why he wanted this Master Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect on the evil spirit slimes. This way, the fairy crystal that Xian needed would definitely be of a higher quality. This was an important problem that had always been troubling him. One of them. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This crystal was one of the natural life energies that the world bugs could absorb. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this race was an extremely disliked existence. Xian had discovered this by accident. The crystal in their bodies was one of the energies that the world bugs needed to grow. After the Master Life Crystal was used, the world bugs' evolution slimes grew crazily. Countless micromolecules erupted, and in the end, the Wild Star Dock grew into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After that, Xian won 3 competitive quests from the system. His targets were the Unfettered One, the Fallen Demon Child, and the Witch Dust Lady. Among them, he didn't find any Master Life Crystals from the system exchange store of the Carefree Master and the Demon Dust Maiden, so he chose other treasures that were also extremely precious. However, Xian found a second Master Life Crystal in the exchange shop of the Fallen Demon Son and chose it immediately. And now, this Mother Life Crystal had come in handy. Yi Xian immediately retrieved this mother life crystal from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining mother life crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, life evolution energy crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it now? The system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Following which, a golden crystal the size of a baby's fist was directly absorbed by the devouring system and injected into Yi Xian's undying world, the Wild Star Fort. Sha sha sha, rumble. Soon, low and continuous muffled sounds rang out from within Yi Xian's body, accompanied by a dense amount of weak rustling sounds. It gave off the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry leaves. The Wild Star Fort floating in his undying world was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the exterior of the battleship was also changing. Yi Xian quickly ordered the devouring system in his body to connect to the AI of the Wild Star Fort. This time, the growth of the battleship was limited to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the battleship would immediately stop, and all the micromolecules that were multiplying after that would all be thrown into strengthening the battleship's performance and internal and external structure, striving for perfection. All of this unknowingly happened. In a short 10 minutes, the starfield stronghold within Yi Xian's body finally grew to a diameter of 100,000 meters. From then on, it stopped growing. However, the change in the life level of the evil spirit slime race caused by the energy of the second life crystal was still there. Continue. All of the subsequent energy was used to strengthen the interior of the Wild Star Fort. This way, it would inherit its greatest feature from before. On the surface, it looked like a huge fort with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but in reality, its performance was much better. In the end, everything ended after more than half an hour. The energy of the second prime life crystal was finally depleted, and the evolution of the vengeful slime group stopped. The massive increase in reproduction energy provided to the world worm spawn group stabilized, and the evolution of the Starfield Fortress came to an end. Complete. At this time, after devouring the mysterious energy of the two mother of life crystals, the evil spirit slime's life level had been raised to a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail, and it was a whole line. There were also specks of gold on both of their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned into a faint golden color. Perhaps, it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. After everything was completed, Yi Xian gave the order to transform the Wild Star Fort into a perfect replica of the treasure maple. All of this happened very quickly, but no one knew about it. Everything was completed in his undying world. Following which, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the treasure maple into his body. At this moment, if someone was in his undying world, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. The two identical forts were lined up side by side, floating in the air of Yi Xian's undying world. With a thought, the real treasure maple was searched by Yi Xian with Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. All of the important resources and materials were taken out and stored in the undying world. They didn't stay in the treasure maple. This was because Yi Xian had a feeling that as he shone in the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical grand competition, he might not be able to take this treasure maple away. He might be interested in it. Of course, what it was interested in was the fake treasure maple, which was the Starfield life stronghold. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to hand over the Starfield ship. He could only use the real treasure maple ship to make up the numbers. In this Heaven's Legacy Races Machinery Grand Tournament, although the gimmick on the surface was only the position of commander and vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, in truth, all the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were well aware that this was a secret early selection of the new young patriarch. The winner would very likely become the next Heaven's Legacy race. The young tribe leader. Of course, this had to wait until the news of the current young tribe leader Di Xiaofeng's death was confirmed. The grand competition of machinery was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. Patriarch Di only opened this ability to his direct subordinates. Therefore, it was destined that many of the younger generation of the Tianji clan would not be able to participate in this competition. Not all Tianji tribe members had the qualifications to become the tribe leader's trusted subordinates. This was closely related to talent. The Mechanical Grand Tournament was a test of one's ability to fuse machines, and those who could obtain this sort of ultimate secret art from Patriarch De were only his trusted subordinates. Even amongst the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, such existences were all upper echelons. Therefore, their mounts were small fortresses with diameters of at least 50,000 meters. Most of them were large fortresses with diameters of at least 100,000 meters. As such, the grand competition of machinery's venue could not be too small. It was a vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was in the star sector outside the industrial area of Tianji City. The next morning, when Yixian rushed over with Chanas, this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles was already filled with fortresses of various sizes. There were even some large and small fortresses. Other than the millions of Tianji tribe members watching the battle, there were also many intelligent robots that had the privilege of watching the battle. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race had developed their own consciousness from these sentient robots and gained intelligence. Thus, within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race would consciously guide the countless sentient robots under their command. For example, when watching the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race display their ability to fuse machines together, there was a chance that some of the AI robots would mutate and gain self-awareness. This meant that a new member of the Heaven's Legacy race had been born. In addition, there were also some fortresses that carried the hostages sent to Tianji City by the slaves of the Tianji clan. They were originally imprisoned in the imperial prison in the depths of the inner city of Tianji City. However, De obviously would not let go of this opportunity to show the power of the Tianji clan. He had personally ordered the Heaven's Legacy race's imperial prison guards to escort them over so that they could witness the power of the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate secret art. Patriarch De had yet to appear, but there was no doubt that there were many of his clones in the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In this mechanical grand city, De, as the ancestor of the Heavenly Legacy race, could be said to be everywhere. The grand tournament of mechs was about to begin. The rules were simple, so simple that there were no rules at all. Therefore, the candidates could enter the arena to challenge at any time. When they were defeated and withdrew, it meant that they had lost their qualifications. If you were strong enough, you could stand firmly in the center of this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles from the beginning. You could accept everyone's continuous challenges and stand until the end, with everyone's attention on you. Yixian was not impulsive. Although he was confident that he could do this, it would be too eye-catching. This was Tianji City. Yixian was not afraid of other existences, but he could not help but be afraid of the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De. Although De was only an intelligent life form created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, he had proven his ruthlessness by killing Xingbo. Moreover, as a newly born mechanical intelligent life, De was able to lead a large group of intelligent robots to gradually grow stronger and guide them step by step. From them, more mechanical intelligent life forms were born, and he successfully dominated a universe for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself was already very impressive. This already showed how terrifying his methods were. Not to mention an extremely intelligent mechanical intelligent life form, even a pig, after living for hundreds of thousands of years, could become a powerful figure in the pig world. Yixian knew that he could not defeat such an existence at the moment. Therefore, there was no need to attract too much attention. He had to win the machinery grand competition, but at most, he would be like a dark horse, appearing at the crucial moment and giving people the impression that he had won by luck. Otherwise, if the tree stood out from the forest and attracted De's suspicion, it would be really troublesome. The battle quickly unfolded. The two core members of the younger generation of the Tianji clan fought each other in this void with a radius of 100,000 miles. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder, and a large part of the void was disturbed. These two high-level members of the younger generation were not weak. Their mounts were large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Moreover, because the competition was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion technique, these two fellows directly began to fully integrate with their mounts as soon as they entered the arena. Both of the mechanical battle insects looked extraordinary, one turned into a mechanical knife puppet, similar to Sha Baofeng's original form, but more powerful, and walked the path of strengthening close combat. The other one turned into a starry sandworm. Its entire body was covered with dense barbs and soft tubes that looked like mouthparts. Each soft tube was actually a cannon muzzle. It walked the path of long-range combat strength enhancement. Although the mechanical battle insects transformed from the two fellows' machinery fusion technique were nothing new, at least Xian did not find any highlight. As the battle unfolded, he gradually felt that he was rather inspired. The Tianji clan was indeed full of talents. When it came to the cultivation of the human race's cultivation methods, the cultivation of the demon's mental power, and the cultivation of the bloodline talents of the various races of the Second Universe Federation, the Tianji clan was nothing, and definitely was not outstanding. However, in the field of machinery and electronics, every member of the Tianji clan definitely had a unique talent. And the core members of the younger generation who were able to become the trusted aides of clan leader D were naturally the best of the best. The degree of transformation of these two mechanical battle insects was not amazing, and Yi Xian even felt that they were a little too conservative and backward. However, as the battle unfolded, Yi Xian opened his eyes in terms of the battle skills of these two fellows after they had fully integrated with their mounts. Yi Xian did not miss any of this. He directly transmitted the images to the life fortress that had transformed into the Baofeng through the Devouring system in his body. In the previous battle, the two core members of the Tianji clan's younger generation had transformed into a mechanical blade mantis and a space sandworm after activating their mechanical fusion ability with their mounts. One was strengthened for close combat, while the other was strengthened for long-range attacks. In the end, the one who emerged victorious was the one with the strengthened close combat. The Blade Mantis. It had to be said that among all the members of the Tianji clan who had comprehended mechanical fusion, there were quite a few who preferred the Blade Mantis. In Emperor Xiaofeng's impression, about 40% of them preferred the Blade Mantis. For example, Emperor Xiaofeng's own Blade Mantis was a Blade Mantis. Even Sha Baofeng, who had fought against the Life Fortress at the beginning of the battle, was the same. The Blade Mantis was a space bug with an advantage among all the bug forms. It belonged to the combat bug race, especially in close combat. Its pair of giant blade-like mantis arms were extremely eye-catching, so it was very popular. Although more than half of the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race had fused with their mounts and transformed into mechanical war insects called Blade Mantis, each person's transformation was different in minute detail. No two Blade Mantis were exactly the same. These subtle changes had their own special effects and attack effects. For example, the Blade Mantis that had defeated the other sand bug in the first battle had a beehive-like mechanical jet port on its tail. It was densely packed with jet holes. These holes were packed together like a beehive. Not only could they shoot out super alloy spikes, but they could also shoot out mini death ray cannon energy beams. Because the interior must have been specially processed, it was extremely fast and impossible to guard against. While the praying mantis waved its gigantic mantis arms to engage in close combat, its tail suddenly shot out a wave of super alloy spikes, followed by a wave of concentrated mini death ray cannons, the effect of which was absolutely fatal. Even Yi Xian was inspired. The guy who had won the first battle was called Sainas. In Sha Baofeng's memory, this guy's cultivation was above Sha Baofeng's. Although his talent was not as good as the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng's, the difference was not too big. This time, he had entered the battle at the beginning and was domineering. It was clear that he wanted to dominate the competition from the very beginning and seize the first place with an absolute advantage. There were almost no rules in the grand competition. As long as you had the ability, you could go up the stage from the beginning. What you would face would be one battle after another. This seemed to be a huge disadvantage, but in reality, as long as you displayed enough strength, you would be able to scare off many competitors. However, the allure of the Vanguard Fleet Commander truly wasn't small, and the allure of the future young patriarch was even greater. No matter how strong Sainas was, the core members of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't all give up without a fight. The second challenger quickly went up. This battle was even more intense and lasted for almost an hour. Finally, Sainas won by a narrow margin. However, he was still brimming with vigor, not at all tired after fighting 2 battles in a row. This was related to the special characteristics of the Tianji race mechanical life form. The total amount of cultivation power of the human race experts was limited, and it was continuously depleted in battle. Moreover, there was no time to replenish it. This was the same for the experts of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. This was because no matter how boundless one's physical strength was, it would still be depleted in an intense battle. However, the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't do this. After activating their mechanical fusion ability, as long as the energy in the kinetic energy cabin of the stronghold didn't run out, any member of the Heaven's Legacy race could always maintain their vigorous energy and strongest battle state. To put it bluntly, as long as the electricity didn't run out, they would always be full of energy. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? He had defeated 2 opponents in a row, especially the second one. Amongst the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, he had a very high reputation. At this moment, Xianxia was in high spirits. His 100,000-meter-long mechanical blade hovered in the air, exuding a domineering aura as he loudly roared. Perhaps they were scared off by his previous battles and extraordinary might, but for a moment, the surrounding void was filled with discussions. However, no one stepped up to accept the challenge again. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to step forward and prepare to enter the arena, a cold laugh sounded out from the left side of the void. His figure flashed as he entered the large competition space. This was a purple-haired young man who looked quite demonic. His temperament and aura were both cold and gloomy. The aura he exuded was at the 11th stage of the mystic light realm, the same as Yi Xian. As for Xianxia, he was at the 12th stage of the void realm, the peak of the 9th stage of the void realm. On the surface, it seemed that Xianxia had the upper hand in this battle. This was because although the battle between mechanical life forms depended on the comprehension of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race in terms of mechanical fusion, as well as the basic capabilities of the stronghold, the cultivation of the person fusing with it was also a factor. Xianxia's cultivation was a whole realm higher than that purple-haired young man. After fully fusing with the mechanical life forms, he could control them much more smoothly. However, in reality, after seeing this purple-haired young man enter the arena, Xianxia's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. On the other hand, that purple-haired young man had a calm expression, as if he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Yi Luo, when did you return? How come I didn't know? With a gloomy expression, Xianxia asked, calling out the purple-haired young man's name. His tone was filled with obvious fear. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat as he immediately remembered who this person was. Yi Luo, in the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his talent in electronics was second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. Back when Di Xiaofeng wasn't the young patriarch yet, only this person had the strength to compete with him. Although the position of young patriarch eventually landed on Di Xiaofeng's head, Yi Luo's electronics talent wasn't erased. Among the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his electronics talent was still publicly recognized as one of the best, second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. However, Yi Luo had been sent out to carry out a secret mission 2 years ago and wasn't in the race. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia and the other younger generation experts of the Heaven's Legacy race, who were weaker than him in terms of electronics, were moved and wanted to seize this opportunity to fight. What Xianxia didn't expect was that Yi Luo had actually returned and appeared in today's competition. This made him feel uneasy because he didn't have much confidence in fighting against Yi Luo. Yi Luo's electronics talent was very strong, and his comprehension of mechanical fusion was even stronger. He had surpassed Xianxia's. Each one of them is more arrogant than the other. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He already felt that Xianxia was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Yi Luo to be even more pretentious than him. It seemed that the core members of the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race were all like this. He flipped through the mechanical intelligence cores of young Emperor, Baofeng Sha, and the other 8 and found that this was indeed the case. Baofeng Sha was also a very arrogant person. Yi Xian had thought that it would be best to win this battle by a narrow margin and keep a low profile, but now it seemed that this wasn't possible. Baofeng Sha was arrogant to begin with, and if he kept a low profile, it would instead arouse suspicion. Just as he was muttering to himself, in front of him, in the void with a radius of 100,000 square kilometers, came a large number of mechanical grinding sounds, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. After Yi Luo stepped into that light purple illusory fortress, he immediately started the mechanical fusion. The fortress with a diameter of 100,000 square meters immediately began to change shape and actually began to shrink inward. Once the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability was fully unleashed, the largest size of the mecha battle bug would be the diameter of the stronghold itself. As for the smallest size, it would depend on the mecha race clansman's comprehension of this ultimate secret technique. For example, young Emperor Xiaofeng's fortress was 100,000 square meters in diameter, so after fully activating the mechanical fusion, the mechanical battle insect that young Emperor Xiaofeng and his fortress transformed into could be 100,000 square meters in length at most. This was related to the original performance of the fortress, so it was a hard limit. As for the smallest, it could reach 5,000 meters. This was already an extremely impressive comprehension ability. Among the 8 Heavenly Legacy clan members that Yi Xian killed in the Origin of All Evil Star region, there was also a fellow who had a large stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter. His smallest limit was 7,000 meters. This person's talent in electronics was only second to young Emperor Xiaofeng and Yi Luo, and he was ranked third among the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race. However, in general, unless it was in a special environment like the Root of All Evil, which was filled with countless void cracks, the Heavenly Legacy race members would fight in their largest form after performing mechanical fusion with their fortress. At this moment, Yi Luo was doing the opposite. He could clearly transform into a giant battle insect with a diameter of 100,000 square meters, but after activating the mechanical fusion ability, this light purple illusory fortress kept shrinking in size. What surprised Yi Xian even more was that upon seeing this, Seina's expression became more solemn. He frowned and muttered, "Rapid insect again?" Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the fortress that was suspended in the void beside him. After the last battle, he had temporarily dispelled the fusion. The creaking sounds of machinery grinding could be heard, and soon, the mechanical blade puppet that had won 2 battles appeared once again. At this time, Yarrow's light purple fantasy fortress had basically completed its transformation. The loud grinding sounds of machinery gradually weakened, and in the end, they could no longer be heard. What appeared before them was a very strange mechanical battle insect. It was only 5,000 square meters in size, which immediately drew cries of surprise from the surrounding void. Heavens, 5,000 square meters? Yi Luo's comprehension of the mechanical fusion ability actually broke through again. A fortress of 100,000 meters. His previous limit was 6,000 meters. In the entire Heaven's Legacy race, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng was able to reach 5,000 meters. I didn't think that Yi Luo would be able to do the same. Without a doubt, Seines will definitely lose this battle. In terms of talent in electronics, he is still far inferior to Yi Luo. That's right. Yi Luo transformed into a rapid insect. He is most proficient in the speed domain. Unlike other battle insects, the smaller the size of the rapid insect, the faster its speed. Seines fought with Yi Luo once at 6,000 square meters and was slightly at a disadvantage. Now, Yi Luo has broken through again. The rapid insect has shrunk to 5,000 square meters. Seines will definitely lose. As these cries of surprise sounded out, a strange expression couldn't help but flash across Yi Xian's face. He was not surprised by Yi Luo's mechanical fusion ability. He was not surprised that Yi Luo could actually shrink a fortress from 100,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. This was nothing. Young Emperor Xiaofeng could also do it, but didn't he still lose to Yi Xian? What truly surprised Yi Xian was that the mechanical battle insect that Yi Luo and his fortress had transformed into was actually a rapid insect with all-around enhanced speed. Rapid insect, a type of space insect race. Like the space blade mantis, it was a battle insect race with an extremely violent temperament. The biggest characteristic of the swift bugs was their speed. Their whole body was covered with layers of sharp carapace blades, densely packed and stacked on top of each other. Under the extremely fast movement state of the swift worm, these carapace blades that covered the surface of its body were simply indestructible. Even a starry sky battleship could only flee in the face of the swift worm's charge. If it was enveloped, the final result would be that the entire huge battleship would be cut into pieces and directly dismembered. Countless pieces. At this moment, there was such a mechanical rapid insect across from the mechanical space blade mantis. Its entire body was covered in purple superalloy blades. Furthermore, it had clearly been strengthened. The battleship's diameter of 100,000 square meters had shrunk to 5,000 square meters, and the density of the alloy had increased countless times. However, if these blades touched a space fortress, even if it was also made of superalloy, it would definitely be cut open easily like a thin piece of paper. Coupled with the rapid insect speed, these countless purple alloy blades were simply a nightmare. It should be known that at a certain speed, even a thin piece of paper could cut through metal and stone. Seeing all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, it was sharp. No wonder even the previously arrogant Senas had become serious. This alloy swift bug, which looked dozens of times smaller than the saber mantis, was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Hum. A low rumble sounded in the void, and the 5,000-meter-long swift insect shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the praying blade. It did not stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It just directly crashed into the praying blade. Yi Luo, you sneak attack. The other party attacked without saying a word and arrived in front of the blade mantis in the blink of an eye. Sana screamed in horror. The blade mantis's strong legs bent slightly, indicating that it was about to bounce up. With the blade mantis's super jumping ability, this bounce would be at least a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, he did not have this opportunity because the speedy worm had already made contact with his body. The speedy worm, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly passed under Dao Qi's abdomen. It did not have any other means of attack because it did not need to. Countless superpowers covered its entire body. Strong alloy blades were the rapid insect's best and most powerful weapon. Whoosh! The dense layer of sharp blades on the surface of the swiftworm's body was too powerful. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was forcibly compressed to a length of 5,000 meters. The density of the material increased by many times, and coupled with its terrifying speed, it was simply unstoppable. In just one exchange, Sena's mechanical blade puppet was split open, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long wounds appeared under the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. Sparks flickered, and even the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This kind of injury might not be much to a mechanical blade puppet with a length of 100,000 meters, but this was only the first round. With such an outcome, it was hard to imagine how this battle would continue. The swiftworm did not need any other means of attack. It was a peerless weapon by itself. The high-density superalloy covering its body completely turned into a nightmare for the enemy under its extreme speed. Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. Heavens, this is too shocking. Senas was injured in the first round. Yarrow is indeed stronger. What terrifying speed. Furthermore, after the swiftworm shrunk to a length of 5,000 meters, the superalloy is even denser. It's simply incomparably sharp. The mechanical blade puppet simply cannot block it. There is no suspense in this battle. Yarrow is definitely going to win. Sigh, after young Emperor Feng, among the entire Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, only Yarrow is the strongest. Senas is not his match. Will the next young patriarch be him? Crackle. Boom. As the discussions in the surrounding void rang out, the rumbling of thunder and the crackling of sparks rang out once again in the central battlefield of the grand competition within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was followed by Sena's frenzied howl of hatred and fury. He was injured once again. He was originally full of himself and was certain that he would win first place this time. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the throne of the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He did not expect that after just 2 victories, he would suffer such a setback and be on the verge of dying. However, Senas did not intend to admit defeat just like that. He continued to persevere. In the face of this scene, a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race immediately stood up. This was a supreme being of the Heaven's Legacy race whose strength was equivalent to the 15th Great Realm expert of the human race. He immediately announced the end of this battle. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Hiero won, while Senas lost miserably. After all, this was just an internal competition of the race, not a battle to the death between friends and foes. There was no need for any deaths. The Heaven's Legacy race did not have many people in the first place, and the younger generation that had the mechanical fusion ability activated by Patriarch De were all true geniuses of the race. It would be disastrous. The disappearance of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 core members of the Tian's Legacy race had cast a heavy shadow over the hearts of the older generation. They couldn't allow any real casualties to appear in this grand competition. Senna's was very unwilling, but in the end, he still retreated. In just 2 rounds of contact, he had suffered heavy injuries. There were cracks and gashes on the mechanical puppet's abdomen and back. Fortunately, that senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race spoke up to stop the battle. Otherwise, in the end, it was very likely that his flying fortress would have been destroyed, and its electronic consciousness would have been severely damaged. It would take a long time for it to recover. As Senna's left, only the purple-haired Hiero was left standing in the void of this grand competition battlefield. He had already removed the mechanical fusion state with his flying fortress, and that light purple illusory fortress was floating beside him. Hiero stood there with his hands behind his back. In the void, sighs and laments could be heard again. Sigh, the dust has settled. The vanguard fleet commander of this battle is none other than Hiero. This is an indisputable fact. It's just that we all thought that Hiero had not returned to the race. Perhaps even the Patriarch did not know. Otherwise, there would be no need for this mechanical grand competition to continue. That's right. Among all the geniuses of the younger generation in the race, other than the young Patriarch, Di Xiaofeng, who else can defeat Hiero? The speedy bug is too scary. Furthermore, Hiero's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability has reached such a level. He could actually shrink a huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to only 5,000 meters. This way, the power of the speedy bug has skyrocketed again. It's simply invincible. What do you mean by simply invincible? It's already invincible, okay? Now, in the race, other than the experts of the older generation, who else in the younger generation can be Hiero's match? Even Senna's lost miserably in just 2 moves. Sigh, this mechanical grand competition should be over. Senna's will be the vice commander of the vanguard fleet. To him, this is even more of a humiliation. With the 2 of them working together, I'm afraid there will be many unexpected episodes. In the surrounding void, some of the spectators had already started to leave. The huge black fortress that carried a large number of slaves and hostages from the imperial prison had also started to move slowly in the direction of the Tianji continent. Obviously, everyone thought that this mechanical grand competition had already ended. Hiero was so powerful that no one in the younger generation would show up and jump out to be abused. Even Hiero himself thought so. With his hands behind his back, he looked around the void. After looking around, he did not even say a few polite words. He directly waved his hand and stored the light purple dreamy fortress beside him into his body. Then, his figure flashed and was about to leave. At the same time, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Xianxia, beside Yi Xian, looked at Yi Xian with suspicion. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian during this period of time, he was definitely muttering and doubting in his heart. Eh? What's wrong with Sir Xia today? Why isn't he planning to interfere? In fact, in the next instant that suspicion arose in Xianxi's heart, Yi Xian's loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule was already loudly heard. Hiero, why are you in such a hurry to escape? Don't worry, this is the clan competition, not a battle between us and the enemy. I promise I won't beat you up. Silence, a deathly silence. The large and small fortresses in the surrounding void that were retreating one after another all stopped, including Hiero, who was about to leave. In the next moment, everyone's gazes converged on Yi Xian. After seeing that these words were actually spoken by Sha Baofeng, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Fate clan experts immediately became strange. The upper echelon of the older generation that had forced Senna's to retreat even frowned. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure took a step forward and stepped into the void of the 100,000-kilometer-wide competition in front of him. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Xianxia, who was originally standing side by side in the void to watch the competition, immediately turned green and howled miserably in his heart. He knew that this guy was not someone who would rest easy. Just a moment ago, He was still muttering about why he had changed his personality, but now he was suddenly making trouble again. While smiling bitterly, Chana suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why Yi Xian was so determined to kill the young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, in the source of all evil star field. It turned out that he wanted to replace him. Although Yi Xian seemed powerful, Chanas had seen with his own eyes how Yi Xian tortured Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. The 8 high-ranking members of the Tianji clan were all geniuses of the younger generation. Even when they used the mechanical fusion ability, they were still no match for him. Now, Yi Xian was merely ranked behind Emperor Xiaofeng. What could Yi Xian be compared to? The moment he thought of this, Chanas's breathing quickened. The reason why he followed Sha Baofeng to the headquarters of the Tianji clan was to get promoted and become rich. If Lord Sha could become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be tantamount to reaching the heavens in a single step for him. It should be known that this journey was full of hardships, and he had been through it with Lord Sha. Didn't Lord Sha say it himself? We are grasshoppers on the same rope. Thinking of this, Chanas immediately raised his arms and shouted excitedly, as if he had just been injected with chicken blood, Lord Sha, do your best, as long as you don't beat the shit out of him. This shout almost made the eyes of the people in the void fall to the ground. Those Tianji clan members who were still in a daze because of Yi Xian's words finally came back to their senses. All kinds of discussions instantly broke out, most of them ridiculing Yi Xian. On the one hand, Yi Xian did have a lot of supporters. On the other hand, more people believed that he would be the next young patriarch of the Tianji clan. At this moment, they deliberately shouted to show their goodwill. Heavens, it's Sha Baofeng? What's wrong with this guy? You're actually courting death? There's a good show to watch now. Yi Luo will definitely beat him to a pulp. I was just thinking that I wasn't satisfied enough just now. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. How laughable. A fellow that's ranked far out of the top 20 of the younger generation actually wants to challenge the second-ranked Yi Luo. This kind of confidence is simply unimaginable. Young masterling who must have damaged his brain. This guy just suffered a big loss in the heavenly battle starfield not long ago. I didn't expect him to be so forgetful and want to die as soon as he comes back. That should be it. Young masterling who must have damaged his brain. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Not only did he challenge Yi Luo, he even dared to boast that he would beat the shit out of him. His brain damage knows no bounds. What a pity. After this battle, Yi Luo's ranking among the younger generation will most likely fall below the top 100. This is because he was previously recognized by the Patriarch and was granted the ability to fuse machines. Otherwise, he would be at least below the top 1,000, as these one-sided discussions and evaluations spread. Yi Luo, who had stopped leaving because of Yi Xian's arrogant words, took a step forward and returned to the center of the battlefield. He looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, Baofeng Sha, did you just challenge me? I'll give you one more chance. You can change your words now. Can I change my words now? Based on Baofeng's character, he would never keep a low profile if he had the strength to defeat Yi Luo. Therefore, even if Yi Xian didn't want to be in the limelight, he could only follow Baofeng's temperament at this moment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. In the face of Yi Luo's arrogant words, he did not show any trace of politeness. He rolled his eyes and continued, You, on the other hand, if you change your mind and admit defeat now, I will definitely fulfill my promise and not beat the shit out of you. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your brain would really be damaged by young Lord Linghu. In the face of Yi Xian's unyielding attitude, Yi Luo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and brought out the light purple fortress that he had just put into his body. Before he stepped in, he looked back at Yi Xian and raised his right hand. He put his index finger across his throat and made a throat-sealing gesture. I won't. What promise did I make? Be careful in this battle. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I can't guarantee that I won't go too far. If you die, don't blame me. If it was before, you would indeed have the qualifications to say such words in front of me. Yi Xian sneered as he replied forcefully once again. Moreover, he gave the surrounding Heavenly Legacy clan members a precaution in advance, so as to prevent them from displaying an overly powerful mechanical fusion ability and attracting unnecessary suspicion. However, ever since my battle with young Master Ling Hu, this kind of thing has never happened. You've already lost your qualifications. That's right. In that battle, this great one was indeed beaten quite badly by young Lord Ling Hu, but I wholeheartedly accept my loss. You didn't even have the honor of fighting such a peerless genius, so what right do you have to be so arrogant here? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian shamelessly praised himself. Although this great one lost, this great one's gains in that battle are beyond your imagination. It's too shocking. Even now, when this great one thinks about it, this great one can't help but be fascinated. If this great one had the chance, this great one would really want to be beaten by young Lord Ling Hu again. Because the gains were too great, so great that this great one only had to be beaten by him once, and this great one's comprehension of mechanical fusion ability is enough to surpass what you have painstakingly comprehended for 100 years. This battle, this great one will let you see, amazing. From my progress, this great one will let you be fascinated by young Lord Ling Hu's peerless genius. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how fascinated you are, no matter how much you cry about wanting to die and want to be beaten up, in the end, you won't have this chance. Young Lord Ling Hu is a hero, and has already, as he spoke, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. His figure stood in the void, shaking his head with a regretful expression. It was as if he deeply regretted that he couldn't have another chance to be beaten up by young Lord Ling Hu. This scene was too strange. Everyone was stunned. All the members of the Heavenly Legacy race in the void were dumbstruck. Even Chanas was dumbstruck. He suddenly wasn't so sure. This Lord Shah in front of him didn't look like the kind of person who had been scheming for a long time. On the contrary, he didn't look like an old schemer. It was more like his brain had really been beaten up. With this thought, Chanas felt unwell again. Rumble. Kachacha, as Yi Luo stepped into the light purple fortress, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard. He once again activated his mechanical fusion ability. The light purple fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters quickly transformed into a 5,000-meter-long speedy bug. Yi Xian also waved his hand and summoned the treasured maple from his body, causing it to float in the void. Of course, this was not the real treasured maple, but a transformed version of the life fortress, the Starfield. After all, it was a life battleship, made up of countless micromolecules derived from the world bugs. It could also mimic a 100,000-meter-long space fortress at a microscopic level, including the electronic frequency. There were absolutely no flaws or omissions. Even if the patriarch of the Tianji race, DE, was here, he would not be able to see through it. Immediately after, Yi Xian turned around and stepped into the treasured maple. At the same time, he gave the order for the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. The same sound of machinery grinding could be heard. In the eyes of the many Tianji race members in the void outside, this was Sha Baofeng activating his mechanical fusion ability, causing the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. However, in reality, this was all the Starfield Fortress's own actions. Yi Xian did not participate at all. He was just leisurely waiting in a small cabin inside the treasured maple. Of course, once this transformation was completed and the fortress entered battle mode, Yi Xian would still use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to control it. No matter how flexible the life fortress was, it did not have any battle experience. This was all up to Yi Xian. After all, the opponent now was not in existence like Sha Baofeng, but the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Tianji race. It might not be safe to leave everything to the life fortress. Previously, when he was fighting with young Emperor Feng and the others in the source of all evil, Yi Xian had used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to enter the life stronghold and used his own battle experience to control the mechanical demon insects to fight. Otherwise, if the life stronghold were to fight by itself, it definitely wouldn't have such a result. As the grinding sounds of machinery came from inside the treasure maple, the shape of the enormous ship began to change. The gazes of all the Tianji clan clansmen in the surrounding void all gathered on the ship, including more than one unknown doppelganger of clan leader DE. They were all very curious about what the treasure maple would become. Based on Sha Baofeng's usual habits, he should have used a 100,000-meter-long mechanical puppet. However, considering the speed and attack characteristics of the swift bugs, Sha Baofeng should have shrunk the size of the mechanical puppet. That way, the pressure would be much less. In the past, when Sha Baofeng performed a complete mechanical fusion, the smallest size of his Baofeng could be shrunk to about 10,000. The surrounding experts didn't think that it would be the same this time. In the beginning, the surrounding experts of the Tianji clan did think that Sha Baofeng was out of his mind to provoke and even infuriate Yi Luo. However, after hearing what he said later, the experts of the Tianji clan had a different opinion. The Tianji clan had indeed received news of Sha Baofeng's recent battle in the third universe. Many of the higher-ups were shocked. The black technology possessed by young Master Ling Hu was still a mystery to this day. He had actually surpassed the Tianji clan, who had always possessed extraordinary talent in electronics and machinery manufacturing. The Tianji clan of the three major dimensions. In that battle, Sha Baofeng had indeed lost miserably. However, in his own words, this fiasco was not unjustified at all. Young Master Ling Hu's peerless demonic talent had even amazed many of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. Medicine, artifact, and array masters. He also had the terrifying starry sky black technology. In this world, only Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, and the person who had caused an uproar in the second universe not long ago. Even now, he had provoked a Star-Lord old monster to roar and chase him all over the world, but no one could find him. Only young Master Nether Ming and the other two could be compared to him. It would be a lie to say that he had not gained any inspiration and gains from fighting such a peerless demonic talent. Therefore, when Yi Xian ridiculed Yi Luo with such words just now, not only did the latter not get angry, but he also became serious. Although he was not convinced by young Master Ling Hu, he was actually fascinated by the other party's demonic talent. It could be said that whether it was the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void or Yi Luo, who was about to fight Yi Xian, at this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in the bottom of their hearts. They were all looking forward to Sha Baofeng really gaining something from that battle and not just bragging. Yi Luo was so fascinated by young Master Ling Hu. Although he could not fight young Master Ling Hu because the other party had been proven to be exiled, if he could beat Sha Baofeng, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of young Master Ling Hu and had gained some inspiration and gains, he would be scared witless again. Because, at least on the surface, from a certain perspective, his demeanor was at a level comparable to young Master Ling Hu. At least he was not inferior. As for the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding area, their expectations were related to the entire clan. There was no doubt about Yi Luo's strength. If Sha Baofeng could really defeat him, even if it was a tie, it would be enough to prove that there would be another peerless genius in the Tianji clan. Although this genius was trained by the peerless demonic talent of the human clan, it did not matter. Being able to constantly improve oneself in battle with the enemy was the attitude and talent that a real expert should have. If Sha Baofeng could do it, the higher-ups of the clan would regard him more highly from now on. So what? Yi Xian was completely unaware of all of this. Following his orders, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the inside of the Baofeng. Very quickly, the mechanical changes were completed. Yi Xian did not choose the combat form of the mechanical demon bug. The speed of the rapid bug was too fast. Although the mechanical demon bug had a strong jumping ability and 4 antimatter death ray cannon barrels, it was very likely that it would not be able to lock on to the target. Therefore, Yi Xian chose the combat form of the humanoid alloy war god this time. Of course, while the Baofeng transformed into the humanoid alloy war god, its original terrifying size of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. In the end, when the humanoid form of the alloy war god was completely revealed, its height of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. When the alloy war god was fully formed, its height had reached only 5,000 meters. This was not Yi Xian's limit. The limit he could shrink a small fortress of 50,000 meters to 1,000 meters, and a large fortress of 100,000 meters to 2,500 meters. But that was not necessary. On the one hand, it was not suitable for this battle. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not want to expose his limit. After a series of mechanical clanking noises, Baofeng completed its mechanical transformation. A humanoid alloy war god stood in the void, and the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters shrunk to a height of only 5,000 meters. In its left hand was a huge alloy shield, in its right hand was an alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long, and behind its back was a pair of energy beams that flapped from time to time, creating ripples in the void. It looked majestic and extraordinary. This scene shocked all the spectators, and a wave of exclamations came from the surrounding void. "Oh my God, what the hell is this? A humanoid? A humanoid? What is Baofengxia trying to do? Isn't the mechanical fusion ability only able to transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects? I've never heard of humanoid mechanical transformation before. It's indeed a little strange. The reason why the mechanical fusion ability of our race can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects is because the characteristics of these insects are suitable for combat. However, everyone's understanding is different, and the form of the mechanical combat insect may not necessarily be correct. Baofengxia has broken the shackles of this thought. The appearance of mechanical transformation has undoubtedly opened a bigger window for the mechanical fusion ability, opening up a new way of thinking for our people. That's right. Since mechanical transformation can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects, why can't it be humanoid or other forms of dire beasts? This is a new research direction. Just this point alone is enough to prove that he has indeed learned something in that battle. It was worth it to be beaten up. Our understanding has been completely overturned. In the past, it was a mechanical sword mantis, but now, it's a humanoid combat form. I'm really looking forward to the performance of this humanoid alloy war god. You have all overlooked a fact. Did no one notice that this humanoid alloy war god is only 5,000 meters tall? Just like the swift bug, this shows that Baofengxia's mechanical fusion ability has indeed improved greatly. Among the younger generation of our race, the only one who can fuse a huge fortress of 100,000 meters to a height of 5,000 meters is Baofengxia. Previously, there was only young Master Di Xiafeng, and just now, there was Yarrow. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a third person would appear? That's right. Based on this point alone, Sha Baofeng is qualified to fight with Yi Luo. This is really suspenseful. Before this, no one was optimistic about him. When Yi Luo appeared, everyone said that he would be the winner. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear at the last moment? As these exclamations and discussions sounded, Yi Luo's deep voice came from the swift bug covered in sharp blades in the void ahead. "Sha Baofeng, I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you before. You just made a breakthrough not long ago and have the ability to condense a 100,000-meter-long fortress into one. With my 5,000-meter-tall body, I deeply understand how difficult it is to comprehend the mechanical fusion ability to this level. I didn't expect you to be able to do it as well. Moreover, it was after you were brutally beaten up in a great battle. That young masterling who of the human clan is indeed amazing. It's a pity that he has been exiled. Otherwise, I would look forward to fighting him. However, although I can't fight with young masterling who, if I can give you a good beating today, it will more or less dispel the loneliness in my heart. If young masterling who can give you a good beating, then I can too." As soon as he finished speaking, a dense and low buzzing sound suddenly burst out in the void. The swift bug in the void thousands of miles away suddenly rushed out. Even the void was torn apart by the high-density super-alloy covering its body. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Xian. Who doesn't know how to brag? You can't be compared to young masterling who because this great one will be beaten up by him. As for you, you can only be beaten up by this great one. Whoosh! Yi Xian sneered and made a bold statement. Then, a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. The alloy battle god standing in the void suddenly shook its right hand, and the super-alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long was instantly thrown out. No one could see its trajectory at all. Its speed was actually faster than the swift bug's. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the swift bug that had turned into a shadow, blocking it in the void thousands of miles away from the alloy battle god. If the swift bug hadn't stopped and dodged, this super-alloy spear that was shockingly fast would have pierced through its body in the next instant, ruthlessly killing it in the void. Wung, the low, high-frequency vibrating sound rang out again. The swift bug that had turned into a starry sky shadow came to a sudden stop. It didn't stop at all and instantly retreated hundreds of miles, barely avoiding the super-alloy spear that was coming for the kill. Rumble, a huge thunderous explosion rang out. The super-alloy spear smashed into a large fortress in the void below and instantly exploded. The fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter turned into a fireball. Fortunately, there were no Tianji race clansmen inside. It was full of intelligent robots that were watching the battle. However, the power of this spear was still earth-shattering. This was because the void in the center of the grand competition had a radius of 100,000 miles. All the large and small fortresses that were watching the battle were 100,000 miles away. No one had expected that the humanoid alloy battle god's explosive power would be so terrifying. The power and speed of that super alloy spear. Its speed was so shocking that a large fortress 100,000 miles away couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball together with nearly 1,000,000 intelligent robots inside, illuminating a corner of the void. Screams rang out instantly. These were the screams of the senior generation in charge of supervising the grand competition. Retreat, retreat immediately. The grand competition's venue has been temporarily expanded from the previous 100,000 miles to 500,000 miles. All battleships, retreat immediately. No mistakes. Rumble, in the void, the roars of countless kinetic energy cabins starting up resounded everywhere. All the battleships, fortresses that were watching the battle all retreated in a panic. The power of that spear just now was too shocking. No one wanted to be the second unlucky person to be hit by it. In the large fortress that had driven over from the imperial prison and carried a large number of slaves from the first universe as hostages of the royal family of the 10,000 races, a large number of exclamations could be heard. As hostages of the royal family of the various races, the experts in this large fortress were all the true elites of their races. Their status and strength were extraordinary. Naturally, their horizons were not low, and their intelligence was even more astonishing. Everyone was well aware of the Tianji clan's intention of bringing them to the battlefield to fight Xianxia in this grand competition. However, although they were shocked by the Tianji clan's so-called ultimate secret technique, the machine fusion technique, they were not too shocked. The 3 battles that they had seen before were indeed amazing. However, they were not as shocking as the scene in front of them. A starry fortress could actually transform into a super alloy battle god. Moreover, this battle god had only thrown out a spear, and it had destroyed a large fortress. The latter was suspended in the void 100,000 miles away, and it didn't even have a chance to dodge. Whether it was its speed or terrifying penetrative power, it was incredible. Stop right there. Don't run. I just said that I won't beat the shit out of you. I won't go back on my word. Yi Xian sneered when he saw the speedy bug's body suddenly stop and quickly retreat. His arrogant voice rang out from the alloy war god's body, resounding through the void and causing everyone to stare at him in awe. It's just the power of a spear. How can it be so strong? It directly blew up a 10,000-meter tall fortress. This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Luo was already shocked beyond words. He had seen clearly just now that Sha Baofeng had raised his hand and thrown out an alloy spear. Because the alloy war god was formed by the extreme condensation of a 10,000-meter wide fortress, the battleship alloy used to build the fortress was densely denser. The density of the battleship was increased countless times, just like the dark purple blades all over its body. However, no matter how dense it was still just an alloy spear. Even if it could penetrate a 10,000-meter tall fortress, it definitely wouldn't be able to blow it up completely. Even if it hit the kinetic energy cabin of the fortress, it wouldn't be able to cause such a scene. Battleships above the level of the fortress all had kinetic energy protection systems inside. Even if the kinetic energy cabin exploded, it would only affect a small part of the overall area in a short period of time. Unless it was uncontrollable, it would explode completely. There would be a time difference between this. However, a 10,000-meter tall fortress had actually turned into a fireball in an instant. This feeling was as if what had hit him was not an alloy spear at all, but a super energy cannonball that had been condensed to the extreme. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Starfield Life Fortress was formed by the evolution of the world bugs. This kind of mysterious existence between life and non-life could evolve everything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the Life Fortress. They were all evolved from their micromolecules. They were all transformed. Although the spear that Yi Xian threw out looked like an alloy spear on the surface, it was formed from countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all of the micromolecules changed shape, transforming from the super alloy into a super concentrated form of energy. Then, it exploded. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the fortress wasn't destroyed in an instant. Yi Luo wasn't an ordinary existence. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he saw the strangeness in it. Before he figured out Yi Xian's method, he didn't dare to rashly attack. At this moment, he quickly retreated and at the same time tested with words. He wanted to know himself and his enemy, and solve the doubts in his heart. He was confused, and think about it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't fooled. As the arrogant words came out of his mouth, the alloy war god pressed forward step by step. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His empty right hand buzzed as it once again condensed an alloy spear. At this time, the fortresses and strongholds of the battleships watching the battle in the surrounding void had already retreated to 500,000 miles away. The void in the central district was much wider, and the speed bug's speed advantage had more room to play. Yi Luo saw that the other party didn't fall for his trick and didn't reveal anything. He could only grit his teeth. The void hummed, and his body instantly turned into a starry afterimage. He circled around and shot toward the alloy war god's left arm. The alloy war god's right arm held the terrifyingly powerful alloy spear. Once it was thrown, even the speed bug could only narrowly avoid it with its terrifying speed. Yi Luo didn't dare to take the risk again. At this moment, he attacked from the left side of the alloy war god. As a result, the alloy spear in his right hand was blocked on the other side. It could be said that he was using the alloy war god's body as a shield. Of course, the alloy war god could turn around and throw again, but the speed bug needed a very short time. With its speed, it could reach the front of the alloy war god in one charge. Then, with a scratch, the super alloy blades all over the speed bug's body could easily cut off the alloy war god's left arm. In the void. Wang, with a heart-shaking buzzing sound in the void, the speed bug arrived at the left side of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye. The speed of the alloy war god's spear could match or even surpass the speed bug's, but this didn't mean that the alloy war god's original speed was the same. At this sight, some of the Celestial Legacy race members in the distant void sighed. They could almost see the alloy war god's entire body being dismembered. The speed bug was too fast. After dodging the terrifying spear in the alloy war god's right hand, it only needed to circle around the alloy war god's body a few times, and the human-shaped alloy war god would be reduced to giant pieces of alloy scrap and fall into the void. In the void, Yi Luo also thought the same. At this moment, even his heart, which had been in his throat, gradually calmed down. At this time, the alloy war god's left shoulder and left rib suddenly burst with light. A partial energy shield was raised, protecting half of the alloy war god's left body. It seemed to want to use this to block the cutting of the dark purple alloy blades that covered the speed bug's entire body. Yi Luo laughed. His mocking voice came from the speed bug. It's useless. It's just an energy shield. It can't block it at all. Wang. Chi-la, the next moment, there was a slight sound like silk being torn apart. The super alloy blades on the speed bug's back cut through the energy shield and pressed down on the alloy war god's left shoulder. If nothing unexpected happened, the alloy war god's left arm would fall into the void and be cut open in the blink of an eye. Yes, it's useless. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Within the alloy war god, Yi Xian laughed coldly. Did you forget? I still have a battle shield in my left hand. Contradictions are one. If the battle spear can make you afraid, how can this shield be simple? When he finished speaking, the alloy war god had already raised its left arm. The huge alloy battle shield protected the left side of its body, replacing the previous layer of energy light shield that had been cut open by the alloy blades in an instant. It was also at this moment that the layers of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back came crushing over. Wang. The moment the two came into contact, the battle shield, which was made of super alloy material just a second ago, suddenly changed form and turned into a pitch-black antimatter death light shield. No, rip. Rip, as Yi Luo screamed in horror, there was a series of faint but dense ripping sounds. It was like boiling oil being poured into ice. The dense layer of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the black antimatter death light shield came into contact with it, it would instantly and completely disappear without a doubt. Whoosh, ah. A series of strange noises rang out like boiling oil splashing on ice. A small portion of the left side of the swiftness bug's back melted in an instant. At this moment, Yi Luo had fully activated the mechanical fusion ability of his warship, and he could feel the pain. The uncontrollable pain made him let out a miserable howl. Void. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The upper echelons of the Tianji clan, who were watching the battle from 500,000 li away, only saw a blur before their eyes, and then the tide of the battle had completely turned. At this moment, the war spear in the alloy war god's right hand was raised high again, and the cold tip of the spear was aimed at the swiftness bug that had not yet retreated. In the next instant, the spear was thrown out and killed Yi Luo on the spot. It was also at this moment that several core upper echelons of the Tianji clan of the older generation flew into the void of the Central Domain Grand Competition at the same time and announced the end of this battle. The Grand Competition was over, and the winner was Sha Baofeng. Everything was settled at this point. Stop howling. This great uncle said that I would never beat the shit out of you. Today, this great uncle will let you live. After Yi Xian's words rang out, the alloy war god put away its shield and spear, and then ordered the Baofeng to deactivate its mechanical transformation. With a series of grinding sounds, the humanoid war god quickly returned to the original fortress form of the Baofeng. Yi Xian took a step forward and then immediately put it away with a wave of his hand. While doing all this, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He was indeed worried that one of the clones of the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would immediately appear before he could put away the Baofeng. If that really happened, the other party would definitely find all kinds of excuses to keep Yi Xian's Baofeng for research. This would be a dead end. Yi Xian would never hand over the life fortress. If that happened, he would definitely be in big trouble. Fortunately, his movements were fast enough. He waved his hand and stored the life stronghold into his body before the other party appeared. At this time, even if one of the identities of the Heavenly Legacy race's patriarch, De, appeared again and made the same request, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Within his undying world, there were two identical treasure maple ships suspended side by side. One was transformed from the life fortress that he had just absorbed into his undying world, while the other was the real treasure maple ship. At that time, he would just have to hand over the real treasure maple. Yi Xian wouldn't feel any heartache. Now that the life fortress had grown to such a height, even a 100,000-meter-wide fortress wouldn't be able to move him. Compared to the life fortress, no fortress could compare. Stuffing them would be useless. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Very soon, Yarrow also deactivated his mechanical transformation state, and the swift worm returned to the appearance of a light purple fortress. Its surface was bumpy, and it looked rather pathetic. The super alloy blade that had been corroded by the black antimatter shield in the left hand of the alloy war god had been formed from the toughest part of the outer wall of the light purple fortress. That was a real corrosion, which had directly led to the terrible appearance of the light purple fortress. However, this was the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, and there were countless industrial planets in the periphery. It could be easily repaired. Moreover, Yarrow had also been deeply affected by this battle. Thus, when he waved his hand to absorb the light purple fortress into his body, he turned to look at Yi Xian. His expression was strangely calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of resentment. However, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. He suddenly stopped midway and stared at Yi Xian for a while before suddenly sighing. Young Master Ling Hu is truly a peerless genius. I didn't think that just by being beaten up by him, you would actually have such a huge change in your understanding of mechanical fusion. That antimatter shield is dead. It can ignore any attack, and there's no need to worry about close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, you have that alloy spear with terrifying explosive speed. Even the speed of the swift worm is slightly inferior. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have trump cards in both long-range and close combat. This is simply heaven-defying. You have a big brain hole, but no one can think of a way to break it. Impressive. At this point, Yarrow seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic, and the expression on his face became even more strange. If I'm not wrong, that alloy spear should also have another kind of transformation, right? Antimatter death light spear? This is what it means to be truly invincible. In the end, he smiled bitterly and sighed again. It turns out that you were still holding back. You didn't even use your full strength in this battle. Your real trump card hasn't been used, and I've already lost. Back then, in the battle with young Master Emperor, although he won, I wasn't convinced. However, in today's battle, I'm completely convinced. It's just a pity that in this life, I have no chance to fight with that peerless genius of the human race, young Master Linghu. As these words spread, exclamations came from the surrounding void again. Oh my god, did I hear it wrong? With Yarrow's arrogant temperament, he actually admitted defeat in front of everyone and expressed that he was convinced of his defeat this time? This is simply unbelievable. What's even more shocking is that Sha Baofeng's speed of growth is too amazing. He easily defeated Yarrow without using his full strength. This is simply unimaginable. What a crazy idea. That antimatter death light shield is simply the best. It's absolutely invincible in close combat. Any kind of attack, including energy attacks, can be blocked by this black shield. The special characteristics of antimatter light energy have determined all of this. But how did he do it? How can he actually turn the antimatter light energy generator, after moving it to the hands after the mechanical transformation? Can the volume of that equipment be compressed? This doesn't make sense at all. Maybe it's a guide. How thick are the arms of a 5,000-meter tall alloy war god? The antimatter light energy generator of the big fortress has a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. How can it be compressed into 2 arms? It must be a channel strategy, but there are too many technical difficulties. This is a new research field. The domain has opened a new door for us. There's also that battle spear. It already has such power when it's only in its superalloy state. If it can be transformed into an antimatter deathlight spear like Yarrow said, its power will definitely increase by a large margin. It will definitely be unstoppable and invincible, even if it's a fixed super fortress. Even the Starry Sky Fortress might not be able to block it. It will be pierced through by a single spear. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Sha Baofeng was beaten up, but who would have thought that a pheasant would turn into a phoenix? It's like an undying phoenix that underwent nirvana in the flames and completely matured. How many people have this kind of terrifying talent to grow in adversity? That's right. There's a saying that there are 4 peerless monsters in the current era: Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Linghu, and Young Master Netherworld. In my opinion, we can add Sha Baofeng to the list. Our Tianji clan can finally claim a spot among the 5 peerless monsters of the current era. At the end of the grand competition, the commander and deputy commander of the vanguard fleet were immediately determined. They were Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo. Although this result had long been expected, when the several senior core members of the Tianji clan announced it in public, it still caused an uproar in the surrounding void. Quite a few people shot strange glances at Yi Luo, but his expression was calm, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. He exuded a self-cultivated temperament that would remain unperturbed by favor or humiliation. When the senior core members of the Heaven's Legacy race saw this, they immediately nodded to themselves. Obviously, Yi Luo had also gained a lot in this battle. Perhaps Sha Baofeng had been tortured by young Master Linghu, but this was the Phoenix Nirvana rebirth, which had created a miracle for him. It was unknown whether this miracle would happen again for Yi Luo. He indeed had the strength, foundation, and temperament to do so. Yi Xian also realized this point. He turned and looked the expressionless Yi Luo up and down a few times, frowning slightly, somewhat unhappy in his heart. If this battle had really helped the Tian's Legacy clan create a monstrous genius of the younger generation, then it would truly be too shocking. At the same time, in a secret room in the core area of the Tianji continent, there were no doors, windows, or passages at all. Sitting cross-legged in front of a holographic 3-dimensional screen, the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wen Xing, was frowning at this moment. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. There was no one else in the entire secret room, and the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of him showed the vast grand competition void in the outer star field of the Tianji city. The figures of Yi Xian and Yi Luo could be seen clearly. At this time, a quiet voice with an ethereal breath suddenly sounded in this secret room. It was unknown where it came from. How is it? Did you find anything? The person that the voice asked was obviously old Devouring Xing, and he did indeed respond immediately. Still frowning, he shook his head and said, "It's a bit strange, but I can't tell what the problem is yet. I just don't know why, but I always have a feeling that I seem to have seen it before. I don't know if it's this fortress or this person. Unfortunately, the heaven measuring technique can't be derived at all. It is forcibly interrupted at every critical moment, as if there is some kind of power blocking all of this." At this point, when Xing did not say anything else, and the secret room fell into silence. After a short while, the voice of De, the leader of the Tianji clan, sounded again. "Since there is a problem, we must investigate further." However, Sha Baofeng's words are barely acceptable. "We can't be too reckless. It's rare for our Tianji clan to have such a monstrous genius. Outside, he will be the next young clan leader, so we can't be at odds with him because of this. So, let's start with the Baofeng first. If there is no problem with the battleship, then it must be the people's problem. Then, we'll make a decision based on the situation. At least the target range has been narrowed down. We have a clear target. Are you suspecting that the treasure maple is the life battleship that Old Ghost left behind?" Old Ghost Wen Xing's voice rang out once more. The so-called life battleship was nothing more than a legend back then. Whether or not it really exists has yet to be confirmed. In these past few years, you and I have been searching for it, but to no avail. How could it appear in the hands of a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation? We can't be too careful. You've seen Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability. Even I can't use the antimatter deathlight spear and the antimatter deathlight shield, not to mention the rest. De's voice suddenly became serious. According to my analysis, even if Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability improved by leaps and bounds because of that battle, it should not have reached this level. So the problem basically lies with his battleship. It is very likely that there is something hidden in it that we don't know. If Sha Baofeng is innocent, as the leader of the Heavenly Legacy race, how can I sit back and watch a rare genius of our race fall into a trap? Besides, the disappearance of Xiaofeng and the others is too strange. The two auras detected at that time were clearly unparalleled beings beyond the Star Lord state. There must be a great secret hidden in that star zone, the source of all evil. I don't know if there's any connection between these two matters, but they've happened at the same time in a short period of time without any interval, so it can't help but arouse suspicion. If it was some sort of arrangement set up by that old bastard Xing Bo all those years ago, then it would be bad. But one thing is certain, and that is that those old bastards from the second universe suddenly launched an attack on the first universe. They didn't even care about the inquiry of the human race and the Myriad Sift Federation. There must be some shocking secret behind this, and it is very likely that it is related to the mysterious arrangement in the origin of all evil. De heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, I've explored that star zone many times, but I was only able to enter the central region's buffer zone every time. All I saw were some void rifts and a lot of black beetles. Those above the Star Lord state couldn't enter the central region at all. I can make a trip there. In fact, I've always been suspicious about the source of all evil. I once went to the edge of the central region, but I almost didn't make it back, because I ran into a Star Lord Black Beetle Queen when Xing took over the conversation and took over this matter. You also know that the hidden cultivation of this clone of mine is only at the late stage of universe realm. Facing that kind of existence, being able to come out alive is already a great fortune. However, it seems that such a low level of cultivation is actually a convenience. I can enter the central region of the source of all evil again. Speaking of this, when Xing, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor of the secret chamber, suddenly stood up and disappeared completely. However, his voice still reverberated in the secret chamber. "As for everything in the base camp, it's all up to you. Sha Baofeng, do as you say. Investigate the battle first. Then, we'll decide whether or not to investigate himself." A long sigh was heard from the empty secret chamber after a long time. It was De, the leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Sigh. Even a clone doesn't want to stay here for too long? You found an excuse and left in a hurry, but what's the point of that? Where's your righteousness? Don't forget that your original self is still in the heavenly fortune city. You can't leave. You know everything, but you're still running away from reality. Am I really? Patriarch De didn't show up in his real body. Instead, he sent a doppelganger, but his cultivation was also very high. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the void. All the intelligent robots in the void and in the warships all knelt down on the ground, while the members of the Heavenly Fate clan bowed to him. The content of the speech was very brief. First, it was an official evaluation of the competition. Then, it was announced that one day later, the Vanguard fleet would set off to the battlefield and lead the Demon Tribe star area to the other end of the wormhole leading to the second universe. They would start a war with the allied forces of the various races of the Federation from the second universe. Finally, De's doppelganger changed the topic and mentioned Baofeng Sha and Yi Luo. In the name of a reward, he asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind and hand it over to a senior core member of the Heavenly Fate clan to take it to the first star dock for upgrade and modification. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but some cold sweat appeared on his back. Fortunately, he had anticipated this in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble this time. After giving all these instructions, De's doppelganger floated away. The senior core members of the Heavenly Fate clan also turned to Yi Xian with a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were not fools. Everyone could see that something was wrong when the Patriarch suddenly asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just wondered if Baofeng Sha's heaven-defying fusion ability was related to the first star dock. Was it related to the fortress? For a long time, everyone thought that the strength of the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical fusion ability was only related to the members of the Heavenly Fate clan who performed the fusion ability. As long as one's understanding in this aspect was deep enough, even the most ordinary warship could be fully integrated with it. Strong combat power. But now, the Patriarch's action had reminded them. Many people were thinking about the deeper meaning behind it, and some people even had a look of realization on their faces. After Sha Baofeng fused with his mount, the antimatter death ray energy form of the alloy battle god spear and shield was indeed correct. A bug, and it was basically impossible to achieve. However, if the warship itself was modified, it was still possible. Even Yaruida seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly recalled that when Baofeng Sha was carrying out his last mission, the Baofeng ship had been left in the clan for modification. He had only just retrieved it from the modification star dock when he returned. That must be it. Yi Luo clenched his fists with excitement on his face. He had finally discovered Sha Baofeng's secret, which opened a new door for him. He realized that the true power of mechanical fusion was not only related to the Tianji race clansman who was fusing, but also to the warship that was fusing with him. After all, whether it was the mechanical war bug or the humanoid alloy war god, it was ultimately a combination of two aspects. While the Tianji race's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability was important, as it was akin to controlling software, it was also not to be underestimated as a forceful fusion battleship. Yi Luo had decided that he would not take the illusory stronghold with him on this expedition. He would leave it in the clan and ask a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race to get in touch with him so that the first star dock could fully remodel it. Baofeng Sha, just wait and see. I will not be defeated like this next time. I will definitely make a comeback. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Luo muttered to himself with incomparable confidence. Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the treasure maple that he had already prepared in his undying world. Of course, it was the real treasure maple. Then, a few of the senior members of the Tianji race entered the treasure maple and drove it away. As for the others, they went up to Yi Xian and handed him the commander seal of the Vanguard fleet commander. Of course, it was also an electronic device. It was a small black box that could be connected to the communication port of the warship. It was the size of 2 fingers. After Yi Xian received it, he put it into his body with a flip of his hand. At this moment, Xianxia was already rubbing his hands in excitement. From his point of view, since Yi Xian had successfully obtained the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, then the future young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan would basically not be able to escape. Currently, the entire Tianji race did not know that the previous young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, had died. Although they had their suspicions, it was not confirmed. However, in Xianxia's opinion, this matter would be confirmed soon. Then, it would be time for Lord Xia to take over. Because of this, seeing Yixian turn around and walk towards him, Xianxia immediately bowed and greeted him with a smile as if he was the one who had been promoted and made a fortune. Lord Xia, congratulations. You have been promoted and made a fortune, you have been promoted and made a fortune. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow to the demon domain. You can return to the demon emperor planet then. These were not words of anger. The old man did not want to stay in the Tianji city, but Yixian could not always be by his side, right? He could only return to where he came from and send him back to where he came from. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. After a long while, when Yixian had already turned around and left, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly followed him. Although he did not say much, his eyes were darting around. Clearly, he was calculating how to stay by the side of the future young patriarch. By the side, he would be able to get promoted and make a fortune by following him. The entire vanguard fleet that had set off for the demon domain had already been readied. It was parked at the edge of the industrial circle around Tianji City. After Yixian arrived, he immediately entered the flagship stronghold. The scale of this Tianji race vanguard fleet was huge. There were a total of 1,000 fortresses of varying sizes and 100 fortresses of varying sizes. In addition, there were more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and 1,000-meter-long planet-level battleships. As for all kinds of small-sized patrol ships and battleships, there were tens of thousands of them. Every fortress and fortress carried many of them. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships covered the sky and occupied a large part of the starry sky. Yixian had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were tens of thousands of ships of all kinds. It was simply shocking. Just this alone showed how huge the scale of this battle was. After all, this huge fleet in front of him was only the vanguard. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships was driven and controlled by intelligent robots. Countless intelligent robots were sent to the battlefield, and there were only 2 people in the upper echelon of the Tianji race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. They were Yixian and Yi Luo. Most of the authority was in Yixian's hands, and Yi Luo was only his assistant. The only things he could manage were some of the intelligent robots below. All orders had to be given through the commander seal in Yixian's hand, which was also an electronic black box. The journey from Tianji City to the Demon Dweller Galaxy was a long one. Even if they didn't miss any of the small wormholes along the way, it would still take them nearly a month to reach the Demon Dweller Galaxy. The tens of thousands of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships in the fleet didn't have the ability to continuously jump through wormholes. Fortunately, the fleet had enough fortresses, so these small battleships were basically used as subships to enter the large-scale battle. They jumped through the interior of the battleship. Although the fleet traveled slowly and needed nearly a month to reach the battlefield, first-hand news of the battle could be transmitted to Tianji City and the flagship of the Vanguard fleet through the First Universe's interstellar network at any time. Thus, Yixian knew the situation on the Demon Dweller Galaxy like the back of his hand even while he was traveling. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan had more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long battleships in the Vanguard fleet. Naturally, the other fleets of the First Universe's races would be even more terrifying. Of course, the participating fleets of the slave races couldn't be dispatched to the battlefield all at once. Like the Tianji clan's forces, they would arrive in batches. The first fleet to arrive was also the Vanguard fleet. As the sole hegemon of the First Universe, the Heaven's Legacy race had always claimed that they were the servants of all races, but in reality, this was clearly an exaggeration. No matter how large a universal plane was, it was impossible for it to have more than 10,000 intelligent races. The vast majority of races were weak races. Most of the weaker races were small races with no intelligence, such as the insectoids. There were nearly 1,000 slave races under the Tianji clan. Even if each race only sent a vanguard fleet of 100 ships, there would be a total of 100,000 ships. These 100,000 ships referred to the main force ships that were at least 3,000 meters long, including the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. The Heaven's Legacy race did not open up the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters to their slaves. In addition, there were all kinds of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships. In short, if all the vanguard fleets of the slave races arrived at the Demon Dweller Galaxy, Yi Xian would have a super vanguard fleet of several 100,000 ships in his hands. Furthermore, the fleet in his hands was about to launch the first interstellar battle between the two universes in this war. This showed how terrifying the authority in his hands was. In the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even have dared to dream about it. Looking back, 2 years ago, he was still a native who had just walked out of a sealed planet and arrived in the universe. He didn't know anything and had to start everything from scratch. But today, the first battle between the two universes was about to begin. 2 days after the entire Vanguard fleet left the Heavenly Fate Star region, the first wormhole jump arrived. After completing this wormhole jump, the entire fleet was already extremely far away from the Heavenly Fate Star region. Yi Xian's originally somewhat worried heart was completely relieved. The first thing he did was to go to the 100,000-meter-long fortress that housed tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles. After a round of inspection and confirming that all the Void Soldier ladles were there and that the 2 8-star Void Soldier ladles were fine, he was relieved. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian directly refined this interstellar fortress and put it into his body. At the same time, he issued an order to the Devouring system to brainwash all the intelligent robots in this fortress named Cannon Fodder. He didn't plan to take this fortress out again. When he found a suitable galaxy in the future, he would find a new home for the Void Soldier ladles. But for now, they could only stay in this Cannon Fodder. They couldn't even go to the black hole of life. Otherwise, they would be captured sooner or later, or even on the spot. Exterminated. Why did you put away those cannon fodders? As soon as he returned to the flagship fortress, the vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, came over with a suspicious expression. He asked Yi Xian the reason for his actions just now. Can't this commander have other uses? Are you the commander or am I? You have a vice commander on your head and you're still not being honest. You're asking for a beating. Yi Xian didn't care at all. He rolled his eyes and scolded him. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Now, the command of the fleet will be temporarily handed over to you as the vice commander. This commander needs to go into seclusion to cultivate or something. Remember not to make decisions on your own if there are important matters. You must report to this commander. Report to this commander, or you will be punished according to military law. Chanas, you are now this commander's personal guard. Keep an eye on him. If there are any strange movements, report to me immediately." After saying that, he ignored Yi Luo, who was so angry that his nose was crooked to the side. He swung his arm and walked into a cabin. After closing the cabin door, he waved his hand and set up an isolation restriction. Only then did he relax. The journey to the Demon Dweller star field was a long one. There were still more than 20 days to almost a month's journey. Yi Xian couldn't waste this time. He decided to use this time to cultivate in seclusion. He had already refined the level 12 liquid and had it on hand. As long as the cultivation realm of the physical body and qi reached the great circle of the 9th step of this realm, he would be able to use a tube of level 12 liquid. If the first tube was not successful, there was still a second tube. In short, breaking through to the 12th great realm, the void realm, was absolutely a sure thing. Love, although his cultivation had increased quickly during this period of time, and he was now at the 11th stage, the mystic light realm, the 3rd stage, Yi Xian would feel a lot of pressure when he thought about the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng. That fellow was a universe zombie. He could devour all flesh and blood in the universe to increase his strength. Even Yi Xian was shocked by the speed at which his cultivation advanced. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng, would most likely have already advanced to the 12th great realm, the void realm. Therefore, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't slack off. He had to make the best use of all the time he could to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Apart from that, the research on the level 13 liquid was also very urgent. Once Yi Xian reached the 12th stage, the void realm, this matter would become even more urgent. Otherwise, if he still couldn't refine the level 13 liquid when he reached the peak of the 9th stage, the void realm, he would be stuck at the 12th stage. If he were to stop at the 13th great realm because of this, it would be far too sullen of a loss. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian held back his energy and quickly entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, when he finished cultivating and opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The body's blood chi realm has broken through. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 4. The first universe, the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Today, the Demon Dweller Star Zone could be said to be a gathering place. Not only were the vanguard fleets of the first universe's servant races moving over, but even the enormous fleets of the various races of the Federation of the second universe were converging one after another through the plane-level wormhole that connected the two universes. The initiator of this plane-level space war was the second universe. The Tianji clan of the first universe and its servant races were merely responding to the challenge. Therefore, the battlefield was destined to be in the first universe's plane. Neither the Tianji clan nor the Demon Dweller clan had sent a large number of troops to guard or set up an ambush at the exit of this plane-level wormhole. The Tianji clan also hoped for a battle to disrupt the situation of the three universes. Therefore, guarding the exit of the wormhole and preventing the allied forces of the second universe from entering the first universe was completely unnecessary. As for setting up an ambush, it was even more unnecessary for the Tianji clan. The first universe was the headquarters of the Tianji clan, and the clan was known as the sole overlord of the first universe. If they didn't even dare to face the allied forces of the second universe's races head-on and played these tricks instead, they would be a laughingstock. Because of this, in recent times, the fleets of the second universe race that had entered the first universe through this dimension-level wormhole and immediately set up camp in the void near the wormhole's exit. It was simply one fleet after another. The void near the exit of the wormhole was already filled with the silhouettes of all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. They were densely packed, and the vast galaxy that stretched for tens of thousands of miles was covered with a layer of cold steel clothing. Among the top 10 races of the second universe's Federation of the second universe, besides the Nether Turtle clan, the other 9 races, such as the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Imji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, all sent powerful fleets of their races. In addition, the other races of the second universe also sent fleets of their races. Even the Black Lion that Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao led over 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan to occupy had come to the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Of course, the Black Lion was now a wandering level stronghold in the universe. It was all alone and wasn't welcomed by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. Even the leader of the Yin Demon race, the Yin Emperor, didn't care about them. He had long since been angered to death. In addition, the Black Lion originally belonged to the Battle Lion tribe, but it was snatched away by the Netherworld Young Master. This was an absolute humiliation to the Battle Lion tribe. There was no doubt that as long as they saw this small fortress, the Battle Lion tribe would not be polite and would attack on the spot. Yin Emperor, who had leapt into the Star-Lord realm, had already abandoned his entire race. Right now, Yin Emperor was like a madman in the universe, roaming everywhere. Every time he appeared in a starfield, there would be a thunderous roar as he searched for young Master Netherworld everywhere. In fact, even if Yin Emperor still cared for the remaining 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan and the Black Lion, the Battle Lion clan wasn't afraid at all. That was because, including the Battle Lion clan, it was said that there was a Star Lord in each of the fleets of the top 10 races of the second universe. Although it was very likely that they wouldn't participate in the regular battle, there were 9 Star Lord Elders in the entire second universe's allied forces. The role of an eccentric overseer in stabilizing the army's morale was unparalleled, therefore, the experts of the fleets of the various races of the second universe were all in high spirits. The steel battleships that stretched for 10,000 kilometers occupied a part of the void. Even the starry sky was shocked by their momentum, and the light of distant stars dimmed. Although the Black Lion clan had sneaked over for some unknown purpose, it didn't dare to appear in the huge allied forces fleet. It kept its concealment array active, and occasionally it wouldn't come out to take a breather. It would stay in the distant void at the edge of the allied forces fleet. They didn't dare to approach, or the Battle Lion clan would definitely take action. It was said that even the former leader of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor, had gone crazy and was rushing over to the first universe at that moment. He said that given the nature of young Master Netherworld, there was no way he would miss a planar battle of this level. he would definitely rush over to extort something. Revenge. When the news spread, the higher-ups of the vanguard fleets of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't feel good. On one hand, it was because the current emperor was not only a Star-Lord old monster, but he also seemed to be a little crazy. For him to crazily interfere in such a solemn and sacred planar space battle was truly worrying. If this old thing were to cause a ruckus, what would the final battle situation be? It was really hard to predict what would happen. Although there were super-old monsters that surpassed the Star-Lord realm in the various races, including the Heavenly Fate clan and the slave races of the First Universe, such existences wouldn't take action. It was basically impossible for such an existence to show up for a Star-Lord who was a little crazy. It was a luxury. In addition, the more important problem was young Master Netherworld. For the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, that name was definitely an eternal pain in their memory, especially for the top 3 races of the Second Universe, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyanpun clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Back in the Nether Turtle Star field, they had been suppressed by young Master Netherworld to the point that they couldn't breathe. That matter had already become the #1 laughingstock in the history of the universe. Of course, the experts of the universe who were qualified to laugh were mostly loose cultivators, and there weren't any relatively large forces. That was because more than 60% of the major forces of the 3 universes were involved in that scandal. It was really a big brother who didn't laugh at his second brother. However, if young Master Netherworld really came, it was really impossible to predict what would happen in the end of this planar battle that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Even now, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were still covered in sweat when they recalled the shameless methods of this freak. They were all sweating profusely. Some people sighed. It was a pity that young Masterling who had died prematurely. Prince Xian was even more silent, as if he had disappeared. The invincible war god was still in the territory of the cultivators of the Third Universe, playing hide-and-seek with a group of old monsters from the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. He had no time to come. Otherwise, any one of the 3 would have been able to restrain young Master Netherworld. It was also at this time that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were discussing and worrying about the news that the Mad Dogging Emperor and the unknown young Master Netherworld were about to come to the battlefield in space. Another piece of important news came from the Heavenly Fate clan, the overlord of the First Universe. The news was transmitted from the Heavenly Fate clan's base camp, Heavenly Fate City. When Yi Xian walked out of the secret room, Chanas, who heard the commotion, immediately came forward to greet him. He nodded and bowed as he greeted him, and then discovered that Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through a small level. Now, he was already at the middle stage of the 4th level of the Profound Light Realm, so he immediately started to flatter him. Yi Luo, who was not far away, could not listen anymore and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not pay attention to him. After asking, he found out that he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion. It seemed that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to increase one's realm. This was something he had expected. Although he was a little depressed, he felt like he was going to fall behind the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng again. There was a huge gap in the future, but there was nothing he could do. However, even though he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion, it was still a long time before they reached the Demon Dweller Star region. There were still about 20 days. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield had not changed during this period of time. At the exit of the wormhole, the allied army of the various races from the Second Universe was becoming more and more terrifying. However, the slave races from the First Universe were also very strong. The various races' fleets were not weaker than the enemies. Yi Xian was actually looking forward to this planar war in space. After all, it had nothing to do with the human race. It was just a fight between the Tianji race and the various races from the Second Universe. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of both sides. He did not care how many Star Realm experts died. To be able to use this opportunity to enjoy his addiction of being the commander of a planar war in space was simply a great opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. In the following time, Yi Xian did not go into seclusion again. Instead, he took some netherworld furnace lotion to heal some of the hidden injuries and hidden ailments that the breakthrough this time might have left in his body. After all, the path of physical evolution had this disadvantage. It required one to break through the limits of the human body time and time again, tearing apart the invisible shackles of the human body's potential. This would definitely cause harm to the physical body of an evolver. Perhaps it would only be a small amount each time, but over time, it would explode. The consequences would definitely be severe. However, Xian now had a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion, and even over 2,000 drops of all evil origin elixir. It was enough for him to consume a little every time he broke through, and put an end to the accumulation of this hidden danger in his body. In addition, he spent most of his time deriving the formula for the level 13 liquid. This was a completely new field. For the Third Universe's Human Science and Technology camp, the top families in the field of gene fluids only had a few finished products of the level 11 liquid in their hands. For example, the Tuoba family had them. The purplish warbler and the other two girls also had one each. However, the formula for the level 11 liquid had always been in the hands of Xian and had never been leaked. As for the level 12 liquid, there was no need to mention it. Once they reached level 13, it was simply impossible for them. The top families in the field of gene fluids might not even be able to piece together an incomplete formula. The research field of gene fluids was deduced step by step. Without the formula for the level 12 liquid, there was no way to know what the key elements of the level 13 liquid were. In fact, even the basic elements could not be determined. Although Xian had not been in the field of gene fluids for a long time, he had a large amount of resources through various channels and methods. This included the communication system attached to the Devouring system, the preparation manuscripts and a large number of incomplete formulas that he had stolen from the top families and other official forces. In addition, there was the powerful deduction ability of the Devouring system. Therefore, it directly led to his rapid advancement in this field. He started from the level 1 liquid all the way to the level 12 liquid. Today, Xian was definitely the #1 person in the field of gene fluids research. Young masterling whose reputation as the three absolutes of medicine, artifact, and array was not casually called out. Even so, the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid still gave him an incomparable headache. On the way to the demon domain, Xian's entire mind was immersed in the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid for the next 20 days. He even successfully concocted another level 12 liquid. However, he still did not succeed in concocting the level 13 liquid. The gene fluids that he concocted either only had 12 colors, or they were a chaotic mess of colors. They were extremely unstable and would become useless medicine. As the time drew closer, they were not very far away from the demon domain. Xian became a bit anxious because once they reached the demon domain and the battle began, he might not have the time to immerse himself in the research of the gene fluids like he did now. Right now, his physical body and blood chi had reached the 11th level of the mystic light realm, level 4. After another 5 levels of breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 12 liquid. At that time, the need for the level 13 liquid would be even more urgent and could not be delayed. In the end, seeing that they were only 3 days away from reaching the demon domain, Xian made up his mind and added a small pinch of the 9-colored meat paste into the level 13 liquid that he finally deduced. He was just trying his luck. In any case, there were only 3 days left. It was basically impossible for him to deduce a new formula for the level 13 liquid. He had never added the 9-colored meat paste to the other level 13 liquid formulas because Xian didn't know the characteristics of the 9-colored meat paste at all. It was true that the 9-colored meat paste was of the highest level. Even the remains of primordial creatures beyond the Star-Lord state had been spat out of the netherworld cauldron as waste. It was not hard to imagine how strong the primordial creatures that had been left in the netherworld cauldron were. Even a drop of blood from their remains was more precious than any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the 9-colored flesh paste was too complex. It was formed from the crushed flesh of all kinds of powerful desolate era creatures. Some of their blood was golden, while others were fiery red. They were all different, but now, they were all crushed and mixed together to form the 9-colored flesh paste. No matter how high the grade of this raw material was, how could it be added into the formula when its attributes and characteristics could not be determined? However, what Xian didn't expect was that he would simply add a pinch of the 9-colored meat paste to the last level 13 liquid formula, then carefully mix it according to the formula. 2 days later, when the result was out, he had really obtained a 9-colored meat paste. 2 days later, he had successfully obtained a level 13 liquid. It was a tube of greenish liquid, but if one examined it carefully with their spiritual sense, they would be able to see that inside every micromolecule of the liquid, there were 13 different colors that were arranged in the same way. It worked. What's going on? Xian was dumbfounded as he looked at the precious level 13 liquid in his hand. He suddenly remembered a saying, "You know what you do, but you don't know why." Although the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was something to be happy about, Xian was not in the mood to celebrate. He used a small spatial box to store the level 13 gene fluid and placed it into his undying world. He immediately fell into deep thought. The current him was not even sure if the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. It was very likely that this was just a coincidence. Of course, the probability of this being a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of this concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If this was really the case, then this was a great piece of news for Xian. This way, when he encountered a bottleneck in the concoction of the level 14 and 15 gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again. If it was still effective, then the concoction of higher-level gene fluids in the future would not be too big of a problem. He only needed to deduce the basic concoction and then add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste, just like Quan En's medicine. However, there was no time to verify this point because there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain. "What have you been doing these past few days? We're about to reach the battlefield, but you haven't shown yourself for a few days since you entered the inner cabin. Are you treating your role as the commander of the vanguard fleet as child's play?" Xian had spent a lot of effort concocting the level 13 gene fluid this time. The command of the entire fleet had been handed over to Yi Luo. After all, there was nothing else to do but to hurry along. He had buried himself in the inner cabin and basically did not show himself. Now that there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain, Yi Luo was obviously very anxious. When he saw Xian finally come out of the inner cabin, he immediately threw a series of questions at him. "Second brother, please watch your words." Xian was immediately unhappy. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Yi Luo. The word "second brother" almost caused the latter to stumble. "This commander is the commander of this vanguard fleet. You're just my little follower. The next time you overstep your boundaries, I'll punish you for insubordination and expel you on the spot. As for the last major task this commander is busy with." Xian then changed the topic and walked into the command cabin with his hands behind his back. He directly ignored Yi Luo's angry expression and said slowly, "This commander has tens of thousands of battleships and countless AI robots under my command. I have the command of this intergalactic war, so I have to deal with it every day. I've always been thinking about strategies and strategies. What do you know as a follower? All you need to do is listen to my orders. That's your mission. Don't waste my time talking nonsense. Otherwise, you'll mess up the battle and I'll hold you responsible." Xian kept calling Xian commander and great lord, and from time to time, he would throw in terms of second brother or little follower. After a series of scoldings like this, Xian almost coughed up blood. He was completely stunned, and his mind was in a mess. A day later, the vanguard fleet entered the demon domain. In just 2 short days, they made 6 consecutive wormholes and finally arrived at the demon domain. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the demon domain, Xian was shocked by a huge thing floating in the void. Apart from the Tianji continent in the core area of the Tianji race's headquarters, the largest intergalactic war machine he had ever seen was a large fortress with a diameter of only 100,000 meters. Even on the everlasting star of the everlasting dynasty, he had never seen a planet larger than a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. War machines. And now, he saw one of them in his field of vision. This was a giant steel ship shaped like a megaphone. The diameter of the mouth of the megaphone was a terrifying 300,000 meters. It could fit 3 large fortresses of 100,000 meters in a row through the mouth of the megaphone. To be more precise, this giant intergalactic megaphone was not a single entity. The mouth of the megaphone was composed of rings from the outside to the inside, with a total of 9 layers. The outer layer of rings was the largest, and the inner layer was the smallest, like the end of the mouth of the megaphone. And behind the smallest layer, there were 9 more layers, each smaller than the last. These 9 layers, together with the smallest layer inside the mouth of the megaphone, formed a giant megaphone tube that was gradually shrinking. Whether it was the 9 layers of the mouth of the megaphone or the 9 layers of the megaphone tube, each layer of rings had a large number of nodes, connected by some huge tube-shaped objects. These densely packed nodes were independent warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, but they were not standard warships in the shape of boats. They were more like specially built to form this giant intergalactic megaphone. Although the warships at each node were only 3,000 meters in diameter, they were all honeycomb-shaped with countless small sections. No one knew what they were used for, because Xianxia did not have any. There were no cannons on the surface of these countless small honeycomb-shaped warships. It was as if they formed this giant intergalactic megaphone together, not for the purpose of intergalactic war, but for decoration. It was just a giant piece of art with a terrifying scale. But that was obviously impossible. Even if the Demon King Mo Wendian was out of his mind, the demon tribe would not make a useless piece of art at this time. As the vanguard fleet temporarily stopped in the void of the Demon Imperial Star area, Xianxia and Xianxia immediately walked out of the flagship, the Expulsion, and went to the Demon Imperial Star. The deputy commander, Yarrow, was ordered by Xianxia to stay in the fortress of the Expulsion. Obviously, Xianxia did not want him to participate in the command of the vanguard battle. After all, the battlefield was at the edge of the Demon Imperial Star area, and it was the first battle between the vanguard fleet and the allied forces of various races in the second universe. The demon element was definitely an important part of the battle. The meeting between Xianxia and the demon tribe was definitely to discuss the battle. Although Yarrow was very angry, he could do nothing. He finally realized that his so-called deputy commander of the vanguard fleet had clearly been taken over. He was completely reduced to a follower of the commander, Sha Baofeng. And he was just a small follower. There was still Xianxia before him. As soon as Xianxia and Xianxia entered the Demon Imperial City, they saw the Demon King Mo Wendian and his 2 uncles. Xianxia was left outside the palace, and Xianxia and the other 3 started a secret discussion. What's with that megaphone in the void outside? It looks like it doesn't have any attack power. There are many honeycomb-shaped densely packed nodes, but there are no cannons. After the isolation formation was set up, Xianxia went straight to the point and asked the biggest question in his mind. Ah? Spirit Warpola? Xianxia's face was full of constipation. After a while, he mumbled, "Why do I feel like I'm in a top-class restaurant and I'm eating dark cuisine? Isn't this name too hard to pronounce? It doesn't sound like anything good. Are you sure it can really be used on the battlefield?" On the side, the Demon King Mo Wendian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even the 2 uncles rolled their eyes. In the end, Mo Qigong patiently explained to Xianxia. His eyes gradually brightened up. It was obvious that he was very interested. Spirit Warpola was actually a battle megaphone that used spirit energy as a means of attack. The megaphone was only the outer appearance of this star combat weapon. There was obviously a reason why it was a megaphone. After some thought, one would understand that it could amplify the power of one's mental power, which was the same principle as using a megaphone to amplify sound. In this gigantic Spirit Warpola, there were thousands of honeycomb-shaped battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There were a large number of demon powerhouses. It could be said that almost all of the demon powerhouses from the 8 major tribes of the demon race would be stationed here. And in every honeycomb-shaped node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a powerhouse of the demon race who was skilled in spirit energy secret arts. Basically, in every honeycomb-shaped node battleship, there would be tens of thousands of demon powerhouses. Under the command of the high priest or royal powerhouse of the demon race, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and unleash their spirit energy, turning it into a powerful pulse of spirit energy. Huge tubular objects made of special materials that connected the nodes would converge at the smallest inner circle of the horn. In the end, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 royal demonkin powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest layer of the horn mouth. After the 9 layers of amplification of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spirit hurricane, bombarding the enemy battleships. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, the starry sky-level spirit hurricane that was blasted out was invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against it. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless. Damn. This is good stuff. Can you get me one too? Yi Xian also had a mind power source core in his brain, so he also had mind power. Furthermore, he had mastered many secret techniques and mystic abilities that even the Demon King and the others didn't know about. Therefore, he was the one who understood the terrifying characteristics of mind power the best. Mo Qigong casually explained a few words, and he immediately understood the terror of the spirit worship. Not to mention, the devil cultivator was not proficient in the power of science and technology, and was not enthusiastic about the construction of warships, but the four odd beasts that they had made really had the spirit of technological innovation, and actually made the starry sky. Warship technology and the characteristics of the Demonkin's mental power were mixed together and displayed to the greatest extent. It was definitely a pioneering work. Therefore, even Yi Xian was extremely tempted and immediately made a request. "Brat, are you trying to hijack the entire demon race?" Unfortunately, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others immediately rolled their eyes at his words. They glared at him and said unhappily, "Although the spirit warship with a diameter of 300,000 meters is not the limit of the demon race, if we send in the people of the Demon King planet, we can make one with a diameter of 500,000 meters. But, what do you want it for, brat? A 300,000 meter diameter spirit warship needs 70% of the demon race's experts to be stationed in it. Do you have that?" It was no wonder that the higher-ups of the demon race were dissatisfied. This spirit warship without a large number of demon experts was simply a pile of scrap metal. Yi Xian clearly wanted the warship because he wanted to take advantage of the demon experts. This brat's methods were really shameless. If they really gave the warship to him, the demon race's star region might not even have 3 more demon experts. 5 more and a large number of demon dweller experts would have disappeared in batches. Although Mo Qigong did not directly say these words, it was clearly what he meant. The Demon King Mo Wendian and the others on the side had a deep expression on their faces. Clearly, they still remembered the torment that Yi Xian had caused in the demon dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian. "Don't look at me like that. It's like you're guarding against a wolf. What happened to the cooperation? What happened to the friendship?" Yi Xian's face was full of awkwardness. He said sternly, "Don't worry, I've always been a person of principle. I definitely won't harm my own people." This. Alright, let's talk business. I do need the spirit warship. Although I don't have as many demon experts as you, I have the void soldier ladles. Yi Xian was precisely thinking about this. The void soldier ladles all had a unique biological frequency. Unfortunately, the individual biological frequency was too weak and did not have much destructive power. However, Yi Xian had seen the void soldier ladle's divine ability before. He had even given it names such as stellar transposition, hitting cows through mountains, and so on. They were all terrifying divine abilities related to the laws of the void of the universe. If Yi Xian had a spirit warship, he could definitely let the tens of millions of void soldier ladles stay in it. At that time, all the soldiers would be led by some high-ranking members of the 8-star Wang ladle clan. At the same time, they would emit the mysterious biological frequency unique to the soldier ladle clan. They might have a chance to use the void soldier ladle's divine ability. Then the divine ability would be displayed. The void soldier ladle was an ancient almighty who was second only to the primordial supreme. Although it was like a newborn right now and had not grown up yet, how could its divine ability be weak? However, in this way, the term spirit warship was not very suitable. It could be called void soldier warship. It seemed that this name was more high-end and classy. Of course, Yi Xian could not explain too much to the Demon Emperor Mo Wendian and the others. However, he only mentioned the void soldier ladle clan. Mo Wendian and the others could basically guess a little. After all, the void soldier ladle was a mysterious life form. Although it did not have spiritual power, it had biological waves. There was still a frequency. As long as it was not a disaster for the devil cultivators, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted with the rest. However, it was impossible to directly build the spirit warship and hand it over to Xian. Xian did not expect them to do this. With the Devil Cultivator's technological construction ability, it was estimated that the one they were using now would have been built for many years. He could not afford to wait. Immediately, Imperial Uncle Mo Wen Tian handed all the data and blueprints for the construction of the spirit warship to Xian. The latter did not study it immediately and directly threw it to the Devouring system, allowing the system to make a second deduction and perfect it. As for the subsequent construction, Xian had not decided yet. It would depend on the situation. Perhaps after returning to Tianji City, he would build a star dock in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. The Void Soldier Ladle clan has been rescued, but your imperial uncles are still in the imperial prison of the Tianji continent. Xian spread out his hands and said helplessly, "Di wants to send the entire Soldier Ladle clan to the front line as cannon fodder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. Moreover, the Soldier Ladle clan was handed over to me before the fleet set off. When the Soldier Ladle clan arrived, I didn't have the chance to do anything for you. If we take action before then, we will definitely be discovered, and the Soldier Jiao clan will be in danger. Besides, not everyone can enter Tianji City. I am currently impersonating Sha Baofeng, so I don't have the authority to do so." Xian stopped talking. He couldn't reveal that the young clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di Xiaofeng, and the others had died in his hands. The Demon King Mo Wendian and the others also understood. Mo Qigong nodded and didn't take it to heart. His expression didn't change as he continued, "The situation is similar to what we expected. Therefore, this time, we gritted our teeth and took out the spiritual battle talismans that we kept secret. This way, we can numb the Tianji clan and make them less suspicious of our demon race. This will lay the foundation for you to successfully rescue the imperial uncles in the future. On the other hand, this is the first time the spiritual battle jar has appeared in the Starry Sky battlefield. It should have an unexpected effect if it is activated at a critical moment. At that time, if we win the battle and there is still no news of Di Xiaofeng's whereabouts, you will most likely become the new imperial uncles after returning to the Tianji city. You will be the next young clan leader of the Tianji clan. At that time, you will have the authority to enter the Tianji city. At that time, Di's wariness towards you will be at its weakest. After all, he just gave you the title of young clan leader. He would never have thought that you would do something detrimental to the Tianji clan at this time." "I see," Xian suddenly came to a realization. Previously, he was still muttering that since the demon cultivator race had already decided to rebel against the Heavenly Fate clan, why would they spend so much effort in this battle? After all, it was all for the sake of the dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Fate city's imperial prison. Near the wormhole at the edge of the demon race's space zone, the vanguard fleet from the second universe has almost gathered. There are about 1 million battleships. On the first universe's side, the slave races are also gathering in the void thousands of kilometers away. Their forces are equal. Seeing that Xian had a rough understanding of the situation, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian's expression turned serious. He continued, "As for our demon tribe, we will only use 100 great fortresses as a cover for this battle. The real killing weapon is the spiritual battle. Of the 9 honeycomb nodes in the smallest layer of the horn, 8 are overseen by the royal uncles and the leaders of the royal family. As for the core one, it's occupied by an ancestor of our race who has been away for years. He's a Star Lord, and his mental power will be gathered at the node of the Psychic Warrior Temple. The energy pulse will be blasted out by him. Before this, the spiritual warriors will always activate the concealment formation and retreat to the back of our army. When they need to use it, they will move forward in a concealed state. When they reach a suitable position, they will attack according to your command." It's said that each of the 9 fleets of the top 10 races in the second universe is led by a Star Lord. Even though it's very likely that they won't participate in the regular battles, the 9 Star Lords will be able to stabilize the morale of the troops. At the very least, that's basically the case until the final stage of this interplanar war. Interplanar wars of such a scale usually last a dozen years. Therefore, the Star Lords won't take action for the time being. Even the fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters will only be stationed at the back of the army, they won't participate in the battle too early. The Tianji race fleet you're leading is just a vanguard fleet. Later, there will be more powerful forces coming from both the servant races and the Tianji race. The highest commander of the Tianji race will be at least a star lord of the older generation of the Tianji race. An expert of the machine clan. Therefore, it can be said that before their arrival, the battle in the Demonkin Star region would not have had the chance to reach a climax. Whether it is the vanguard commanders of our camp or the commanders of the enemy camp, they are all well aware of this and will restrain themselves. However, in that case, your battle achievements will be affected. Once the Star-Lord level old monsters of the Heaven's Legacy race arrive, the value of your military authority will immediately decrease by more than half. At that time, even if you have battle achievements, you will only be able to obtain a small amount. This is not the original intention of our demon race to use the spirit battle jar. Talismans. Speaking of this, the Demon King Mo Wention's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a serious tone, therefore, what we're saying is that the spiritual warriors will keep the concealment array active from the moment they set off for the battlefield. Apart from you, basically no experts outside the demon race will know of their existence. When the time comes, the Star Lord of our race will communicate with you directly through mental power. And our request is very simple. You can only control the spirit battle talisman, and you can't use it to consider the overall situation of the battlefield. If you want to use it, you have to use it at the most crucial moment, when you can gain the most merit. If that's the case, won't both sides be shocked when the spirit battle talisman is used? This is a rhythm that doesn't follow common sense at all. In a plane-level space war, using such a powerful weapon in a contact battle at the Vanguard fleet level, it will probably cause the Second Universe's coalition army to be thunderstruck. Yi Xian nodded. He completely understood what the Demon Emperor Mo Wention meant and was extremely excited. He rubbed his little hands together and said, TSK TSK TSK, there was already a Star Lord level Devil Cultivator in charge of the attack in the spiritual war. In addition, there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 1,000-node beehive. And the effect of the Space Super Warrior infinitely magnifying invisible mental power. Ayaya, with such a sudden attack, don't tell me one or two of the 9 Star Lord level old monsters in the Vanguard fleet of the Second Universe's 9 races will be killed directly? After everything was settled, Yi Xian prepared to set off again. At the edge of the Demonkin Star region ahead, 2 super starry sky armies of nearly 1 million soldiers were facing each other across millions of miles of space. There was a possibility of a misfire at any time. After all, Yi Xian was the chief commander of the Vanguard. The Vanguard fleet of nearly 1 million battleships formed by the Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's servant races all listened to his command. He couldn't wait to experience the wonderful feeling of being able to judge the world. This was a rare opportunity, however, although the Demonkin spirit warriors wouldn't set off at the same time, they would wait until Yi Xian's Tianji clan Vanguard fleet left before activating the concealment formation and stealthily following behind. However, the Demonkin race was one of the most powerful races of the First Universe's servant races after all. If no fleet appeared, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the enemy and make them vigilant. Therefore, the Demonkin race would send out 110,000-meter large fortresses to cover up their appearance. Right now, these 110,000-meter large fortresses were sailing out of the Star Dock to gather. Then, they would set off together with the Tianji clan Vanguard fleet commanded by Yi Xian. After leaving the main hall, Yi Xian, accompanied by Demon King Mo Wendian and Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, appeared in the core area of the inner city of the Demonkin Imperial City. They were greeted by a gray-robed, gray-haired Demonkin elder. Seeing this Demonkin elder, Mo Wendian and Mo Qigong both stopped in their tracks. The latter stepped forward and respectfully called him Imperial Uncle. Demon King Mo Wendian didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him, so he stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Yi Xian was stunned. Even Mo Qigong called him Imperial Uncle? This old man's seniority in the Demonkin Imperial clan was not ordinary. Immediately after, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this gray-clothed, gray-haired old man should be the old monster who presided over the core node of the inner circle of the spirit battle. No wonder Yi Xian couldn't feel any aura of an expert from his body. Because at this level, if he wanted to conceal it, Yi Xian, who was only at the 11th realm of cultivation, couldn't sense it at all. Huh? The source core in your brain has already reached grade 7? TSK, although you are not a devil cultivator, there is no one among the younger generation of devil cultivator who can compete with you in terms of mental strength talent. Even among the older generation of devil cultivator experts, there are only a few who can have your talent. It can be counted. The gray-robed, gray-haired old demon completely ignored Mo Qigong. As for the devil king Mo and Tian, he didn't even look at him. His gaze landed on Yi Xian, sizing him up. Yi Xian clearly hadn't sensed any fluctuations of mind power, yet he felt as though he had been seen through. Even the grade of the source cores in his head had been seen through. Of course, regarding the devouring system in his body and the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, this gray-haired old demon clearly did not notice at all. Although the Star-Lord old monster was strong, he was far from being strong enough to be compared to the terrifying means of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, and the mysterious background of the headless infant corpse. Speed, as long as these two trump cards weren't exposed, everything else didn't matter to Yi Xian. Therefore, he didn't mind that his source core grade had been seen through at a glance. However, based on what the other party had said, it seemed like there had been quite a few older devil cultivators with grade 7 mind source cores. As soon as he thought about this, his expression changed. The fact that his opponent had been able to see through the grade of his mind source core wasn't just because his cultivation base was high. There was no doubt that the other party's mind power level had surpassed his own. This meant that his opponent had at least a grade 8 source core. Wasn't it said that only the first Devil King had a grade 8 mind source core among the entire devil race? As for the legendary grade 9, no one had ever reached it before. How could a random older devil cultivator powerhouse possess a grade 8 mind source core? Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He suddenly started to doubt all the information he had received about the various tribes and powers of the three big plains. It turned out that the information everyone knew was basically a lie. One would be a fool to actually believe it. It was obvious that the first Devil King wasn't the only powerhouse with a grade 8 mind source core among the devil race. At the very least, there was one more in front of him right now. Plus, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher source core had to be at least grade 8. It might even be at grade 9. Yi Xian had always believed in what the devil race said to the outside world, yet now it seemed like he had been completely fooled. Huh? You actually have a grade 8 mind imprint in your body? Was it left behind by the Mad Mosquito Butcher? And Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's aura? As soon as Yi Xian thought about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the gray-haired old devil cultivator opposite him mentioned them. His mind source core was indeed at least grade 8. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the protective spiritual imprint that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left behind in Yi Xian's mind. It was the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's aura. Those two old fellas were indeed related to the devil race. Even the previous generation's imperial uncle, a Star-Lord old freak who hadn't appeared for many years, knew about their existence. This was enough to explain the problem. Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This was the best opportunity to inquire about the secrets of those two old fellas. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Thus, he immediately asked, "Senior, do you know about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher? Where exactly did those two old fellas come from? What are their backgrounds? The Mad Mosquito Emperor? Humph. How could he be worthy of being called an emperor? As for the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, he is indeed wretched. This evaluation is not wrong, but you are the first one who dared call him that. You are a newborn calf." When he heard Yi Xian's question, the gray-haired old devil cultivator curled his lips. Based on his tone, it seemed like he didn't have a good evaluation of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the background of these two old fellas. Originally, he would be able to hear some secrets that he had always wanted to know from the gray-haired old devil cultivator in front of him. Who would have thought that the other party would change the topic? After changing the topic, he rolled his eyes and continued, "As for those two old fellas, this old man knows about them and has seen them before. But if you ask about their origins and background..." "If you ask me, who should I ask? Back then when I first met those two old fellows, this old man was still a junior of the devil race. My cultivation base was merely at the black hole realm. However, at that time, the two of them were already at the pinnacle of the universe realm. In fact, it might even be the result of concealing their cultivation bases. How could this old man have the qualifications to meet such existences? How could I investigate their background? Yi Xian was overjoyed to suddenly meet a Star Lord who knew the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher in the Demon Imperial City. He thought that he finally had a chance to investigate the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. He did not expect that the result would hurt him. It would have been better if he did not investigate. Once he did, the confusion in his heart grew stronger. Yi Xian originally thought that the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher were only universe realm experts in the 15th Great Realm. Now, it seemed that they were far from enough. Back then, when this Star Lord old monster was only at the 8th realm, Black Hole Realm, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher were already at the 15th realm, Universe Realm, Great Perfection of Rank 9 Universe Realm. Furthermore, they might have been concealing their cultivation at that time. What did this mean? Yi Xian simply wanted to curse. How deep was the water of these two fellows? The more he dug, the more he could not see the bottom. Now, Yi Xian was a little suspicious that they might be Desolate Era experts who had survived since the Desolate Era. Yi Xian was challenged again and again by the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. Yi Xian was almost numb. Kid, those two old fellows are not simple. Back then, even this old man's elders were afraid of them and did not dare to have too much contact with them. If you dare to mix with them, be careful not to lose your head in the end. In the end, the gray-haired old demon said this to Yi Xian. He looked at him deeply with a strange expression, then shook his head and sighed before leaving. Yi Xian was tongue-tied. He felt a stifling feeling in his chest that could not be released. He did not know whether it was because of the two old fellows, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher, or because of the gray-haired old demon in front of him who turned around and left. In short, 100 claws scratched at his heart, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. As the gray-haired old demon turned around and left, Yi Xian was depressed for a while. He turned to look at the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, Mo Qigong, and the other two uncles. He did not give up and asked, "Those two old fellows, do you know much about them?" The three of them looked at him strangely, shaking their heads like a rattledrum. Yi Xian was in complete despair. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to give up on this idea in the future. He shouldn't keep thinking about investigating the origins and details of those two old men. It wasn't sad enough. As for the old gray-haired devil's warning, Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. He had his own confidence. With the headless infant corpse, what did he have to fear? Of course, the headless infant corpse was even more mysterious than the two old guys, including the devouring system in its body. Ever since Yi Xian encountered another devouring system and passively received the first devouring system mission, he said that the devouring system was only used to select and nurture talents for the human race. Because of this, he had some doubts. However, with the strength of the headless infant corpse and the devouring system, if they were to harm Yi Xian, it would be a bomb that had been hidden in his body for a long time. With Yi Xian's strength, he wouldn't even be able to clear the mine. In the future, when his cultivation was stronger, it would be another matter. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about it. That was just groundless worry. After that, Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and returned to the flagship of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, the Expulsion. He led the entire huge fleet and rushed towards the edge of the demon domain, where the 2 million troops were facing each other in the void. The hundreds of 10,000-meter-tall fortresses of the demon race were also set off at the same time. As for the huge spirit war chariot with a diameter of 300,000 meters, it would activate the concealment array later on and quietly follow. The demon domain was incomparably vast. It would take half a month to travel from the Demon Emperor planet to the planar wormhole entrance that led to the second universe. Even though in order to deal with this planar-level starry sky war, the demon race had made preparations in advance. In addition to some natural universe wormholes along the way, they also used some stable void cracks to build some temporary jump wormholes and sent a large number of troops to guard them. However, from the Demon Emperor star area to the vicinity of the wormholes, however, it would still take about 3 days to reach the void battlefield. In these 3 days, the vanguard forces assembled by both sides had basically arrived. They had even finished forming up in the void tens of thousands of miles away. They were only waiting for the right time to give the order and start the prelude battle to a planar war that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. However, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had obviously received the news. The vanguard fleet from the Tianji race had entered the demon domain and was about to arrive at the battlefield. After all, the Tianji race was the only real overlord of the First Universe. The ones facing them from tens of thousands of miles away were just the slave races under the Tianji race. The higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were proud of their status. They felt that it was beneath their status to attack the slave forces under their command before the main force arrived. First of all, it would weaken their morale. Therefore, they all restrained their temper and waited patiently in the opposite void tens of thousands of miles away. Once the main force of the Tianji race arrived, this planar war in space would officially begin. However, the slave races of the First Universe under the Tianji race were not good people. Moreover, not all the slave races were like the demon race, who rebelled against the Tianji race. Some of these races could even be said to have a very strong servile nature in their bones. They simply didn't consider being a servant of the Heaven's Legacy race as a shame. On the contrary, they were proud of it. Perhaps they were even thinking of using the space war to curry favor with their masters. Therefore, when the battle power of both camps was in place and the formation was set up in the void tens of thousands of miles away, the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe were silent for only 1 day, while the slave races in the First Universe could not wait any longer. From time to time, some experts of the slave races would rush out of the camp and clamor at the allied forces of the Second Universe. They said all kinds of unpleasant words. In short, they ridiculed and belittled the other side, showing that their side was completely fearless and openly challenging the other side. Of course, before the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, Lord Sha Baofeng, arrived, they would not dare to fight. In fact, these guys did not really want to fight. They just wanted to show off before Lord Sha arrived, hoping to use this opportunity to impress Lord Sha. They just wanted to earn some impression points. At first, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe did not pay attention. After all, they were all proud of their status and were too lazy to bother with these slaves of the Tianji race. As soon as Baofeng arrived, they would directly beat them up. However, the slave races were almost all monsters. Seeing that the other side did not say anything, their arrogance immediately became more and more intense. Their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, hundreds of fortresses and strongholds even activated the Starry Sky loudspeaker system and cursed loudly. The entire void was stirred up into a black smoke barrier. Gee. On the 3rd day of the confrontation between the 2 million troops, the slave races of the First Universe had basically all quieted down. They only wanted to show their faces in front of the Tianji clan to curry favor and earn some impression points. If they really started a war in advance and disrupted Lord Sha's overall strategy, they were afraid that they would be punished if they turned around. Therefore, even though they were really angry, the experts of these slave races all suppressed their anger and did not respond. As a result, the allied races of the Second Universe became even more arrogant. The other party started the fight first, and now that they responded, they immediately stopped. This greatly boosted their morale. The higher-ups were also happy to see this, so they no longer restrained them and allowed the experts of their fleets to fight across the void thousands of miles away. They were clamoring incessantly. Anyway, Sha Baofeng was about to arrive. They could use this as a morale boost before the official battle and brew their fighting spirit. Because of this, when Xianxia arrived with the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet on the evening of the 3rd day, he saw this extremely contrasting scene. In the opposite void, a large number of experts of the Second Universe's allied forces were like valiant shrews, cursing and swearing across the void thousands of miles away. On their own side, the allied forces of the First Universe were like little girls who had encountered a stinky hooligan. They cowered and did not dare to make a sound, trembling. Such a scene stunned both Chanas and Yi Luo. As for the other existences in the fleet, they were all intelligent robots. They did not have self-awareness, nor did they have any emotions. As for Yi Xian, he was furious on the spot. Under his command, the flagship of the vanguard fleet immediately crossed the line of their own camp and arrived at the forefront. Then, his thunderous roar could be heard from the interstellar sound transmission system of the Expeller Fortress. It resounded through the void. "Fierce girls from the second universe, didn't you want to start a war? Come on, believe it or not, this uncle and these stinky women behind me can beat you up. Tell your commanders to come out and speak. Line up in a row and stick your butts up high first. This uncle will favor you one by one and take turns to explode your buttocks. F***CK, F***CK, explode your buttocks in the starry sky." And it's the commanders of the allied forces of the second universe. As soon as Yi Xian's words came out, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The commanders of the first universe's slave races were all regretting their actions. If they had known that Lord Xia was such a cold and indifferent person, they would not have pretended to be weak before. He could just directly scold the other party and leave a good impression on them. Now, in the eyes of Sir Xia, all the slave clans had become useless bitches that could be bullied by others. Just now, when he was shouting, he deliberately mentioned this word. It could be seen how deep his criticism was. Thinking of this, the commanders and higher-ups of the first universe's servant races were immediately embarrassed and ashamed. They all felt that they had lost face for Sir Xia and the Tianji race. When they returned, they would definitely make up for it in the Star Wars. They had to atone for their sins with merits and recover the lost impression points. As for the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, they were completely turned upside down. Previously, no matter how much the slave races of the first universe hooted and cursed for a whole day, no one dared to mention the commanders of the fleets of the various races because they were at least powerful beings of the 15th realm. Even the flagships of the 9 races had the old monsters of the Star Lords of the 9 races. If they had really mentioned the existence of this level in their hooting, not to mention the fact that the other party would really start a war in anger, even if a powerful being of the universe rushed out and angrily slapped them, they would be able to kill the hooting offenders on the spot. But this master who had suddenly appeared was really fierce. He had asked the commanders of the second universe's allied forces to line up in the void, take off their pants, stick out their buttocks, and let him take turns to favor them and explode their buttocks one by one. He had even scolded the entire second universe, saying that they were tough women who only knew how to curse. This was simply too much. They were the ones who started the cursing first, but in the end, it was their fault. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The experts of the second universe's allied forces had a sullen feeling that the other party had dug a hole and tricked them into jumping into it to have fun. In particular, the fleet commanders of the various races felt their buttocks tighten, and then their hearts burned with anger. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, a golden-haired old battle lion with a cultivation base of the 14th realm of the cosmic light realm, even impulsively stepped out of the Battle Lion race's fleet. The flagship of the Battle Lion race revealed its bloodline true body in the void. It turned into a golden battle lion that was more than 10,000 feet in size and roared at the flagship of the expulsion, where Yi Xian was. Roar! Where did this little brat come from? Come out for me. I am the commander of the Battle Lion race, Shi Dingting. If you dare to insult me, I will definitely eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's lazy voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but because it was said through the starry sky sound transmission system, the entire void could hear it. Countless experts from both sides heard it clearly. Lion Chi hurts? F***CK. You're the first to jump out if it hurts? In my opinion, you should be itching for a lion, right? Are you looking for a stab? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's imagination. This was Lord Xia. This was the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Xia Baofeng, the peerless monster that recently appeared in the Battle Lion race, one of the 5 peerless monsters that was known to be on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young master Ling Hu, and the netherworld young master. What the F***CK, this level of shamelessness could be compared to the netherworld young master, but in other aspects, they really could not see it, without waiting for the experts from both sides to recover from this thunderous state. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Shi Dingting, who had revealed his bloodline true body in the void in front of them, spoke again. The old man was indeed an old man. His brain was not very bright for a moment, and he actually did not hear the problem in Xian's words. He even foolishly replied, "Brat, are you deaf? This old man is Sherdingting, not Sherdingyang." As soon as these words came out, more than 80% of the battle lion race experts in the battle lion race's allied fleet raised their hands to cover their faces, and their faces turned green. This time, they did not have the face to see anyone. It was really a misfortune for the race to have an old antique who could not keep up with the younger generation. It was also at this time that a muffled voice came from the flagship of the blood-flood dragon race's fleet. There was a hint of monstrous anger. "Old lion, come back quickly. This brat should be that Sha Baofeng. You are not his opponent in this game. Besides, he's just a yellow-haired junior. He doesn't have the qualifications. Speaking to you, Humph, we have people of the same generation under us to fight and teach him how to be a human." "Bah, they are not even human yet. You are already praising them." "Huh? Who was the one who spoke just now? Which old woman had a hole in her pants and let you crawl out of it? Damn it, you don't know how to pick the right time. You just happened to drill a hole and escape during the full moon. Look at the een blood all over your body. It disgusts me even from 100,000 miles away." Yi Xian was furious, and his cold words were heard again. This time, he actually called the blood-flood dragon clan little loaches, and the blood all over their bodies. It was simply disgusting. What was even stranger was that the old golden war lion of the battle lion clan, who could not keep up with the times, did not know what was wrong with him. He did not understand Yi Xian's words just now, but now, his brain was smarter than anyone else's. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the old man turned to look in the direction of the flagship of the blood-flood dragon clan. He went over. He roared, "Old blood-flood dragon, this brat is scolding you for crawling into a woman's pants. He's even stained with blood. Don't think I can't hear it." This time, not only the members of the battle lion clan, but even the members of the blood-flood dragon clan raised their hands to cover their faces. The intelligence of this old golden war lion of the battle lion clan was really too horrible to look at. "Old lion, come back quickly. We are all seniors. Let's not argue with this little bastard." The commander of the blood-flood dragon clan's vanguard fleet was about to vomit blood. His words revealed a hint of gnashing his teeth. In the end, he roared, "Overlord Flood Dragon, go to battle immediately. Capture that little one for me. I will personally stuff him into the crotch of this old woman. A little blood loach probably won't be able to withstand a beating, right? Aren't you the Alliance Army of the Second Universe? Since you want to fight one-on-one, then send out one from each race." Yi Xian sneered and said boldly, "I'll fight you one-on-one." The word nest was too insulting. Including the blood-flood dragon clan, angry roars came from all the flagships of the Alliance Army of the Second Universe. "I can't stand it." In just a few words, the two elders were mocked by this brat. "That's right, I'm too angry. I have to suppress him. He actually dares to challenge our nest alone. Bah, it should be a group of us. He's simply too arrogant. Why do I feel like I'm seeing the Netherworld young master again? Where was the previous patriarch of the Een Devil race? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? We found a counterfeit Netherworld young master here. All of you, don't move. Let me do it. I'll definitely suppress him." As the roars and roars rang out, figures immediately rushed out of the flagships of the Second Universe's allied forces. As soon as they appeared in space, they activated their bloodlines and manifested their bloodline true bodies. Dozens of gigantic intelligent ferocious beasts were hovering in the air. Their murderous aura attracted the attention of countless experts from both camps. In the end, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe stood in front of the opposing camp. Each and every one of them revealed their bloodline true bodies. Among them, a battle lion expert with mixed fur stepped out from the crowd and raised its enormous lion claw to point at Yi Xian. "You're Sha Baofeng, right? Come out and die, it's your lion overlord who's going to kill you today." "Overlord, your mother." Yi Xian opened his mouth and cursed. He rolled his eyes and sized up the lion overlord. In the end, he shook his head in disdain. "With mixed fur, you must be a bastard. I'm not interested. Second brother, go." Pooh, in the Vanguard fleet's flagship, Yarrow spurted out blood. Others might not understand the words second brother, but he was very sensitive. He knew immediately that Yarrow was talking about him. Why? You don't want to go, bastard? No matter what, I'm still the second-ranked genius of the younger generation of the Tianji race. Why should I only deal with this kind of mixed-fur bastard? Unfortunately, even though he was unwilling, he was intimidated by Yi Xian's despotic power. To be precise, he was intimidated by his shamelessness. In the end, Yarrow's voice came from the expulsion. It's just a mixed-fur bastard. I'll teach him how to be a human in a few minutes. Oh, no, these guys are not human at all. Immediately after, Chana's figure tumbled out of the expulsion. It was obvious that he had been kicked out by Yarrow to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yi Xian completely ignored him and pretended not to see. Chana stabilized himself with great difficulty. With a face full of resentment, he ran behind Yi Xian and refused to leave. He finally realized that he was someone only when he followed Lord Sha. Otherwise, he was nothing. Even Yarrow, who usually did not dare to speak loudly in front of him, kicked him. In the void opposite, the battle lion race's younger generation was furious. He roared, "Baofeng Sha, are you looking down on me? Send second brother out to fight. What's with your filthy mouth? What do you mean by not human? Could it be that your Tianji race is human? In my opinion, you're not human at all. You're not human at all. Something. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp." Baofeng Sha was furious. He immediately started the mechanical fusion, and it was a complete fusion. Although he did not bring his fortress out of Tianji City, the fusion with the expulsion had the same effect. It was also a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was no difference in its basic performance. Ka-cha-cha, rumble. A series of thunderous sounds were heard. Accompanied by the dense sounds of machinery breaking in like rain, the huge expulsion began to change shape. At the same time, the various large facilities inside were also shifting positions. The molecular structure of the alloy material was changing, and its density was increasing. The size of the expulsion was shrinking. In just a short minute, it had shrunk from the previous 100,000 meters to the current 5,000 meters. An alloy speedy bug with silver blades all over its body was born in the blink of an eye. Its whole body exuded a kind of sharpness and extreme speed, making people look askance and treat it with solemn eyes. It had to be said that this scene was really shocking. Although the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe were all thousands of feet tall, which was about 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall, just like the swift bug, they had also activated their bloodline true bodies after roaring. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely powerful. They manifested such a huge body. However, compared to this, the mechanical fusion ability of the Tianji race was obviously more amazing. After all, this was originally an ice-cold alloy fortress. It was 100,000 meters tall, but it was forcibly condensed to 5,000 meters. Had it not been for the first battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu, where this amazing mechanical fusion ability had already appeared in the world, the powerhouses in the fleets of both sides would have already cried out in surprise. But even though they already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race had this ability, when they saw Yi Luo use it with their own eyes, gasps of surprise could be heard from the fleet of the First Universe's slave races. Some words that were clearly laced with flattery echoed through the void. This was because Yi Luo was here. Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion Third Transformation. Facing the incomparably arrogant Yi Luo, the Lion Overlord was enraged. It immediately roared. This roar clearly used its clan's battle lion roar innate divine ability. As the roar rang out, a large area of the void surged. Unexpectedly, a faint echo could be heard in the void, shocking the hearts of the people. The Sky Empyrean experts felt their hearts tremble, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The shocking lion roar resounded through this side of the world. Behind the Lion Overlord, who was already 10,000 feet in size, suddenly appeared the phantom of a 10,000 feet long berserk lion. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Along with this violent roar, a majestic cosmic wind instantly blew in the surrounding cosmic void. The invisible cosmic energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center, and this energy vortex was located at Xianxia, beside the entrance of the lion's blood basin pavilion. After being swallowed by the lion overlord in one gulp, the huge berserk lion blood shadow entered the body of the fluttering lion overlord. Its body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it revealed the third form of the bloodline true body. 100,000 feet long blood-colored berserk lion, a pair of bloody eyes that were as huge as mountains surged with ferocious flames, staring intently at the swift worm that was only 5,000 meters long, and its aura had already been firmly locked onto. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the blood slaughter mad lion erupts with a new transformation, the bloodline true body of the battle lion clan will increase tenfold. Even if the cultivation aura does not change, the difference in the power of the blood slaughter mad lion's 9 transformations is like the difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying level of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the same level as the void giant turtle, and with a raise of its claws, it would be a star domain. However, no war lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the war lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. Only the previous young patriarch of the clan, Devouring, had just cultivated to the 4th transformation. Once he activated it and entered the 4th form of the battle lion clan's bloodline true body, his body would reach a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang after devouring the battle lion phantom behind him. That was the true power of swallowing mountains and rivers. Its body was so large that it was comparable to the demon race's spiritual battle Pula. Unfortunately, when Lion Bafeng fought with Xianxia, who had the identity of the young master of the netherworld, he didn't even have the time to use the true 4th transformation of the blood slaughter lion before he was killed. Moreover, he was made into a braised lion's head and eaten heartily by the latter. To the battle lion clan, this was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After the fall of Lion Xianxia, the lion overlord, who was ranked 2nd in terms of talent in his clan, became the new young clan leader. Although he didn't dare to fight against the netherworld young master, he was incomparably confident in facing the Heaven's Legacy clan. At this moment, he revealed the 10,000 zhang bloodline true body of the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. He would use this battle to wash away his shame and prove himself in front of the elders of the clan. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Even Chanaz, who was behind him, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Lion Overlord hadn't done any research on Yi Luo at all. He didn't understand where the advantage of the rapid mechanical insect lay. He actually directly activated the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion bloodline true body of the battle lion clan, turning into a 10,000 zhang bloodline mixed lion. This was simply thinking that this target wasn't big enough. It wasn't comfortable enough to be abused, even Yi Luo himself couldn't stand it anymore. From within the 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect, he sneered, "What a brain-dead person. You're obviously courting death, but you're still howling so happily. Other than you, there's really no one else." Wang. Xiao. As the voice fell, a low trembling sound rang out. The 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Luo. It didn't stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It directly slammed into Yi Luo's abdomen. Go. Roar. Such extreme speed shocked the lion overlord. It roared fiercely, and its body trembled as it tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity, because the rapid mechanical insect had already touched its body at the first moment. The rapid mechanical insect, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly swept under the lion overlord's abdomen. It didn't have any other means of attack, because it didn't need those. The countless super-strong alloy blades on its body were the rapid mechanical insect's best and most powerful weapon. All of this couldn't be more familiar to Xianxia and Xianxia. They had seen it many times not long ago. This was the attack method of the rapid mechanical insect. It was simple and not fancy, but it was extremely violent. Puff. Walala, a muffled sound came from the lion overlord's abdomen, and lion blood poured down like a majestic rain, dyeing the void red. Then an incomparably mournful howl sounded. "Oh whoa, you're clearly a lion overlord, why are you howling like a wolf? Do you think the deputy commander will let you go just because you're a specimen? It's useless to trick me." Today, I'll beat you until Mother Lion can't recognize you. With one successful attack, Yi Luo's spirit was greatly boosted. His cold and arrogant voice came from the rapid mechanical insect, and the Starry Sky loudspeaker system of the Expel flagship fortress was used. The experts of both camps heard it. Deputy Commander Yi Luo is mighty. Smash his dog head. It's best to cut it off. We can learn from young Master Netherworld and young Master Linghu and stew it directly, or steam it. It'll definitely be delicious, ha ha ha. Is this the young master of one of the top 10 races in the second universe? It's too unbearable. A big hole has been cut in his stomach before he even made a move. His stomach is rotten, and his intestines are flowing. A large part of the void is filled with the stench, polluting the Starry Sky environment. On this side, laughter and all kinds of provocative words came from the fleet of various races of the first universe from time to time. Previously, they had been scolded by the experts of the various races of the second universe until they didn't dare to respond. Coincidentally, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had arrived. Inadvertently, they had left a bad impression of cowardice. Now, Deputy Commander Yi Luo had shown his prowess with one attack, which was simply very satisfying. For the experts of the various races of the servant races, this was a rare opportunity to change their image and gain some impression points. Naturally, they wouldn't let it go. Xiao. Poo, woo. The sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out again. The swift insect circled around in a small circle in the air and attacked again. Its body, which was covered with sharp super alloys, casually rubbed against the left rib of the 10,000 feet lion. Another rain of blood sprayed out on the spot, accompanied by the mournful howl of the lion overlord. The corner of the void began to tremble. Its body was simply too huge. It was 100,000 feet long, a full 30,000 meters long, while the swift worm was only 5,000 meters long. The difference was too big. It was like a small dot circling around a huge monster, but its speed was extremely fast. Its attack was so easy that it made people's hair stand on end. Just scratch any part of its body, and a rain of blood instantly sprinkled into the void. In less than a minute, as the swift worms continued to circle at an extremely fast speed, there were already more than 10 frightening wounds all over the body of the giant lion with mixed fur. A small half of its body was dyed red by its own blood. During this process, it was not that the lion overlord did not counterattack. It raised its claws and slapped fiercely, or it turned around and angrily devoured. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. It was not that it was not strong enough, but its strategic direction was wrong from the beginning. No matter how powerful it was, facing a mosquito that was so fast that even its eyes were dazzled, it was simply useless. What was the use of not being able to capture it? Facing all of this, many experts on the side of the second universe's allied forces were so shocked that their expressions had changed. Some of them finally came back to their senses and cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, what kind of speed is this? It's too fast. Who is this guy? He used the ultimate secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race. What he transformed into was not a mechanical blade, but an alloy swift insect. He is Yi Luo, recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race, second only to young patriarch Di Xiaofeng. No wonder he is so powerful. His attack methods are too old. His entire body is covered with layers of blades condensed from superdense starship alloys. There is no need for any fancy attack methods. He can just crash into it. Whoever gets hit will die. It's simply heaven-defying. The Lion Overlord was too careless, and we also misunderstood the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability, believing that they could only transform into mechanical puppets. Actually, during the battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu had already warned us. Don't forget that young Master Linghu transformed into a mechanical bug. We should have realized then that this mechanical transformation ability was ever-changing. It's really depressing. Lion Overlord's 10,000 Zhang High Blood Lion true form is perfectly countered. Not only is his opponent small, his speed is also fast. Lion Overlord's powerful strength is completely useless. His huge body has become a target. As these words spread, the dozens of young prodigies in front of the huge fleet in the first universe finally came back to their senses. After this group of people flew out from their respective races, they all showed their bloodline true bodies at the first moment. They turned into giant beasts that were thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and lined up in front of the coalition army of the various races in the second universe. At first glance, they were really imposing and eye-catching. But at this moment, when they saw the Lion Overlord being so miserably abused, they saw that he had a powerful bloodline power, but he was facing a large mosquito with extreme speed. He had no power to use his martial arts at all. It was simply fighting to the point of wanting to die. As their expressions changed, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe who had revealed their bloodline true bodies seemed to have been enlightened. Although they didn't leave the state of their bloodline true bodies, they had already shrunk their bodies. They were originally 10,000 feet tall, which was 3,000 meters tall, but now they shrank to about 1,000 meters. In this way, in the face of a 5,000-meter-long swift insect, no matter how fast the opponent was, they had nothing to fear. After all, the target was too small. The comparison of the size advantage had been reversed, and the head had turned. Lion Overlord, you retreat first. Your condition is not good, and you need to adjust. I will help you deal with this big insect full of sharp blades. After shrinking his body, the young prodigy of the Blood-Flood Dragon clan, Flood Dragon Overlord, was full of confidence. As he roared, his body had already rushed out and rushed toward the battlefield in the void in front of him. As he stretched out his claws, he threw a punch. Then, an energy Blood-Flood Dragon of the same size roared out and instantly arrived in front of the swift insect. Flood Dragon Overlord had obviously learned to be smart. This swift insect's entire body was made of high-density superstar alloy, and they were all in the form of incomparably sharp blades. Layers of them covered his entire body. This was impossible to fight in close combat. Even if he threw a punch, in the end, only his own iron fist would bleed. Facing this kind of enemy, he had to avoid close combat and could only attack from a distance. The Blood-Flood Dragon clan's Blood-Flood Dragon demonic Blood-Flood Dragon fist happened to have this kind of attack form. When he threw a punch, only a giant energy Blood-Flood Dragon roared out and blocked the opponent from a distance. Even if he did not hit the opponent, he would be unharmed. Facing Flood Dragon Overlord, the small size advantage of the swift insect had disappeared. It was 5,000 meters long, but Flood Dragon Overlord had condensed his bloodline true body to the size of 1,000 meters. Although the swift insect's speed advantage was still there, Flood Dragon Overlord's speed was not slow either. As the energy Blood-Flood Dragon of demonic Blood-Flood Dragon fist punched out, more than a dozen energy Blood-Flood Dragons circled the void battlefield in the blink of an eye, restricting the swift insect's space of movement. The scales of the battle had already tilted to the other side. And Lion Overlord, who was already covered in wounds, took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He retreated and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, among the dozens of Second Universe's younger generation geniuses behind him, another figure rushed out. It was the young Rock Overlord from the Green Rock clan. Like Flood Dragon Overlord and Lion Overlord, he was ranked second among the younger generation of the clan, so he was named Overlord. At this time, Rock Overlord also showed his might. His 1,000-meter-long bloodline true body, the red-eyed green rock, flapped its wings crazily, and the void trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, countless feather-shaped arrows appeared in the void of the universe. They were like green goose feather snow fluttering, covering the sky and the sun, covering a part of the sky. It was one of the innate divine abilities of the green sky rock bloodline. Demonic rock seals the sky, one of the killing methods. Moreover, it directly displayed the killing power of this innate divine ability. The azure feathered arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly moved, whistling endlessly. Other than the Flood Dragon Overlord, who the Rock Overlord had specially taken care of, all the other existences in this sealed world would be listed as targets of attack. Puff puff puff, boom. In the void, as the Tyrant Dragon King and the Tyrant Rock King rushed into the battlefield at the same time and replaced the seriously injured Lion Overlord, the battle situation that was originally in Yi Luo's favor was instantly reversed. After the scene of Yi Luo attacking the Lion Overlord, the two of them had a comprehensive understanding of the advantages of the swift worm. At this moment, they didn't approach it at all and didn't fight it at all. Instead, they directly launched a long-range attack from the distant void. The Tyrant Dragon King punched out one punch after another. Each time, an energy blood dragon would appear in the sky, and it wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. Instead, it seemed to have spirituality, circling in the void. More than a dozen 1,000-meter-long energy blood dragons covered a corner of the void, restricting the swift worm's range of activity. At the same time, the Tyrant Rock's Demon Rock Heaven-Sealing Bloodline ability stirred up a dense rain of energy feathers as it flapped its wings, covering the sky and earth as it fell on the swift worm. Muffled sounds rang out, followed by thunderous booms. In an instant, the swift insect was bombarded repeatedly. Although its entire body was made of high-density starry sky alloy, it still could not resist. Just the shockwaves from this kind of energy bombardment had already made Yi Luo dizzy. In the dense chaos, one could clearly hear one or two muffled groans from time to time. It was the reaction of him being at a disadvantage but holding back his words. He had completely fallen into an embarrassing situation. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was also angry. How shameless! Not only did they take turns to fight, but they also ganged up on him. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Wild Star Fortress. Of course, it appeared in the form of the Devil Battle Fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Because his treasure maple was left in Tianji City, he could only appear in this form now. The Life Fortress, which had already grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters, was hard. It was restricted to appear in the state of 50,000 meters in diameter. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian stepped into the Devil Battle Fortress. His angry roar resounded through the void. "You two little bastards, just you wait. This commander will fight the two of you alone. Second brother, come back. Rumble." Kachacha. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Xianxia, who was originally standing behind him, immediately retreated to the back to prevent himself from being attacked. Without Lord Sha by his side, he always lacked a sense of security. With a loud roar, the sound of machinery grinding, the Devil Battle Fortress, which was completely black and 50,000 meters in diameter, began to change shape. In everyone's eyes, this was the Devil Battle Fortress's Battle Fortress Vanguard Fleet's commander, but in fact, Ye's original body's body was in the inner cabin of the Devil Battle Fortress. But in fact, it was Zen's body. His was the Battle Fortress. A human mecha battle. That's right, it was a humanoid mecha. This time, Yi Xian chose to transform into a humanoid alloy war god. However, the transformation wasn't complete yet, and the mighty image of the alloy war god was quickly appearing. Although Yi Luo was indignant, he was once again called second brother. After this battle, the name of the second commander of the Tianji clan would spread throughout the three dimensions. But now, he was in a disadvantageous position. He was facing the joint forces of the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King from the two strongest clans in the second universe. Moreover, the other party had seen through his advantage and launched a targeted attack. He couldn't turn the situation around in a short time. If the battle dragged on, serious injuries were inevitable. Under such circumstances, no matter how angry Yi Luo was, he could only retreat. Seeing this, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King were immediately invigorated. A minute ago, the deputy commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was still attacking the Lion Overlord Rock Dragon King, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat. What could be more exciting than this? However, the guy named Sha Baofeng didn't know what was good for him. He called the two overlords of the Blood Flood Dragon tribe and the Cyan Rock tribe two little bastards. This was definitely intentional. The Overlord Flood Dragon tribe and the Overlord Rock tribe were furious. Enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock immediately let out earth-shattering roars. They roared in human language, and their arrogance was unparalleled. "You're Rock Dragon King, right? How dare you call yourself one of the 5 peerless monsters in the world? Bah, did you forget the battle where young Masterling who beat you to a pulp? You're really shameless. Even if you want to be famous, you don't have to be like this, right? Come. Young Masterling who beat you into a pig's head back then. Today, Lord Dragon King can do the same." Roar. Screech. In the end, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King each let out an earth-shattering roar and a long roar. Their figures soared into the air and rushed toward the demon battle cry in the void. In that battle, this commander was indeed defeated, but it was worth it. Because the harvest was great, it was no different from a fire phoenix undergoing nirvana. How can you two little bastards have this kind of talent and temperament that can grow terrifyingly in adversity? You actually dare to compare yourself to young Masterling Hu? You really don't know how big your face is. In this commander's opinion, you don't even have the qualifications to carry young Masterling Hu's shoes. Today, you are destined to kill this commander in this void. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded out from within the devil battle horn that was undergoing mechanical changes. Not only did he say that he wanted to kill the fled dragon overlord and the rock overlord, but even his tone was incomparably relaxed and indifferent. It was as if he was mentioning a trivial matter, making him seem very confident. He believed it incomparably. Almost in the next instant, the demon battle cry's mechanical changes were finally completed. This time, Yi Xian did not shrink his size. At this moment, what appeared in the void was a giant alloy war god that was 50,000 meters tall. The giant shield in his left hand was incomparably thick. At a glance, one could tell that it had an incomparably terrifying defensive power. Just a glance could bring a reliable sense of security to people's hearts. The spear in his right hand was more than 100,000 meters long, 3 times the height of the alloy war god. At this moment, it was held in the middle of the spear with one hand. At the first moment, it was raised high above its shoulder. Then, as the alloy war god's broad shoulders turned and its waist twisted, the huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long was instantly ruthlessly thrown. It was thrown out. Whoosh! Chi-la-la, a sharp sound of breaking through the air that caused one's eardrums to tremble violently rang out. A black arrow that was many times faster than lightning shot out from the void. There was actually an incomparably clear sound of tearing silk. The void seemed to have been split into 2. Oh my god, what the hell is this? The rock overlord, who had just charged forward with him, was completely blasted into a bloody mist in less than half a breath of time. And that terrifying giant spear, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was only a small part of the tip of the spear that touched his bloodline true body. It was obvious that the spear still had power left, and its power was far greater than that. The overlord flood dragon trembled in fear, and his 1,000-meter-long 9-headed blood dragon body instantly came to a halt in the void. Then, as he screamed, the 9-headed blood dragon turned around and fled. In just half a second, he was so scared that even his gallbladder cracked. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The alloy spear that Yi Xian threw out was not an ordinary starship alloy. Instead, it was condensed from the countless molecules of the self-derived world worms. It was no exaggeration to say that this battle spear was actually alive. Of course, even if he could do it, Yi Xian could not make the battle spear move as flexibly as the magic treasures of human cultivators, such as suddenly changing directions in the void and attacking another target. That was inconsistent with the technological system of the Tianji race, and it would attract a lot of suspicion. Even if he wanted to use this kind of transformation, he could only reveal it when he encountered a powerful enemy in private. At most, he could just kill the enemy to silence them. At this moment, even if the battle spear was thrown out by the alloy battle god, Yi Xian could not let it continue to exist. Just like in the battle with Yi Luo in the Machinery Grand Tournament, the thrown battle spear would definitely explode in the end. Otherwise, once someone found it and studied it, they might be able to find out the problem with the material of this battle spear. That would cause a lot of trouble for Yi Xian. It should be known that this kind of explosion was not just self-destruction in the ordinary sense. It was the self-derived molecules of the countless world worms that condensed into this alloy spear exploding at the same time from the microscopic level. Boom! Just as the tyrant dragon king screamed and turned around, fleeing in a sorry state without the slightest hesitation, the huge battle spear that had crushed the tyrant rock king into a rain of blood completely exploded. A deafening boom shook the heavens and earth, and an invisible energy shockwave instantly swept out, covering a large area. Within a radius of 10,000 meters. Tyrant Dragon King, who hadn't had time to escape, happened to be in this area, and was destined to be affected by the shockwave. A woo! A mournful howl similar to the lion overlord's was heard. Then, a majestic rain of blood fell from the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the Jiao overlord did not die. At the most critical moment, the 9-headed blood Jiao's bloodline true body rapidly recovered and was activated to the extreme. His body rapidly expanded, and in the end, the first half of the rapidly expanding nine-headed blood Jiao's body finally exceeded the area where the energy of the explosion was wreaking havoc. Only the second half of his body was affected and blown up. Before the mournful hell fell, the Jiao overlord, who only had half of his body left, turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed into the camp of dozens of bloodline true bodies formed by the young geniuses of the various races in the second universe. He directly fled to the back, not showing his head even if he was beaten to death. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths. For the powerhouses of the two camps facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, they had just seen the Jiao Overlord and the Rock Overlord roar and rush toward the demon battle horn, which was undergoing mechanical transformation. In the next moment, the demon battle horn, which had completed its mechanical transformation, raised its hand and threw out a spear. In less than half a breath, it dealt with the Rock Overlord. Then, the huge spear exploded, and the Jiao Overlord instantly destroyed half of his bloodline true body. Dragging his seriously injured body, he plunged into the crowd and disappeared completely. It was not until this moment that the exclamation suddenly sounded in the void. Regardless of camp, except for the fleets of the slave races in the first universe, even the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe on the opposite side subconsciously screamed. Oh my god, what happened? The Rock Overlord is gone? Half of the Jiao Overlord is gone? Is this a dream? He's too powerful. Is this still the Sha Baofeng who was tortured by young Master Ling Hu? It's as if he has been reborn and completely changed. I didn't expect that battle to bring him such a terrifying advancement. Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability transformed into a mechanical blade mantis. Was it because he was inspired by that battle? This time, he transformed into a humanoid alloy war god. The speed of the spear throw is so terrifying. Moreover, there is a follow-up self-explosion change. This is simply unbreakable. With the speed of this spear, even if he can avoid it, it will definitely shoot to his side. At that time, before he can react, it will suddenly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. No wonder the Tianji clan dared to boast that they had a peerless genius who could match up to Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, young Master Ling Hu, and young Master Netherworld. Now, it seems that they were right. That's right. Not long ago, he was tortured like a dead dog by young Master Ling Hu. In a short time, he was reborn like a phoenix. Whether it is cultivation or talent, the extent of his advancement is so terrifying. This kind of temperament and talent that becomes more courageous in the face of adversity is indeed terrifying. He can be considered a peerless monster of the younger generation. After this battle, the fact that there are 5 peerless monsters of the younger generation in the 3 universes has finally been confirmed. As these exclamations sounded, the alloy war god took a step forward and directly crossed hundreds of miles of the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the huge group of ferocious beasts manifested by the dozens of queens of the second universe's various races in front of the enemy camp, which had already become a mess. His aura looked down on the world as he laughed loudly and said, I said before that I would fight all of you alone. Now, I will destroy one, cripple one, and the rest, come at me together. I will teach you how to be human one by one. Bah, wrong, you are not human at all. Pooh. Pooh, pu. As soon as he said that, strange muffled sounds came from the flagships of the Second Universe Coalition Army. Clearly, some of the old monsters could not hold it in anymore. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the crushing defeat and death of the 3 overlords one after another, or angered by Yi Xian's harsh words. This scene fell into the eyes of the many experts of the human clan and the Federation's 2 major observation groups in the void far behind the Second Universe's huge fleet. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Amongst them, 2 figures instinctively exchanged glances with each other, and then they muttered softly while revealing a wisp of dense bewilderment and suspicion. Currently, only the Tianji clan and its many servant clans, as well as the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, had gathered their forces on the battlefield at the edge of the first universe in this planar space war. However, it was impossible for the human clan of the third universe and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation to stay out of this war. It could be said that although this war was a confrontation between the first universe and the second universe, The final result of this war would have an impact on the overall situation of the three universes. Once the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, led its many servant clans to victory, then besides the various clans of the Federation of the second universe, the third universe, where the human clan was located, would also be affected. The entire Wanluo Federation would fall into an awkward state of imminent danger, and it might even completely collapse because of this war. Therefore, although the various clans of the second universe had already announced in advance that this war was a personal grudge between the various clans of the second universe and the first universe, and had nothing to do with the Federation or the human clan, the two human clans and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation were still facing a formidable enemy. Not only had they gathered a certain amount of troops in the third universe, but they were also waiting for the moment when the situation here was not good and the allied forces of the various clans of the second universe could not hold on. They would be able to rush over to save the situation and save the situation. Even the two human clans and the headquarters of the Federation of the three universes had each sent an observation team composed of several high-level officials. Of course, these three observation teams from the third universe, in addition to closely monitoring the progress of the war at the front of the battlefield, obviously had another mission, and that was to investigate the real reason why the various clans of the second universe suddenly went crazy and wanted to start a full-scale war with the first universe. At this moment, the observation teams sent by the three universes were in the void far away from the battlefield, looking at the armies of the two clans that were confronting each other from afar. The observation teams sent by the three universes only had one 10,000-meter-tall fortress. After all, they were here to gather information and observe the situation of the war, not to participate in the war, so there was no need to make a big fuss. It was more convenient for them to hide in the dark and carry out their operations. However, at this time, all three of these 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had activated their concealment arrays and were closely monitoring the situation in the void far away. All of them were high-level leaders of the three universes. After all, the matter this time was too big. It concerned the future of the three major planes. Even the big shots couldn't sit still and personally came, within the 10,000-meter large fortress that represented the Wanluo Federation. Overseeing it was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai. His deputy, the first deputy, Hongdou Lifeng, also came along. Representing the immortal dynasty of the science and technology faction was the elder of the residents, Long Ziwen, and some of the higher-ups of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Xiao, also known as Long Shuming. The latter was the name he had used during the royal family's ultimate trial. Other than that, Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Xiao, was also present. Among them were a few of the three great empires' upper echelons and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy palace master of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the palace master of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in the entourage. In addition, there were some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the immortal dynasty of the science and technology faction, the Heavenly War Empire's upper echelon was Zhan Tuesday. In addition, his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, also came. The two figures who had whispered suspiciously earlier were the two of them. Moreover, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were now in old ghost Zhan Tu's storage bag. That day, after the Netherworld young master had caused a ruckus in the second universe and mysteriously disappeared, the two old fellows had set their eyes on the purplish warbler three women. Although the three women had left with the powerhouses of the clan, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were two supreme beings of the universe in the 15th Great Realm after all. There was no reason for them not to get a little girl who had not even reached the Grotto Heaven realm. The three girls were all troublesome people. After returning to the clan, they all sneaked out and were captured by Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were lurking in the dark. Then, they were imprisoned together and put into a special storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, which was controlled by old ghost Zhan Tuesday. After the two old fellows captured the three women, they originally wanted to find a secluded place to search the souls of the three women, and then hand them over to the eyebrowless old ghost to play with. They had basically figured out the fact that the Netherworld young master was the Linghu young master, but they didn't know anything else. They wanted to get more secret information from the three women so that they could target them. However, at this time, there happened to be news that the Federation of the Second Universe would start a planar starry sky war with the Tianji clan. The Immortal Dynasty also ordered the three empires under its rule to send a supreme being of the universe to follow the observation team for orders. There were only two supreme beings of the universe in the Heavenly War Empire. Zhan Tu had no choice but to temporarily put the soul search matter aside and rush to the immortal star with the eyebrowless ancestor. Then, they followed the royal family's Long Ziwen to the second universe. The above was the reason why these two old fellows appeared in the second universe. At this moment, the two old fellows suddenly became suspicious. Their eyes met again, and they started to communicate with each other through divine sense. They secretly talked. Old Ghost John, in your opinion, how confident are we? I'm not sure. The style is indeed too familiar, but that's the Tianji clan. How can the electronic consciousness be fake? Moreover, this Xia Baofeng is the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet. How can the Tianji clan's leader, De, not lock him up? If this guy is really the Netherworld young master, how can he hide from him? But don't forget about Prince Xian. Isn't that guy also a human? In the end, he came to the first universe and wandered around, and even the entire demon race was deceived. In the blink of an eye, he had become the genius holy son of a large demon race tribe. Since he could do it, why couldn't young Master Linghu do it? To be honest, the Linghu young master's methods are more mysterious than Prince Xian's. Hey, now that you mention it, it's really possible. Why do I have a feeling of fear? Thinking back, it seemed that Prince Xian had indeed disappeared for a period of time. It was only after that other monstrous geniuses appeared one after another. They all had similar styles and were more shameless. Now that you mention him, I'm surprised. Now that you mention him, I have a bold guess. Prince Xian was able to create the mental power of the demon race, so he should be able to create the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. In that case, if this Xia Baofeng is the Linghu young master and the Netherworld young master, then he's more likely to be Prince Xian. End of chapter 3556. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.